southwest was managed by Long Zhong. With his death, the sect's plan to expand into the southwest would likely suffer a significant setback. Sect leader. News from Yun City. Elder 3 Long Zhong was killed by his own gu while dealing with Yi Han. As Zhuangbai pondered, an assistant at the door confirmed the news with a tablet in hand. Yi Han? The eldest young master of the Yi family who just returned? He killed Zhonghua yesterday, and now it's him again? Zhuangbai's eyes flashed with a cold, ruthless light. Zhuangbai didn't believe that a seasoned gu practitioner like Long Zhong would be killed by his own gu. Yi Han must have done something behind the scenes. Although Yi Han's current strength had diminished, he had once been a genius of the Bei Luo sect. According to the last traces of the previous sect leader, he had also been to Bei Luo. Perhaps the 10,000 gu cauldron was in Yi Han's possession. Excellent. Zhuangbai crushed the tablet in his hand with a burst of energy and coldly commanded, "Go find Master Taijin. Tell her I need to discuss something important with her." Yi Han? If we couldn't kill you back then, this time we won't let you off. Oh, and invite Saintess Xiao Wanqing to join the meeting as well. Yes. Chapter 73. Making trouble at the Su Group? The entrance of the roast chicken shop was bustling with activity once again, as if nothing had happened. After the gangsters left, everything seemed to return to normal. Zhao Linglong looked at the 2 greasy roast chickens in front of Yi Han and Wang Fuguwei, unable to resist swallowing her saliva. Yi Han, can I have another one? Yi Han had already noticed Zhao Linglong's craving expression. With a smirk, he teased, "Who was it that said they'd rather starve than eat here? Already changed your mind, huh?" Zhao Linglong couldn't help but recall the arrogant scene of that Wang classmate making a bet. Her face turned red with embarrassment. Ugh, I didn't know back then. I don't care. I want to eat more. As she pouted, Zhao Linglong quickly snatched a roast chicken from Yi Han's plate and stuffed it into her mouth. To prevent Yi Han from taking it back, she licked the entire chicken. Now you can't take it back, right? Yi Han couldn't help but chuckle at her antics. This girl, when she's not throwing a tantrum, is quite adorable. Boss, bring 2 more roast chickens. Yi Han looked at Zhao Linglong with a mischievous smile. Eating my chicken comes with a price. From now on, you'll have to wash my smelly socks and my underwear by hand. Although Yi Han didn't explicitly say it, the meaning of underwear was clear enough. It was a bit of a perverse thought, imagining such a cute little girl washing his personal items by hand. You humph. Zhao Linglong wanted to retort, but remembering that her grandfather and father had already placed her as Yi Han's maid, she knew there was no escaping some things. So, she didn't argue. However, Yi Han underestimated Zhao Linglong's appetite. Nearly an hour later, Yi Han and Wang Fuguwei had long since stopped eating, but Zhao Linglong's mouth was still going. In front of her, piles of chicken bones had already formed a small mountain, enough for 10 roast chickens. Yi Han stared wide-eyed, examining Zhao Linglong. At 1.6 meters tall, she appeared small and delicate, with only a slightly larger bust. Yet, she had managed to devour 10 roast chickens? Why are you staring at me like that? It's distracting me from my eating. Zhao Linglong muttered, turning away with another chicken to continue her feast, away from Yi Han and Wang Fuguwei. Boss, this girl is insatiable. Wang Fuguwei couldn't help but exclaim. Is it true that the concentrated ones are the best? After devouring 13 roast chickens, Zhao Linglong finally let out a satisfied burp. Finally full. We can leave now. Yi Han planned to drive back and ask his grandfather about the information on the immortal bone. Suddenly, Suan Yue called. Honey, something's wrong at the company. All of our distributors have suddenly gathered at the Su Group headquarters, demanding immediate payment of their goods and termination of our cooperation. But our company's accounts don't have that much money right now? Huh. Targeting the Su Group? Yi Han immediately thought of Yun Feiyang. That scoundrel had dared to send a group of bodyguards to the Yi family to cause trouble earlier today. It seems it's time to make an example. The revenge plan. Let's start by leveling the Yun family. Don't worry, honey. I'll be at the company soon. You don't need to worry about the money. I'll take care of it. As the heir of the Yi Group, Yi Han could easily spare the amount the Su Group needed. However, Yi Han didn't intend to use his own money. Instead, he turned his gaze toward Zhao Linglong. Why are you looking at me like that? Tell you what, the credit card my father gave you is for your personal expenses, not for you to squander. Zhao Linglong was furious, thinking about how Yi Han had used Zhao family money to buy a car and woo girls. Old Wang, take Linglong to the bank and withdraw 100 million in cash. We'll meet at the Su Group headquarters. Yi Han didn't wait for Zhao Linglong to protest, started the car, and sped off toward the Su Group. I'm so mad. Does he think my money grows on trees? Zhao Linglong stomped her feet in anger as she watched Yi Han drive away. At this rate, Yi Han would soon squander the entire Zhao family fortune. Despite her extreme reluctance, Zhao Linglong remembered her grandfather and father's arrangement. Even her grandfather had been brought to heel by Yi Han. Zhao Linglong didn't dare defy Yi Han's wishes. After all, the Zhao family's fate now rested on her alone. If she didn't serve Yi Han well, and he took out his anger on the Zhao family, the consequences would be dire. Let's go. Zhao Linglong called out to Wang Fuguwei and headed toward the street. Where to? Wang Fuguwei, knowing what Zhao Linglong meant, intentionally teased her. Ugh, are you teasing me on purpose? Of course, it's to withdraw money. Zhao Linglong pouted. I wonder if he's out of his mind. Why so much cash? Can't we just transfer the money? Wang Fuguwei, however, smirked to himself. How could you understand the boss's intentions? To show off, nothing beats cash. At the Su Group headquarters, the conference hall was in chaos. Nearly 100 people were arguing loudly. Miss Su, we've heard that the Su Group is on the verge of bankruptcy and might run away at any moment. We don't doubt you, Miss Su, but please settle last month's payment first. Yes, Miss Su. It's only a few $100,000, but we're small businesses. Please don't make it difficult for us. Surrounded by a crowd of people, Suan Yue, protected by her assistant, felt her head was about to explode from the noise. Originally, the 300 million investment from the Li family could have alleviated the financial pressure on the Su Group. But because General Samfong suddenly granted the Su Group the exclusive agency rights for Jade, which was thanks to Yi Han's influence, Suan Yue had to pay at least 100 million as a deposit. This left the company's finances a bit strained. All of you are our long-term partners. Can't you trust us? The Su Group has never defaulted on payments. Just one more month. We need time for the funds to come in. Once we receive the money, I promise to pay you back with interest. How about that? Suan Yue tried her best to buy some time, even though the Su Group situation was actually quite optimistic. Some well-informed suppliers, aware that the Su Group had obtained the exclusive agency rights, had already approached them for cooperation. Moreover, some banks that had previously refused to lend to the Su Group had called Suan Yue to apologize and offered loans at any time. Access to money wasn't really a problem for Suan Yue now, but she couldn't understand why so many distributors had suddenly come together to demand payment, leaving her caught off guard. Miss Su, no need to wait a month. Let's settle it today. Who knows what will happen a month from now? If you don't pay us today, I won't leave and will file a lawsuit to seize this place. Leading the charge was a man with a mustache, Huang Bo, one of the Su Group's 3 major distributors, who had made the most profit from the Su Group. He had always had a good relationship with the Su Group, but this time, he was leading the charge to cause trouble. Chapter 74. A pack of ungrateful wolves. You'll regret this. With Huang Bo taking the lead, the scene once again erupted into chaos. That's right, Miss Su. When Su Group's finances were stable, we could accept a 1-month delay. But now we're all worried. Miss Su, you must pay us today. Brothers, why are we still wasting time with this woman? If you ask me, we should just take the valuable stuff from the company as compensation. Exactly, brothers. Let's take the stuff. If we can't take it, we'll smash it. Clearly, there were troublemakers among the crowd. Some people were deliberately stirring up trouble, with the goal not to collect money, but to cause destruction. You ungrateful wolves. Although Suan Yue was usually decisive, she was, After all, just a girl. Facing these thuggish tactics, she was struggling to hold her ground. The situation was on the verge of spiraling out of control. From the crowd, an elderly man in a long gown stepped forward, swinging his cane at the young ringleaders. "All of you, stop and quiet down." The man was Dong Fei, the vice president of the Yunqing Jewelry Association, and also a very important channel partner of Su Group. Dong Fei was known for his kind demeanor and had considerable influence in the industry. With Dong Fei intervening, a few swings of his cane subdued the agitated channel partners, who stepped back a few paces, making room for him. "What are you doing? It's just a 1-month delay in payment. Are you in such a hurry to come and demand your money?" Dong Fei pointed at the group of channel partners and scolded them. "Have you forgotten how much money you've made over the years thanks to Su Group? How is it that when Su Group faces a minor financial difficulty, you start stabbing it in the back? Is this how you treat people?" Dong Fei's words had an immediate effect, and many channel partners blushed with shame. "Mr. Dong, you exaggerate. We suddenly received news that Su Group is about to go bankrupt and is running away. If we don't get our money today, we might lose millions." "Yes, we also received news that Su Group is going bankrupt." Several channel partners in the crowd voiced their concerns. Initially, they had no particular opinion of Su Group and weren't in a rush to collect their money. But today, they all received a mysterious message revealing Su Group's situation, and with some encouragement from others, they came over. Among the crowd, a few sharp-faced men noticed the situation was turning sour. After exchanging glances, one of the ringleaders immediately retorted, "Mr. Dong, it's easy for you to talk when you're standing there. You've achieved success, and losing some money doesn't matter to you. But we have families to feed. If we lose everything, who will give us money to eat?" "Exactly. No matter what, we must get our money today. We must get our money." Dong Fei's words only had a temporary calming effect on the situation. With so many people gathered, and given Su Group's previous financial issues, the crowd's confidence in Su Group was shaky. Seeing the situation slipping out of control, Dong Fei took 2 steps forward and whispered to Su Anyue, "Anyue, why don't you settle some of the payments for them? Otherwise, it'll be hard to end this today. Clearly, someone is targeting us. Don't worry, my over 10 million in outstanding payments can wait. You can pay me later when you're back on your feet." Su Anyue gratefully looked at Dong Fei. "Thank you, Mr. Dong. But even so, we only have a few million in cash on hand, which is far from enough. Sigh. But my husband should be here soon, and he'll have a solution." As she spoke, Su Anyue glanced toward the door. Back when her grandfather arranged for her to marry Yi Han, she hadn't thought much of it. But she hadn't expected that Yi Han was actually the direct descendant of the first family of the great Xia, the Yi family. Su Anyue had already witnessed Yi Han's capabilities more than once or twice. With Yi Han here, the situation would surely be resolved. Seeing these channel partners act so ungrateful, Su Anyue felt a chill in her heart. At that moment, at the doorway, Su Anyue's cousin Su Dong watched the unfolding scene with a hint of satisfaction. He quietly left the conference hall and went to the bathroom, where he dialed a number. "Brother-in-law, your plan is brilliant. Cutting off the fire's fuel, and now Su Anyue is almost overwhelmed." The call Su Dong made was not to Yi Han, but to Yun Feiyang. Yun Feiyang sneered on the other end of the line. "I can't deal with Yi Han, but I can't deal with Su Group? Wanting to snatch food from my Yun family's mouth so easily? Not happening." After a pause, Yun Feiyang continued, "I'll add fuel to the fire. Su Dong, be prepared. Once Su Anyue is taken down, you must seize control of Su Group as quickly as possible. Do you understand?" "Got it. Thank you, brother-in-law. I'll follow your lead." Inside the Su Group conference room, several channel partners suddenly received a text message. After glancing at the content, they exchanged nods and continued stirring up the crowd. "Everyone, it seems Miss Su can't pay us today. Let's not waste time. Let's take action. If we don't do something, Miss Su won't back down." "Exactly. Let's move. Whoever gets it first owns it." Under the instigation of a few troublemakers, The crowd once again became restless. This time, even Dong Fei couldn't hold them back. He advised Su On Yue, why don't you find a place to hide? With so many people, if things get out of hand, you might get hurt. As Dong Fei finished speaking, a chair flew through the air, narrowly missing Su On Yue. Behind her, more channel partners dragged chairs and stools, charging towards Su On Yue with menacing intent, as if they wanted to tear her apart. This was far from how channel partners should behave. They were acting like a bunch of thugs and hooligans. Su On Yue wasn't unafraid. It was a lie to say she wasn't. She looked expectantly toward the door, thinking, "Husband, when will you get here? All of you stop, try to move a finger, and see what happens." Just as the channel partners were less than a meter away from Su On Yue, a loud voice rang out at the conference room entrance. Simultaneously, a table flew with tremendous force, crashing in front of Su On Yue and pushing the channel partners back several meters. A few who couldn't dodge in time had their arms bloodied. "Wife, I'm here." Yihan appeared beside Su On Yue, gently pulling her into his arms. "It's okay. I'm here, and nothing will happen." Yihan's sudden arrival momentarily silenced the chaos. But then, the crowd became even more agitated. So what if Yihan is here? No money, no talk. Everyone, hurry up and take action. This is just their stalling tactic. The troublemakers in the crowd continued stirring up trouble, unaware that Yihan had already set his sights on them. Chapter 75. Is it really necessary to be this competitive? Slapping faces even to the beat. Asterisk asterisk. Boom. Boom. Yihan's figure moved like lightning as he charged into the crowd, swiftly extracting the noisy troublemakers within seconds and slamming them hard against the side of the conference room, toppling a large section of tables and chairs. "Finally, some peace," Yihan said calmly, dusting off his hands. His sharp gaze swept across the room as he asked, "Is there anyone else here who wants to make a move?" The leading troublemakers, who were channel partners, had long been loyal to the Yun family and had come with the sole intention of causing disruption. They had been particularly aggressive from the start. With these key troublemakers removed, the rest of the group, including Huang Bo, became much more subdued. "Ms. Su, is this how your company persuades people with reason? We came here today to demand our money, not to fight. If this is how Ms. Su treats us, then there's no point in continuing this discussion," Huang Bo said, his eyes betraying a hint of fear as he looked at Yihan. This Yihan, who seemed harmless at first glance, turned out to be incredibly violent when he acted. Those were tables weighing hundreds of pounds and burly men. Yet in Yihan's hands, they were as light as toys. Everyone present was cautious, afraid of provoking Yihan. There was never anything worth discussing in the first place. Yihan said with a cold smile, "You want money, right? Fine. I'll settle all your outstanding payments today. Listen carefully. Those who want immediate settlement, get over there. Those who don't need immediate settlement, come over here." Although the Yun family was behind today's incident, it provided the perfect opportunity to rid the company of some ungrateful partners. As soon as Yihan finished speaking, Dong Fei was the first to stand on Yihan and Su On Yue's side, followed by a few channel partners who were close to Dong Fei. On the other hand, Huang Bo disdainfully glanced at Yihan and Su On Yue before striding to the other side, saying, "I'd like to see how you're going to settle this today." Humph. Under Huang Bo's lead, nearly half of the channel partners followed him to the other side. Among them were several who had been considered confidants by Su On Yue. This mutiny-like rebellion made Su On Yue realize the true nature of human relationships. "Very well. You want money, do you? It seems you're not interested in continuing your partnership with the Su group. Let's sign the termination agreements then." Yihan nodded to Su On Yue, who immediately had her assistant bring in a stack of termination agreements. Seeing Yihan and Su On Yue so calm and composed, many of the channel partners on Huang Bo's side began to panic. "Huang Bo, why do I feel like they're not afraid at all? And it seems like they're very confident? Didn't you say they definitely don't have the money?" "Yeah, Huang Bo, this is our only shot. I only wanted to force the Su group to give us a 30% profit cut. How did things turn out like this?" "Exactly. We just wanted the money, not to terminate our partnership with the Sioux group. If we end our cooperation, what will we do for money in the future? Listening to the concerns of his allies, Huang Bo was also panicking inside. All his information came from Yun Feiyang, who told him what to do. Yun Feiyang had assured him that the Sioux group was definitely out of money and even promised that within an hour, he would have Suan Yue in his bed. At that point, the Sioux group would become a subordinate of the Yun family. That was why Huang Bo had dared to act so boldly. However, now that things had reached this point, Huang Bo had no other choice. The arrow was already on the bowstring. It had to be fired. Don't worry. They're just putting on a show. They definitely don't have the money. Just sign the agreements. Let's see how long they can keep up this act. Huang Bo chose to trust Yun Feiyang, believing that the Sioux group was broke and merely pretending to have money. Sign. By now, those on Huang Bo's side had already taken a stand, and it was too late to change their minds. Moreover, most of them had received benefits from the Yun family, and if they tried to back out now, the Yun family wouldn't allow it. After everyone had signed the agreements and Suan Yue and her assistant confirmed and stamped them, making them legally binding, Yihan snapped his fingers at the door and said, "Bring in that 100 million. Huh. Yihan's words left everyone puzzled. Bring in the money? Even though about half of the channel partners had chosen not to take their money today, the remaining amount was still in the tens of millions, close to 100 million. Was Yihan really going to settle the payments in cash? As soon as Yihan finished speaking, the conference room door opened, and Wang Fugue and Zhao Linglong pushed in 2 large carts, each carrying a towering stack of red banknotes into the room. The sight left everyone in the room gasping for air. Cash? It was really cash? 100 million in cash? Although those present were all seasoned businessmen who had handled transactions worth millions or even hundreds of millions, seeing 100 million in cash piled up like 2 mountains right in front of them was still an overwhelming and breathtaking sight. Even Suan Yue thought Yihan's approach was a bit too ostentatious, but she also felt a surge of satisfaction. You wanted money? Then let's slap you in the face with it until it hurts. Seeing that Yihan had actually brought in 100 million in cash, Dong Fei couldn't help but feel relieved. He had made the right choice in trusting the Sioux group, which would surely continue to thrive. Those who had chosen to stand with Yihan and not take their money immediately were even more grateful for their decision, knowing they would have suffered a significant loss otherwise. On the other hand, Huang Bo's side was in complete disarray. What's going on? Huang Bo, you said they couldn't come up with the money. What is this then? Yeah, Huang Bo, I've bet my entire career on this. Now that we've terminated our partnership with the Sioux group, what am I supposed to do? Huang Bo, you're screwing us over. Say something. What's the deal here? Huang Bo's face turned ashen, and he was so frustrated he wanted to tear his hair out. How the hell should I know? Damn it. Huang Bo had already figured out that the information Yun Feiyang had was flawed. Yun Feiyang had been fooled by Yihan and Suan Yue, and he, along with the others, had been misled by Yun Feiyang. As Suan Yue's assistant, Wang Fugue, and Zhao Linglong began counting the cash and calculating the amounts owed to each channel partner, Huang Bo took a deep breath and stepped forward with a forced smile, saying to Suan Yue, "Ms. Su, you see, I was just joking earlier. Maybe we don't need to take our money today? Please, be magnanimous and give us a chance to make amends. We'll prove ourselves in the future." Although Huang Bo knew that bowing his head like this was humiliating, he also knew that face and pride were nothing compared to real money. Being a channel partner for the Sioux group meant profits starting at 50%, and the company's reputation ensured that sales were never a problem. Continuing the partnership was like having a cash cow. Yes, Miss Su, I was out of line earlier. I'm sorry. That's right, Miss Su. I'm truly sorry. We were misled by those scoundrels. Please give us a chance. I deserve to be punished. Behind Huang Bo, several other channel partners also stepped forward, some even starting to slap themselves in the face. This behavior left their companions seething with anger. What the hell? If you're apologizing, just apologize. Why the hell are you slapping your face? Is it really necessary to be this competitive? If you're slapping your face to apologize, Do we have to do the same? If we don't, it seems like we're not sincere. Damn it. As a result, the remaining channel partners who wanted another chance all stood in place, raising their hands to slap their own cheeks. Slap, 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 slap. The conference room was filled with the rhythm of slapping sounds. Chapter 76, Killing with Words. Just 10 minutes ago, these distributors were still incredibly arrogant, shouting about dismantling the Su Group and sending Su On Yue to the police station. And yet, 10 minutes later, they were cowering like dogs, wagging their tails at Su On Yue. Huang Bo hesitated for a moment, seeing everyone else slapping their own faces. In the end, he had no choice but to bow to the power of money and slapped his own face hard. Ms. Su, I'm sorry. I was wrong. I deserve it. I was wrong. This absurd scene left Su On Yue somewhat reflective. However, she was unsure of how to proceed next and turned her gaze to Yihan. Yihan nodded and calmly addressed Huang Bo and the others. Mr. Huang, what's going on here? Are you all masochists? Or are you just swatting mosquitoes? There aren't any mosquitoes in the conference room, though. Su On Yue remained silent, leaving the decision to Yihan. Everyone present felt a chill run down their spines. It seemed today's matter was doomed. Damn. Does that mean all those slaps were in vain? Mr. Yi, we still want to continue our cooperation with the Su Group. Considering our past relationship with the Su Group, could you? Huang Bo trailed off, unable to finish his sentence. Past relationship? Was their relationship about dismantling the Su Group and sending Su On Yue to the police station? Huang Bo, do you even have the nerve to say that? Earlier, I tried to persuade you to take it easy for a day or two, but what did you do? Yihan hadn't even spoken yet when Dong Fei couldn't help but scold them. You don't want to cooperate with the Su Group. You just want to keep milking them for money, don't you? Su On Yue quietly explained to Yihan about Dong Fei's earlier assistance, and Yihan immediately understood. After Dong Fei finished speaking, Yihan looked at Huang Bo and the others with a hint of mockery. We gave you a chance, but you didn't know how to use it. So, that's not our fault. Take your money and leave. Even a dog knows how to wag its tail for its master. But you lot. You're just ungrateful wolves. With that, Yihan turned and respectfully bowed to Dong Fei. Mr. Dong, thank you for standing by On Yue in her time of need. Therefore, I hereby announce that Mr. Huang's market share will be fully taken over by Mr. Dong. Pausing for a moment, Yihan continued, Moreover, I have a major announcement to make. General Song Pa of Myanmar has terminated his agency cooperation with the Yun family in the provincial capital. As of yesterday, the Su Group is the sole general agent for General Song Pa in all of Great Xia. Don't look at me like that. General Song Pa and I are old friends, so it's only natural for him to sign a contract with my wife's company, isn't it? Yihan's words were like a bomb, completely stunning everyone present. Dong Fei and the other distributors who had sided with the Su Group never expected that the Su Group had such a hidden trump card. Was the secrecy around this news so tight? Being the sole general agent for General Song Pa's raw jadeite in the Great Xia meant what? It meant that the Su Jewelry Group had suddenly risen to become one of the top jewelry families in the Great Xia. Not just in Yunqing, but even in the entire Tianan province and the Great Xia, most jewelry merchants would have to curry favor with the Su Group. After all, only with raw jadeite could one cut out jade. With this general agency, the Su Group would likely soon expand its channels across the entire country, right? However, this news was too explosive, and everyone turned their gaze to Su On Yue, waiting for her confirmation. Su On Yue nodded. What my husband said is true. General Song Pa signed the contract with our company yesterday. The reason for the shortage in funds was because we paid a deposit of 100 million yuan to General Song Pa. The first batch of raw stones, totaling 20 containers, will arrive in a week. Hearing Su On Yue's confirmation, the room immediately erupted in excitement. Next to Dong Fei, several distributors couldn't help but howl with excitement, hugging each other and dancing wildly. Damn, they had bet right. The Su Group had become the general agent for the Great Xia, which meant that following the Su group wasn't just about having soup anymore, it was about taking off. It was easy to imagine that with the Su group expanding its network nationwide, the current distributors of the Su group would all rise with the tide. Distributors from county-level areas might even manage a city or even an entire province in the future. Excellent. Very excellent. On Yue, old man, I really didn't misjudge you. Even though Dong Fei was already quite old, he couldn't help but feel excited. On the other hand, Huang Bo and the others, who had just heard this explosive news, were completely dumbfounded. Some even fell to the ground. I was so foolish. Really? I was so foolish. What a great opportunity to make money. Continuing with the Su group would have been at least a tenfold, even 100-fold opportunity. That opportunity had been firmly in their grasp, but they had pushed it away. Blocking someone's path to wealth is like killing their parents. And all of this was because they had believed Huang Bo's words. Huang Bo, I'm going to kill you. Ah, you bastard, Huang Bo, you've ruined me. The group of distributors, like madmen, rushed at Huang Bo, pulling his hair, tearing his clothes, and beating him without holding back. The Su group had obtained the general agency rights, while they had so decisively betrayed the Su group. It was easy to imagine that in the future, with just one word from the Su group, these distributors could be completely blacklisted in the industry. Killing with words. Yi Han hadn't lifted a finger against these distributors. He had only announced 2 pieces of news, and they had started to tear each other apart. Seeing that things were about to get out of hand, Yi Han had the security guards separate them and instructed his assistant to continue paying them, as they couldn't afford to have anyone die in the Su group. It was a pity for these distributors. Yi Han paid them in cash, and with hundreds of thousands of yuan weighing dozens of pounds, they couldn't even carry it, creating another hassle. The internal turmoil of the Su group was finally resolved. Just as Suan Yue was about to relax, she suddenly received a phone call and her face changed dramatically. What? The counter at the city center was smashed? Suan Yue received the call, her face full of shock. The counter at the city center was the flagship store of the Su group in Yunqing, located in a mall. How could it have been suddenly smashed? I'll come over to handle it right away. Suan Yue had just hung up when another call came in from a different branch. Ms. Su, our store number 4 was suddenly smashed. Store number 2 was too. In just a few minutes, Suan Yue and her assistant had received dozens of calls. Almost all of the Su group's dozens of branches in Yunqing had been smashed. Husband. Suan Yue looked at Yi Han, her eyes filled with helplessness. Yi Han reached out and hugged Suan Yue, his eyes already icy. From the previous actions and now the smashing of the stores, Yi Han knew it was all Yun Feiyang's doing. Don't worry. Everything will be fine. Yi Han's expression darkened as he turned to Wang Fuguwei. Old Wang, how are the preparations for those 100 bulldozers going? I need them tonight. A tiny Yun family, after being warned last time, still didn't know how to restrain themselves. Then, it was time to flatten them. They're already prepared and can be deployed at any time. I'll immediately order them to gather towards the direction of the Yun family's estate. Wang Fuguwei understood Yi Han and quickly started making phone calls to arrange the matter. As Suan Yue listened to the constant reports coming in on her phone, she couldn't sit still. Husband, I need to go to the flagship store to take a look. Here. With Suan Yue leaving, she was worried about any further complications. Yi Han naturally understood Suan Yue's concerns. Since it was his wife's company, Yi Han should also lend a hand. Go ahead. I'll take care of things here. Be careful. Yi Han didn't think too much, but for safety reasons, he still called Li Hu. My wife is going out to handle some matters. Arrange a few brothers to keep an eye on her. Yi Han had originally only taken precautionary measures, fearing that something might happen to Suan Yue. But Yi Han had never expected that Yun Feiyang would actually dare to make a move against Suan Yue. Chapter 77. Miss Su, please come with us. The sudden upheaval at the Su group left Su Dong in a state of shock, his plans for celebration crumbling before his eyes. Why did this Yi Han have to be so infuriating? Su Dong secretly reported everything to Yun Feiyang, who, upon receiving the news, was furious. It's all because of Yi Han, that bastard. ruining my plans time and time again. Fine. Today, I'll definitely force myself on your wife and see how you can still be so smug. Yun Feiyang's first plan was to use the Su Group's distributors to create internal chaos within the company. The second plan was to destroy their stores. For this operation, Yun Feiyang had spent a considerable amount of money to hire Zhang Matzi, one of the four godfathers of Yunqing. Zhang Matzi was a force that could rival Li Hu, and he also hoped to use the power of the Yun family to rise to a higher level. Thus, the two quickly reached an agreement. The third plan was to kidnap Su Anyue and force himself upon her. It must be said that Yun Feiyang's intelligence was indeed on point. If it were anyone else, facing such a combination of tactics, they would have been completely overwhelmed, and everything would have proceeded according to Yun Feiyang's plan. Brother-in-law, Su Anyue has left the company. How are your preparations going? Su Dong, seeing Su Anyue leave, immediately began reporting to Yun Feiyang again. What Su Dong didn't know was that his phone call from the bathroom had been overheard by Wang Fuguwei, who had just come out. Connecting the dots with Su Dong's previous collusion with Yun Feiyang, Wang Fuguwei immediately realized the gravity of the situation and hurried to the conference room. Something was definitely wrong, and sister-in-law might be in danger. At this moment, Yun Feiyang was in a suite at the Yunqing Grand Hotel, dressed in a bathrobe, with 3 cameras set up in the room. Don't worry, I've got the room ready, the sedative prepared, and the cameras set up. Haha, I'll send you a copy of the documentary so you can enjoy the sight of your sister's beautiful figure. Haha. Absolutely, huh? That little lady, always acting so prim and proper. It's all an act. In the conference room, Yi Han was pressuring the reluctant distributors to settle their payments. Most of the distributors, including Huang Bo, had already settled their accounts. However, with so much cash, it was impossible to move it all at once, leaving them no choice but to call for more help. Brother, sister-in-law might be in danger. I just heard Su Dong on the phone, apparently reporting to Yun Feiyang, asking if he was ready. Why don't you follow sister-in-law? Leave this to me. I can handle it. Wang Fuguwei urged Yi Han, visibly anxious. Before Yi Han could respond, Li Hu's phone call came through. Young Master Yi, something's not right. My men were tailing President Su when they noticed others following her, apparently Zhang Matzi's men, and I just got news that the people who suddenly smashed the display counters today were also Zhang Matzi's men. I'm afraid they're planning something against President Su. I'm gathering my men to support her. I'm already on my way. With Li Hu reporting that Su Anyue was being followed, it was clear that the situation was indeed dire. That Zhang Matzi dares to make a move against the Su group, gather the men, will eliminate him today. Yi Han's eyes flashed with a cold, ruthless glint. The return of the Yi family's young master seemed to be lacking in spectacle. It was time to make an example of someone. In the provincial capital, the Yun family would be dealt with, and in Yunqing, it would start with eliminating Zhang Matzi. Thank you, young Master Yi. Li Hu was inwardly elated. Li Hu and Zhang Matzi had been rivals for years, their forces evenly matched, neither able to gain the upper hand. If anyone else had said they would eliminate Zhang Matzi, Li Hu might have doubted it. But with Yi Han's words, Li Hu had no doubt. Yi Han's own strength was awe-inspiring, and behind him stood the Yi family and the hidden Beiluo Gate. Crushing Zhang Matzi would be as easy as drinking water. After ending the call with Li Hu, Yi Han didn't hesitate, turning to Wang Fuguwei. Leave this to you. Wang Fuguwei was also skilled in martial arts, and more than capable of handling the distributors. Yi Han got up and prepared to head downstairs, with Zhao Linglong quickly following. The elders had instructed Zhao Linglong to stay by Yi Han's side 24/7, ensuring his safety at all times. Hearing that Yi Han was going to rescue someone, Zhao Linglong naturally wasn't at ease. Although she didn't practice martial arts, she believed in raw strength and thought her fists could be of some help. Yi Han didn't object to this. While quickly descending the stairs, he dialed Su Anyue's number. Honey, where are you now? I'm heading towards the main store in the city center, but the traffic is terrible. There are several business cars in front, and behind me moving really slowly and constantly changing lanes. It's so annoying. Suan Yue answered the phone, a bit puzzled. Honey, what's wrong? Is something the matter? At this moment, Suan Yue still didn't realize that those business cars weren't random. They were Zhang Mozi's men, already deliberately blocking her path. The situation was urgent. Yihan quickly started the car while instructing Suan Yue. On Yue, tell the driver to slow down and head towards crowded areas. Turn on location sharing and keep me updated. You're being targeted. Don't be afraid. I'm coming to save you. Ah. Suan Yue's eyes widened. In broad daylight, was someone really planning to kidnap her? However, thinking about the large-scale demands for payment from the distributors and the suspicious business cars around her, Suan Yue quickly realized. This was all Yun Feiyang's doing. Looking around, Suan Yue noticed that the traffic wasn't actually congested. The traffic jam was merely an illusion created by the cars around her. Xiao Wang, slow down and stop by the square ahead. Suan Yue ended the call, turned on location sharing, and instructed the driver, Xiao Wang, to stop by the square ahead. There, with police patrols and so many people around, even if someone wanted to harm her, they wouldn't dare act so brazenly, right? But to Suan Yue's surprise, instead of slowing down, the driver Xiao Wang stepped on the gas and drove into an alley. Miss Su, I'm sorry, but they offered too much. Don't worry, young Master Yun said he won't take your life. Take care. With that, Xiao Wang opened the door and leapt out, disappearing into the depths of the alley in an instant. Suan Yue was momentarily stunned. Her most trusted driver, Xiao Wang, had betrayed her? Without hesitation, Suan Yue opened the car door and rushed out. She had to save herself now, waiting for Yihan's arrival. However, the business cars that had been following her also stopped at the alley's entrance. A group of burly men in black, radiating menace, approached Suan Yue. Miss Su, don't struggle. Come with us. Young Master Yun has already booked the room. Chapter 78. Not a single survivor. Do you still have any respect for the law? In broad daylight, you dare to kidnap me? Suan Yue watched as the burly men closed in on her, her heart racing with anxiety. If she were to fall into Yun Feiyang's hands, the consequences would be dire, and Suan Yue was well aware of what that would mean. She had yet to give her pure body to Yihan, and if she were defiled by Yun Feiyang, she would regret it for the rest of her life. Suan Yue swung her handbag in an attempt to fend off the approaching men, but as a frail woman, she was no match for these burly thugs. Law? In Yunqing, my boss, Zhang Ma, is the law? The leader of the group sneered, snatching Suan Yue's handbag and reaching out to grab her wrist. But just as his fingers were about to touch her, a dull thud echoed in front of Suan Yue. A lean figure darted from behind the thug, brandishing a gleaming saber that sliced through the man's arm in one swift motion. How dare you lay a hand on the instructor's wife? You're asking for death. The one who arrived first was none other than Li Hu, the underground king of Yunqing. Accompanying Li Hu were several of his fiercest subordinates, including some who had been tailing Suan Yue in a business van. Miss Su, step back. Don't worry, Yi Xiao is on his way and should arrive in less than 5 minutes, Li Hu said, holding his saber and forming a protective circle around Suan Yue with his men. Ah! The thug who had his arm severed screamed in agony, leaping to his feet when he recognized Li Hu. Li Hu, are you tired of living? You dare to meddle in Brother Ma's affairs? You're dead meat. Wait until Brother Ma gets here, and you'll see. Zhang Ma and Li Hu had a long-standing feud, and everyone knew that a life-and-death showdown between them was inevitable, though the timing remained uncertain. If Zhang Ma dares to show up today, it'll be his end. Li Hu had been hesitant to confront Zhang Ma, as rumors suggested Zhang Ma had recruited a number of martial arts experts. But now that the instructor had ordered Zhang Ma's demise, Li Hu felt a surge of confidence. Haha, is that so? Li Hu, I'm here today, and I'd like to see how you plan to kill me. Just as Li Hu finished speaking, a clamor of footsteps echoed from the alley entrance. A group of men wielding sabers blocked the exit, trapping them inside. Leading the pack was none other than Zhang Ma, one of Yunqing's 4 underworld overlords. True to his nickname, His face was pockmarked, and a scar across his cheek only added to his menacing appearance. Li Hu glanced at Zhang Ma's entourage and saw that all 8 of Zhang Ma's top enforcers were present, along with several martial arts experts standing by his side. So, Zhang Ma, it seems you came prepared today. Li Hu's expression darkened. Zhang Ma had brought his entire force, which was far more than necessary for just capturing Suan Yue. This was clearly aimed at him. Still, despite the concern, Li Hu wasn't afraid. He had already spoken with Yi Han, who would arrive in 5 minutes. As long as Li Hu could hold out for those few minutes, Yi Xiao's arrival would spell Zhang Ma's doom. Haha, Li Hu, it seems you're not as stupid as I thought. I didn't plan to come personally, but when I heard you were here, I couldn't pass up this golden opportunity. Zhang Ma sneered. How does it feel to know this will be your final resting place? I wasn't planning to move against you so soon, but with the opportunity before me, I couldn't let it pass. My conscience wouldn't allow it. Zhang Ma spoke with an air of certainty, as if Li Hu were already defeated. Don't bother looking for reinforcements. I've made sure they won't reach you before I finish you off. Men, attack. Except for Suan Yue, leave no one alive. Zhang Ma was ruthless, striking with deadly intent and leaving no room for Li Hu to survive. Boss Hu, what do we do now? Li Hu's subordinates, seeing the overwhelming force before them, were panicking. They hadn't expected Zhang Ma to personally lead such a large force so quickly. Don't worry about me. Remember one thing. Protect Miss Su at all costs. Yes, sir. Bang. As Zhang Ma gave the order, his men surged forward, sabers in hand, charging at Li Hu and Suan Yue. The two sides clashed instantly, and fortunately, the narrow alley limited the number of attackers who could engage directly. Although Zhang Ma had the numerical advantage, only a handful could fight Li Hu and his men at any given time. Li Hu's subordinates were his toughest fighters, and they managed to fend off Zhang Ma's first and second waves of attacks with relative ease. But as the third and fourth waves hit, Li Hu's side began to falter. Several of his men were already wounded, increasing the pressure on the remaining defenders, who had to shrink their protective circle and retreat deeper into the alley with Suan Yue. It's your turn. Zhang Ma nodded to the martial arts experts by his side, who had been sent by Yun Feiyang to capture Suan Yue and were working alongside Zhang Ma. Martial arts experts were a cut above ordinary thugs, and their presence turned the tide. With the martial artist's intervention, Li Hu's men fell one by one, their focus solely on capturing Suan Yue. Touch her, and I swear you'll die without a grave. Li Hu, now bleeding from a wound to his shoulder, stood in front of Suan Yue, his saber in hand, determined to be her last line of defense. The two martial artists ignored Li Hu, delivering 2 powerful punches that sent him reeling, blood spilling from his mouth as his legs wobbled, threatening to collapse. Despite his lack of formal martial arts training, Li Hu's resilience was commendable. Li Hu finally succumbed, vomiting a mouthful of blood and gasping to Suan Yue. Miss Su, run. Yi Xiao will be here any second. Glancing at his watch, Li Hu saw that 4 minutes and 40 seconds had passed. Only 20 seconds remained until Yi Han's arrival. If he could hold on for just 20 more seconds, Suan Yue would be safe, and so would he. Miss Su, do you think you can escape? Young Master Yun has ordered us to strip you and deliver you to his bed. We won't hold back. As the two martial artists spoke, their eyes filled with lust as they grabbed Suan Yue's arms, ready to tear at her blouse. Suan Yue, the most beautiful CEO of Yunqing, was a prize these men were eager to claim for themselves. You bastards, you're asking for it. Li Hu roared, summoning the last of his strength to slash at one of the martial artists with his saber while biting down hard on the other's arm. You're insane. I'll end you for good. The martial artist, enraged, drew his saber and thrust it toward Li Hu's heart. Chapter 79. Act, Level the Yun family. Whoosh. In the nick of time, a battle blade flew through the air, slicing off the arm of the martial arts expert. At the same time, the hum of an engine echoed from outside the alley. A motorcycle roared as it soared off the ground, skimming along the walls and the ground of the alley, heading straight for Li Hu and Suan Yue. It wasn't just anyone who arrived, it was Yihan. As he approached Suan Yue, Yihan leapt off the motorcycle, swinging it with both hands and sweeping it toward the two martial arts experts beside her. Boom, boom. Those two martial arts experts were at the peak of the Huajin level, but in front of Yihan, they were nothing. They didn't even last a second before being smashed away, their bones shattering inch by inch as they flew through the air. After spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood, they landed on the ground, twitched a few times, and then fell still. Wife, it's okay now. Yihan pulled Su Anyue into his arms and gently patted her back. Su Anyue's heart, which had been hanging in the air, finally relaxed. She knew Yihan's strength. As long as Yihan was around, these thugs were nothing to worry about. Seeing Yihan arrive, Li Hu's tense nerves finally relaxed, and his body swayed, about to collapse to the ground. Yihan quickly reached out and steadied him, sealing a few acupoints on Li Hu's shoulder to stop the bleeding. Are you all right? Yihan could tell that Li Hu's energy was almost completely spent, to the point of being on the brink of exhaustion. As he supported Li Hu, a stream of energy flowed into his body, replenishing the strength he had lost. With Yihan's energy entering his body, Li Hu immediately felt a surge of strength returning. Overjoyed, he quickly replied, "Instructor, I'm fine. Thank goodness you arrived in time. Otherwise, I'd have no face to see you." Yihan nodded. "Today, you did well. But your strength is too low. I'm giving you something. After you go back, practice hard, and at least break through to the control level. Otherwise, you're not doing much as a boss." As he spoke, Yihan tossed a third-grade pill to Li Hu. Although fourth-grade pills were hard for Yihan to obtain, third-grade pills were abundant in Beiluo Shermin. While they were precious, they were of little use to Yihan now. However, for Li Hu, a third-grade pill was a priceless treasure. Usually, despite having considerable influence and wealth in Yun City, Li Hu and his men had no access to pill-making channels and couldn't buy them even if they had the money. Holding the pill bottle, even before opening it, the rich fragrance and powerful energy radiating from it made Li Hu's voice tremble with excitement. "Thank you, instructor. Thank you. From now on, I will serve you with everything I have." This was a third-grade pill, a treasure that many grandmasters dreamed of, and Yihan had just given it to Li Hu. With this pill, breaking through to the control level would be a breeze for Li Hu, and with luck, he might even grow into a grandmaster. On the ground, Li Hu's injured subordinates looked at him with envy. Yihan smirked and didn't hold back, pulling out a bag of first-grade pills and tossing them to the group. "I still have some first-grade pills here. Today, you all worked hard protecting my wife. Take these pills and use them. Under Li Hu's guidance, you should be able to grow into martial arts experts." "Thank you, young Master Yi." At this moment, everyone felt that today's efforts were worth it. A single pill to step into the martial arts realm. Imagine how smooth the path ahead would be. Yihan's sudden arrival and swift actions happened so fast that Zhang Mazi and his men didn't even have time to react. By the time they did, Yihan had already rescued Su Anyue and saved Li Hu from certain death. Zhang Mazi was initially worried, thinking Yihan had brought reinforcements, but seeing it was just Yihan alone, he calmed down. "So, this is the infamous Fei Wusaye of the Yi family? Lately, a lot of people have been wanting you dead. Even the Lin family head said that whoever takes your head will get 100 million. As Zhang Mazi spoke, a glint of greed flashed in his eyes as he stared at Yihan. "Young Master Yi, today you've come to us yourself. Don't blame us when you're in the ground. Kill. Leave none alive." Zhang Mazi's eyes flashed with ruthlessness as he issued the order to his men. "Li Hu, did you think you could get away with siding with Yihan? Let me tell you, the Yi family is about to fall, and today is your death sentence." As Zhang Mazi roared, he swung his battle blade, attempting to charge at Yihan himself. Yihan coldly glanced at Zhang Mazi, his entire body radiating a chilling aura of killing intent. Without hesitation, he stomped on the ground with his foot, swung the motorcycle off the ground, and charged into the middle of Zhang Mazi's group. Bang bang bang. Yihan, already a powerhouse beyond the martial lord level, viewed these thugs as nothing more than ants. With the motorcycle in hand, he swept through the crowd like a whirlwind. In just a few tens of seconds, over 100 of Zhang Mazi's men were left lying on the ground, none standing. Even Zhang Mazi's own martial arts experts and his so-called 8 golden generals, who boasted of their strength, were like paper in front of Yi Han, easily crushed. Are you even human? Zhang Mazi lay on the ground, his legs and arms broken, enduring the pain as he stared at the scene in shock. Who the hell said the young master of the Yi family was a good-for-nothing? This guy was a demon god. Boom. What made Zhang Mazi even more desperate was that their van parked at the alley entrance was smashed and kicked away by a woman with a single punch. It was Zhao Linglong, who had cleared the path and was now leading reinforcements arranged by Li Hu. No doubt, Zhang Mazi's men blocking the way had already been wiped out. Aside from Yi Han, there was another woman who was this fierce? Seeing this, Zhang Mazi knew he had lost. Zhang Mazi, didn't expect you'd have this day, did you? Li Hu dragged his battle blade, stepping on Zhang Mazi's chest and looking down at him with mockery. Zhang Mazi knew he wasn't going to survive today. Yun Feiyang sent me to capture Suan Yue. He's waiting in the VIP suite on the 8th floor of the Yun City Hotel. He told us to send her to him as soon as we got her. Also, the head of the Lin family, Lin Hua, contacted me to find a chance to take out young Master Yi. Yang Tao and Su Chao from the group are also on their side. I've told you everything I know. Give me a quick death. Zhang Mazi spilled the information to Yi Han and Li Hu, hoping for a swift end. Li Hu looked to Yi Han for approval, and after Yi Han nodded, he swung his blade and killed Zhang Mazi on the spot. A once mighty figure who ruled the area, Zhang Mazi met his end. With Zhang Mazi gone, Li Hu would naturally take over his territory. After today's battle, Li Hu would undoubtedly become the biggest underground kingpin in Yun City, and consolidating the entire city was just a matter of time. Of course, that was a matter for later. When Yi Han and Li Hu arrived at the Yun City Hotel, they were a step too late. Yun Feiyang had already escaped. However, the cameras and drugs in the room hadn't been taken away. Pack all this up, Yi Han said darkly to Li Hu. I'm heading to the provincial capital right now. All of this will be used on Yun Feiyang. Yi Han then immediately called Wang Fuguwei. Have those 100 bulldozers gather outside the Yun family estate right away. I'm heading to the provincial capital. Good. I've already prepared everything. We'll take the helicopter over, and it'll take less than 20 minutes to get there. 20 minutes later, at the entrance of the Yun family estate in the provincial capital, Yi Han, Wang Fuguwei, and Zhao Linglong disembarked from the helicopter. Outside the Yun family estate, 100 large bulldozers had already gathered, encircling the estate in layers, with their engines already started, waiting for Yi Han's command. Young Master Yi, everything is ready. We await your order. The leader of the bulldozer team, seeing Yi Han, quickly stepped forward, respectfully bowing and asking for instructions. Under the night sky, the sudden encirclement of so many bulldozers around the Yun family estate had already alarmed the Yun family members. Almost everyone had rushed out and gathered at the main gate. What is this supposed to mean? Is there no law anymore? Do they think they can just flatten our Yun family estate? Who the hell has the guts to do this? The members of the Yun family shouted and cursed at the bulldozers. Yun Batian, the leader, was initially puzzled about who would dare to target the Yun family, but upon seeing Yi Han and Wang Fuguwei, he immediately understood. Yun Feiyang's actions in Yun City, Yun Batian was naturally aware of. 10 minutes ago, Yun Feiyang had already called for help. Young Master Yi, I'm sorry, please spare the Yun family this time. Yun Batian, after extensive investigation, had come to know the extent of Yi Han's power. Even General Samfong treated Yi Han with such respect. How could a small family like the Yuns possibly be a match for Yi Han? Previously, when he heard that the Zhao family had pledged allegiance to Yi Han, Yun Batian thought it was just a rumor. But now, seeing Zhao Linglong standing respectfully by Yi Han's side, he realized it was no rumor. Yi Han had already subdued the Zhao family. Moreover, Yi Han was backed by the first family of Dixia, the Yi family, and also by Bei Luo Shermin. Although rumors said the Yi family had been severely weakened 3 years ago, it now seemed that the Yi family was on the verge of even greater heights. Yihan coldly stared at Yun Batian. Spare you? Last time, I warned you that if you dared to harass my wife again, I would flatten your Yun family. Did you think I was joking? You wanted to take my wife, bribed those distributors to besiege the Su group, smashed so many counters at the Su group, and even planned to forcefully take my wife. If your Yun family isn't wiped out, do you really think I, Yihan, am easy to bully? After finishing his cold rebuke, Yihan addressed the 100 bulldozers. Act. Level the Yun family. Chapter 80. He really dared to push, witnessing the fall of a family. As Yihan was about to make his move, Yun Batian was so regretful that he wanted to slap himself. If he had known Yihan was so powerful, he wouldn't have sent his son Yun Feiyang to Yunqing, nor would he have allowed Yun Feiyang to provoke Suan Yue and thus incur Yihan's wrath. Even though Yihan had already warned the Yun family through General Songpa, Yun Batian shouldn't have indulged Yun Feiyang in targeting the Su group again, nor should he have tried to salvage the cooperation with General Songpa. As for the power behind Suan Yue's mother, it was said to be indeed formidable, even capable of standing against the 4 sacred lands. But Yun Feiyang wanted a shortcut. He aimed to win Suan Yue's heart to gain support from her mother's side. How could things be that easy? Suan Yue and Yihan already had a strong bond. Suan Yue was even willing to give money to Yihan to go out and flirt with other women. And behind Yihan stood the Yi family, so a small family like the Yuns had no chance of competing with Yihan. Young Master Yi, please. Yun Batian knelt on the ground and crawled a few steps toward Yihan. Seeing so many members of the Yun family standing motionless, Yun Batian shouted at them. What are you all standing there for? Don't you all kneel down and beg young Master Yi? Yun Batian looked at Yihan with pleading eyes. Young Master Yi, everything was done by my foolish son Yun Feiyang. I take all the responsibility, and I apologize to you on his behalf. You can take my life, but please spare the Yun family. Seeing Yun Batian in such a state, Yihan hesitated for a couple of seconds. But before Yihan could speak, someone from the Yun family stepped forward. Uncle, why are you kneeling to this idiot? What can he do with all these bulldozers? We, the Yun family, aren't easy to deal with. Besides, Brother Yun has already returned to the provincial capital. He's gone to seek help from young Master Kong. We'll see who cries in the end. Don't be afraid, everyone. Grab your weapons. If anyone dares to touch a single hair of our Yun family, we'll kill them on the spot. Who have we ever been afraid of? Exactly. What are we afraid of? They only brought 3 people, and we have 30 bodyguards. Can't we handle them? That's right. They've already come to our doorstep. We can't be too cowardly. We must make them pay. That guy named Yihan, if you crawl over here and kneel to apologize to our Yun family, we might consider letting you off. The one speaking was Yun Boshin's nephew, named Yun Biao, whose name fit his bold and fierce nature. Under his instigation, the members of the Yun family began to echo his words, creating a noisy commotion. Some even fetched weapons like swords from the Yun family's courtyard, ready to fight Yihan and his men. Shut up. If you don't want to die, all of you kneel down. Yun Batian was almost frantic. They truly didn't know how powerful Yihan was. The Yi family was the top of the 6 great families in the Great Xia Empire. 3 years ago, everyone thought the Yi family was severely weakened after an attack, but in reality, Yihan had been biding his time and developing. The entire world of the Great Xia might be about to change. Yun Patriarch, is this how your Yun family apologizes? Yihan coldly looked at Yun Batian, his eyes flashing with a hint of ruthlessness. The Yun family must be destroyed today. Before Yun Batian could speak, a dozen minivans stopped at the entrance of the Yun family's mansion. Yun Feiyang, accompanied by a group of black-clad bodyguards wielding swords, stormed down, radiating murderous intent. Seeing his father kneeling before Yihan, he roared, Yihan, you're asking for death. Young Master Kong, it's him. Have your men attack. If you can kill him, I'll double your reward. Yun Fei-yong signaled to a young man wearing sunglasses beside him, preparing to make a move against Yihan. In Yunqing, it was Yihan's territory, and Yun Fei-yong didn't dare to do anything to Yihan. But now that they were back in the provincial capital, Yun Fei-yong felt he had regained his confidence. He had even invited young Master Kong from a prominent family in the provincial capital, mobilizing the strongest guards of his family, the Black Guards, to deal with Yihan. Before young Master Kong could speak, Zhao Linglong by Yihan's side had already made her move. With a single leap, she charged toward the business car young Master Kong was in and delivered a devastating punch. Boom! Zhao Linglong's powerful punch sent the over 1-ton car flying into the air, landing dozens of meters away. When my young master Yi is handling business, anyone who dares to interfere will meet this fate. Zhao Linglong's voice was cute, but the threat in her words left no one in doubt. I am Zhao Linglong, the only beloved daughter of the Zhao family. Anyone who dares to oppose young master Yi is declaring war on the Zhao family. Feel free to try. This time, without Yihan's prompting, Zhao Linglong took the initiative to act. It was also because her attitude toward Yihan was gradually improving, realizing that Yihan wasn't as bad as the rumors suggested. Though the Zhao family usually kept a low profile, few in the entire southwest region were unaware of their existence. The deterrence of a hidden, powerful family was no joke. This young Master Kong, whose real name was Kong Fei, had his words stuck in his throat. The Yun family had bitten off more than they could chew this time. The Zhao family was backing Yihan. Who would dare to act rashly? Wait, Yihan? The Yi family? Kong Fei suddenly thought of a name he was quite familiar with recently. Yihan from Yunqing, the first family of the Great Xia Empire? The young master who had made a bold return? The one who had disrupted the engagement ceremony of the Xin and Lin families? Damn it! Yun Fei-yong, you're trying to get me killed. After piecing together the situation, especially seeing Yun Fei-yong's father, Yun Batian, still kneeling before Yihan, Kong Fei instantly understood everything. Young Master Yi, I'm sorry. I was deceived by that scoundrel. I didn't know it was you. We'll leave now. After bowing respectfully to Yihan several times, Kong Fei signaled his men to retreat, almost crawling as they moved back over 100 meters. Young Master Kong, you promised me? Yun Fei-yong began to panic. Seeing Kong Fei flee at the sight of Yihan, he had lost his biggest support. With just the Yun family's forces, what was the point of even trying? Young Master Yi, Yun Fei-yong looked at Yihan in terror, his legs giving way as he collapsed to the ground. I was wrong. Yun Fei-yong had orchestrated 3 attacks in Yunqing, disrupting the internal operations of the Su group, attacking all of Su's counters, and planning to kidnap Su Anyue to force a marriage. But all were easily thwarted by Yihan. Now, back in the provincial capital, the reinforcements Yun Fei-yong had sought hadn't even made a move and were already scared off by Yihan. Yun Fei-yong was utterly juewang. Now you know you're wrong? What were you thinking earlier? Yihan coldly stared at Yun Fei-yong. I gave you a chance. Initially, when you harassed my wife, I didn't bother with you. Then you chased us to the villa, and I only taught you a lesson. Later, General Songpa came to sign the contract and warned you again. Did you really think I, Yihan, was easy to bully? No. I just wanted to send you to the west, to die. Yun Fei-yong, who had been kneeling and apologizing to Yihan, suddenly pulled out a desert eagle from his body and pulled the trigger at Yihan's chest. Haha, Yihan, aren't you very powerful? Let's see how you dodge a bullet. Yun Fei-yong, at this moment, still wanted to kill Yihan. Yun Batian, beside him, closed his eyes in despair. No. Snap. Before Yun Fei-yong could pull the trigger, Yihan acted. His hand swept across the gun, and Yun Fei-yong's weapon disassembled into pieces, falling to the ground. Boom. Yihan's foot slammed into Yun Fei-yong's chest with a powerful burst of martial energy, shattering Yun Fei-yong's internal organs. Blood gushed from his 7 orifices, and his life force was shattered, though he wouldn't die immediately. Yun Fei-yong had booked a hotel room, still planning to covet Yihan's woman. Well, Yi Han would send him on his final journey. Lao Wang, have the Dobermans and the drugs we prepared earlier been readied? Wang Fugui nodded. That container over there is prepared for him. Come on, young Master Yun. Enjoy your moment of revelry. As Wang Fugui dragged Yun Feiyang away, Yi Han waved his hand. 100 bulldozers rumbled into action. In perfect unison, they advanced forward, and the luxurious Yun family mansion, starting from the main gate, began to collapse under the iron shovels of the bulldozers. Dust billowed, and the sound of collapsing buildings echoed. What was being witnessed was the fall of an entire family. Not far away, Kong Fei watched with trepidation, his eyes on Yi Han burning with even more fervor. Dominance. This young Master Yi really dared to push. On the surface, it seemed like they were just demolishing the Yun family's mansion and buildings, but in reality, it was the annihilation of the entire Yun family. Chapter 81. A stone throws 1,000 ripples. Yun Feiyang's cousin, unaware of his impending doom, rushed forward to block the bulldozer, thinking it would stop because someone was in its path. But the result was that he was crushed by the bulldozer without even a single scream. This scene directly shocked everyone. The Yun family disciples who had originally planned to block the bulldozer together with Yun Biao were now frantically trying to escape from between the bulldozers. What a pity for my jade bracelet. And my safe. The Yun family members were still lamenting the valuables and money they had stored at home. But they didn't know that from this moment on, the once prominent Yun family of the provincial city was finished. Yun Batian collapsed to the ground, his eyes vacant, muttering to himself, "Ancestors of the Yun family, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." On the other side, a loud noise came from the nearby container, followed by Yun Feiyang's howling screams. "Ah, no, I can't take it anymore. Let me out." What would happen if the drugs meant for women were given to Yun Feiyang, and he was locked up with a pack of wolves? The picture was too beautiful to imagine. 100 bulldozers gathered outside the Yun family residence, and such a big commotion actually attracted the attention of many other families in the provincial city. The Kong family, the Liao family, the Yin family, the Zhou family, each sent representatives to quietly observe the scene. When they saw that Yi Han had really flattened the Yun family, they were all shocked. They reported the situation to their respective families while uploading videos of the scene to the internet. The Yun family was flattened by a mysterious expert. What's it like to flatten a mansion with 100 bulldozers? The Yun family of the provincial city is finished. Various short videos began to ferment and boil on the internet. And in the provincial city, the major aristocratic families became nervous. What? Yi Han is in the provincial city? What is that plague god doing here? Tell everyone at home to stay far away from Yi Han. My goodness, Yi Han is not easy to deal with. He even dared to destroy the Yun family, who said the Yi family was declining. Come, keep an eye on Yi Xiao's whereabouts and create an opportunity for me to meet him by chance. This young man will surely achieve great things in the future. Yi Han's bold actions were like throwing a stone into the calm lake of the provincial city, causing a series of ripples. All the assets and stocks of the Yun family plummeted. Yi Han stood outside the Yun family courtyard and suddenly thought of someone. Xian Ruoyun. Xian Ruoyun had previously been a candidate for Yi Han's fiancée. His grandfather had said that for many years, the Xian family had been secretly helping the Yi family. Moreover, although the Xian family had canceled the engagement, they did not side with the Lin family at the last moment. Then, let's give the Xian family a gift. Ex-wife. Just as Yi Han was about to dial Xian Ruoyun's number, her call came through first. Yi Han, be careful recently and try not to go out. I heard that the Lin family hired Blood Robe Gate experts, 3 of them, and the Gu cult also sent experts. They are all here to kill you. Be careful. If you need help, I can lend you some experts. Blood Robe Gate? If they didn't come to find him, Yi Han would go to find them. Moreover, on the surface, Yi Han only had Wang Fugui and Zhao Ling Long by his side, but in the shadows, there was also Han Zhua protecting him. Han Zhua was also a master above the level of a Grand Master, specializing in stealth and assassination. with combat strength comparable to that of a martial saint. With such a super bodyguard, it was difficult for ordinary assassins to get close to Yi Han now. And with Yi Han's current strength, he had no fear of these trash. Okay. I know, I was just about to call you, ex-wife, to thank you for informing me. I've decided to give you a gift. After a pause, Yi Han continued, the Yun family courtyard in the provincial city has been flattened by me, and now all the stock prices of the Yun family are plummeting. If you have any thoughts, you can buy low and take over the Yun family's assets. Ah. Shin Ruoyun was stunned for a few seconds upon hearing Yi Han's words. Yi Han had directly flattened the Yun family in the provincial city? But thinking of Yi Han's terrifying methods, Shin Ruoyun quickly came to terms with it. Yi Han was indeed capable of such a thing. Thank you. Shin Ruoyun's voice was gentle. Are you in the provincial city now? When are you coming back? I want to invite you to dinner. The tenderness in her voice was almost dripping with affection. How could Yi Han not know what Shin Ruoyun was thinking? Was she really just thinking of having dinner together? This little lady clearly wanted to devour him. We'll see. Since he was in the provincial city, Yi Han had to deal with the Zhou family besides handling the Yun family's affairs. The Zhou family was one of the direct accomplices who had attacked the Yi family back then. Unlike the Zhao family, they had directly attacked the Yi family and were also involved in the business of the royal number one little sister. Yi Han naturally wouldn't let them off. In the Zhou family courtyard of the provincial city, the head of the Zhou family, Zhou Ming, looked at the video of the Yun family being flattened on his phone, his face dark. Humph. This Yi Han is too arrogant. How dare he act so recklessly in the provincial city? Isn't there anyone to control him? Because of the royal number one incident, the Zhou family had clashed with Yi Han twice. Zhou Tao had tried to assassinate Su Chan, but had just happened to run into Yi Han and was directly killed. The Zhou family's steward had negotiated with Su Yun to seize royal number one, but was also killed by Yi Han disguised as Yi Jun Tian. Although Zhou Ming had no evidence, he was very certain that it was Yi Han who had killed his son and the steward. Master, you said, Yi Han is in the provincial city. Will he also target our Zhou family? Beside Zhou Ming, his assistant spoke with some worry. Yi Han is a madman. He dared to flatten the Yun family. If he knows the Zhou family was involved in the attack on the Yi family back then, he... Shut up. Zhou Ming was terrified by his subordinate's words. Since Yi Han's return, ever since his son Zhou Tao was killed, Zhou Ming hadn't slept a single peaceful night. 3 years ago, wasn't it said that the Yi family was doomed? Yi Han had even had his kidneys removed and become a cripple, but now, where does he look like a cripple? What was Lin Hua up to? Didn't he claim to have hired blood robe gate experts to assassinate Yi Han? The young master of the capital Su Du, whom Zhou Ming had contacted, had indeed promised to bring sacred-level experts to eliminate Yi Han, but there had been no action yet. Zhou Ming could only place his hopes on the Lin family at this point. Thinking of this, Zhou Ming immediately dialed Lin Hua's phone. Lin Jiazhu, what's the situation now? Didn't you hire blood robe gate people to deal with Yi Han? Why is Yi Han now causing trouble in the provincial city? On the other end of the phone, Lin Hua had also seen the video of Yi Han flattening the Yun family and was also full of anxiety. The Yun family had only provoked Yi Han's wife's Su group, and Yi Han had directly flattened their mansion, while the Lin family had been one of the main forces in the attack on the Yi family back then. Given Yi Han's personality, wouldn't he want to completely destroy the entire Lin family? If Yi Han continued like this, it would probably soon be the Lin family's turn. The second wave of blood robe gate experts will arrive in the provincial city tonight. Yi Han will definitely not survive past tomorrow night, and our Lin family will also declare war on the Yi family in full force. This time, with the operation of the United States law fight, the Yi family will undoubtedly lose. Lin Hua was particularly confident this time, because, in the Great Xia, besides the Lin family and those other families wanting the Yi family to perish, the most important royal family also didn't want the Yi family to be too strong. Chapter 82. A beautiful invitation. That's good, that's good. Zhou Ming felt a sigh of relief upon hearing Lin Hua's words. After hanging up the phone, he turned to his assistant and asked, "How is the arrangement for Su Yun at Royal Number 1? That little bitch. They want to take back the club we took from them last month? Dream on. The assistant quickly replied, Don't worry, patriarch. I've already arranged for someone to keep an eye on her. Just give the word, and we can act at any time. Zhou Ming snorted coldly and nodded. Humph. That little bitch actually teamed up with Yihan, killing my brother and my son. And now she dares to come to the provincial capital? I won't rest in peace until I see her dead. The assistant smirked lewdly. Patriarch, it would be a shame to kill her so quickly. You've seen how beautiful Su Yun is. We could enjoy her first before finishing the job. It would also serve as a warning to that bitch Su. You're right. Where is Su Yun now? I want to see her under me right now. She's at the Huadu Hotel. Patriarch, please follow me. I'll lead the way. At the Huadu Hotel, room 901, Su Yun had just finished her bath, wearing a thin gauze nightgown, lying on the bed, swinging her bare feet and scrolling through videos. The Yun family's mansion in the provincial capital was flattened by a mysterious expert. This explosive video immediately caught Su Yun's attention. When she watched it a second time, she suddenly noticed a familiar figure in the video. Yihan? He's also in the provincial capital. So, he's the one who flattened the Yun family? Oh my. Su Yun sat up on the bed, her clothes slipping down to reveal her white collarbone, which she didn't even notice. She knew that the Yun family had been targeting the Su group recently, and now, Yihan had directly flattened the Yun family with a bulldozer. Was this a passionate act for the sake of beauty? Su Yun couldn't help but feel a bit envious of Su Anyue, having such a great husband. At the same time, she felt sorry for Su Chan. Yihan was originally Su Chan's senior brother, and they had grown up together. Yet, Su Chan didn't dare to acknowledge Yihan, and that night, she even let Yihan take advantage of her. Thinking about what Yihan did to her that night, Su Yun's heart started racing. Humph, you bad guy, taking advantage and then trying to walk away? After some thought, Su Yun decided to call Yihan and invite him out for a late-night snack. It wasn't for herself, but for Su Chan. Yes, that's right. Since Su Chan isn't being proactive, I'll take the initiative and help her win Yihan over. Seeing the Yun family's mansion flattened, Yihan's lips curled into a cold smile as he signaled into the darkness. Hidden in the shadows was Han Zhua. Yihan understood the principle of cutting the grass and removing the roots. The Yun family wanted to kill Yihan, so Yihan wouldn't show them any mercy. Being lenient to enemies is being cruel to oneself. None of the Yun family's core members would be left alive, but Yihan didn't need to lift a finger. As the top assassin of Beiluo Gate, Han Zhua had 100 ways to deal with the Yun family members. Car accidents? Jumping off buildings? Poisoning? Yihan didn't need to get his hands dirty. Just as Yihan was about to turn and leave, Su Yun's call came through. Yihan smirked and answered the phone. What? Are you ready to fulfill your promise, Sister Yun? Yihan teased Su Yun on purpose. That night, Su Yun had begged Yihan to step in and intimidate Ling Tian and the others from the Zhou family who were negotiating. The condition she offered was that if Yihan agreed to help Royal Number 1, she would do whatever Yihan wanted. On the other end of the line, Su Yun blushed upon hearing Yihan's words. Hey, why are you so bad? But I dare to offer. Do you dare to come? After a moment of shyness, Su Yun quickly regained her composure. After all, she was the public face of the club, and although she was virtuous, she was still a mature seductress with plenty of tricks up her sleeve. You're also in the provincial capital? Yihan was slightly surprised. What are you here for? Yes, your little junior sister, Chu Yan, is here to handle some business and ran into some trouble. I came to help out. Su Yun replied. Chu Yan? Yihan smiled faintly. Recently, through the resources of the Yi family and the reactivated Beiluo Gate, Yihan had almost fully investigated the identity of Chu Yan. She was actually Su Chan, who had been taken back from Beiluo Gate years ago. But since Su Yun hadn't revealed it, Yihan didn't point it out. All right, where are you? I'll come find you right away. Hearing that his little junior sister was in trouble, Yihan naturally wanted to help. Without waiting for Su Yun's invitation, he decided to go to her. Room 901 at the Huadu Hotel. I'll be waiting for you. As Su Yun hung up the phone, her voice was intentionally seductive. At the Huadu Hotel, upon hearing that Yi Han was coming to find her, Su Yun quickly got up, freshened up, reapplied her makeup, and changed into a low-cut white t-shirt and a denim mini-skirt. She looked alluring and full of charm. I don't believe I can't win back a bit of your heart with my charm. I'm doing this for Xiao Chan. In fact, Su Yun didn't know that in Yi Han's heart, Xiao Chan had always held a significant place. And Su Yun's actions were essentially sacrificing herself. After getting ready, Su Yun went downstairs, planning to wait for Yi Han at the hotel entrance. After all, even if something were to happen, they should at least have something to eat first. Screech. As soon as Su Yun appeared at the hotel entrance, several minivans stopped in front of her. Zhou Ming and a group of his men got out of the cars and surrounded Su Yun. Zhou Ming? What do you want? Seeing Zhou Ming, Su Yun's eyes showed a trace of fear. Su Yun had come to the provincial capital to help Su Chan take back the industries that the Zhou family had seized. But before Su Chan and Su Yun could act, Zhou Ming had found her first. And judging by Zhou Ming's expression, it seemed he wasn't here with good intentions. What do you think we want? Su Yun, don't you know what you did to my son in Yunqing? And my brother, along with the butler, all died there. Do you dare to say it has nothing to do with you? Zhou Ming scrutinized Su Yun from head to toe, his gaze particularly drawn to her exposed waist, which caught his attention. What a beauty! Zhou Ming, everything needs evidence. Do you have any proof that I killed your son? And what does Ling Tian's death have to do with me? Su Yun knew that all this was done by Yi Han, but Yi Han had handled it cleanly, and Zhou Ming wouldn't be able to find any evidence. Evidence? Do I need evidence to do things? Zhou Ming? If I think it's you, then you and that bitch Su Chan won't get away. Men, tie her up. Trying to take back the industries from my Zhou family? Dream on. Chapter 83. Miss, following you offers no hope. You dare. Su Yun didn't know martial arts. Seeing several bodyguards approaching, she waved her handbag, trying to drive them away, but it was useless. Two bodyguards grabbed Su Yun's hands and were about to forcibly drag her upstairs. At this moment, the entrance of the hotel had already gathered a crowd of onlookers. Although these onlookers all felt sympathy for Su Yun, no one dared to step forward. Even the security guards of Huadu Grand Hotel, seeing the scene, turned their heads away as if they hadn't seen anything. Sigh. That's the Zhou family. Who would dare to provoke them? Exactly. It's said that the Zhou family has the support of the Su family from the capital, and in the future, they will definitely be a local overlord. Even the Zuntiansi will have to give them face. Disgusting. The Zhou family is all the same. I heard that both Zhou Tao and Zhou Ming, father and son, forcibly took the same girl for the night within 2 days. Wow, they must be kindred spirits, huh? Just as Su Yun was about to be taken into the hotel by Zhou Ming's men, a BMW stopped at the hotel entrance. Su Chan and her assistant rushed out of the car in a hurry. What do you think you're doing? As she spoke, Su Chan dashed forward and punched the two bodyguards beside Su Yun, sending them flying. Su Chan had learned martial arts alongside Yi Han at Beiluo Sherman. Although her strength and talent were inferior to Yi Han's, she was now at the peak of mastery, a half-step grandmaster. Dealing with the ordinary martial arts experts around Zhou Ming was effortless. The other martial arts experts around Zhou Ming were about a step forward to help, but before they could get close to Su Yun, they were knocked down by Su Chan. Zhou Ming, your boldness is growing. Don't forget your identity. You are merely an affiliated family of the Su family. Do you really not put me, the young lady, in your eyes? Let me tell you, my grandfather is still alive. Back then, the Su family had paid a huge price to rescue Su Chan from the scene of the Beiluo Sherman attack because at that time, Su Chan's grandfather was in control of the entire family. Moreover, according to Su Chan's grandfather's intentions, the entire Su family was to be handed over to Su Chan in the future. Therefore, when her grandfather was still lucid, he explicitly gifted all the industries in the southwest to Su Chan. This included several clubs in Yun City, several major hotels in the provincial capital, and secretly set up casinos. Later, for unknown reasons, her grandfather suddenly fell ill and slipped into a coma. Under the support of some elders of the family, the power gradually fell into the hands of Su Du, who then marginalized and even hunted down Su Chan. In desperation, Su Chan not only left the core of the capital family, but also lost the industries in the provincial capital to the Zhou family. Eventually, she could only survive in Yun City. Hee. Su Chan, you've finally shown up, haven't you? Seeing Su Chan, Zhou Ming showed no panic, but rather a hint of delight. My identity indeed requires me to be loyal to the Su family, but unfortunately, the one in power now is Su Du and your grandfather. As long as Su Du wishes, he can die at any time, understand? You! Su Chan's chest heaved with anger at Zhou Ming's words, and she also heard another implication from his words. Grandfather's illness was caused by Su Du. How could he dare? Zhou Ming sneered, only realizing this now? It's too late. Su Du's exact words were, kill them on sight. So, sorry, attack? Zhou Ming shouted at the bodyguards around him. Su Chan, of course, didn't take it seriously. Zhou Ming, without Su Du's elite experts, do you really think you, a bunch of nobodies, can kill me? Dream on. Su Chan's martial prowess was formidable. The only individuals within the Zhou family she might have hesitated to confront were their old ancestor and the family's Ganjialing Te. But just a couple of days ago, Su Yun mentioned that Ling Tian had been killed by Yi Jun Tian. So now, the Zhou family was greatly weakened, which was why Su Chan dared to reclaim the previous industries from the Zhou family. Having operated in the southwest and Tianan province for so many years, as the direct descendant of the Su family, Su Chan naturally had some loyal subordinates. For example, the assistant who followed Su Chan, Yao Tong, was brought from the capital by Su Chan. Apart from Su Yun, Yao Tong was Su Chan's most trusted subordinate. Is that so? Su Chan, you're too confident. Zhou Ming smiled faintly and gave Yao Tong a meaningful look. In the next moment, in Su Chan's astonished eyes, Yao Tong suddenly struck. Zzz. Yao Tong's electric baton suddenly jabbed at Su Chan's waist, the powerful high voltage and current causing Su Chan's body to convulse violently. Turning her head, she looked at Yao Tong in disbelief. Yao Tong, you. Su Chan never expected that her most trusted subordinate, Yao Tong, would betray her at such a critical moment. I'm sorry, miss. They offered too much. The young master said that as long as I capture the young lady, he will marry me. And miss, following you, I see no hope. Yao Tong retracted the electric baton, showing no remorse for her actions. Su Chan closed her eyes in despair. What a fool, even believing such nonsense about marrying Yao Tong. What kind of person is Su Du? Doesn't Yao Tong know? Well done. Miss Yao, would you mind if I took them to the hotel to have some fun before killing them? Seeing Su Chan captured, Zhou Ming breathed a sigh of relief. His eyes filled with lust as he looked at Su Yun and Su Chan. Having two beautiful women at once would be incredibly satisfying. Haha. Hurry up, lest something unexpected happens. Yao Tong frowned, having just agreed with Zhou Ming, but looking at Su Chan, she suddenly changed her mind. I feel uneasy. How about this? Let's kill Su Chan first, anyway. Warm body. Also good. Yao Tong's words left Zhou Ming stunned for a few seconds, but understanding her meaning, his pupils dilated. This Yao Tong, she's quite wild herself. All right. Zhou Ming glared fiercely at Su Chan and said to Yao Tong, who's going to do it? You or me? Yao Tong hesitated for a moment, then handed the saber to Zhou Ming. You do it, Lord Zhou? Zhou Ming nodded, without hesitation, raised the saber and stabbed fiercely at Su Chan's heart. Zhou Ming, you will die a horrible death. My senior brother will know. He will never let you off. Su Chan, after being electrocuted, had no strength left in her body. Seeing Zhou Ming's saber coming at her, she had the skills but no strength to resist. No, Su Yun, beside her, tried to rush over to help, but was firmly held back by two bodyguards, unable to escape. Just as Su Chan closed her eyes in despair, a cold shout suddenly rang out on the scene. touch even a single hair on her, and you're dead? In the next moment, Zhou Ming found that his hand holding the saber could no longer move forward at all, as if it were clamped by a pair of iron pliers. Who the hell dares to interfere with the Zhou family's affairs? But before he could finish, Zhou Ming was drenched in cold sweat. Chapter 84. The Terrifying Secret of the Immortal Bone. Because of that voice just now, Zhou Ming was all too familiar with it. Although Zhou Ming and Yi Han had never met, his subordinates had reported all of Yi Han's information to him. For Yi Han's voice, Zhou Ming was more than familiar. This plague god wasn't still at the Yun family's place, was he? Zhou Ming wanted to take advantage of this time difference, thinking that Yi Han wouldn't appear here, so he hurried to make his move. And in the end, Yi Han still suddenly appeared on the scene. Damn it! Is Yi Han a natural nemesis for the Zhou family? Crack! Yi Han's hand surged with violent energy, instantly crushing Zhou Ming's wrist. The shockwave from the energy also shattered the battle knife in Zhou Ming's hand, scattering fragments all over the ground. Humph! Did you ever think you'd face this day when your Zhou family attacked my Yi family back then? Yi Han sneered coldly, kicking Zhou Ming in the chest with a kick infused with fierce energy. As Zhou Ming's body flew backward, a series of loud cracking sounds came from his ribs. Ah! Zhou Ming let out a scream like a slaughtered pig, spewing a mouthful of blood. He felt his chest collapse, creating a visible dent, with all his ribs broken. Breathing felt like his lungs were punctured. Yi Han, you? Hearing Yi Han's words, Zhou Ming finally understood. It seemed Yi Han had uncovered the truth about the attack on the Yi family. The Lin and Zhou families were the two already exposed. That's why Yi Han had been so brutal in killing Zhou Tao and the Zhou family's steward, Ling Tian. Connecting all the dots, Zhou Ming finally understood. Otherwise, based on Zhou Ming's speculation, just because of the Royal No. 1 incident, Yi Han wouldn't have killed Ling Tian, let alone Zhou Tao. Avenging a massacre. If it were Zhou Ming, once he knew the enemy, he wouldn't let a single one off. Little sister, you've suffered. Asterisk bang. Bang. Asterisk. Yi Han punched out twice, knocking the two bodyguards beside Su Chan flying. He pulled Su Chan into his arms, channeling energy into her body to quickly restore her strength. Brother. Recently, Yi Han's actions in Yunqing and the provincial capital, Su Chan had a general idea of. From all the signs, it seemed her brother had already regained his strength. Moreover, he had already investigated most of the enemies who attacked the Yi family. So, her identity was naturally no longer a secret. There was no point in hiding it anymore. Forgive me for not daring to acknowledge you before. I was afraid of dragging you down. Su Chan's voice trembled with tears. Back then, they all said you were dead. Master was also gone. For so long, I couldn't contact you. Wah. 3 years, over 1,000 days and nights, Su Chan had been constantly thinking of Yi Han, recalling every moment they had shared together. However, Su Chan had also inquired about Yi Han's news many times, but with such a major incident within the Su family, and later, Su Chan herself being in dire straits, she had no extra energy to search for Yi Han. Until last time, when they met in Yunqing. At that moment, Su Chan was worried about becoming a burden to Yi Han. However, now that Yi Han had returned with overwhelming power, beginning to settle scores with the Zhou family, even if Su Chan remained hidden, others would soon become aware of Yi Han's actions. 3 years of suppressed emotions erupted in front of Yi Han. Yi Han gently kissed Su Chan on the forehead, allowing her to lean against his chest, where she could finally release 3 years of longing, grievances, and worries. Although Yi Han was usually carefree, for his little sister, he always kept her in his heart, genuinely. Seeing Yi Han appear and so easily take down Zhou Ming and his bodyguards, Yao Tong instantly made a judgment. Today, killing Su Chan would be very difficult. As Su Chan's most trusted subordinate, Yao Tong had betrayed her at a critical moment. If she fell into Su Chan and Yi Han's hands, she knew exactly what fate awaited her. So, taking advantage of Yi Han and Su Chan's intimate moment, Yao Tong tried to sneak away. But just as she took a step, Yi Han noticed her. Asterisk swish. Swish. Swish, asterisk. Yi Han's ankle surged with energy, sending the shattered knife fragments flying, piercing Yao Tong's body and leaving her riddled with wounds, severely injured. However, Yao Tong didn't die immediately, collapsing weakly to the ground. Beauty, I hate betrayers the most. Did you think about this outcome before you betrayed her? Yi Han slapped Yao Tong on the shoulder, sealing her meridians, coldly staring at her. Yao Tong glared hatefully at Yi Han. In just 2 minutes, she had fallen from heaven to hell, all because of this Yi Han. Do whatever you want with me. Xiao Chan, you handle her. If you can't bring yourself to do it, I can. Yi Han released Su Chan from his embrace, glancing at Yao Tong. Su Chan nodded, her eyes flashing with a hint of ruthlessness. All right, I know what to do. I hate betrayal the most. Yi Han turned around, dispatching a few more punches, easily taking out the bodyguards around Su Yun. Seeing Su Yun safe, Yi Han then turned and crouched in front of Zhou Ming. Zhou family head, tell me, besides the Lin family, your Zhou family, and the royal family, who else was involved in attacking the Yi family? Hearing Yi Han's words, Zhou Ming's eyes flashed with fear. Yi Han had already investigated the truth so thoroughly? Even the involvement of the royal family, such a secret, had Yi Han already uncovered? However, Zhou Ming suddenly burst into Kangshao. Yi Han, do you want to know? I won't tell you. You can't resist it. Even if I die today, you still can't escape. The Yi family will eventually come to accompany me in death. Just do it. Yi Han smiled faintly, stepping heavily on Zhou Ming's broken wrist, coldly saying, So it's the divine envoy? They can't be killed? That's because you can't kill them, not that I can't. Pausing, Yi Han took out Zhong Hua's immortal bone from his body, waving it in front of Zhou Ming. You attacked my Yi family? Weren't you looking for this bone? Hee hee. I should thank you for reminding me. Seeing that Yi Han knew about the divine envoy and that the attack on the Yi family was for the immortal bone, Zhou Ming's face turned pale, his pupils contracting violently. You? How do you know so much? Was it Ling Tian? Did Ling Tian tell you that the immortal bone can be absorbed and refined, activating human traits? Before he could finish, Zhou Ming suddenly snapped back to reality, clamping his mouth shut, looking at Yi Han with frustration. Just now, Zhou Ming had accidentally revealed the biggest secret of the immortal bone. Yi Han's lips curled into a cold smile. So that's how it is? The true purpose of the immortal bone wasn't just to bring good fortune to the family or nurture bloodlines. It could be refined and even activate traits, like awakening special abilities in a game. Zhou family head, you're quite generous. Should I thank you or hate you? Yi Han stood up, looking down at Zhou Ming with a cold smile. Zhou Ming, furious, slapped himself. I should just die. Why did I open my big mouth? Chapter 85. The Zhou family is now under Yi Han's control. Without any hesitation, Yi Han unleashed a torrent of violent qi from his ankle, surging into Zhou Ming's meridians and shattering his internal organs. You can take him away now. Yi Han called out to the Zhou family's bodyguards, signaling them to come forward and help Zhou Ming up. The bodyguards, who were already on the verge of wetting themselves, thought Yi Han must be joking. Mr. Yi, we dare not. Damn it, who the hell would dare? Yi Han's display of overwhelming combat power earlier wasn't something to be taken lightly. Going forward now would be like signing their own death warrants. I'll give you 3 seconds. Otherwise, you'll end up like them. Yi Han's aura of killing intent surged, startling the bodyguards into action. They quickly stepped forward, helping Zhou Ming to his feet and escorting him hastily toward their vehicle. Zhou Ming, frowning in disbelief, looked at Yi Han. He was letting him go just like that? That wasn't like Yi Han's style at all. Yi Han, you actually let me go? You have guts. Just wait. I guarantee you won't live past tomorrow. Yi Han smirked. You're overthinking it. I left you with a breath so you could return and inform all the heads of the Zhou family's businesses to behave. The Zhou family's assets are now under the control of the Yi family. Unconvinced by Yi Han's words, Zhou Ming signaled his subordinates to get into the car and sped off from the scene. Inside the car, Zhou Ming moved his body slightly. The pain in his chest had disappeared, and although his arm was broken, he felt no pain now. At the moment, Zhou felt great. Like a wild horse set free, he felt he had regained his freedom. He actually let me leave? What a fool. Doesn't he know that Su Xiao has already brought experts from the Sacred Land? And the Blood Robe sect has arrived in Yunqing. Yihan, do you really think you'll survive tomorrow? Zhou Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. First, I'm not going home. I'm heading to the best club in Huadu to get rid of this bad luck. Asterisk puffed. Asterisk. But as soon as Zhou Ming finished speaking, his body convulsed violently. The next moment, he vomited several mouthfuls of black blood, his eyes losing all life. Master? Mr. Zhou, are you all right? The bodyguards in the car were thrown into chaos. Just moments ago, their boss had seemed fine. How could he suddenly be like this? Zhou Ming felt as if his body had been drained of all strength. He slumped weakly onto the seat. Tell the Zhou family. All our assets. Yihan. Before he could finish his sentence, his body convulsed once more and he drew his last breath. What? Zhou Ming hadn't even finished his sentence before he died? Now that Zhou Ming was gone, there was virtually no one left in the Zhou family to take charge. Zhou Tao was already dead, and Zhou Ming's younger brother, Zhou Hong, had vanished without a trace. Ling Tian, the Zhou family's martial arts master and head steward, had gone to Yunqing and had yet to return. The only person left who might still hold some sway in the Zhou family was their old ancestor. But the old ancestor was still in closed-door cultivation. What were they supposed to do now? What did the boss want to say before he passed away? Does anyone know? One of the bodyguards asked his companions, puzzled. I don't know either, but judging from the boss's expression, he probably wanted to tell everyone to follow Yihan's arrangements and not resist. After all, with Yihan's strength, no one in the Zhou family can match him, another bodyguard speculated. Yeah, that must be it. Alright, let's record a video and convey the boss's intentions. We'll send it to the management group of the Zhou group right away. A few minutes later, an eerie scene unfolded in all the work groups of the Zhou family's subsidiaries. Zhou Ming, covered in blood, lay in the car, while his personal bodyguards and assistants released a video with a clear message. The boss, in order to spare everyone unnecessary suffering, has decided to hand over the entire Zhou family to the Yi family. Everyone should follow Mr. Yihan's arrangements. The work groups of the Zhou family's subsidiaries exploded with activity. Although many felt Zhou Ming's decision was unreasonable, with him now dead, it meant the Zhou family had completely fallen. Since Zhou Ming had made this arrangement before his death, most decided to follow it. Some well-informed individuals, however, knew of the conflict between the Zhou and Yi families. With Zhou Ming's sudden death, it could only mean one thing. The Zhou family had lost the battle against the Yi family. 3 years ago, the Yi family had been attacked, suffering heavy losses. But now, it seemed the Yi family was about to rise again. At the entrance of Huadu Grand Hotel, after Zhou Ming and his subordinates left, only Yihan, Su Chan, and Su Yun remained. Yihan first dialed Wang Fugui's number. Old Wang, after finishing things with the Yun family, don't let those 100 bulldozers leave. Send them to the Zhou family and flatten it as well. Yihan was deliberately being provocative. The Yun family, unable to deal with Yihan, had targeted the Su group. And the Zhou family, being the lackeys of the Su family in Beijing, had also targeted Yihan's beloved little sister. This time, Yihan wanted to make an example of them. Anyone who dared to touch those closest to Yihan would face his merciless wrath. Got it. Wang Fugui's voice was filled with excitement over the phone. Everyone, listen to my command. Turn around and head to the Zhou family. Following Yihan meant being this bold. Not only Wang Fugui, but Zhao Linglong, who was with him, was also thrilled. Wang Xiao, will there be many more such activities in the future? It's so exhilarating. Much more fun than learning needlework at home with my father. Wang Fugui thought for a moment and nodded. There were as many people involved in the attack on the Yi family 3 years ago. There will be as many such activities in the future. At the entrance of Huadu Grand Hotel, after finishing the call with Wang Fugui, Yihan dialed Xiuling's number. Sister Ling, haven't you gone asleep yet? Tonight, you might have to work a bit harder. I've handed over the Yun family's assets to Xianrua Yun, but the Zhou family will be fully taken over by our Yi family. You'll need to gather some people. If it's too much, you can have Jiang Yueran come to the provincial city to oversee things. Understood. Although Qiu Ling had just taken up her position, she had already witnessed Yi Han's decisive methods. As for why Yi Han was targeting the Zhou family, Qiu Ling didn't care. She was only responsible for executing Yi Han's orders. After arranging everything, Yi Han looked at the delicate Su Chan and the elegant Su Yun in front of him. After all this work, I'm sure we're all hungry. Let's go grab something to eat. Having been separated from his little sister for 3 years, Yi Han had so much he wanted to talk to Su Chan about. And with Su Yun, after their intimate encounter, Yi Han felt a special connection with her. As Yi Han was about to leave with the 2 women, Kong Fei, the eldest son of the Kong family, suddenly appeared at the hotel entrance. He bowed deeply to Yi Han with a devout expression and then spoke eagerly, "Mr. Yi, I would like to ask you for a favor. Would it be convenient for you? Of course, I won't let you help for nothing. This is just a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it." As Kong Fei spoke, he respectfully handed Yi Han a wooden box. The box was already open, revealing a piece of translucent bone inside. Yi Han was momentarily stunned. Immortal bone? Your Kong family has one of these too? Wasn't this a priceless treasure? Back then, so many forces had joined together to attack the Yi family, all for this. Now it was just lying around everywhere? Chapter 86, Slaying the Zhou Family Patriarch. Mr. Yi, this is a treasure passed down through generations in the Kong family. Our ancestor knew that this item is extremely precious, but due to our Kong family's unique physical constitution, we are unable to absorb the power of the immortal bone. If it is of any use to you, please accept it. After a pause, Kong Fei continued, "The key point is that our Kong family has been placed on the assassination list of the Assassin's Alliance. The final ultimatum is at midnight tonight. Keeping this item with me will only benefit someone else in the end." Kong Fei was clever. He didn't explicitly ask Yi Han for help, but after explaining the current situation of the Kong family, it was clear what he wanted Yi Han to do. Yi Han smirked, sensing the ancient aura emanating from the immortal bone, and nodded slightly. "All right, given your sincerity, I'll definitely arrive at the Kong residence before midnight. Your Kong family is under my protection." The Assassin's Alliance was no stranger to Yi Han. As the sole heir of Bei Luo Shermin, he had some unclear relationship with Angel, the leader of the Assassin's Alliance. Hearing Yi Han's words, Kong Fei's face lit up with joy, and the weight on his heart finally lifted. "That's great. Thank you, Mr. Yi. If you please, there's still plenty of time before tonight. Let me take you to grab some food." Kong Fei was good at handling relationships, but as he took a step, he suddenly thought of an issue. "Mr. Yi, there's one thing I must remind you of. Although Zhou Ming and others from the Zhou family are dead, there's still an ancestor in the Zhou family, a master above the level of a grandmaster. I'm afraid." Kong Fei didn't finish his sentence, but it was clear he was expressing his concern. After all, a grandmaster-level expert wasn't easy to deal with. His reminder was to prevent unnecessary casualties. Yi Han's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly dialed Wang Fugui's number. "Old Wang, what's your current strength?" "Just short of reaching the grandmaster level. Why?" "Don't rush to act against the Zhou family. Wait for me to arrive." Yi Han valued Wang Fugui as a brother, but the guy's slow cultivation speed frustrated him. It seemed he needed to provide some elixirs to help him reach the level above grandmaster soon. "Got it." Outside the Zhou family compound, another 100 bulldozers had gathered. Half an hour earlier, everyone had already learned that the Yun family had been flattened, so the other members of the Zhou family were terrified by the sight and scattered in panic. Inside the Zhou family compound, an old man in a gray robe walked out calmly. "Why are you all panicking? Where's Zhou Ming? Tell him to come out and see me." "What the hell is he doing? How did the Zhou family end up like this?" This was Zhou Cheng, the patriarch of the Zhou family, whose strength had reached the peak of the grandmaster level years ago. He had been striving to break through to the martial venerable level, but had never succeeded. Seeing the bulldozers at the gate, Zhou Cheng snorted coldly. No matter who sent you, disappear within 3 seconds, or don't blame me for killing without mercy. As Zhou Cheng spoke, his killing intent surged, and a powerful aura burst forth, knocking over the bulldozer at the front. The driver inside quickly jumped out, but had only taken 2 steps before being swept off his feet by Zhou Cheng's aura. In an instant, Zhou Cheng appeared before the bulldozer driver, lifting his foot to stomp down on the driver's chest. How dare you cause trouble at the Zhou family's doorstep? You're asking for death? From a distance, Wang Fuguwei, seeing the situation, was eager to rush forward to save the driver. However, he clearly felt the vast gap in strength between himself and Zhou Cheng. Charging in would only mean certain death. Now, Wang Fuguwei understood why Yi Han had told him not to act yet. There was still the Zhou family patriarch to deal with. I'm causing trouble at the Zhou family's doorstep. What are you going to do about it? A loud voice rang out behind the crowd, and Yi Han appeared in a flash. A more powerful aura surged forward, firmly supporting Zhou Cheng's foot, preventing him from moving it an inch. Zhou Cheng was shocked. He had already reached the peak of the Grandmaster level. In the entire Tianan province, there weren't many who could surpass him. Zhou Cheng exerted more force, unleashing all his strength. The powerful martial aura caused visible ripples in the air. But Yi Han walked forward slowly, lifting his wrist lightly, and the overwhelming aura still held Zhou Cheng's foot in place, immobilizing him. Is it you? Zhou Cheng finally recognized Yi Han's face. The legendary young master of the Yi family, who 3 years ago had his kidneys and dantian destroyed. His heart, someone who should have been long dead, had reappeared after 3 years. And according to the news, Yi Han had spent the past 3 years in Yun City, living under the nose of the Lin family. Himph! Yi Han let out a cold snort, increasing the force in his wrist. The powerful aura transformed into an invisible hand, wrapping around Zhou Cheng's leg and shattering it on the spot. Crack! Boom! The collision of the 2 auras produced a loud explosion. Zhou Cheng let out a howl of pain and fell to the ground. The stronger and weaker sides were immediately clear. You! How did you survive 3 years ago? Zhou Cheng cursed, but Yi Han didn't hesitate. He kicked a stone at his feet, which flew straight into Zhou Cheng's chest. The mighty Grandmaster Zhou Cheng, before even realizing what was happening, was killed in one move by Yi Han. With Zhou Cheng's death, the Zhou family lost its last pillar. Yi Han calmly told Wang Fuguwei, "Act now." Kong Fei, who was present, was shocked by what he saw. He felt a chill down his spine, realizing how terrifyingly powerful Yi Han was. He had almost considered siding with Yun Feiyang. Thankfully, he had stopped himself in time. Otherwise, the Kong family wouldn't have needed the Assassin's Alliance to act. They would have been the third Yun family. The sight of 100 bulldozers was too grand. Most of Huadu already knew. Tonight, the Yun family was destroyed, and the Zhou family was next. As Wang Fuguwei began flattening the Zhou family compound, Qiu Ling took advantage of the chaos to launch a full-scale assault on the Zhou family's assets. While the Yi family had been dormant for 3 years, its foundation remained formidable. A trillion-dollar empire targeting a collapsing Zhou family was an effortless endeavor. The Zhou family's downfall was immediately reported to the Su family in Beijing. What? The Zhou family was destroyed by Yi Han? Damn it! Is this bastard that arrogant? What was the Zhou family patriarch doing? Su Du, the eldest son of the Su family, smashed his wine glass on the ground. I was waiting for that idiot Zhou Ming to deal with Su Chan, but instead, he ended up killing himself? Reporting to young Master Su, the Zhou family patriarch was killed in one move by Yi Han. Chapter 87, Demon Heart. Kirin Kidney. What? One move to defeat him instantly? Are you kidding me? Su Du jumped up from his chair in shock. What? One move to Malsa? Are you kidding me? Zhou Cheng is at least at the peak of a Grandmaster. How could Yi Han possibly Malsa him in one move? Su Du's face was filled with confusion. 3 years ago, he had witnessed Yi Han's pitiful state through a video. His kidneys and heart had been removed, his cultivation foundation destroyed. For Yihan to have survived was already a miracle, and to recover his strength was an extraordinary feat. Now, he could even defeat the Zhou family's ancestor with a single move. How is this getting more and more unbelievable? Originally, Su Du was so impatient that he planned to go to the southwest by himself to deal with Yihan. But in an instant, Su Du immediately dismissed that idea and decided to wait for Chen Xiao to act together. The Sacred Land's Chen Xiao is a monstrous genius at the martial sovereign level. If such a figure from the Sacred Land were to make a move, surely he could deal with Yihan, right? In a short period, two major families in Huadu were directly leveled, which is an extremely explosive piece of news. The entire Huadu is in an uproar. The entire Tianan province is in an uproar. The entire southwest region is in an uproar. In Yunqing, the Yi family, Old Master Yi Qingquan and Yi Changfeng looked at the news reported by their subordinates, both of them sighing with emotion. Father, do you think Yihan is being too high-profile? Directly leveling two major families, that's quite a bold move. Old Master Yi Qingquan smirked and glared at Yi Changfeng. High-profile? Damn it, if I gave you the guts, would you dare to do that? What are you afraid of? If something happens, the Yi family will take responsibility. Pausing for a moment, Yi Qingquan continued, and looking at the current situation, it seems we don't even need the Yi family to help Yihan shoulder the burden. Instead, it's the Yi family that needs Yihan to revitalize it. 3 years ago, after the Yi family was attacked, they suffered heavy losses, and almost everyone could step on the Yi family's head. At that time, the Yi group's industries were much stronger than they are now, but they were constantly being nibbled away by small families, leaving only the current scale. Yihan bided his time for 3 years, and now it's time for revenge. Yi Changfeng nodded. Indeed. I never expected Yihan to lie low for 3 years, and now he's making a stunning return. However, with Yihan returning so high profile, will the royal family? Yi Changfeng didn't finish his sentence, but Yi Qingquan knew what he was worried about. The Dragon Lord of the royal family, Tangzheng? That little bastard. I can let go of what happened 3 years ago, but if he dares to make a move this time, then we'll just eliminate him. At this moment, in the royal palace of Beijing, the Dragon Lord Tangzheng was also looking at the information reported by his subordinates, his eyebrows tightly furrowed. 3 years have passed, and back then, Yihan was supposed to be in a dead end. Yet not only did he survive, but he also hid in Yunqing and stirred up such a big commotion in a short time. Dragon Lord, Yihan has already started investigating the events of that year, and leveling the Zhou family has already revealed some clues. If he continues to investigate like this, it will eventually lead to the royal family. What should we do? By Tangzheng's side, a long-robed assistant spoke with some concern. Should we eliminate all those who know about the royal family's involvement back then? Tang Zheng's lips curled into a cold smile as he said indifferently, "What's the use? Do you think the Yi family didn't know about the royal family's involvement when they were attacked 3 years ago? They didn't act because everyone was restraining themselves, or perhaps waiting for an opportunity. And Yihan's return is that opportunity. So, the key to the problem is Yihan. We should let the royal family's death warriors make a move and quickly kill Yihan. Otherwise, if he continues to grow like this, he will eventually threaten the royal family." The Yi family is formidable mainly because 3 generations of the Yi family have served in the military, and the 800,000 Tianlong army only follows the Yi banner. Although the royal family has been trying to infiltrate the Tianlong army, the results have been minimal. This is also why, when the Yi family was attacked back then, all the 2nd and 3rd generation descendants were killed, but Yi Changfeng and Yi Qingquan were spared. The royal family still needed to leave a few people to stabilize the situation. We don't need to rush. There are others who want Yihan dead even more than we do. The Dragon Lord smiled faintly. The attack on Bei Luo Shimin. Those people dug out Yihan's kidneys and heart, destroyed his cultivation foundation. Do you think Yihan wouldn't hate them even more? So, let's let the bullets fly for a while. Besides, the Su family in Beijing is already in the forefront, and they are joining forces with the Sacred Land to make the first move. We can also take a look at just how strong Yihan has become. Right. If Yihan isn't afraid of the sacred land, then we'll have to sacrifice the Bright Moon Princess. At that time, if our royal family wants to survive, we'll have to admit our mistake and beg for mercy. Ah, you mean through a political marriage? In Huadu, Tianan Province, the Kong family. After dinner, under Kong Fei's arrangement, Yihan, Su Yun, and Su Chan were given a separate courtyard. After washing up, Su Yun tactfully went upstairs, leaving only Su Chan and Yihan on the sofa in the first-floor hall. Finally, the two of them had a chance to be alone. Little junior sister. Looking at Su Chan's thin face under the light, Yihan felt a pang of heartache. He stepped forward and hugged Su Chan tightly. At this moment, Su Chan no longer had to worry about anything in front of others. She hugged Yihan tightly and said, "Senior brother, how have you been these years? Your heart and kidneys, weren't they all ready?" Back then, Su Chan had clearly witnessed Yihan having his kidneys and heart removed, along with his cultivation core. "I'm fine. During the 3 years in the Su family, the Inu family treated me very well," Yihan explained softly. "After my heart and kidneys were dug out, my master transplanted an ancient demon heart from the sect seal. As for the kidneys, my master said it was a Kirin kidney, which is 1,000 times more powerful than before." Demon heart, Kirin kidney. These terms sound magical in the ordinary world. But Su Chan knew that as the former #1 cultivation sect, Bei Luo Shi Min hid too many secrets. Having sealed demon hearts and Kirin kidneys was nothing out of the ordinary. With the demon heart and Kirin kidney, it's no wonder Yihan recovered his strength. In fact, it's very likely that Yihan has benefited from this misfortune. By integrating the demon heart and Kirin kidney, Yihan's future strength might even surpass what it was before. However, Su Chan suddenly thought of what Yihan had just said. "Wife. Su and you." Yes. After 3 years apart, senior brother has already married Su and you, and now he's someone else's husband. So, what does that make me? Thinking of this, Su Chan suddenly felt a sharp pain in her heart, as if it had been pricked by a needle. Her face twisted in pain as she pulled away from Yihan's embrace. "What's wrong?" Noticing the change in Su Chan's expression, Yihan quickly asked, "Junior sister, isn't it a happy thing for us to reunite again?" "Senior brother, I am happy, but you're already someone else's husband and I can't." Although Su Chan loved Yihan very much, and during their time in the sect, they had done everything except the final step, and had already pledged their lives to each other, but so much has happened in the 3 years. Su Chan couldn't get past that mental barrier. "It's getting late, senior brother. You should rest early. I'm going upstairs to sleep." Su Chan suppressed the pain in her heart, said goodbye to Yihan, and quickly went upstairs, holding back the tears in her eyes. Chapter 88. Super Ability. Teleportation. Sister. Seeing Su Chan's expression change instantly, Yihan could roughly guess the problem. However, Yihan was also in a difficult position. Although his little sister was Yihan's Achilles heel, how could he abandon Su On Yue, who had indulged him unconditionally for 3 years? Ding-ling. Just as Yihan was feeling troubled, his phone rang. Upon seeing the number, Yihan's expression became serious, as it was a call from his master, Gu Feng. Since the attack on the sect 3 years ago, his master had never contacted Yihan proactively. Now, the sudden call must be for something important. "Master." Yihan respectfully addressed the phone. Back then, if it weren't for his master and the other martial uncles who risked severe injuries and their lives to protect Yihan and help him escape, Yihan would have died long ago. "This Yisung Sifu," Yihan called out from the bottom of his heart. These 3 years have been tough on you. Fortunately, you've finally broken through to the 9th layer of the dragon control technique, and your strength should be fully restored now, right?" Master's voice on the phone was relaxed. "What are your plans?" "Currently, I've investigated that both the Lin and Zhou families were involved in the attack on the Yi family, and the royal family was also involved." Yihan replied and continued, "I've already eliminated the Zhou family, and next is the Lin family. The royal family must give the Yi family an explanation. Additionally, I've discovered the gods behind them. Master, have you heard of them?" Gufeng responded with satisfaction. I've also investigated this far. Back then, the attack on the Northern Gate sect was led by the gods behind those ancient martial families. However, so far, I haven't made much progress. Yihan sighed deeply and suddenly thought of a question. Master, based on my current investigation, their attack on the Yi family seems to be aimed at the immortal bone. It's said that it can be absorbed to activate a certain trait in the human body. I happen to have obtained 2 pieces. Before Yihan could finish, Gufeng interrupted. What? You obtained the immortal bone? And 2 pieces? Damn. Even Gufeng couldn't help but curse on the other end of the line. Quick. Do you remember the 9 Revolutions Golden Body technique your second martial uncle taught you? Find a safe place immediately and use the 9 Revolutions Golden Body technique to refine and absorb the power of the immortal bone. You must hurry. You should understand the saying, possessing a treasure brings calamity upon oneself. The immortal bone is something that all global forces would do anything to obtain. You must absorb it as soon as possible. As for other matters, I'll tell you later. Hearing his master's urgent tone, Yihan knew that the immortal bone must be extraordinary. After hanging up the phone, without any hesitation, Yihan closed the courtyard gate and entered the bedroom. He took out the immortal bone given by Kong Fei and the one obtained from Zhonghua, placing them in front of him. Then, he closed his eyes and silently began to run the 9 Revolutions Golden Body technique taught by his second martial uncle. Yihan's martial arts aura was already at its peak. As he ran the technique, a visible golden light ripple appeared around him, enveloping him, making him look like a saint descended from heaven. Originally, this technique was just a defensive skill. But as Yihan continued to run it, the golden light began to surge, wrapping around one of the 2 immortal bones in front of him and floating it into his hand. Immediately, the translucent immortal bone, like melting ice, turned into a pool of liquid in Yihan's hand, radiating powerful energy fluctuations and a strong fragrance. Boom! The moment the immortal bone melted, the powerful energy merged with Yihan's own aura, surging and spreading out from the room where Yihan was located. The intense energy fluctuation and the vast power that stirred the atmosphere of the entire city of Huadu immediately caused the sky to darken and the wind to rise. Above the Kong family, a visible ripple of energy formed, and the clouds in the high sky, along with the starry atmosphere of the world, seemed to be controlled by an invisible force bowing towards the room where Yihan was. More birds, butterflies, and countless moths began to gather crazily above the Kong family. Hundreds of beasts bowing? What's happening? In the office of the Southwest headquarters of the Martial Arts Administration in Huadu, Deputy Director Han Imo stared in astonishment at the weather changes outside the window. His pupils dilated as he said, hundreds of beasts bowing, heavenly music resounding. The sign of the human emperor's emergence. Has the human emperor, who has been silent for 1,000 years, finally reappeared? After pondering for a moment, Hanamo suddenly remembered the situation reported by Mo Zhong from the Martial Arts Administration in Yunqing. A while ago, a martial arts prodigy had also caused a heavenly anomaly in Yunqing, and it was later confirmed to be Yihan. And today, Yihan arrived in Huadu, and the Kong family in Huadu caused such a big commotion again. Could Yihan be the destined one? Come. Immediately report Yihan's movements and whereabouts in Huadu. Mr. Han, young Master Yi in Huadu first flattened the Yun family, then the Zhou family. Then, he was invited to the Kong family's mansion by the Kong family's eldest son. He is resting in the Kong family's mansion? After Han Mo's subordinate reported the situation, he looked out the window and immediately understood something. Mr. Han, this? From this deduction, could it be that Yihan is the source of today's huge energy fluctuation? Is the human emperor Mr. Han mentioned Yihan? All information today is classified as top secret. Anyone who dares to leak it will be killed without mercy, understood? The emergence of the human emperor affects not only the fate of a nation, but also the rise and fall of the entire human race. On the surface, the world seems peaceful, but beneath this peace, there is already a surging undercurrent. However, for the sake of stability, some news has not been disclosed to the public by the major empires. Yes. After pondering for a few seconds, Hanamo immediately dialed the phone of the Director General, Old Zhang. There's an important situation. I need to return to Beijing to report to you in person, or you can bring the celestial machine to Huadu. The sooner the better. Huadu, Kong family. Yi Han's body was still running the 9 revolutions golden body technique frantically, and the liquid from the melted immortal bone was merging more and more closely with Yi Han's own aura. The moment the two auras completely merged, the liquid in Yi Han's palm instantly fused into his body, spreading to every vein and bone in Yi Han's body. Instantly, the heavenly anomaly disappeared. The swirling dark clouds dispersed in an instant, and all the birds and beasts quickly retreated. Everything returned to calm, as if nothing had happened. Only Yi Han knew that his body had undergone a tremendous change. His physique had risen to a new level, and the wonderful state was difficult for Yi Han to describe. Simply put, before, Yi Han's body was still mortal, but after fusing with the immortal bone, Yi Han's body could now be compared to a divine body. His defensive and self-healing abilities had exceeded the realm understood by ordinary people. Moreover, Yi Han could feel that his demonic heart had also absorbed some of the immortal bone's power. Within the heart, some sealed powers were also violently awakening, as was the Qilin kidney. But the most critical thing was that Yi Han had activated a super ability with the immortal bone from the Kong family. Teleportation. Chapter 89. Old Flame. Long time no see. Mr. Yi, are you all right? Outside the courtyard, Kong Fei, sensing the unusual activity, hurried over to inquire. At midnight tonight, it was the final deadline for the Assassin Alliance to eliminate the Kong family. Tonight, none of the Kong family members slept, and Kong Fei had placed all his bets on Yi Han, naturally not wanting anything to happen to him. What could possibly be wrong with me? Inside the courtyard room, Yi Han responded while simultaneously activating his teleportation technique. In the blink of an eye, his body appeared outside the courtyard gate, right behind Kong Fei. Yi Han lightly patted Kong Fei on the back, startling him immensely. What the? Mr. Yi, you were just in the house a moment ago. How did you suddenly appear behind me? You scared the hell out of me? Kong Fei's voice trembled as he spoke. Yi Han's sudden appearance was truly terrifying. While Kong Fei was shocked, he was filled with questions, but more than anything, he felt a surge of joy. The stronger Yi Han's power, the safer the Kong family would be tonight. Yi Han did not respond to Kong Fei but turned his head towards the entrance of the Kong family estate. Let's go. They're here. My old acquaintance has also arrived. The old acquaintance Yi Han referred to was naturally Angel, the leader of the Assassin Alliance. Back in Europe, Angel and Yi Han had a tumultuous relationship. Yi Han's disappearance for 3 years must have left Angel with a deep resentment. Kong Fei's expression immediately turned panicked. He naturally knew who Yi Han was referring to when he said, "They're here." The members of the Assassin Alliance had arrived. At the entrance of the Kong family estate, 4 burly men and a blonde girl in a white dress stepped out of a car. The leader, a man with a thick beard, grumbled as he walked. I really don't understand what the elders were thinking. Isn't it just a small Kong family? Do they really need to send all of us top-tier assassins? These 4 burly men looked simple and honest, but in reality, they were anything but. They were among the top 10 assassins within the Assassin Alliance. Next to the bearded man, a slightly slimmer man shot a glare at him and said, Mike, keep your mouth shut. Do you not know why the elders sent us here? Mike, the bearded man, rolled his eyes and let out a cold snort. Of course, they knew why the elders had sent them. In truth, this was a power struggle between the elders and the leader, Angel. The elders had insisted that Angel personally take action this time, forcing her to shed blood. Because once Angel's hands were stained with blood, she would never be able to control the sacred chalice, a millennia-old artifact of the Assassin Alliance, and thus, she would never be able to wield supreme power. The elders would forever have control over her. Mike and the other 3 top assassins, John, Jason, and others, had been sent with two primary tasks: to ensure Angel carried out the mission and to seize the immortal bone from the Kong family. The allure of the immortal bone was too great, which was why the elders had dispatched the top 10 assassins of the Assassin Alliance. Angel, standing nearby, listened coldly to the conversation, already making up her mind that she would not take action today. Boom! Mike walked up to the gate without hesitation, his massive fist shattering the door with a single blow. He stormed into the courtyard, roaring, "Kong Jianren, hand over your family's treasure, and I'll let you die with some dignity." At this moment, the entire Kong family, led by their patriarch Kong Jianren, had gathered in the courtyard, armed. Hearing Mike's roar, the Kong family members' faces filled with anger. However, the strongest among the Kong family was not even at the Grandmaster level, while the four assassins from the Assassin Alliance were all above that level. Under the overwhelming pressure of their power, the Kong family members couldn't even think of fighting back. Mike, Jason, John, and the others stepped into the room, their eyes burning as they scanned the crowd, eventually landing on Kong Jianren. "Just hand over the Kong family's treasure quickly, and you can avoid some pain." Kong Jianren had long known that the treasure in his family had been exposed. Although it was indeed a treasure, the problem was that the Kong family's power was too weak to protect it. That's why Kong Jianren had planned to hand it over to his son, Kong Fei, to figure out a solution. Now, it all depended on whether Yi Han could stand up to these four Grandmaster-level assassins. Kong Jianren, under the intense pressure, could barely breathe, backing up until he was pressed against the wall. "Are you looking for this?" Suddenly, a loud male voice echoed through the courtyard. Yi Han stepped into the courtyard, holding the immortal bone given by the Kong family. Hearing this voice, Angel, who had been indifferent, suddenly shuddered. She quickly looked up at Yi Han. "It's you? You're still alive? The Heartless One." How many tears had she shed for him over these 3 years? And now that he was alive, why hadn't he come to find her? Yi Han nodded. "I still have so much fertile land to cultivate. How could I die so easily?" Mike, seeing Yi Han suddenly appear, frowned and coldly stared at him. "Who are you? I advise you to stay out of the Kong family's affairs. Also, hand the item over to us right now, or you won't even know how you died." John, standing beside him, also let out a cold snort, swinging his massive fist and smashing it into a large stone lion in the courtyard. Boom! The deafening explosion shattered the 3-meter-tall stone lion into pieces. John's immense power made Kong Fei worry. "Mr. Yi, are you sure you can handle this?" Although Kong Fei had seen Yi Han's strength before, now they were facing 4 Grandmaster-level assassins from the Assassin Alliance. If Yi Han failed, the entire Kong family would be doomed. Yi Han smiled faintly, not responding to Kong Fei, but slowly walking towards Angel. "Long time no see. My old flame." "Huh. Essas." Yi Han's sudden remark instantly set the scene ablaze. The entire Kong family, in an instant, felt as if they had been plunged into an ice cellar. The leader of the Assassin Alliance was Yi Han's old flame? And the Kong family had hired Yi Han to protect them? Wasn't that just inviting the thief into their own home? A single Assassin Alliance was more than enough to crush the Kong family. If Yi Han was on their side, there was no need to think twice. "Imph! You heartless scoundrel, do you even remember me? Give me 5 minutes to kill these 4, and I'll forgive you." Angel pointed at Mike, John, and the others, speaking to Yi Han. This action left Kong Fei, Kong Jianren, and the others utterly bewildered. What was this? Mutual slaughter? Chapter 90. Arrogance comes with a price. 5 minutes? You underestimate your man. 30 seconds is more than enough, Yi Han said with a faint smile. When he turned around and locked his gaze on Mike and the others, a sharp glint in his eyes sent a shiver down their spines. Yi Han's gaze was terrifying, as if it pierced through the soul, threatening to shatter their very thoughts. "Are you going to twist your own heads off, or should I crush you into dust?" Yi Han glanced at Mike and the others indifferently. Despite them being masters of their craft, in Yi Han's eyes, they were all trash. Mike and his companions, seasoned killers, were momentarily shaken by Yi Han's gaze, but quickly regained their composure. When they scanned Yi Han and sensed that his martial aura was even below the master level, they felt even more reassured. Kid. Arrogance comes with a price. A trash who hasn't even reached the master level dares to act tough in front of us? Are you looking for death? Mike sneered. Now kneel down, hand over the item, and we might spare your life, considering your connection with our alliance leader. John, standing beside Mike, also glared menacingly at Yi Han. Earlier, Yi Han had claimed to have a past with Angel, which meant they could use this to force Angel into action tonight. Mike, remember to go easy on him. Don't kill him right away. I have other uses for him, John said with a sinister smile. Jason chimed in with a lecherous grin. So Angel has such low standards? I could have satisfied her needs too, ha ha ha. His gaze lingered on Angel, who stood nearby with her arms crossed, watching the scene with a smirk. Angel, with her golden hair and slender figure, was not only a top beauty within the Assassin Alliance, but also renowned in the European martial world. She was well known on the global beauty rankings. Countless men dreamed of betting her. Angel stood by, seemingly enjoying the show, with a playful smile on her face. Yi Han not a master? What a joke. 3 years ago, Yi Han had already broken through the master level. His ordeal, triggered by the North Star incident, was well known globally in the martial world. His bones were shattered, his heart and kidneys were removed. Yi Han was as good as dead. Yet here he was, alive, with martial aura still radiating from him. Even Angel, a peak master, couldn't gauge his true strength. What did that mean? This indicates that Yi Han's strength has far exceeded his peak 3 years ago. He is likely even beyond the realm of a martial Jun, a higher level of martial mastery, making him a formidable opponent even for martial Jun experts. After Mike's shout, seeing that Yi Han showed no intention of kneeling, he unleashed his martial aura, lunged forward with a powerful kick, and charged at Yi Han. Mid-air, he drew a gleaming dagger and aimed it at Yi Han's chest. Nearby, Kong Fei and Kong Jianren held their breath, nervously watching Yi Han. Chapter 90. Arrogance comes with a price. 5 minutes? You underestimate your man. 30 seconds is more than enough. Yi Han said with a faint smile. When he turned to face Mike and the others again, a sharp glint flashed in his eyes, causing Mike and his companions to shudder involuntarily. Yi Han's gaze was terrifying, as if it pierced straight into their souls, threatening to shred their very thoughts. Will you behead yourselves, or shall I crush you into dust? Yi Han asked calmly, glancing at Mike and the others. Although all 4 of them were masters at the Grandmaster level, in Yi Han's eyes, they were all trash. Mike and his companions, despite being battle-hardened assassins, quickly regained their composure after being momentarily shaken by Yi Han's gaze. When they scanned Yi Han and sensed that his martial aura was even below the Grandmaster level, they felt even more reassured. Boy. Arrogance comes with a price. A piece of trash not even at the Grandmaster level dares to strut in front of us? Are you asking for death? Mike sneered. Kneel now, hand over the item, and we might spare your life, considering your acquaintance with our alliance leader. John, standing beside Mike, also glared menacingly at Yi Han. Since Yi Han had claimed to have an old affair with Angel, tonight would be the perfect opportunity to force Angel to act. Mike, remember to go easy on him. Don't kill him outright. I need him alive for other purposes, John said with a sinister smile. Jason chimed in with a lewd chuckle. So Angel has such low tastes? I could have satisfied her needs too, haha. He leered at Angel, who stood nearby with her arms crossed, watching the scene with a smirk. With her golden hair and slender figure, Angel was not only a top beauty within the Assassin Alliance, but also renowned in the European martial world. She was even listed on the global beauty rankings. Countless men dreamed of betting her. Angel, however, seemed unconcerned, watching the unfolding drama with amusement. Yi Han not at the Grandmaster level? What a joke. 3 years ago, Yi Han had already surpassed the Grandmaster level. His ordeal, triggered by the fall of Bei Luo Shermin, was known throughout the global martial world. His bones were shattered, his heart and kidneys removed. Yi Han was as good as dead. Yet here he was, alive, with martial aura still emanating from him. Even Angel, a peak grandmaster, couldn't gauge his true strength. What did this mean? It meant Yi Han's power had far surpassed his former peak. He was likely even stronger than a martial lord. After Mike's shout, seeing that Yi Han showed no intention of kneeling, he burst into action. His martial aura surged, and with a powerful leap, he charged at Yi Han, drawing a gleaming dagger to stab at Yi Han's chest. Kong Fei, Kong Jianren, and the others held their breath, nervously watching Yi Han. Facing Mike's attack, which was mere inches away, Yi Han stood still, showing no sign of Dua-bi. Dodge already! Kong Fei screamed internally, but Yi Han remained motionless, a sitting duck. Mike thought victory was assured, a smirk forming on his lips. But then Yi Han moved. A surge of violent martial energy erupted from his hand, creating an invisible barrier in front of him that blocked all of Mike's attacks. Simultaneously, that overwhelming energy formed a shackle, pinning Mike in mid-air. From a distance, it looked as if Mike was floating, but internally, he was filled with shock and terror. What the hell? Mike realized his attacks were useless, and his body was completely controlled by an unseen force. He couldn't move forward or backward. That immense pressure was crushing him like a mountain, threatening to grind him to dust. John and Jason finally noticed something was amiss. Aura? Yi Han has cultivated aura? No way. He's at least a martial lord. We've been tricked. John exclaimed, shouting to his companions, "Attack together!" A martial lord's might was terrifying. If Yi Han had the chance to act, none of them would escape tonight. And Angel, who was always eager to kill them, was still watching. Before John and the others could close in, Mike's body, under Yi Han's immense martial pressure, exploded. He was instantly killed. John and Jason hesitated, unsure whether to continue their assault. That brief hesitation was all Yi Han needed. With a flicker of his body, Yi Han moved like a phantom, passing by John and Jason in the blink of an eye. His fingers gently tapped their necks. "John, why do I feel a chill on my neck?" "Me too. Did I imagine it?" Something seemed to flash before my eyes, and it felt like an ant bit my neck. The three remaining Assassin Alliance masters froze in the courtyard, then hesitantly touched their necks. "Ah, blood. So much blood. Ugh." Jason screamed first, seeing his blood-soaked hand. He touched his neck again and realized Yi Han had severed it. John and the other companion also felt a surge of despair as they Jananda looked down at their necks, finding a gash there too. The three clutched their necks, their life force rapidly fading. Their eyes filled with hopelessness as they collapsed to the ground, twitching a few times before going still. And just like that, 4 Grandmaster-level experts were killed in an instant. The entire fight had taken no more than 10 seconds. Kong Fei and Kong Jianren exchanged incredulous glances. Only after their bodyguards confirmed Mike and the others were indeed dead did they gasp in shock. Yi Han's power was truly terrifying. Fighting alone against 4 Grandmaster-level experts, a martial lord could indeed achieve such feats. But to simultaneously malsa 4 Grandmasters? Even a martial lord would find that challenging. Yi Han dusted off his hands and walked over to Angel with a smile. "How was it? 10 seconds to finish the fight, right?" Angel, though inwardly shocked, pouted and said, "Pfft. Just make sure you don't perform like that in other areas, huh?" Her playful pout and alluring figure exuded an irresistible charm. Facing Mike's attack, which was mere inches away from Yi Han, he stood still, showing no sign of evasion. "Dodge already!" Kong Fei's heart screamed countless times. Standing still like that made him an easy target. Mike, confident of his victory, even had a smug smile on his lips. And then Yi Han moved. With a surge of violent martial aura, an invisible barrier formed in front of him, blocking all of Mike's attacks. Simultaneously, the overwhelming aura transformed into a shackle, freezing Mike in mid-air. From a distance, it looked as if Mike was floating, but internally, he was filled with shock and terror. What the hell? Mike realized his attacks were futile, and his body was completely controlled by the unseen force. He couldn't move forward or backward. The crushing force was overwhelming, as if Yi-Han intended to grind him into dust. John and Jason finally noticed something was amiss. Martial energy? Yi-Han has cultivated martial energy? This is bad. He's at least a martial lord level. We've been deceived. John exclaimed, shouting to his companions, "Let's all attack together." Chapter 90. Arrogance comes at a cost. 5 minutes? You underestimate your man. 30 seconds will suffice, Yi-Han said with a calm smile. When he turned to face Mike and the others again, a sharp glint flashed in his eyes, causing Mike and his companions to shudder involuntarily. Yi-Han's gaze was terrifying, as if it pierced straight into their souls, threatening to shred their very thoughts. "Will you sever your own heads, or shall I grind you into dust?" Yi-Han asked indifferently, glancing at Mike and the others. Although all four were masters of their craft, in Yi-Han's eyes, they were nothing but trash. Mike and his team, despite being battle-hardened assassins, quickly regained their composure after being momentarily turned by Yi-Han's gaze. Upon scanning Yi-Han, they noticed his martial aura was even weaker than that of a master-level expert, which reassured them. Arrogance comes at a cost, boy. A trash who hasn't even reached the master level dares to act tough in front of us? Are you seeking death? Mike sneered. Kneel now, hand over the item, and we might spare your life, considering your connection with our alliance leader. John, standing beside Mike, also fixed Yi-Han with a sinister gaze. Yi-Han had claimed to have an old affair with Angel, which meant they could force Angel to act tonight. Mike, go easy on him. Don't kill him outright. I have other uses for him, John said with a sinister smile. Jason chimed in. So Angel has such low tastes? I could have satisfied her needs too, haha. He leered at Angel, who stood nearby with her arms crossed, watching the scene with a smirk. Angel, with her golden hair and slender figure, was not only a top beauty within the Assassin Alliance, but also renowned across the European martial world. She ranked highly on the global beauty list. Countless men dreamed of betting her. Angel, however, remained composed, her expression a mix of amusement and curiosity. Yi-Han not a master-level expert? Preposterous. 3 years ago, Yi-Han had already surpassed the master level. His ordeal with Bei Luo Shermin was well known throughout the global martial world. His bones were shattered, his heart and kidneys removed. He was as good as dead. Yet here he was, alive, with martial energy fluctuations. Even Angel, a peak master-level expert, couldn't gauge his true strength. This meant Yi-Han's power had far exceeded his former peak. He was likely even beyond the realm of martial zone experts. After Mike's shout, seeing Yi-Han make no move to kneel, he unleashed his martial energy, lunged forward, and drew a gleaming dagger, aiming for Yi-Han's chest. Kong Fei, Kong Jianren, and the others held their breaths, anxiously watching Yi-Han. Although Yi-Han had demonstrated immense power by defeating the Zhou family patriarch in one move, how would he fare against the Assassin Alliance's 4 master-level experts? As Mike's attack closed in, mere inches from Yi-Han, Yi-Han stood still, unmoving. Dodge. Quickly dodge. Kong Fei's heart screamed, but Yi-Han remained motionless, a sitting duck. Mike, certain of his victory, even smirked. Then Yi-Han moved. A surge of martial energy erupted from his hand, forming an invisible barrier that blocked all of Mike's attacks. Simultaneously, the energy coiled around Mike, immobilizing him in mid-air. From a distance, it looked as though Mike was suspended in the air. But internally, Mike was in utter shock and terror. What the? Mike realized his attacks were useless, and his body was completely controlled by an unseen force. He couldn't move forward or backward. The overwhelming pressure threatened to crush him like a mountain. John and Jason finally sensed something was amiss. Ji-gang-chi. Yi-Han has cultivated Gang-chi? He's at least a martial zone level expert. We've been deceived. John exclaimed, shouting to his companions, attack together. A martial zone level expert was terrifyingly powerful. If Yihan had the chance to fully unleash his strength, none of them would escape today. Moreover, Angel was lurking nearby, eager to strike them down. Boom! Before John and the others could close in, Mike's body exploded under the intense pressure of Yihan's martial energy. He was instantly killed. John and Jason hesitated, unsure whether to continue their assault. In that split second of hesitation, Yihan acted. With a flicker, his body moved like a phantom, darting past John and Jason in an instant. His fingers grazed their necks. John, why do I feel a chill on my neck? Me too. Did I imagine it? Something seemed to flicker before my eyes, and it feels like an ant bit my neck. The three remaining Assassin Alliance experts froze in the courtyard, each touching their necks in bewilderment. Ah, blood. So much blood. Ugh, ugh. Jason cried out first, staring at his blood-soaked hands. He touched his neck again, realizing it had been severed by Yihan. John and the other companions' eyes filled with despair as they Jananda lowered their gaze to their necks, finding a similar wound. The three clutched their necks, their life force rapidly fading. Their eyes filled with despair as they collapsed to the ground, twitching briefly before falling still. In mere seconds, all four master-level experts were dead. The entire encounter lasted no more than 10 seconds. Kong Fei and Kong Jianren exchanged incredulous glances. Only after their bodyguards confirmed the deaths of Mike and the others did they gasp in shock. Yihan's power was utterly terrifying. A single Martial Zun expert taking on 4 master-level experts was impressive, but to simultaneously malsaw them was extraordinary. Yihan dusted off his hands and walked over to Angel, smiling. How was it? 10 seconds to finish the fight? Angel, though inwardly shocked, feigned indifference. Pfft. Just make sure you don't perform like that in other areas, huh? Her playful pout and alluring figure exuded a captivating charm. Bang! Before John and the others could close in, Mike's body exploded under the immense pressure of Yihan's martial aura, instantly killing him. John and Jason hesitated, unsure whether to continue their advance. In that brief moment of hesitation, Yihan acted. Utilizing his teleportation ability, his body moved like a phantom, flickering in and out of sight in an instant. With a swift flick of his wrist, he tapped the necks of John, Jason, and the others. John, why do I feel a chill on my neck? Me too. Did I imagine it? Something seemed to flash before my eyes, and it felt like an ant bit my neck. The remaining 3 assassins froze in the courtyard, puzzled, and reached up to touch their necks. Ah, blood. So much blood. Ugh, ugh. Jason cried out first, staring at his blood-soaked hand. When he touched his neck again, he realized it had been severed by Yihan. John and the other companion also felt a surge of despair. They struggled to look down at their necks and saw a gaping wound. The 3 clutched their necks, their life force rapidly draining. Their eyes filled with hopelessness as they collapsed to the ground, twitching briefly before falling still. Just like that, they were dead? For masters, gone in an instant? It had taken no more than 10 seconds. Kong Fei and Kong Jianren exchanged incredulous glances. Only after their bodyguards confirmed that Mike, John, and the others were indeed dead did they gasp in shock. Yihan's strength was terrifying. Chapter 90. Arrogance comes at a cost. 5 minutes? You underestimate your man. 30 seconds is more than enough. Yihan said with a faint smile. When he turned to glare at Mike and his gang, his sharp gaze made them tremble involuntarily. Yihan's eyes were terrifying, as if they pierced into the soul and could even penetrate one's thoughts. Will you twist your own heads off, or shall I crush you into dust? Yihan said indifferently, glancing at Mike and his men. Although all 4 were masters, in Yihan's eyes, they were all trash. Mike and his gang were seasoned killers, and after being momentarily stunned by Yihan's gaze, they quickly regained their composure. Especially when they sensed that Yihan's martial aura was even below the master level, they felt even more at ease. Kid. Arrogance comes at a cost. A trash who hasn't even reached the master level dares to act tough in front of us? Are you looking for death? Mike sneered. Now kneel down, hand over the item, and we might spare your life, considering your connection with our alliance leader. John, standing beside Mike, also glared at Ihan with a sinister expression. Earlier, Ihan claimed to have a past relationship with Angel, which meant tonight they could force Angel to act. Mike, remember to go easy on him. Don't kill him right away. I need him alive for other purposes, John said. Jason, on the side, also chuckled. So that's Angel's taste? I could have satisfied her needs too, haha. He leered at Angel with a wicked grin. Angel, with her golden hair and slender figure, was not only a top beauty within the Assassin Alliance, but also renowned in the European martial world. She was well known on the global beauty rankings. Countless men dreamed of sleeping with her. Angel, with her arms crossed, watched the scene with a smirk, clearly enjoying the show. Ihan hadn't reached the master level? What a joke. 3 years ago, Ihan had already broken through the master level. His ordeal, which almost killed him, was well known in the global martial world. His bones were shattered. His heart and kidneys were removed. Ihan should have been dead. Yet here he was, alive, with martial aura fluctuations. Even Angel, a peak master, couldn't gauge his true strength. What did this mean? It meant Ihan's strength had far surpassed his former peak. He was likely even stronger than a martial Zun. After Mike's shout, seeing that Ihan made no move to kneel, he unleashed his martial aura, lunged at Ihan with a kick, and in midair, drew a gleaming dagger to stab Ihan in the chest. Kong Fei, Kong Jianren, and the others held their breath, nervously watching Ihan. Although Ihan had previously demonstrated immense power by Mao Sa-ein, the Zhou family patriarch, how would he fare against the 4 masters of the Assassin Alliance? Facing Mike's attack, which was already within inches of Ihan, Ihan stood still, showing no sign of Duobi. Dodge already, Kong Fei shouted in his mind, over and over. Standing still like this, wasn't Ihan a sitting duck? Mike thought victory was assured and even smirked. Then Ihan moved. A surge of violent martial aura erupted from his hand, forming an invisible barrier in front of him, blocking all of Mike's attacks. At the same time, that immense aura formed a shackle, freezing Mike in midair. From a distance, it looked like Mike was floating in the air. But inside, Mike was filled with shock and terror. Shit! Mike realized his attacks were useless, and his body was controlled by an invisible force, unable to move forward or backward. That overwhelming force was crushing him, like a mountain pressing down. Ihan was going to grind him to dust. John and Jason finally noticed something was wrong. Aura? Ihan has cultivated aura? Damn, he's at least a martial Zun. We've been fooled, John exclaimed, shouting to his companions, attack together. A martial Zun was too terrifying. If Ihan had a free hand, none of them would survive tonight. Plus, there was Angel, who was always looking for a chance to kill them. Boom. Before John and the others could close in, Mike's body exploded under the intense pressure of Ihan's martial aura. He was instantly killed. John and Jason hesitated, unsure whether to continue their assault. In that brief moment of hesitation, Ihan moved. Using his Sun Yi ability, his body became a phantom, flashing past John and Jason in an instant. He tapped each of their necks with his hand. John, why do I feel a chill on my neck? Me too. Did I imagine it? Something seemed to flash before my eyes, and it felt like an ant bit my neck. The remaining 3 Assassin Alliance masters froze in the courtyard, each touching their necks in confusion. Blood. So much blood. Ugh, ugh. Jason screamed first, seeing his blood-soaked hand. When he touched his neck again, he realized it had been sliced clean through. John and the other companion also felt despair as they Jananda looked down at their necks, finding a similar wound. The 3 clutched their necks, their life force rapidly fading. Filled with despair, they collapsed to the ground, twitched a few times, and died. Just like that, for Masters Worm Al-Salin in an instant, it had taken no more than 10 seconds. Kong Fei and Kong Jianren exchanged glances, both in disbelief. Only after their bodyguards confirmed the deaths of Mike and the others did they gasp in shock. Yi Han's strength was too terrifying. One man Malsala, four masters. A martial Zun could indeed accomplish that. Yi Han dusted off his hands and walked over to Angel, smiling. How about it? I finished the fight in 10 seconds. Angel, though inwardly shocked, pretended to pout. Just make sure you don't show off your 10 seconds elsewhere, humph. Her coquettish expression and alluring figure exuded an irresistible charm. 秒杀了4位宗师高手，即便是5尊级别的强者，要做到这一点也不容易吧。Yi Han dusted off his hands and walked up to Angel, smiling. How about it? 10 seconds to finish the fight, right? Angel, though inwardly shocked, feigned indifference. Just don't embarrass yourself with a 10-second performance elsewhere, got it? Her playful pout and alluring figure exuded an irresistible charm. Chapter 91. Sister Yun, watch over him for me when I'm not around. Another place shows 10 seconds? After hearing this, Kong Fei and the others were stunned for a few seconds before immediately understanding what Angel meant. Wow, Angel and Yi Han have a history, and it's a deep one. So deep that it might even be at the minus 20 centimeters level. Damn, little girl, don't slander me. Every time I perform, it's at least an hour. Or, how about we verify it right now? With that, Yi Han reached out and wrapped his arm around Angel's slender waist, then slapped her but twice. MMPH. The familiar touch, the familiar strength, it's still the same feeling. Angel couldn't help but let out a shy moan. Although Angel is a foreign girl and more open-minded than domestic girls, there were still so many people present. In an instant, Angel reacted, struggling to escape from Yi Han's embrace. She glanced at the Kong family members present and asked, They? Are your friends? With just one sentence, Angel once again lifted the hearts of Kong Fei and the others. This is the leader of the Assassin Alliance. Yi Han might not fear her, but the combined strength of the Kong family still wouldn't be enough to match even one of her fingers. Yes, I'll protect the Kong family. You can cancel the bounty on them. Yi Han said it casually, but Kong Jianren was so moved that tears almost fell from his eyes. Although Yi Han's words were simple, having the Assassin Alliance cancel the bounty was a guarantee of safety for the Kong family. The Assassin Alliance's bounty is almost a death sentence. Angel nodded. Actually, I never agreed with the mission to assassinate the Kong family. It was the Elder Council who forced it through. Now that you've dealt with those four, the Elder Council is severely weakened. My master and I should be able to control the Assassin Alliance. She paused and continued, Also, call Master sometime. He often can't sleep at night because he misses you. Huh. What the? Angel's words shocked Kong Fei and the others so much that their eyeballs nearly fell out. What's going on? Did Yi Han also win over Angel's master? Is he that formidable? Yi Han coughed to hide his embarrassment. We'll talk about that later. How about we find a place to catch up? It had been 3 years since they last met, and Yi Han had missed this little vixen. Seeing Yi Han's mischievous gaze, Angel knew exactly what he was thinking. Honey, I'm not feeling well these past few days. Angel apologetically hugged Yi Han and kissed him on the lips. Now that I know you're alive, I can come find you anytime. Then, I'll cling to you every day, making sure you can't get out of bed, hee. As the beauty squirmed in his arms, the alluring fragrance filled his nostrils. Yi Han was a bit speechless. This little minx was definitely teasing him. All right, you helped me eliminate the 4 direct descendants of the Elder Council. There will definitely be major changes within the Assassin Alliance. I need to go back now. Angel stepped out of Yi Han's embrace and said seriously, Also, honey, if you ever need help, call me anytime. I'll do my best to help. 3 years ago, Yi Han and Bei Luo Shimin were both attacked. Now that Yi Han has regained his strength, he certainly won't let go of the enemies who destroyed his family. Okay. Xiao Chan, you see? Yi Han is really popular. If you keep acting like this, he's really going to be taken away. After Angel left, behind the flower bed in the Kong family courtyard, Su Yun and Su Chan watched Angel's departing figure with complex expressions. They had clearly seen the intimacy between Yi Han and Angel. Of course, Su-chan had long known about Yi-han and Angel's relationship. Not only that, but Yi-han also had relationships with the crown princess of the Japanese royal family, the Duchess of Britannia. Wherever Yi-han went, he could make girls fall for him. Sigh. Sister Yun, how could I not know? But it's been 3 years and a lot has changed. Moreover, now that the obstacles in the southwest have been cleared, I've regained control of my businesses there. But in the capital, Su-do still holds the power of the Su family, and Grandpa is still under his control. How can I have the heart to think about other things? After a pause, Su-chan turned to Su-yun with sincere eyes. Sister Yun, when I'm not around, you must help me keep an eye on him. Don't let him sneak around. Hee. This Yi-han is just too handsome. Even if he doesn't have any intentions, other girls will throw themselves at him. Ah. Su-yun's heart fluttered. Thinking about what Yi-han had done to her that night, it was just one step away. Would she end up watching over him and get caught herself? Okay. The Kong family had thought they were facing a catastrophe, but in just a few moves, Yi-han had resolved it. The entire Kong family was in an uproar. Kong Fei and Kong Jianren almost wanted to kneel before Yi-han. Young Master Yi, thank you so much today. If it weren't for you, our Kong family would have been finished. Yes, young Master Yi, thank you from the bottom of my heart. If I were a woman, I would offer myself to you. Kong Fei joked, feeling more and more proud of his wise decision. Fortunately, he hadn't helped Yun Feiyong, and later, he had boldly given the immortal bone to Yi-han, which had earned Yi-han's help. No need to thank me. Your Kong family has paid the price. At least, you won't be my enemy in the future. The next day, Yi-han was woken up by a call from Qiuling. Young Master Yi, I've arranged the Zhou family's assets, but something seems off with our entire Yi group. It seems like a force is secretly targeting Yi group stocks. They want to take control of Yi group. What do you think, young Master Yi? Yi-han chuckled inwardly. It seemed he hadn't been wrong about Qiuling. She really did have a sharp eye. Just from the stock market, she had noticed something was amiss. Yi family and Lin family. There will be a life and death battle sooner or later. Is the Lin family impatient? Have they already started attacking Yi family economically? Don't worry, Sister Wan. I'll handle this. Just keep working as usual. Just as Yi-han ended the call with Qiuling, he received a call from the head of the European First Financial Group, Rothschild. Your Majesty, that bastard Lafitte has already started helping the Lin family in the stock market. When do we start? Rothschild's tone showed no fear, only excitement. Because in the global financial world, there are two stock gods. One is the American Lafitte, and the other is the European Rothschild. The two have always been competing for the top spot. Rothschild has lost to Lafitte a few times before. Lafitte? Doesn't he know he's targeting my family? I'll call him right now, and have him come explain himself. Before Yi-han could notify Lafitte, Rothschild quickly interjected, Your Majesty, please don't. I've been itching for a fair competition with Lafitte for a long time. Please give me this chance. I've already mobilized 3 trillion from Europe. I guarantee the Yi family won't lose. Chapter 92. Guns are useless in front of me. Is that so? All right then. Yi-han nodded, agreeing to Rothschild's request. At this moment, in the Lin family's compound, the obese Lafitte sneezed unexpectedly. Lin Hua, standing respectfully beside him, quickly asked, Mr. Lafitte, are you not accustomed to the climate here? Do you have a cold? Should I call your private doctor? Lafitte was a genius trader Lin Hua had hired from the United States at a high cost, using all of the Lin family's connections. The goal was to deliver a decisive blow and completely crush the Yi group. No need. I think some old acquaintances are thinking of me, Lafitte said with a mysterious smile. In his heart, he thought, rest assured, Your Majesty, this operation will be a gift you'll be satisfied with. Mr. Lin, how much capital have you prepared for this operation? Lafitte had already started small-scale actions, but the real operation would be extremely costly. About 500 billion. Not enough. To deal with the Yi group, at least 800 billion is needed. You need to find another 300 billion. Otherwise, I can't guarantee victory, Lafitte bluntly rejected the amount. Lin Hua nodded. All right. The Lin family has a few more places to raise funds. 300 billion should be manageable. 500 billion in cash was already the limit for the entire Lin group. But to deal with Yi Han, even if it meant mobilizing connections to raise another 300 billion, Lin Hua was willing. His father-in-law could lend him 300 billion. However, with this additional 300 billion, both the Lin family and his father-in-law's family would be fully invested in this operation. If it failed, there would be no chance for the Lin family to recover. As the Yi and Lin families prepared for their confrontation, Yi Han left the Kong family, called Zhao Linglong and Wang Fuguo, and planned to head back to Yunqing. As the car left downtown Huadu and approached the highway, Yi Han suddenly spotted a familiar figure being knocked unconscious by a few burly men and stuffed into a van in an alley. Hua Shuiyan. Yi Han recognized her as the captain of the Yunqing law enforcement team, Hua Shuiyan. She was supposed to be working in Yunqing. Why was she suddenly in Huadu? Stop the car. I need to save someone. Having witnessed this, Yi Han couldn't simply turn a blind eye. After all, Hua Simiao had already become Yi Han's disciple, and Hua Shuiyan was his disciple's granddaughter. Moreover, she had offered some help during Yi Han's restructuring of the Yi group. In the alley, after the men loaded Hua Shuiyan into the van and started the engine to leave, a figure suddenly blocked their path. It was none other than Yi Han. Are you crazy, idiot? Looking to die? Move aside, or I'll step on the gas and run you over. The driver stuck his head out and shouted at Yi Han. Yi Han's face turned cold as he coldly ordered the men, release the person in the car, and I'll spare your lives. Yi Han's words left the 4 or 5 men in the van stunned. Boss, is this chick's partner? What do we do? They had only focused on capturing Hua Shuiyan and hadn't expected her to have a partner. Inside the van, a scarred man's face darkened. Never mind that. Just ram him. Got it. The driver responded and pressed the accelerator to the floor. The engine roared as the van sped towards Yi Han. Die. Vroom. The van had only accelerated 3 meters when Yi Han moved, not to escape, but to charge towards the van. In an instant, he swung his fist and slammed it into the van's hood. Boom. A loud explosion echoed as the van came to a sudden halt. The hood crumpled, creating a massive hole, and thick smoke began to rise. A speeding van had been stopped dead in its tracks with just one punch from Yi Han. The men in the van were caught off guard. Their heads slammed into the seats and steering wheel, leaving them bloodied. Ignoring their injuries, they stared in disbelief at Yi Han, who stood calmly in front of the van with his hands behind his back. Was this even human? One punch to stop a moving vehicle. Yi Han was undoubtedly a martial arts master, possibly even a grandmaster. But in Huadu, grandmasters were well-known figures, and none were this young. Kid, 7th master is handling this. You'd better not interfere, or... The driver staggered out of the van, trying to intimidate Yi Han. But Yi Han had no patience for such nonsense. To Yi Han, whether it was 7th master or 8th master, anyone who defied him would be dealt with. Smack! Yi Han swung his hand, sending the driver flying several meters away. The man twitched twice on the ground before passing out. Don't move. As Yi Han turned, the remaining 4 men in the van aimed their Desert Eagles at him. Kid, no one dares to interfere with 7th master's business. Now, kneel down and call me Grandpa 3 times, and I might spare your worthless life. Get down on your knees, you idiot. Seeing Yi Han still standing, another thinner man stepped forward, raised his gun, and slammed the butt into Yi Han's head. Yi Han frowned, dodged the blow, and let the gun but hit his shoulder. Then, he coldly stared at the man. It seems you really don't know when to stop. Originally, Yi Han had no intention of dealing with these lowlifes and only planned to knock them out and leave them for Hua Shuiyan to handle. But now, these men were acting arrogantly in front of him, even hitting him with a gun butt? Yi Han couldn't tolerate that. Huh, you're the one who's about to die, yet you're still bragging? Even if you had the skills of a god, what good would it do you? Can your martial arts outrun a bullet? Go on, try it. The man who had hit Yi Han with the gun, but taunted as he prepared to press the barrel against Yi Han's head. Before he could move, Ihan acted. With a burst of chi, he grabbed the man's gun and crushed it into a pile of metal shavings, which fell from his fingers. The chi continued to surge, shattering the man's arm, then his shoulder, ribs, and finally his internal organs. The man didn't even understand what had happened before feeling his body drained. He vomited a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground, his body rapidly dehydrating into a shriveled husk. How? The man, to his dying breath, couldn't comprehend how Ihan had done it, how he had been faster than a bullet. Before he could react, he was already on his way to meet the King of Hell. Chapter 93. Colluding with the East? Then die. Holy shit. Brothers, shoot. Kill him. Seeing their companions so easily dispatched and in such an eerie manner, the remaining 3 burly men, under the command of their leader, quickly pulled the triggers, aiming to gun down Ihan. Swoosh. They moved swiftly, but Ihan had already activated his teleportation ability. At the moment they fired, Ihan had already teleported behind them. Bang! Bang! 2 punches effortlessly knocked out 2 of the burly men, leaving only their leader standing in shock, staring blankly at Ihan. The leader immediately knelt before Ihan. Big boss, spare my life. We were blind to your greatness. Please forgive us. From the previous situation, the leader had realized that Ihan's strength was beyond their reach. They couldn't defeat him, nor could they kill him. The only way to survive now was to beg for mercy. Boom. Without hesitation, Ihan delivered a punch to the leader's shoulder, the powerful force causing the man's body to sink half a foot into the concrete ground. Crack. Crack. The sound of bones shattering echoed through the man's body, blood seeping from his 7 orifices, his body trembling violently from the pain, beads of sweat pouring down his forehead, yet he dared not utter a sound. Please, big boss, forgive me. Ihan's lips twitched. The punch had already severed the man's life force, but he had spared his life only to use him as a guide. Take me to see the 7th master. Ah, yes. The scarred man's eyes flickered with confusion and a hint of glee. What an idiot, he thought. Most people would run far away upon hearing the 7th master's name. Yet this guy is actually coming to him. Ihan glanced indifferently at the scarred man, then got into the car and lifted Hua Shuiyin out. A surge of energy flowed through her body, and Hua Shuiyin immediately woke up. You bastards, let go of me. I'll shoot you all. Hua Shuiyin's first reaction upon waking was to reach for her waist, intending to draw her gun and shoot at Ihan. Ihan's lips curled into a smile as he quickly stopped her. Don't move, it's me. Huh? It's you? Hua Shuiyin now recognized Ihan and turned to see the fallen burly men, her eyes lighting up with surprise. But when she saw the scarred man, she jumped up as if scalded. You damned bastards! Not only do you commit evil yourselves, but you also collude with those East Asian dogs to run rampant in the Great Xia. You deserve to be shot 100 times. Huh. Hearing Hua Shuiyin's words, Ihan frowned. They collude with East Asians to run rampant in the Great Xia? What exactly is going on? Ihan had never had any good feelings towards East Asia since childhood. Back then, those East Asian dogs slaughtered millions of Great Xia's people and plundered countless assets. After being defeated, they had been relatively quiet for many years, but in recent years, their warriors had begun to quietly infiltrate the Great Xia, as if plotting some scheme, their activities becoming more and more frequent. These despicable bastards have recently been abducting children in the Great Xia and secretly transporting them to East Asia, supposedly for some kind of experiment. I just got on their trail when they knocked me out. As Hua Shuiyin spoke, she couldn't help but kick the scarred man in the groin out of anger. Boom. Upon hearing that these scumbags were abducting children for experiments, Ihan's killing intent surged. 100 years ago, that small, insignificant East Asian country had run rampant in the Great Xia. Now, in the prime of the Great Xia, these cowards dare to run rampant here? Not only that, but the scarred man and the 7th master behind him were aiding and abetting these villains, harming the people of the Great Xia. Utterly despicable. You deserve to die. Ihan kicked the scarred man, the force surging through his veins and blood, causing him to roll on the ground in agony. Big boss, spare me. I was just following orders. It's not my fault. After venting his anger, Ihan waved to Wang Fuguwei outside the alley, explaining the situation. Go to the location of the seventh master. According to Hua Shuiyan, the seventh master wielded significant power in the provincial capital, with ties to numerous high-ranking officials. His influence even surpassed that of the four major families. Hua Shuiyan had to conduct her investigation of the seventh master in secret. Such scum. If Ihan encountered them, he naturally wouldn't let them off. In a private room of the Dragon Palace Club in Huadu, the seventh master, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, sat opposite a middle-aged man with a mustache. Mr. Murano, please try this year's new tea and let me know what you think. The man with the mustache across from him was Murano Koji, the vice president of the Black Society of East Asia. He was in charge of all operations in the entire Tianan province. Murano lifted the teacup, took a sip, and said with some concern, "Seventh Master, I hear the Great Xia police are investigating you, especially a female cop from the southwest named Hua Shuiyan, who seems to have already targeted you. Could there be any problems?" The seventh master smiled calmly. "There will be no problems. If nothing unexpected happens, that woman Hua Shuiyan will soon be brought here. She's said to be a rare beauty. If Mr. Murano is interested, I can have her sent to your bed before disposing of her." "Ah, really? That would be great, hee. I'm very much looking forward to it. Come, seventh master, let's toast to our successful cooperation. If this batch of goods is successfully transported to East Asia, our president will certainly reward you handsomely." As the two men chuckled and prepared to toast, a commotion erupted in the lobby of the Dragon Palace Club. Boom! A deafening explosion rocked the lobby as a blue BMW smashed through the glass doors and barreled into the hall. Ihan, Wang Fuguwei, and Zhao Linglong stepped out of the car, coldly surveying the crowd. "Tell the seventh master to come out." On the way here, Ihan and Hua Shuiyan had briefed Wang Fuguwei and Zhao Linglong on the seventh master's actions, leaving both of them furious. "You dare cause trouble at the Dragon Palace? Do you know whose territory this is?" In the lobby, the seventh master's subordinates, unaware of their impending doom, stepped forward, attempting to attack Ihan and his group. This just gave Wang Fuguwei and Zhao Linglong an opportunity to vent their anger. Boom, boom. Like human bulldozers, the two of them instantly knocked out dozens of guards in the lobby, leaving them either dead or severely injured. Child traffickers, especially those who abducted children, were the most despicable and heinous criminals. Zhao Linglong and Wang Fuguwei showed no mercy. On the second floor, just about to celebrate, the seventh master saw the chaos below and frowned, especially upon seeing Hua Shuiyan accompanying them. He angrily smashed his wine glass on the table. "What are you good for? A bunch of useless fools." With that, the seventh master pulled out his phone and quickly dialed a number. "Director Zhang, there's been a bit of trouble at the Dragon Palace. You need to come over right away. The sooner the better." Today, the Dragon Palace was in trouble. If it wasn't handled properly, a big problem could arise, especially since there were a group of children locked in the basement, which absolutely couldn't be exposed. Chapter 94. His butt is crooked. Mr. Tsuinyu, the expert you brought along will likely need to be called upon this time. Chia himself was a martial artist, and from Ihan, Zhao Linglong, and others, he could sense the fluctuations of martial arts energy. Although Chia had martial arts experts under his command, he didn't want to expose his strength so easily. "Of course, we are now on the same boat, and I also hope that Mr. Chi can handle this matter as quickly as possible," Tsuinyu said, pausing before continuing. "Mr. Chi, shall we go down together and take a look?" Chia nodded. "All right. I also want to see who dares to cause trouble on my turf in Huadu." Chia's recent rapid expansion had inflated his ego, and he no longer considered anyone a threat. This included the four major families, whom Chia had long wanted to target to assert his dominance. Yet today, someone had directly smashed the gates of the Dragon Palace Club. Everyone in Huadu knew that the Dragon Palace Club was Chia's face in the city. If this matter wasn't handled properly, Chia's reputation in Huadu would be ruined. Suinyu signaled to someone nearby, and soon, a middle-aged man in a robe, with a sword slung over his back, walked over to Suinyu. Mr. Suinyu. Hi. The man bowed deeply, almost touching his knees, in the typical Japanese manner. Suinyu nodded and said calmly, Mutu, there are a few martial artists from Desya causing trouble downstairs. When the time comes, you need to step in and assert our dominance. Suinyu raised his head proudly. Mutu was one of his most skilled subordinates, already at the level of a martial arts master. This time, Suinyu had brought Mutu along to show off his strength to Chia, letting him know that the Japanese Black Suit Society was not to be underestimated. Ahem. Chia, Suinyu, and a group of martial arts experts quickly made their way downstairs. What are you causing trouble for? Don't you know what the Dragon Palace Club is? Causing trouble here? You're really not giving me, Chia, any face. Beside Chia, a man with glasses and a middle-parted hairstyle, speaking with a strong Sichuan accent, berated Yihan and the others. If you don't give me an explanation today, none of you will leave here. The middle-parted man was holding a cup of milk tea, looking quite relaxed, with two prominent buck teeth. This man was said to be Chia's adopted son, named Chen Guofu. I am Hua Shuiyan, the captain of the Yunqing Patrol Division, and I am investigating a human trafficking case. I hope you will cooperate with the investigation. Hua Shuiyan stepped forward, showing her credentials and speaking firmly to Chen Guofu and Chia. The room fell silent, and everyone looked at Hua Shuiyan with strange expressions, as if she were some rare creature. The Dragon Palace Club had been operating for so many years, and no one had ever dared to investigate it. Yet now, a captain from the Yunqing Patrol Division dared to come and investigate the Dragon Palace Club? Was she tired of living? Didn't she know that some people and places were off-limits? All eyes turned to Chen Guofu and Chia. Hua Shuiyan showed her credentials, and Chen Guofu's face twitched, a vicious expression appearing as he raised his hand, ready to order his bodyguards to act. Chen Guofu was still inexperienced, and his best idea was to silence Hua Shuiyan to prevent her from causing trouble. After all, it was Chia's order to have his men capture Hua Shuiyan when she had traced the clues to the Dragon Palace Club. Just as Chen Guofu was about to speak, Chia stopped him from behind. The situation had changed, and they couldn't use the previous methods to deal with Hua Shuiyan. Officer, since you are the captain of Yunqing, it seems Huadu is not within your jurisdiction, is it? Moreover, you want us to cooperate with the investigation? Do you have a search warrant, or any relevant documents? Chia said calmly, though inside, he wanted to tear Hua Shuiyan apart 1,000 times over. Chia had naturally investigated Hua Shuiyan. She was the granddaughter of Hua Simiao, the Southwest Medicine King. Although Hua Simiao was just a doctor, he had immense connections in the Southwest and even throughout Desya. That's why Chia had been cautious when Hua Shuiyan started investigating the Dragon Palace Club. Later, as Hua Shuiyan got closer to the core information, Chia had no choice but to act. He didn't expect it to be so coincidental that Yihan had intervened. Hua Shuiyan was momentarily speechless. In terms of procedure and form, she indeed had no authority to investigate in Huadu. Even if she wanted to investigate, she would need approval from the Huadu Patrol Division. But with such a serious and urgent situation as human trafficking, where was the time to wait for approval? By the time the paperwork was complete, the Dragon Palace Club would have already transferred the trafficked people, and even if they searched the place from top to bottom, it would be meaningless. Since there are no documents, please leave. Oh, and you damaged our club's gate, so you need to compensate for the losses. I will report this to your superiors. Chia smirked coldly. A young girl trying to compete with me? Seeing Chia's arrogant face, Yihan felt furious, and Wang Fuguwei beside him was even angrier. He glanced at Yihan. After receiving Yihan's approval, Wang Fuguwei stomped his foot on the ground, shot forward, and slapped Chia across the face. Compensation? Compensate your mother. Trash? Slap. A crisp sound echoed, and Chia's face was hit solidly, causing him to see stars and stagger. 5 clear finger marks quickly swelled on his face. Everyone couldn't help but gasp. Chiye had been hit? The overlord of Huadu, Chiye, had been slapped? With Chiye's current power, even the governor of Tianan province treated him with respect. Yet these people had the audacity to slap Chiye? Were they asking for death? How dare you? Men, arrest them! Qingguofu exclaimed, ordering his bodyguards to act. But Chiye, suppressing the burning pain on his face, stopped Qingguofu again. Shut up. Can't you think with your head? Chiye had already notified the director of the Tianan Provincial Patrol Division, Zhang Yang. If Zhang Yang could handle the situation, the Dragon Palace Club wouldn't need to act directly, avoiding leaving any evidence. Zhang Yang was Hua Shuiyan's superior, and controlling her would be a piece of cake. Dismissing Hua Shuiyan from her position, they could then deal with her and her companions in secret. But Chiye, Before Qingguofu could continue, a series of hurried footsteps sounded at the door. A group of uniformed officers, led by a fat middle-aged man, rushed in. Director Zhang has arrived. What's going on here? Who is causing trouble? And who injured so many people? The leading man was none other than Zhang Yang, the director of the Tianan Provincial Bureau. As soon as he spoke, Yihan knew that this Director Zhang had a crooked butt. Chapter 95. Offending a major deity. It was them. They not only crashed our gate with their car, but also injured so many of our people. Director Zhang, hurry and arrest them all. Qingguofu's eyes lit up upon seeing Zhang Yang's arrival, and he hastily addressed him. Zhang Yang glanced at Qingguofu indifferently. Mr. Chun, we have our own procedures for handling cases. If they truly committed illegal acts, we naturally won't let them off. Zhang Yang clearly showed some dissatisfaction with Qingguofu. Although he could submit to Qi, he did not recognize Qingguofu. After all, Zhang Yang was the director of the provincial bureau and wouldn't be swayed by Qingguofu. Turning to Yihan and the others, Zhang Yang asked, "Did you assault them?" "Indeed." Wang Fuguwei took the lead in admitting, "They deserved it." "And the gate? Was that also you?" "Yes." Seeing that Yihan remained silent, Wang Fuguwei continued to acknowledge the charges. Yihan calmly observed Zhang Yang, curious to see what tricks this man could play. "This is outrageous. I hereby declare that you have trespassed, damaged property, and assaulted others. The circumstances are extremely severe. Arrest them immediately for investigation. Anyone who resists will be warned, and those who ignore the warning will be shot on the spot." Asterisk click. Click. Asterisk. As Zhang Yang spoke, his subordinates drew their guns and aimed them directly at Yihan and Wang Fuguwei. Seeing this scene, Qi Yi and Quni exchanged a satisfied smile. Quni inwardly marveled at Qi Ye's influence in the Great Xia, capable of mobilizing the director of the provincial bureau. Such power was indeed formidable. "Director Zhang, is this how you handle cases? Why don't you ask why we assaulted them? The Dragon Palace Club is involved in human trafficking, yet you choose to ignore it." Zhao Linglong couldn't help but complain to Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang sneered, "Humph. Do you have evidence? Without evidence, don't slander others. Whether the Dragon Palace Club has issues or not, I will investigate later. For now, let's deal with your matter. Why are you just standing there? Move quickly." After shouting, Zhang Yang exchanged a glance with Qi Yi. Clearly, the Dragon Palace Club had been exposed. Zhang Yang's intention was clear. Qi Yi needed to quickly transfer the detained children. Only then could Zhang Yang cooperate in the charade. Otherwise, if they were caught in the act and found the detained children, both Qi Yi and Zhang Yang would be in trouble. Wait. Just as Zhang Yang's subordinates were about to act, Hua Shuiyan stepped forward, holding up her credentials. "Take a good look. I am also from the Xuantian Bureau. I am here on official business to investigate a case. Your indiscriminate actions and collusion raise serious doubts about your integrity." Hua Shuiyan's words gave Zhang Yang pause, and he turned to glance at Qi Yi. Qi Yi hadn't mentioned the presence of a Xuantian Bureau member when he called earlier. If there was a Xuantian Bureau member here, it would be quite troublesome. Zhang Yang could control his own subordinates to keep silent, but he couldn't guarantee the behavior of others. Zhang Yang frowned and examined Hua Shuiyan's credentials, finding that she was merely a captain from Yunqing. Relieved, he said, "Nonsense. What is a small captain from Yunqing doing in Huadu? Is this your jurisdiction? I am hereby notifying you that you are suspended." As he spoke, Zhang Yang took out his phone and dialed the director of the Yunqing branch, Sun Hong. "How do you manage your people? One of your subordinates, Hua Shuiyan, came to Huadu to investigate a case. Are you dissatisfied with my jurisdiction, or do you not want to keep your position? Immediately recall your people, or I will have you removed." The moment Zhang Yang ended the call, Hua Shuiyan's phone rang. It was undoubtedly Director Sun Hong. "Shuiyan, I've told you before, that case isn't something you should investigate. Return immediately. If you continue like this, I can't protect you." Sun Hong wasn't a bad person, but being in the system, he knew the intricate relationships. The Dragon Palace Club's backer, Qi Yi, had long been involved in the missing children case, but Qi Ye's backing was too powerful. Sun Hong couldn't investigate despite his intentions. "But, Director, enough. From now on, I am verbally notifying you of a 1-month suspension." Hua Shuiyan frowned deeply as she listened to the dial tone. Damn it! Are we just going to let these scoundrels go unpunished? Knowing that Qi Yi and the Dragon Palace Club were the masterminds behind the scenes, yet being unable to arrest them, even with the Huadu Shuantian Bureau siding with Qi Yi, Hua Shuiyan felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Yi Han's lips twitched, signaling it was time for him to act. "Director Zhang, are you really going to collude with them? I'm giving you one last chance. Immediately arrest Qi Yi and his gang of scumbags, and I might spare your life." Yi Han's voice wasn't loud, but everyone present heard it clearly. All eyes turned to Yi Han. The moment Qi Yi saw Yi Han's face, a sense of familiarity struck him. This young man, why did he look so familiar? And he seemed to be someone not to be trifled with. But Qi Yi couldn't recall exactly who Yi Han was. "How dare you? Who are you to speak to me like that? Is there no law anymore? Arrest him." Zhang Yang was infuriated by Yi Han's provocation. As the highest-ranking official present, being challenged by an unknown person felt like a severe insult to Zhang Yang. Two of Zhang Yang's subordinates moved swiftly, intending to handcuff Yi Han. "Humph." Yi Han snorted coldly, easily delivering 2 punches that sent Zhang Yang's men flying. He calmly stated, "Zhang Yang, I've given you a chance. Since you're useless, don't blame me. I guarantee that from this moment on, you won't leave here unscathed." "You?" Zhang Yang wasn't surprised by his men being knocked out. He paid no heed to Yi Han's threat. This was Qi Ye's territory, with his own loyal subordinates present. How could Yi Han cause any trouble? Mr. Yi is the sole heir of the Yi family, the first family of the Great Xia, the sole successor of the Tianlong army, and the young master of Beluo Sherman. Do you think Mr. Yi is qualified? Before Yi Han could speak, Wang Fugue stepped forward, introducing Yi Han's identity coldly. "With the full support of the Wang family, I don't believe we can't take you down today." "Yes, and the Zhao family of Southwest. You scum must die." Essence. Wang Fugue's revelation caused everyone present to gasp in shock. Qi Yi finally remembered. It's him? My heavens. Yesterday, Yi Han had flattened the Yun and Zhou families in a high-profile move to serve as a warning. As the dominant force in Huadu, Qi Yi was well aware of this news. He never expected Yi Han to target him. Zhang Yang was also stunned. The young master of the Yi family? That was the heir of the first family of the Great Xia. Although the Yi family was attacked 3 years ago, with Yi Han's return, the family was rising again. He had offended such a major deity? Zhang Yang turned to Qi Yi, seeking advice on what to do next. Chapter 96. Try laying a finger on Yi Xiao and see what happens? Qi Yi's mind raced as he pondered the situation. Yi Han had indeed demonstrated considerable strength recently, with rumors claiming that even the Zhou family's patriarch and steward had fallen at his hands. However, Qi Yi was well aware that taking on the Yi family was no simple matter. On the surface, there were the Zhou and Lin families, and even the royal family, with even more mysterious forces lurking in the background. According to reliable information Qi Yi had obtained, the Lin family had already declared total war on the Yi family. 3 years ago, The Yi family had nearly been wiped out, and this time, it seemed they would not escape destruction again. Most critically, the matters behind the Dragon Palace Club were absolutely not to be exposed. If they were, not only would Chie be affected, but his Muhol Alban would undoubtedly be implicated, putting Chie in a living hell. Yihan must die. Having sorted out the implications, Chie gave Zhang Yang a meaningful glance, making a throat-slitting gesture. Upon seeing Chie's action, Zhang Yang was momentarily stunned. Was Chie really so ruthless? Did he intend to eliminate Yihan outright? But considering the forces behind Chie, it wasn't impossible for them to stand against the Yi family. I don't care who you are, young master. Today, I am acting in accordance with the law. Anyone who dares to obstruct me will be executed without mercy. Zhang Yang said as he cocked his pistol, aiming it directly at Yihan, ready to take action himself. Yihan, do you intend to resist arrest? As long as Yihan dared to resist, Zhang Yang would have a reason to act. Zhang Yang was, after all, just an ordinary person with a rudimentary understanding of martial arts. He had no idea how terrifying a true martial arts master could be. A master of the martial lord level or above could move faster than a bullet, sensing its trajectory on the battlefield and easily dodging it. How could Zhang Yang, with just a pistol, pose any threat to Yihan? Yihan chuckled softly. Heh, you want to compare power and status? Very well. Let's see who in the Great Xia has more influence than the Yi family. It dawned on everyone that despite its decline, the Yi family remained one of the 6 great aristocratic families of the Great Xia. Whether in the military or other branches of the government, they still held the power to influence the entire nation's situation. Who dares to arrest young Master Yi? Try laying a finger on him and see what happens. As Yihan finished speaking, a bespectacled middle-aged man entered the room, flanked by 2 secretaries. Though he appeared like a frail scholar, his presence exuded an aura of natural authority. Governor Pengyu. Why are you here? Zhang Yang lowered his pistol involuntarily, his eyes filled with fear and surprise. The man who had arrived was none other than Governor Pengyu of Tianan Province, a loyal member of the Yi family's faction. Yesterday, upon learning that Yihan had come to Huadu, Governor Peng had expressed his desire to meet the young master. However, Yihan had been too busy the previous night, so they hadn't met. Today, knowing he intended to deal with Chie, Yihan had called upon Governor Peng, also intending to share some credit with him. Am I not allowed to come? I've received reports that the Dragon Palace is involved in human trafficking. I now order you to immediately shut down the Dragon Palace Club and thoroughly investigate the human trafficking case. Do you have any objections? Governor Peng glanced at Yihan, then directly issued a stern order to Zhang Yang. Earlier, Zhang Yang had mentioned that the Dragon Palace Club would be investigated later, but now that Governor Peng had arrived, he was issuing a direct command. Zhang Yang was immediately deflated. He was well aware of the illicit activities at the Dragon Palace Club, including the dozens of children below. If they were uncovered, how could they possibly handle the situation? Governor Peng's sudden appearance to support Yihan caught Chie off guard. If Governor Peng hadn't shown up, Chie might have resorted to using his own and Sunyu's forces to eliminate Yihan and Hua Shuiyan on the spot. But now that Governor Peng, the governor of Tianan Province, had arrived, a powerful figure in the Great Xia, killing him would be unthinkable. Chie, along with the forces backing him, lacked the audacity to confront the entire Great Xia. His hidden boss would likely not dare to take such a risk either. Yet, the situation was clear. If they didn't act, Chie would be doomed. Governor Peng, wait a moment. Is there some misunderstanding between us? Chie immediately put on a smiling face and stepped forward to greet Governor Peng. Let's just consider this a misunderstanding, shall we? Let's pretend nothing happened. I didn't recognize young Master Yi at first. This was Chie's way of backing down. With Governor Peng now involved, Zhang Yang and Chie clearly dared not harm Yihan and his group. Chie now hoped that Governor Peng would compromise, allowing the matter to be resolved quietly. Get lost. Governor Peng's attitude was crystal clear. He would follow his young master's lead. Lu Qi, do I know you? Let me tell you. I've tolerated you for far too long. Today, I'm here to see just what tricks you can pull. Governor Peng showed no respect to Chiya, making it clear that he was determined to thoroughly investigate the Dragon Palace Club. Chiya's face instantly darkened. Peng, are you really going to tear apart our relationship? Governor Peng didn't respond to Chiya, but turned to Zhang Yang instead. What are you waiting for? Are you a great Xia official or Lu Qi's lackey? Do you believe I can have you dismissed right now? Zhang Yang looked utterly miserable, unsure of what to do. He was just a small bureau chief caught in the middle, feeling extremely uncomfortable. However, Zhang Yang's subordinates, seeing the situation unfold, began to waver. Realizing the tide was turning, they prepared to take action against the Dragon Palace Club. Who dares? Chiya suddenly bellowed, then sternly ordered, seal all exits of the club. Yihan attacked the governor within the club, causing grievous injuries. The governor succumbed to his wounds. Yihan was ultimately killed by us. Do you understand? Chiya's words shocked everyone present, especially Zhang Yang, whose view of Chiya changed. It was clear that Chiya intended to eliminate Governor Peng and Yihan and his group. Too ruthless, too insane, killing a great Xia official. Who would dare to take such a responsibility? Chiya understood this as well. With a silver pistol already cocked behind his back, he knew others likely lacked the courage to act, leaving him no choice but to take matters into his own hands. Lu Qi, what do you think you're doing? Under the clear sky, do you intend to revolt? Governor Peng's eyes widened as he noticed Chiya's actions, his mouth agape in shock. Even a powerful governor like him couldn't reign in Chiya? This Lu Qi was truly too audacious. What am I doing? Peng, you refuse to drink the respectful wine. Then don't blame me. Chiya's eyes flashed with a cold, ruthless light as he raised his pistol and pulled the trigger at Governor Peng. Yihan publicly assassinated Governor Peng. Protect the governor. Chapter 97. Should we fire? Mr. Yi, please give the order. Chiya had risen to his position not just through brute force, but by using his brain. Once he made a decision, he acted without hesitation, planning to kill Peng on the spot and then deal with Yihan and the others at his leisure. Ultimately, as long as everyone was dead, he could pin all the blame on Yihan and his group. Just as he had declared, he could claim that Peng was killed by Yihan, while he and his men like Zhang Yang were the heroes who tried to save the day, only to end up killing Yihan as well. Since both Yihan and Peng would be dead, with no one left to testify, the truth would be whatever they said it was. Chiya's plan was well thought out, but he underestimated Yihan's capabilities. The moment Chiya pulled the trigger, Yihan moved. He grabbed Peng and swiftly sidestepped a meter to the side, narrowly dodging Chiya's bullet. Chiya, if I don't kill you today, it would be an injustice to heaven and earth, Yihan said, placing Peng to the side and glaring sharply at Chiya. This Chiya was a ruthless character, and letting him live would lead to endless trouble. Yihan's ability to rescue Peng during such a critical moment shocked Chiya. Not only could Yihan dodge bullets, but he could also save someone else while doing so. Just how terrifying was Yihan's strength? Let's see how you plan to kill me today, Chiya said with a dark expression. What are you all waiting for? Attack together and kill them, or we're all dead. In an instant, the entire hall erupted into chaos. Chiya's men all aimed their guns at Yihan, Zhao Linglong, Wang Fugue, and the others. Just as they were about to open fire, the blocked entrance was once again smashed open by an armored vehicle. Commander Shunchang of the Southwest is here. Who dares to act recklessly? The turret of the armored vehicle swiveled, locking onto Chiya. Behind the vehicle, a flood of camouflage-clad soldiers surged in, surrounding the hall completely. Each of them carried heavy weapons, and their barrels were all aimed at Chiya and his men. The overwhelming pressure instantly immobilized everyone. Mr. Yi, we're here. Shunchang respectfully bowed to Yihan. Should we open fire? Please give the order, Mr. Yi. Yihan smiled faintly, his cold gaze fixed on Chiya and Zhang Yang. Do you still plan to kill me now? Shunchang had brought the elite of the elite, and their numbers far outmatched Chiya's forces. This was a crushing advantage. Zhang Yang was on the verge of tears. First, Peng Yu had arrived, and now the Southwest commander, a man who could command an army of 100,000, had shown up. With so many soldiers surrounding them, what could they possibly do? Mr. Yi, I was wrong. I was misled by them. I'll report. There are over 100 children locked up in their basement. Without hesitation, Zhang Yang fell to his knees before Yi Han and revealed the biggest secret of the Dragon Palace Club. You bastard! You're asking for death. Chia's face turned livid with rage. He shifted his gun and shot Zhang Yang dead on the spot. Before Zhang Yang could even cry for help, he collapsed to the ground. Humph! As Chia made his move, Yi Han acted as well. He teleported to Chia's side, channeled his energy, and severed Chia's arm before kicking him in the chest, sending him sprawling to the ground. Seeing Yi Han strike, Suinyu and 3 martial arts masters behind Chia also attacked. Bastard! Die! Suinyu shouted, drawing 2 curved swords and slashing through the air toward Yi Han's neck without hesitation. Suinyu and Chia were in the same boat. As a Japanese martial arts master, Suinyu's presence in the Great Xia should have been reported to the authorities. According to the treaty between Great Xia and Japan, any unreported Japanese masters entering Great Xia could be considered an invasion, and everyone had the right to kill them. If Chia fell today, Suinyu would never leave this place alive. The key to saving Chia was to kill Yi Han. However, Yi Han didn't even glance at Suinyu and the 3 martial arts masters. Yesterday at the Kong family, Yi Han had already proven that masters of their level were no match for him. 3 loud smacks echoed through the air as Yi Han darted between the 3 masters, delivering powerful strikes. The air was torn apart by the force, creating visible ripples. Chia's 2 masters and Suinyu's companion, the martial arts master Mutu, didn't even get a chance to fight back. They were struck so hard that they vomited blood, fell from the air, and twitched on the ground before falling still. Seeing this, Chia, lying nearby, closed his eyes in despair. Now he understood why the recent rise of the Yi family had made so many powerful families wary. The Yi family's resurgence wasn't a temporary revival. It was because Yi Han's strength had reached an incredibly terrifying level. 3 years ago, Yi Han had his heart removed, his bones shattered, and even his kidneys taken. At that time, he was already the youngest martial arts master. Now, 3 years later, not only has Yi Han recovered, but his strength has far surpassed that of a martial arts master. He is likely at least at the level of a martial Jun Wuzun, if not higher. In the mortal world, if a family had a martial lord-level expert, it was only natural for them to dominate all of Great Xia. Suinyu's swords seemed to pierce Yi Han, but in the end, they only hit his afterimage. By the time Suinyu realized what had happened, his 3 companions were already lying on the ground like lifeless dogs. Suinyu's eyes widened, and he could barely hold onto his swords. Yi Han, you? At such a young age, with such terrifying strength, Yi Han had every right to be arrogant. Thinking back to Yi Han's actions earlier, Suinyu realized that if Yi Han wanted to crush them, all of them combined wouldn't stand a chance. Had Yi Han been playing the fool to catch the wise? Too bad Suinyu had been too slow to realize it. If he had quietly escaped earlier, he might have had a chance, but now it was too late. With a loud crack, before Suinyu could react, Yi Han had already appeared in front of him. Yi Han grabbed Suinyu's swords, channeled his energy, and shattered them into pieces, scattering the shards on the ground. You Japanese dogs, if you dare to act recklessly in Great Xia, you'll pay the price. Yi Han snorted coldly, his energy surging as he shattered Suinyu's limbs and broke his ribs. Then, as if swinging a stick, Yi Han slammed Suinyu into the ground. The impact was so powerful that the marble floor cracked, and Suinyu was left a bloodied mess, barely clinging to life, before Yi Han finally stopped. Chapter 98. He did what I dared not do. Support him. Yi Han set Suinyu aside, and was about to walk over to Uncle Chi when Qin Guofu suddenly moved. Pretending to make a phone call, he held his phone and walked towards the door. Hello? What? Your sow gave birth. Okay, I'm coming right away. Just moments ago, Qin Guofu was acting like a dog with a master, extremely arrogant. But now that he saw Uncle Chi and Zhang Yang, Suini, and others in trouble, he still wanted to sneak away? Yihan let out a cold laugh, throwing a chair that grazed Qin Guofu's chest and embedded itself into the cement floor in front of him. Did I say you could leave? Young Master Yi, I was wrong. Don't kill me. Qin Guofu was so scared his legs trembled, and he wet himself on the spot. Then, with a thud, he knelt down before Yihan. Yihan gave a cold smile. Take us to the basement where the children are held, and I might spare your life. This? Qin Guofu hesitated for a moment, glancing at Uncle Chi. He knew about the basement where the children were held, but he also knew that it was Uncle Chi's most sensitive spot. If that place were exposed, it would be a clear case of guilt, and Uncle Chi would be finished. Moreover, the child trafficking to Japan involved not only money but also a huge secret, and even a mysterious prominent family in the capital. If the secret were exposed, his own life would be in danger as well. But Qin Guofu also knew that if he didn't take Yihan and the others there now, he wouldn't have a good outcome either. Seeing Yihan's sharp gaze fixed on him, Qin Guofu gritted his teeth, got up, and led the way. Let's go. You beast. Qin Guofu, you dog, how dare you? Uncle Chi tried to jump up and curse at Qin Guofu, but Yihan kicked him, knocking him unconscious. Under Qin Guofu's lead, they navigated the complex corridors of the Dragon Palace Club and descended into the underground chamber. After passing through several layers of password-protected doors, they finally reached the basement on the third underground level. Using Uncle Chi's iris to open the chamber door, what they saw inside made Wang Fuguwei, Zhao Linglong, Yihan, Peng Yu, Shinchong, and the others gasp in shock. The vast basement was dark and damp. Over 100 children were thrown on the ground, their excrement and urine mixed together. The children cried and crawled around on the floor, some so hungry they even grabbed at the waist. Damn it, beasts! Seeing this scene, Yihan's anger flared again, and he kicked Uncle Chi hard. Qin Guofu, who was in front, wasn't spared either. Wang Fuguwei, Zhao Linglong, and Shinchong pinned him down and gave him a thorough beating. Even the seemingly frail scholar, Peng Yu, dragged a stool over and hit Qin Guofu with it several times. The rest is up to you. Uncle Chi and his gang must be severely punished. No leniency. Yihan glanced at Peng Yu, Shinchong, and Hua Shuiyin. With Uncle Chi, Suini, and their core members and experts already captured, the subsequent arrest and cleanup operations would naturally be led by Peng Yu and Shinchong. Understood. Peng Yu and Shinchong replied and couldn't help but glance at Hua Shuiyin. Yihan's involvement in this operation was entirely because of Hua Shuiyin. Both men were speculating about the relationship between Hua Shuiyin and Yihan. Moreover, they knew that by taking down Uncle Chi and resolving such a major case, Hua Shuiyin's promotion was inevitable. Watching Yihan's retreating figure as he quickly walked out, Peng Yu made a silent decision. Since Hua Shuiyin was also on Yihan's side, he might as well lend a hand. The Yi family had already begun their war with the Lin family. Yihan, along with Wang Fuguwei and Zhao Linglong, didn't stay long and immediately took a flight back to Yunqing. In Huadu, following the major incident last night, another shocking piece of news broke. Peng Yu and Shinchong jointly held a press conference, announcing that Hua Shuiyin had led the bust of a major human trafficking and smuggling case involving Uncle Chi of Huadu, the Black Society of Japan, and even the director of the Tianan Provincial Bureau, Zhang Yang. Comrade Hua Shuiyin played a crucial role in this operation. Given that Zhang Yang betrayed the organization and was shot on the spot, I hereby appoint Hua Shuiyin as the overall commander of the cleanup operation. All forces in Tianan province will be under her command. What this appointment meant was crystal clear to those in the system. With Zhang Yang dead, his position was now vacant. Normally, Hua Shuiyin, just a captain in Yunqing, was several levels below Zhang Yang's bureau director position and had no right to command the cleanup of Uncle Chi's remnants. But with Peng Yu and Shinchong backing Hua Shuiyin, putting her in this position, the message was clear. They were supporting her rise. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, after this operation, Hua Shuiyin would soon take Zhang Yang's position. Cracking the Uncle Chi human trafficking case was a major achievement, and the cleanup of the remnants was sure to be another, stacking the merits and making her promotion inevitable. In Yunqing, as director Sun Hong browsed through news on his phone, he spat out his tea upon seeing the news. Hua Shuiyin? Just half an hour ago, Sun Hong had been pressured by Zhang Yang to suspend Hua Shuiyin, and now, within half an hour, Hua Shuiyin was standing alongside the governor of Tianan province, Peng Yu. Unable to believe it, Sun Hong turned on the TV and saw the rolling live broadcast, confirming it was true. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This is fate. Hua Shuiyin is so close to young Master Yi. Sigh. I wonder who will come out on top between the Yi and Lin families. In a villa in the capital, an elderly man also saw the news on TV. Father, Uncle Chi's affairs have been exposed. Our cooperation with Japan might be affected. Beside the old man, a young man looked worriedly at the news on TV, muttering, I wonder what Uncle Chi was thinking, provoking Yihan. The old man's facial muscles twitched. There will definitely be some impact. But as long as it doesn't affect our grand plan, it's not a big deal. You go handle the traces of our previous contacts with Uncle Chi. Make sure they can't trace it back to us. Also, arrange a meeting with the head of the Black Society, Kermitsu Kuu. Yes. In the imperial palace of the capital, Emperor Tangzheng also saw the news report. Seeing so many children rescued, Tangzheng was also greatly moved. Finally, this cancer has finally been removed? The Yi family brat has finally done something satisfying. Pass my order. Have all officials in Tianan province fully cooperate with them to investigate this matter. Tang Zheng's face showed a hint of anger as he made a decision with a wave of his hand. Your Majesty, are you sure about this? Peng Yu of Tianan province is a student of Yi Changfeng. Do I need to repeat myself? I was constrained by the power behind Uncle Chi and dared not act, but Yi Han did it. For that, this time, I support him. Chapter 99. To hug or not to hug? You're so bad. In Yunqing, Yi Han, Wang Fugua, and Zhao Linglong arrived directly at the Yi Corporation. At this moment, on the top floor of the Yi Corporation, a large conference hall was already filled with a diverse crowd of people. There were people from Xia, dressed in Britannic attire, from the United States, with golden hair, and with yellow hair. Yi Han had Hanjua announce the Heavenly Revenge Plan, and now, the core forces of Beiluo sect, which had been lurking globally, had almost all gathered at the Yi Corporation. We pay our respects to the Emperor. When Yi Han entered the conference hall, nearly 1,000 people spoke in unison, respectfully bowing to Yi Han. Among them were the Whirlwind War God who had fought on the battlefield, the eldest sister of Beiluo sect, Qing Ruolin, who had been on a mission in the United States, and the head of the Ross family, Ross Eder. Everyone. It's been 3 years, and you all still look as impressive as ever. The Emperor is wise and mighty. Indeed, seeing the Emperor restored to his former glory, I am overjoyed. Looking at these old subordinates of Beiluo sect, thinking about the 3 years of hiding, especially the brutal battle 3 years ago, Yi Han's heart was instantly filled with unsettling emotions. The attack on Beiluo sect 3 years ago was a premeditated assault. At that time, most of Beiluo sect's forces were dispatched on other missions, leaving the sect at its weakest. The sudden attack by the enemy naturally resulted in heavy losses. Everyone, I have gathered you here today to announce that Beiluo sect has not been destroyed and I, Yi Han, have risen again. My master is also not dead. For the past 3 years, we have only been accumulating strength. From now on, we will seek revenge, rebuild Beiluo sect, make it stronger than before. And those who made Beiluo sect bleed, I will make them tremble and grovel at our feet. The Emperor is mighty. The Emperor is mighty. We pledge our lives to the Emperor. After 3 years of hiding, the members of Beiluo sect were already itching for action. Young master, just tell us what to do. As long as you give the order, we will charge forward without fear of death. That's right, young master. Those scoundrels actually dug out your heart and kidneys. It's an utter insult. Every time I think about it, I can't sleep at night. Young master, just tell us who the attackers were. I will lead a team to flatten their lair. Yihan raised his hand to calm the crowd. The attack planned 3 years ago was carried out in 2 parts simultaneously. While attacking Beiluo sect, they also attacked the Yi family headquarters in Yunqing. The enemies of Beiluo sect, as we have identified, include the ancient martial arts families of Jin and Jiang. As for the others, we have no leads yet. Those who attack the Yi family, the Zhou family has already been eliminated, and the next target is the Lin family. Pausing for a moment, Yihan continued, moreover, based on my current investigation, apart from the Lin family, the Dixia royal family was also involved in the attack on the Yi family, nearly wiping us out. Yihan's words instantly set off a commotion in the hall. The royal family is despicable. The Yi family has guarded the border for so many years, yet they colluded with outsiders to deal with the Yi family? We must not let them off. If necessary, we'll just overthrow the royal family and replace them with the Yi family. Young master, just give the order. The loyalty of these core members of Beiluo sect was not in doubt, and as long as Yihan gave the order, they would indeed act against the royal family. With over 1 million disciples scattered across the globe, if they all moved, even if they couldn't overthrow the royal family, they could plunge Dixia into chaos. Although Yihan harbored hatred for the royal family, he didn't want to see Dixia fall into chaos. The struggle with the royal family would ultimately have to be resolved through negotiation. Everyone, calm down. Our revenge is not just about fighting. It's about completely destroying the enemy, from the economic, social, and military aspects. This is a vast and lengthy process. For example, in dealing with the Lin family, the first step is for Rosseder to lead a financial war against the Lin family, completely crushing their economy. Only then will we move on to social connections and finally military force. Therefore, now we need to divide our forces into several parts. Sister, you will lead a team back to the old Beiluo sect site in Kunlun and begin rebuilding Beiluo sect, ideally restoring it to its former state within 2 months. All right. Qing Rulin gave Yihan a resentful look. Originally, she had planned to give Yihan a good torture when they met, but with so many people of Beiluo sect relying on Yihan and waiting for him to restore Beiluo sect, Qing Rulin could only suppress her emotions for now. Han Yue, you need to restore and expand the intelligence system of Beiluo sect. I hope to see the governors controlled by the Lin family investigated within 24 hours. After that, I need you to spare no effort to uncover the true culprits from 3 years ago. Do you understand? Understood, young master. Han Yue was one of Yihan's personal maids and the head of the intelligence system. After the attack on Beiluo sect, the intelligence and assassination systems were the most severely damaged. Assassination Team 3, under the command of the Whirlwind War God, will harass the Jin and Jiang families' peripheries to test their strength. Be careful not to engage them directly. Yes. After arranging more tasks, Yihan had officially launched the heavenly revenge plan of Beiluo sect. Everyone had found their purpose again. They all began to take action for the reconstruction of Beiluo sect and the bloody revenge. When everyone left, the conference hall was left with only Rosseder and a group of financial magnates from Europe. Is everything ready? The stock market opens at 1 p.m. It's time to see the real action. Are you confident? Yihan asked Rosseder and the others. Yihan hadn't immediately killed Lin Hua. He wanted Lin Hua to live and watch as the business empire he had built crumbled before his eyes. Absolutely no problem. Please rest assured, Emperor. Yihan nodded, glanced at the time, and found that there was still some time before 1 p.m. He told Rosseder, you prepare first. I'll bring someone for you to meet. Qiu Ling was now the general manager of the Yi Corporation, and Yihan wanted to introduce her to the connections he knew. After rescuing Qiu Ling from that greasy director at the school and arranging a job, car, and house for her, it was impossible for Qiu Ling not to be moved by Yihan. Otherwise, Qiu Ling wouldn't have thrown herself into Yihan's arms that time, especially since Yihan had managed to hold back at the crucial moment, which made Qiu Ling's impression of him even better. During this time, Qiu Ling had been busy familiarizing herself with her work, but in her spare time, she couldn't help but think of Yihan. If only she had met Yihan earlier. After all, Xiao Ling had already had a child, and with Yihan being so handsome, rich, and powerful, she couldn't help but feel a bit inferior. Just as Xiao Ling finished dealing with a pile of documents and was holding a teacup, lost in thought, there was a knock on the door. "Come in." Xiao Ling responded habitually, and when she saw that it was Yihan who entered, she stood up in surprise. "Yihan, what are you doing here?" Xiao Ling quickly took 2 steps toward Yihan, stretched out her arms, wanting to hug him, but she was a bit embarrassed, not sure whether she should hug him or not. Yihan smiled, and before Xiao Ling could react, he pulled her into his arms, his hand playfully caressing her hips. "Sister Wan, it's been a few days and you've lost weight." "Ah." Xiao Ling's heart trembled at Yihan's teasing, and she let out a coquettish sound. You're so bad, let go, someone might see." Chapter 100. The first step in trapping others. Although Xiao Ling's tone was playful, her body didn't show much resistance. Deep down, Xiao Ling didn't feel uncomfortable around Yihan. "Hee. That day when Sister Wan pushed me down, weren't you afraid someone might see?" Yihan teased, looking playfully at Xiao Ling in his arms. Xiao Ling was so shy that she buried her face in Yihan's chest, not daring to look up. "Oh, stop it." That day, Xiao Ling's actions were purely out of gratitude. Yihan had not only bought her a car and a house but also saved her daughter, chased away her ex-husband, and resolved such a huge issue. Xiao Ling couldn't understand what Yihan wanted from her, so impulsively, she acted that way. However, now, Xiao Ling's feelings for Yihan were no longer just gratitude. Nestled in Yihan's arms, Xiao Ling was prepared for him to take advantage of her. If Yihan wanted to do something in the office, she would go along with it. Yihan had entrusted her with such a large company, and Xiao Ling understood that Yihan trusted her immensely. Who would Yihan trust? Naturally, those who became his own. Just as Xiao Ling thought Yihan would continue, he suddenly let go of her and began tidying her disheveled hair. "Sister Wan, get ready. I'm taking you to meet some people." "Ah." Xiao Ling was momentarily caught off guard by Yihan's abrupt shift in thought. One moment they were being intimate, and the next, he was taking her to meet some people? Okay. Despite feeling a bit disappointed, Xiao Ling quickly adjusted herself, quickly fixed her makeup, and followed Yihan to the top floor of the Yi Corporation. When the conference room door opened, Xiao Ling was stunned to see the group of tycoons inside. "Yi Xiao, these are Rothschild, that's Thomas and Edmund." As a finance major and a former executive of a major corporation, Xiao Ling recognized these international financial giants. She had only heard of them or seen them from afar before, but never had the chance to meet them up close. And now, they were standing right in front of her. Yihan introduced Xiao Ling to them, his arms still around her waist. "This is Xiao Ling, my sister Wan, and the head of Yi Corporation. Get to know her." The intimate gesture did not go unnoticed by the likes of Rothschild and Thomas, who were no strangers to reading between the lines. Yihan entrusting Xiao Ling with the reins of Yi Corporation and introducing her to them indicated that their relationship was anything but ordinary. Rothschild quickly stepped forward, respectfully extending his hand to Xiao Ling. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Xiao. I hope you'll guide us in our work." He handed her his business card with both hands. "This is my card. Feel free to call me anytime. It would be my honor to assist you and Yi Xiao." "Same here." Thomas, Edmund, and the others quickly followed suit, each stepping forward to shake Xiao Ling's hand and hand over their cards, all with humble expressions. Xiao Ling was in a state of shock. Who were these magnates? They were the kind of figures you'd only see on TV, usually dominating their respective fields. If they met her elsewhere, they probably wouldn't even spare her a glance. But now, they were being so polite, even flattering her. It was all thanks to Yihan. The first family of the great Xia, Yi Xiao, had such immense influence and power. Recently, Xiao Ling had heard some rumors about Yihan from the club, but after a few days of interaction, she found that he wasn't at all like the rumors portrayed him. "I'm also very happy to meet you all. In the financial world, I'm still a beginner. I hope you'll guide me in the future." After exchanging pleasantries with everyone, Yihan decided it was time and led Xiao Ling away, instructing Rothschild, "Prepare yourselves. It's time to begin." As he escorted Xiao Ling downstairs, Yihan reminded her again, "Our Yi family is going to war with the Lin family. Be prepared to take over the Lin family's assets. Has there been any major change in the company recently?" Xiao Ling shook her head. "Everything's fine. The only change is that Su Chao from the procurement department submitted his resignation this morning, saying he wasn't feeling well." "Oh." Yihan smirked, unsurprised by Su Chao's resignation. Anyone who kept finding dripping dog heads in their car, on their door, in their bedroom, and in their bathroom would eventually crack. Su Chao's departure meant that Yi Corporation had completely removed all the Lin family's pawns from the upper echelons. Just as Yihan was about to leave, his phone rang. It was Xin Ruoyun. "Ex-wife, what's the matter?" This girl, despite breaking off the engagement, acted as if nothing had changed, always clinging to him. "I'm downstairs at Yi Corporation. Come and get me. My second uncle sent 300 billion to support you. If it's not enough, we can allocate another 300 billion. Xin Ruoyun's voice was soft and gentle. "My second uncle said that as long as you need it, it's part of my dowry." Yihan was speechless. The Xin family's stance was quite clear. The Yi family's future battles wouldn't just be with the Lin family, but also with the royal family, the divine envoys, and the ancient martial arts giants. As one of the 6 great families of the Great Xia, Yihan had no reason to refuse. "Hee. Now you want to marry me? Let me tell you, it's not that easy. After all, you were the one who broke off the engagement." "I know. So, I'll work hard to win you back. After today's business, I'll treat you to dinner tonight. Don't refuse." The final battle between the Yi and Lin families had officially begun. It started with the economy. The Lin family had hired Lafitte. In the Lin Corporation, Lafitte and his team were ready. Head of the Lin family, has the additional 300 billion in funds been secured? "It's ready." "Good. Then let's begin. Follow my orders. Raise the price of all 43 stocks of Yi Corporation by 20% and acquire them all. We'll take whatever's on the market." Stock battles are simple. It's all about buying high or shorting. Lafitte's strategy was straightforward. First, massively acquire Yi Corporation stocks. Once enough shares were acquired, they would dump Yi Corporation stocks, causing a rapid decline and potentially leading to bankruptcy. At that point, they could either completely crush Yi Corporation or buy it at a low price, taking control and profiting from the difference. This strategy seemed flawless. Lin Hua, who had been in the business world for decades, understood the game. The final showdown between the Lin and Yi families was a battle of financial strength. The Lin family's acquisition of Yi Corporation stocks depended on how much money they had and whether they could acquire enough shares to shake Yi Corporation's stock price. On the other hand, Yi Corporation needed to have enough financial power to fully take over when the Lin family dumped their stocks, stabilizing the price and preventing bankruptcy. Russell. As Lafitte's orders were given, dozens of traders immediately began acquiring Yi Corporation stocks at high prices. It started. At the same time, in the stock control room on the top floor of Yi Corporation, Rothschild and his team quickly noticed the unusual activity in the market. Old fox, your tactics are too crude, aren't they? Trying to play the shorting game with us? That won't work." Rothschild smiled faintly. Lafitte's strategy, if used against an ordinary conglomerate, might have worked immediately. However, this time, Rothschild had brought a 3 trillion capital reserve. Even if the Great Xia royal family intervened, Rothschild wouldn't be phased. Competing in acquisitions? We'll do the same. Push the stock price even higher, another 20% on top of the Lin family's efforts. But we don't need to acquire too much, just enough to drive the price up? Understood. Chapter 101. The Collapse of the Lin family's finances. This was the clash of the world's top 2 financial teams, and it was also a life-and-death battle between the Lin and Yi families. Those in the know naturally understood that this financial war would undoubtedly be a shocking and unprecedented battle. On the stock market, the uninformed retail investors noticed a highly abnormal situation. What's going on? Why did the stocks related to the Yi group suddenly surge by 20%? No, it's up to 40% now. Damn, this is too abnormal. All eyes were drawn to the stocks under the Yi Group. If it were just one or two stocks, it might have been manageable, but the fact was that all 43 stocks under the Yi Group were surging. Some sharp-witted individuals quickly deduced the general situation. Someone is making a move against the Yi family. They want to short the Yi Group stocks and completely crush the Yi family. That must be it. What do you say? Shall we take a bold gamble and follow the trend by buying a few stocks? If nothing goes wrong, the Yi Group stocks should continue to surge in the short term. We just need to sell before they start dumping. Let's do it. In the royal palace of the Great Xia, Emperor Tangjing also received a report from his subordinates. Your Majesty, the Lin and Yi families have officially gone to war. It has finally begun, huh? Sigh. Tangjing let out a long, helpless sigh. Ever since the Rothschilds entered Great Xia, Tangjing had been informed. The Lin and Yi families' epic showdown was inevitable sooner or later. But with the Rothschilds and the European financial giants all gathered around the Yi family, the outcome was practically decided from the start. The Lin family could not possibly be a match for the Yi family. Your Majesty, should we intervene? Either side winning would be unfavorable for the royal family. Tangjing's assistant reminded him. How could Tangjing not know this? However, the forces gathered by the Yi family were simply too powerful. Even if the royal family intervened, they might not be a match for the Yi family. This time, the Yi family had not only gathered its own strength, but also had the support of the Xin family, and even the reclusive Zhao family. The Zhao family's patriarch personally came to apologize, offering Zhao Linglong as a maidservant to Yi Han. What was going on? Just a few days ago, all the intelligence suggested that the Yi family's eldest son, who had been missing for years, was most likely dead. Later, it was discovered that Yi Han was still alive, but he had been living a life of debauchery in clubs. How could the winds have changed so drastically in just a few days? Forget it. We shouldn't intervene. On one hand, intervening wouldn't make much of a difference. On the other hand, we need to leave ourselves an escape route. Otherwise, we won't have any bargaining power with the Yi family later. Tangjing let out a helpless sigh. In fact, since taking the throne as the Dragon Emperor, Tangjing had been struggling for decades. With the rise of martial arts and the increasing power of the noble families, the influence of the royal family had waned. Many things had to be navigated between the cracks of the noble families. 3 years ago, the royal family had joined forces with a mysterious power to weaken the Yi family's strength, gaining 3 years of development. But it still wasn't enough. Now that the Yi family had risen again, the royal family faced yet another catastrophe. At the Lin Group, Lafitte and Lin Hua saw that the Yi Group stocks had surged by 40% on the market. They realized that the Yi family had begun to counterattack, continue acquiring, and raise the price. Lafitte continued to give orders to the traders, while Lin Hua was trembling with fear. Mr. Lafitte, are you sure we should raise the price? The Yi Group stocks are behaving abnormally. If we keep raising the price like this, our 800 billion might not be enough. We could end up burning through all our funds and crippling ourselves. What else can we do? We've already invested over 100 billion. Are we just going to give up now? Lafitte also looked worried. If we stop targeting their stocks, they'll pull their funds out and turn around to target the Lin family's stocks. Do you think we can defend against that? In stock battles, the defending side always had the disadvantage. Lin Hua was still hesitating when one of the traders suddenly spoke up. CEO, the Yi Group stock price is falling. Someone is dumping a large amount of Yi Group stocks. This news was undoubtedly good news for Lin Hua. Then, follow Mr. Lafitte's advice and continue acquiring. As long as the Yi Group stock price didn't continue to surge, Lin Hua felt that the Lin family's funds could still hold out. But little did Lin Hua know that this was a feint by the Rothschilds. Let them buy. The stock price is already 30% higher than normal. By selling off our stocks now, we're making a pure profit of 30%. Why not take it? Listen to my orders. As long as we maintain control within our holdings, dump everything else. Under the Rothschilds' command, all 43 stocks of the Yi Group were dumped at the 40% surge peak. Meanwhile, Lin Hua had already invested 300 billion, and despite the high and abnormal prices, he could only grit his teeth and continue acquiring. Buy. Keep buying. Buy more. By the afternoon, Lafitte had spent all 800 billion that Lin Hua had on hand. However, due to the high acquisition prices, the stocks they now held in the Yi Group amounted to less than 20% of the Yi Group's total. Such a small stake would be difficult to shake the overall stock price of the Yi Group. Mr. Lafitte, what do we do now? We don't have enough stocks, and we can't control the Yi Group. If this keeps up, all our money will be tied up. Lin Hua was frantic, like an ant on a hot pan. Lin Hua knew that countless eyes were watching the Lin and Yi families. Once the Lin family fell, countless vultures would pounce on them, tearing off pieces of flesh. For the Lin family, there was only one way to survive this battle, to win. Even a draw would be a loss for the Lin family. The Yi family's strength is too overwhelming. Mr. Lin, your funds are insufficient. What else can we do now? We can only continue targeting the Lin family's stocks. According to experience, we need to control at least 30% of the Yi Group stocks before dumping them to trigger a market collapse effect. But we've already pulled out all the money we can from the Lin family. We're out of funds. Lin Hua knew they needed to target the stocks, but targeting stocks required money. The Lin family had already pulled out all the funds they could, borrowing 300 billion from his father-in-law. Where could they get more money in such a short time? Mr. Lin, I just thought of a plan. You can mortgage a few companies under the Lin Group to raise some funds temporarily. Once we win this battle, we can redeem the companies. What do you say? I happen to know a few mortgage companies with very fair prices. Lafitte began to guide Lin Hua, a subtle smile appearing on his lips. Chapter 102. Aren't you guys being a bit greedy? This isn't a good idea, is it? What if we can't take down the Yi family and the funds can't be recovered? Wouldn't all of the Lin family's companies be doomed? Lin Hua, who had been navigating the business world for so many years, naturally understood the consequences of such collateralization. In the business world, most cases of collateralization ended up with both people and money lost. Lafitte shrugged helplessly. Then there's nothing we can do. If we don't continue to invest funds, we won't be able to short the Yi Group stock. Our 800 billion in funds will all be stuck in there. Moreover, if the Yi family counterattacks against the Lin family stock, what will you do then? Lafitte's analysis of the situation was something Lin Hua was fully aware of. The Lin family and the Yi family were in a life-and-death battle today. If they lost, there would be no chance of recovery. The Lin family was already at the end of their rope, with no other options. If they didn't charge forward, the Lin family would die. If they charged forward, there might still be a slim chance of survival. Let's do it. Lin Hua's face showed a look of helplessness. Mr. Lafitte, please contact your friends. I've decided to put up collateral. All right. Lafitte glanced at his companions beside him. Immediately, those companions took out the collateral contracts from their bags, with even the terms and collateral amounts already written in. Lin Hua was stunned. These people had actually prepared the contracts in advance? Lin Hua could smell a whiff of conspiracy. Was this a trap set for him? But Lin Hua had investigated and found that Yi Han was being managed by Rothschild. Lafitte and Rothschild were natural enemies. They couldn't possibly be working together. That was why Lin Hua had boldly invited Lafitte to take on the Yi family. 1,000 billion? You want 100% of the shares of 5 of my family's companies as collateral? Mr. Lafitte, aren't you guys being a bit greedy? My family's steel group, hotel business, and tourism industry. These are all golden geese that lay golden eggs. Combined, they're worth at least 5,000 billion, and you want to take them all for just 1,000 billion? It was infuriating. Too infuriating. At its peak, the Lin family's companies had a cash flow of over 1,000 billion in just 3 months. Lafitte's companions remained calm. Mr. Lin, times have changed. You can choose not to collateralize, but looking at the entire Great Xia, who else can gather 1,000 billion in such a short time? There are less than 2 hours left until the market closes. You decide, Mr. Lin. Lin Hua had never felt so humiliated. Let him decide? Did he even have a choice to decide? They had already said there were only 2 hours left. What would happen tomorrow after the market closed? Who knew? Perhaps it wouldn't even take until tomorrow's close. The Yi family had top-notch operators. Once they noticed something was wrong with the Lin family, they might launch a full-scale assault today. Mr. Lin, don't worry. You're only using your companies as collateral. Once we suppress the Yi family stock, the funds will immediately return. Then you can just pay us back, right? Lafitte injected some confidence into Lin Hua. All right, let's sign the contract quickly. Lin Hua looked at the flickering numbers on the screen, feeling a bit panicked. On the market, the Yi family stock was still soaring. Lin Hua couldn't tell if shorting the Yi family was the right decision or not. Another 1,000 billion entered the market. Without hesitation, Lafitte began to madly acquire the Yi family stock again. Rothschild on the Yi family side noticed Lafitte's actions and once again pushed the stock price higher. Compared to the initial price, it had already risen by 50%. Such a monstrous rise set the entire stock market abuzz. But at this moment, most retail investors began to calm down. Generally, when stock prices show such abnormal fluctuations, it's certain that large institutions are battling in the background. Some savvy retail investors began to sell off their shares, taking profits. Of course, there were also some bold individuals who not only didn't sell their shares, but also increased their positions. Watching the stock price continue to rise, Lin Hua was trembling with fear. Such a forced acquisition of the Yi family stock was sucking the Lin family's lifeblood. If the attack on the Yi family failed, then the Lin family would. 1,000 billion might be an unattainable number for most families, but in the stock market, it was gone in less than half an hour. Finally, we now control 30% of the Yi family's stock, enough to proceed to the next step. Lafitte extended his hand to Lin Hua. Congratulations, Mr. Lin. When Lin Hua shook Lafitte's hand, his wrist trembled slightly. He thought to himself, what's there to congratulate? Lin Hua now had a strong sense of foreboding, feeling that something was about to go wrong. Mr. Lafitte, can we not sell the stock we control now? Can we hold on to it to control the Yi family's assets? After all, you acquired the Yi family's stock at a high price. If we hold on to it, even if our 9,000 billion shrinks, we might still have something left. But if we continue this battle with the Yi family and they manage to control the situation, then the Lin family won't have anything left. Mr. Lin, what are you thinking? Do you think this little bit of stock can control the Yi family's assets? Dream on. There's only an hour left until the market closes. You'd better make a decision quickly. If you don't want to do it, I'm going back home. Lafitte deliberately provoked Lin Hua. Lin Hua sighed deeply, feeling only reluctance at this point. Let's do it. Lafitte immediately ordered his subordinates to start selling the Yi family's stock. Normally, even if they sold, as long as the Yi family's stock dropped slowly, the Lin family wouldn't end up with nothing. But the key was that Rothschild was on the other side. As Lafitte started selling, Rothschild also began to sell frantically, not much each time, just enough to cover what they had bought earlier. But with Rothschild's interference, the result was that the Yi family's stock instantly plummeted, dropping by 30%, 60%, 10%. In an instant, all of the Yi family's stock prices were pushed down to just a tenth of their original value. And the prices continued to drop. Quick, Mr. Lafitte, keep selling. Quickly, keep selling. We're almost there. Lin Hua looked at the numbers on the screen, his face filled with excitement. The Yi family's stock was about to hit rock bottom, and soon they could start bankruptcy liquidation. Then, the Yi family would be completely finished. At this moment, Lafitte still had a large portion of the stock left. Selling now would certainly push the Yi family's stock even lower, the final straw that broke the camel's back. The Yi family's stock continued to fall, now only 1% of its previous price. Should we keep selling? Lafitte's lips curled into a smile as he looked at Lin Hua with a hint of mischief. Keep selling. Sell everything? All right. Lafitte was waiting for Lin Hua's words. And just as Lafitte was liquidating his positions, Rothschild on the Yi Group's side also started to move. Everyone, gather all our funds, go all in, and buy back all the circulating stock. After we've completely bought back, Stabilize the stock price. Yes. Chapter 103. A small profit of 800 billion. The collapse of the Lin family. In the headquarters of the Lin Group, Lin Hua stared at the numbers on the screen, muttering to himself, drop further, drop faster, drop to zero as soon as possible. Just as Lin Hua thought everything was settled, the stock price showed another anomaly. The shares that Buffett had just sold were all bought up in one go by a large buyer in the market. The stock price, which had been falling, instantly surged by 10%. What's going on here? Lin Hua looked terrified at the changing numbers on the screen, feeling very puzzled. The Yi family should have also spent a lot of money in our recent clash, right? At this point, they shouldn't have any more money to stabilize the stock price. What should we do now? Lin Hua stared at the rising stock price on the screen. The mysterious institution continued to buy up all the shares on the market. In a short time, they had acquired all the circulating shares, and the Yi family stock price, which had just hit rock bottom, had basically returned to normal by the end of trading. Knowing that the Lin family was in a final showdown with the Yi family, the one who helped the Yi family at this moment must be their ally. Lin Hua wouldn't believe otherwise. I'm sorry, Patriarch Lin, your family's strength is too weak. I can't do anything about it. If your family had $1 trillion in funds, maybe you could compete with the Yi family, but now? Buffett waved his hand, and all the staff stopped working. Lin Hua looked at the situation in front of him and realized that the Lin family had been crushed economically by the Yi family. If that was the case, they could only fight to the death. Come, call the bosses of the Blood Door, Iron Ox, and Shadow, and gather all the death soldiers we've raised in the Lin family. We're going to fight the Yi family to the death. Also, tell the 6 governors under our control to send reinforcements. Tonight, it's either the Yi family or the Lin family that dies. But as soon as Lin Hua finished speaking, even more devastating news came. Patriarch, it's bad. The governor of South China has been reported under real name and is suspected of murder. He's been taken away by the supervisory agency. Our governor Lin Mo in the Northwest has also been taken away by law enforcement during a meeting, suspected of criminal cases. The Northeast is the same. A series of news left Lin Hua completely dumbfounded. Economically, the Yi family had already prepared for this, and now, the Lin family had also made a move in the political arena. The 6 major noble families of the Great Xia, the Lin family, the Yi family, the Xin family, along with the royal family, collectively governed the entire Great Xia. Each family maintained a delicate balance with the others. Now, all the governors of the Lin family had been taken down at the same time. This could only be the power of the Yi family. But in recent years, hadn't the Yi family been defeated? How could their intelligence network suddenly be so powerful? Yi Han. It must be Yi Han. Damn it, they should have killed Yi Han back then. Lin Hua's assistant looked worried and said, Patriarch, the situation is critical. Should we ask the royal family for help? Lin Hua shook his head in despair. No need. The royal family must have known about the situation between the Lin and Yi families. But the royal family would never side with either family before a clear winner emerged. Only the victorious side would be valued by the royal family. Even if the royal family had participated in the plot to destroy the Yi family back then, they wouldn't help the Lin family now. Moreover, the Yi family's simultaneous move against all 6 governors of the Lin family must have reached some kind of agreement with the royal family. If the Yi family takes 4 of the 6 governor positions, the remaining 2 would go to the royal family. The royal family would turn a blind eye to the Yi family's actions. Economically and politically, the Lin family had already lost completely. The last hope for the Lin family now was in the realm of martial strength, to see if they could turn the tide. Let the ancestor come out as well. The Lin family is at a critical moment of life and death. At the Yi group, Yi Han was still leisurely sipping tea. As the final trading ended, Rothschild respectfully stepped forward to report to Yi Han, Young Master Yi, we have won this financial war. Roughly estimated, our profits should be around 800 billion, and the Lin family has completely collapsed. Tomorrow, it will be our turn to act, and at that time, the Lin family will be wiped out. Yi Han smiled faintly. Perhaps there's no need to wait until tomorrow. That guy Buffett had come to the Great Xia and had been holding back from contacting him. He had actually been lurking in the Lin family, undoubtedly plotting something big. Buffett had always wanted to join the Northern Gate, but Yihan hadn't agreed yet. This time, Buffett was probably trying to offer a token of allegiance. Let's go. Let's visit the Lin group and see the situation. Yihan's words left Rothschild and others stunned. Young Master Yi, are you going to the Lin family now? At this moment, they might want to tear you apart. You. But before Rothschild could finish, he obediently shut his mouth. He knew Yihan's strength too well. If he decided to act, he must have already made full preparations. The influence of the Northern Gate spread across the globe. A small family like the Lin family was nothing. Yihan's entourage was very simple. Zhao Linglong, Wang Fugue, Rothschild, Xin Ruoyun, and a few bodyguards from the Xin family. A group of about 10 people headed straight for the Lin Group headquarters. At the headquarters of the Lin Group, Lin Hua's face was pale as he counted the remaining assets of the Lin family. Since the core 5 group companies of the Lin family had been mortgaged to Buffett, the assets left under the Lin family were less than 30% of their peak. Although they had managed to recover about 1% of the funds by selling stocks, it added up to nearly 100 billion. But this amount of money wasn't even enough to cover the channel fees for the Lin Group. Damn Yihan! Lin Hua slammed his fist on the desk, but the staff from Buffett's side didn't care. Patriarch Lin, please sign here. From now on, we will take over the Lin Group's real estate, hotels, and tourism companies. Lin Hua was so angry that his chest heaved, but he couldn't tell whether inviting Buffett had been the right or wrong decision. Had he brought a wolf into his home? If he hadn't asked Buffett to manage the stocks and had chosen another way to confront the Yi family, would the outcome have been better? However, life doesn't have a reset button. Whether Lin Hua signed or not, the core asset companies of the Lin Group were doomed. Just as Lin Hua finished signing, the 3 great masters of the Blood Door, Beast, Iron Ox, and Shadow, finally arrived. Shortly after, the ancestor of the Lin family, Lin Changsheng, also appeared. The 3 masters of the Blood Door were all at the peak of the Grandmaster level, while the ancestor of the Lin family was even stronger. Feeling the martial energy radiating from the ancestor, Lin Hua couldn't help but feel excited. Ancestor, you've broken through? You've reached the martial saint level? Lin Changsheng nodded. Yes. That's great. That's great. Our Lin family is saved. Lin Hua excitedly waved his fist, his face full of joy. The 6 noble families had always maintained a balance, mainly because the ancestors of each family were evenly matched, and none had broken through to the martial saint level. Normally, martial saint level experts could only be found in the sacred realms. Now, the ancestor of the Lin family had broken through to the martial saint level at this critical moment, which would be an absolute deterrent to the other families. With the ancestor and the 3 masters of the Blood Door acting together, plus the batch of corpse puppets left by the divine envoy, they were sure to kill Yihan this time. Once Yihan was dead, the remaining 2 old men of the Yi family would be like a crumbling wall, pushed down by everyone. Thinking of this, Lin Hua couldn't help but laugh out loud. Martial Zun level? In my eyes, it's nothing but trash. Just as Lin Hua was rejoicing, a voice suddenly came from the doorway, instantly sending a shock through Lin Hua's heart. Yihan? How dare this guy suddenly barge into the Lin Group headquarters? Didn't I deploy so many bodyguards and martial arts experts at the main entrance of the Lin Group? Are they all just for show? Greetings, Emperor. Greetings, young Master Yi. Before Lin Hua could even react, Lafite and the others, upon seeing Yihan, quickly rushed over to him, kneeling down respectfully with utmost sincerity. Lafite went even further. Not only did he kneel, but he also reverently handed over a stack of contracts and agreements to Yihan. Your Majesty, please review these. Here are the transfer agreements for the 5 core Jitangong Thu under the Lin family. I have fulfilled my duty and finally taken control. Please accept them. As for the other assets of the Lin family, I have already arranged for my subordinates to gradually take over, and we have quietly gained control of most of the shares. Lafayette had actually transferred all 5 Jitangong Thu he had mortgaged to Yihan. Lafayette, you scoundrels. Weren't you here to help me? Were you all deceiving me? Lin Hua was stunned upon seeing Lafayette's actions. Earlier, when Lafayette was pulling off a series of questionable moves, Lin Hua felt something was off, but he couldn't figure out why. Now, it finally dawned on him. So, Lafayette had always been on Yihan's side? Wasn't I raising a wolf by my side? Lafayette smiled faintly. Master Lin, there's no question of deception. Anyone who opposes young Master Yi, no matter the method, will end up like this. As he finished speaking, Lafayette glanced at Rothschild beside Yihan. Old friend, happy cooperation? Rothschild now understood that Lafayette must have known all along that he was the one pulling the strings. All the moves in the market were just Lafayette setting up opportunities for him. Happy cooperation. Sigh, it's so boring. I thought this time I finally had a chance to defeat you. But, Rothschild, despite helping the Yi group earn 80 million, couldn't bring himself to feel happy. This battle felt a bit like winning unfairly. All right, you two, both of you are working for me, so don't nitpick. If you really want to compete, we'll have plenty of opportunities later. Yihan paused, his eyes revealing a profound look. You guys want to play? In a while, we'll head to Japan and completely destroy that tiny country. Then, you'll have your chance to shine. The Black Suit Society in Japan, colluding with Seventh Master, had harmed so many children in China. If they didn't teach them a lesson, how could they face the people of China? Good. The group continued their conversation as if Lin Hua, the Lin family's ancestor, and all the experts present didn't exist. Lin Hua finally couldn't take it anymore. Enough. Yihan, you actually dare to come here. You may have won economically and removed 6 governors from my family, but so what? The ancestor of the Lin family has already broken through. I don't believe you can defeat a Marshal Zun-level expert. Humph. As long as the ancestor is here, the Lin family will not fall. Today, none of you will leave here alive. With Lin Hua's order, countless bodyguards and experts rushed out of the hall, surrounding Yihan, Zhao Linglong, Xin Ruoyun, Wang Fuguai, and the others. All of them held reinforced steel crossbows and black, menacing guns, aiming at Yihan and his group. Lin Hua's face showed a smug expression. With so many people, including the experts from the Puppet Corps, a sect controlled by the Divine Envoys, who were specialized in creating emotionless, pain-free, and relentless fighters from the corpses of martial arts experts. Together, these fighters were formidable, capable of fighting to their last limb. How could Yihan possibly survive? Yihan also noticed the Puppet Corps experts hidden among the martial arts experts. Puppet Corps? Yihan frowned. With the Blood Robe sect making moves, the Gu cult appearing, and now the Puppet Corps showing up. All the evil sects that had been suppressed were becoming active again. It seemed the world was undergoing some strange changes. What exactly did the Divine Envoys want? Apart from trying to seize the immortal bones, they must be hiding some greater conspiracy. Yihan had come to the Lin family this time to uncover more truths about the attack on the Yi family in the past, and to get a glimpse of the mysterious faces behind the Divine Envoys. Everyone, attack together. Lin Hua had just given the order when Yihan moved. Using his Sun Yi ability, in the blink of an eye, Yihan appeared in front of the Lin family's ancestor. When Ancestor Lin Changsheng sensed the aura emanating from Yihan, he felt an ominous premonition. Hearing Lin Hua still bragging about him, Lin Changsheng almost wanted to strangle Lin Hua. Damn it, stop boasting. I want to run away. Yihan's sudden appearance shocked Lin Changsheng. After confirming Yihan's gaze, Lin Changsheng knew very well that he was no match for Yihan. Yihan's strength far surpassed his own. Lin Changsheng couldn't even sense how Yihan had appeared. Moreover, the aura Yihan was emitting was one of absolute dominance. Yihan's strength must be beyond the Marshal Sung level. What's the point of fighting? Run. As for the Lin family, it was nothing but garbage in front of survival. The most important thing now was to save his own life. Without any hesitation, Lin Changsheng stomped his foot on the ground, propelling his body rapidly away. But just as Lin Chongqing moved, Yihan reached out and grabbed Lin Chongqing by the neck, lifting him up like a chicken. Don't run. Didn't your disciple say you're very capable? Come, let me test that. Boom. Yihan lifted the ancestor of the Lin family in the air and slammed a powerful punch into Lin Chongqing's chest. Like striking a hollow rotten log, the ancestor's protective gongqi was instantly shattered. Then, the continued force from Yihan's punch shattered Lin Chongqing's ribs, destroyed his dantian, and snapped his meridians. Puqi, the ancestor of the Lin family, spat out a mouthful of black blood, his eyes widening in disbelief as he looked at Yihan. How? Damn it, is this even scientific? I'm at least a martial zone level expert. How come in Yihan's hands, I'm not even as good as a chicken? One punch and I'm completely destroyed? I didn't even have a chance to fight back? Yihan's strength must be beyond the martial sung level. Could it be that Yihan has already broken through that legendary terrifying realm? But that's completely impossible. No matter if Lin Chongqing believed it or not, the life force in his body was rapidly fading. After twitching a couple of times, he lay still, lifeless. Everyone present gasped in shock, their movements frozen. Martial zone level? In my eyes, it's nothing but trash. Just as Lin Hua was feeling elated, a sudden voice at the door instantly sent a shock through his heart. Yihan? How dare this guy suddenly barge into the Lin Group headquarters? Didn't I arrange so many bodyguards and martial arts experts at the entrance of the Lin Group? Are they all just for show? Greetings, Emperor. Greetings, young Master Yi. Lin Hua was still in a daze when Lafite and the others, upon seeing Yihan, all rushed forward, knelt down respectfully before Yihan, and looked up at him with utter devotion. Lafite took it a step further. Not only did he kneel, but he also respectfully presented a stack of contracts and agreements to Yihan. Please review, Your Majesty. These are the transfer agreements for the 5 core companies of the Lin family. I have fulfilled my mission and successfully taken control. Please accept them. Regarding the other assets of the Lin family, I have already instructed my subordinates to gradually seize them. We have stealthily acquired the majority of the shares. Lafite had indeed transferred all 5 of the core Jitonggung through he had previously mortgaged to Yihan. Lafite, you bunch of bastards, weren't you here to help me? You were all deceiving me? Lin Hua, seeing Lafite and the others' actions, was completely stunned. When Lafite had been pulling off a series of shady moves earlier, Lin Hua had felt something was off, but he hadn't understood the reason until now. So, Lafite had always been on Yihan's side? Wasn't I raising a wolf by my side? Lafite smiled faintly. Master Lin, there's no question of deception. Going against young Master Yi, no matter the method, ends up with the same result. As he spoke, Lafite glanced at Rothschild, who was standing beside Yihan. Old friend, a pleasant collaboration? Rothschild now understood that Lafite must have known it was him pulling the strings, so all the moves in the market were deliberately set up to feed him. Collaboration indeed. Sigh, it's so boring. I thought this time I finally had a chance to win against you. But, Rothschild, despite helping the Yi Group earn 80 million, wasn't feeling any joy. This battle felt a bit unfair to Rothschild. Alright, you two are both working for me, so don't dwell on it. If you really want to compete, we'll have plenty of opportunities later. Yihan paused, his gaze turning profound. You guys want to play? In a while, we'll head to Japan and completely destroy that tiny country. Then, you'll have plenty of opportunities to showcase your skills. The Black Society in Japan, in collusion with the 7th Master, had inflicted so much harm on innocent children in the Great Xia. If they were not made to pay for their actions, how could they face the people of the Great Xia? Good. The group chatted among themselves, completely disregarding Lin Hua, the old ancestor of the Lin family, and all the experts arranged by the Lin family present. Lin Hua finally snapped. That's enough. Yihan, how dare you show up here? You may have won in the economic battle and removed 6 governors from my family, but what does that matter? The old ancestor of the Lin family has achieved a breakthrough. I refuse to believe you can defeat a martial zun level master. As long as the old ancestor is present, the Lin family will not collapse. Today, none of you will leave here alive." With Lin Hua's command, countless bodyguards and experts in the hall rushed out, surrounding Yi Han, Zhao Linglong, Xian Ruoyun, Wang Fuguwei, and the others. All of them held reinforced steel crossbows and black barrels of guns, all aimed at Yi Han and his group. Lin Hua's face showed a hint of pride. With so many people and the high-level experts from the Sci-fi in the mix, these were warriors specially selected and refined from martial arts experts' corpses by the Sun Tzu, controlled Sci-fi. They had no emotions, no pain, and their only purpose was to fight. These fighters were incredibly strong and would continue battling until their last limb was severed. With such a force in action, how could Yi Han possibly survive? They were incredibly strong, capable of fighting until their last limb. With all of them acting together, how could Yi Han survive? Yi Han also noticed the members of the Puppet Corps sect hidden among the martial arts experts. Sci-fi. Yi Han frowned. With the blood-clad sect making moves, the Gu cult appearing, and now the corpse puppet sect showing up, all those evil sects that had been suppressed were becoming active again. It seemed the world was undergoing some strange changes. What exactly did the Divine Envoys group want? Apart from trying to seize the immortal bone, they must have a much bigger conspiracy. Yi Han had come to the Lin family this time with the intention of uncovering more truths about the attack on the Yi family from Lin Hua, and to understand the mysterious face of the Divine Envoy behind the Lin family. Everyone, attacked together. Lin Hua had just spoken when Yi Han moved. With a blink, Yi Han activated his instant movement ability, and his figure suddenly appeared before the old ancestor of the Lin family. Lin Changsheng, the old ancestor, felt an ominous premonition when he sensed the fluctuation of Yi Han's aura. Hearing Lin Hua still boasting about him, Lin Changsheng wanted to strangle Lin Hua. "Damn it, stop boasting. I want to escape." Yi Han's sudden appearance startled Lin Changsheng. After confirming the situation, Lin Changsheng was very clear that he was no match for Yi Han. Yi Han's strength far surpassed his own. Lin Changsheng couldn't even sense how Yi Han had appeared. Moreover, the aura Yi Han was emitting was in a crushing posture. Yi Han's strength was definitely above the level of a martial saint. What's the point of fighting? Run. As for the Lin family, in the eyes of the old ancestor, it was nothing. The most important thing now was to save his own life. Without any hesitation, Lin Changsheng stomped on the ground with his foot, propelling his body rapidly towards the distance. But before Lin Changsheng could move, Yi Han reached out and grabbed Lin Changsheng's neck, lifting him up like a small chicken. "Don't run. Your disciple wasn't saying you're very capable? Come, let me test that." Bang! Yi Han held the old ancestor in the air and slammed a fierce punch into Lin Changsheng's chest. It was like striking a rotten log. The old ancestor's protective chi was instantly shattered. Then, the continuing force from Yi Han's arm shattered Lin Changsheng's ribs, leaving no bone intact. His dantian was destroyed, and his meridians were torn apart. Poochie! The old ancestor vomited a mouthful of black blood, his pupils dilating in shock as he looked at Yi Han in disbelief. How? Damn it! Is this even scientific? A martial zone level, you say? In my eyes, that's just trash. How come in Yi Han's hands, I'm not even as good as a chicken? One punch, and I'm completely defeated? I had no chance to fight back at all? Yi Han's strength must be far beyond the level of a martial saint. Could it be that he has already broken through that legendary, terrifying realm? But that's completely impossible. No matter whether Lin Changsheng believed it or not, the life force in his body was rapidly dissipating. After twitching a couple of times, he was completely still. Everyone on the scene gasped, their movements instantly frozen. Chapter 105. Can we surrender and lose half? The strongest member of the Lin family, the Lin family's ancestor, was obliterated with a single punch before even making a move? Dead. Lin Hua's eyes widened in disbelief. This couldn't be the truth. Big brother. This was a martial lord-level expert. If it weren't for the fact that the one who had just acted was the Yi family's ancestor, Lin Hua would have thought that Yi Han had hired actors to stage a performance. But this was the Lin family's ancestor, the last card and reliance of the Lin family. During the life and death battle between the Yi and Lin families, the Lin family's ancestor would surely give it his all. Absolutely impossible to hold back. Was Yi Han human? Or was he a monster? The companions from the United States who had come with Lafayette initially couldn't understand why Lafayette, as the richest man in the United States, would bow so low to a young man from China. But now, seeing Yi Han's strength, they were all filled with fear. Fortunately, they hadn't opposed Yi Han. Too terrifying. One punch to kill a martial saint-level expert. If they had opposed Yi Han, they wouldn't even know how they died. Wang Fuguo and Zhao Linglong, among others, were already used to Yi Han's actions. They had witnessed countless times how terrifying Yi Han's strength was. Whether it was the Zhou family's ancestor, the experts by Qi Ye's side, or the strongmen from Japan, none of them had ever lasted a single move against Yi Han. As for Xin Ruoyun, this was the first time she had seen Yi Han act up close and in person. Her beautiful eyes were filled with shock, almost overflowing with astonishment. My goodness, was this Yi Han's true strength? So, all those times Yi Han had been seen in clubs and acting like a playboy were just an act? Oh my, what on earth have I done? This incredibly outstanding man was originally my fiancé, and I actually thought about breaking off the engagement? Was I kicked in the head by a donkey? In today's modern world, martial arts experts who attain the rank of Grandmaster are capable of establishing a family's dominance in a region. Yi Han, however, was clearly beyond the level of a martial Zun, potentially even stronger. The rise of the Yi family was an inevitable event. No, I must be more proactive. I must win Yi Han back. For the sake of winning back Yi Han's heart, I've decided, even if it means being a sycophant, I will win him back. It's for the sake of the Xian family, but more importantly, I've fallen for Yi Han. He was originally my husband, and there's nothing wrong with me wanting to win my husband back. Even more shocked were the Lin family's bodyguards and martial arts experts that Lin Hua had arranged. Some of the Lin family's bodyguards holding crossbows suddenly felt their wrists and legs go weak. Clang! Several bodyguards lost their grip on their crossbows, which fell to the ground. The previously quiet scene was startled by the sound of the crossbows hitting the ground. Many of the Lin family's martial arts experts immediately threw down their crossbows and guns. We surrender. Surrender and lose half. Please spare us, young Master Yi. Yes. Surrender and lose half. Please spare us, young Master Yi. Clatter. In just a few seconds, more than half of the bodyguards Lin Hua had arranged threw down their weapons and knelt toward Yi Han's direction. They even kowtowed while kneeling. Originally, Lin Hua's encirclement was tight, with layers upon layers, completely airtight. But now, with the bodyguards throwing down their weapons, Lin Hua's arrangement instantly collapsed. At the scene, except for the Blood Cloak sect and the Puppet Corps, as well as the Lin family's diehards, everyone else had given up resistance. No one is allowed to surrender. Get up, fight now, damn it. Lin Hua screamed at his bodyguards, kicking them and trying to make them continue fighting, but to no avail. The situation now was that Yi Han had easily crushed the Lin family's ancestor. What was the point of the remaining battle? Everyone who rushed up would just be delivering their heads. Moreover, there were still many Yi family bodyguards and experts who hadn't made a move, and the Zhao and Xin family's young ladies were also present. It could be imagined that the Zhao and Xin family's people were definitely nearby. What they didn't know was that in the shadows, there were also experts from the northern gate, always keeping an eye on the battle. As Yi Han made his move, in the window of the opposite building, Han Shuo held a sword in his arms, his cold eyes fixed on the scene. Witnessing Yi Han effortlessly obliterate the Lin family's ancestor, Han Shuo sighed and unbuckled his seatbelt, muttering, "What a bore! The young master is becoming increasingly formidable. I don't even get a chance to step in." When Yi Han started his move at the Lin group, Han Shuo and the experts from the northern gate were hidden in the building opposite the Lin group. All of them had safety ropes around their waists. If Yi Han was in any danger, they would rush over to join the battle at the first moment. Most of the Lin family's bodyguards had already surrendered, leaving only the experts from the Blood Cloak sect and the Puppet Corps, as well as a small number of the Lin family's diehards. Among them, the few brutes from the Blood Cloak sect, Tainyo, Xining, and others were all considering retreating. Big brother, do we still continue fighting? Going up now would just be suicide. Tainyo looked at Yihan and couldn't help but take a few steps back. The strongest member of the Lin family, their ancestor, a martial Zun level expert, hadn't even had a chance to strike before being annihilated with a single punch. Dead. Lin Hua's eyes widened in disbelief. This couldn't be real. His brother, a martial Zun level powerhouse, had been effortlessly defeated. If it weren't for the fact that Yi Han was the ancestor of the Yi family, Lin Hua would have thought Yi Han had hired actors to stage this scene. But this was the Lin family's ancestor, their ultimate trump card and last line of defense. In a life-and-death battle between the Yi and Lin families, the ancestor would surely give it his all. There was no way he would hold back. Was Yi Han human? Or was he a monster? The American companions who had come with Lafitte initially found it puzzling why the richest man in the United States would bow so low to a young man from China. But after witnessing Yi Han's power, they all felt a chill run down their spines. Thankfully, they hadn't opposed Yi Han. Terrifying. A single punch to kill a martial Zun level expert. If they had opposed Yi Han, they might not even know how they died. Wang Fuhua and Zhao Linglong, among others, were no longer surprised by Yi Han's actions. They had seen Yi Han's terrifying strength countless times before. Whether it was the Zhou family's ancestor, the Gaosu around the seventh master, or the Dongying warriors, none had lasted more than a single move against Yi Han. Xin Ruoyun, however, was witnessing Yi Han in action up close for the first time. Her beautiful eyes were filled with shock, almost to the point of tears. Good heavens! Was this Yi Han's true strength? All that time spent at the club, acting like a playboy, was it all just an act? What had she done? This incredible man had once been her fiancé, yet she had considered breaking off the engagement. Had she been kicked in the head by a donkey? In the modern world, martial artists who reached the grandmaster level were enough to make a family dominate an area. Yi Han, however, was clearly above the martial Zun level, and possibly even stronger. The rise of the Yi family was inevitable. No, she had to be more proactive. She had to win Yi Han back. For the sake of the Xian family, and even more so, because she had fallen for Yi Han. After all, he was originally her husband. What was wrong with trying to win back her husband? Even more shocked were the Lin family's bodyguards and martial artists, who had been arranged by Lin Hua. Some of the bodyguards holding steel nu suddenly felt their legs and wrists go weak. Clang. Several bodyguards dropped their steel nu to the ground. The previously silent scene was startled by the sound of the steel nu hitting the ground. Many of the Lin family's martial artists immediately threw down their steel nu and firearms, shouting, "We surrender! Surrender and lose half. Please spare our lives, young Master Yi." Yes, surrender and lose half. Please spare our lives, young Master Yi. In just a few seconds, more than half of the bodyguards arranged by Lin Hua had thrown down their weapons and knelt toward Yi Han, kowtowing as they did so. Originally, Lin Hua's encirclement had been tight, with layers upon layers, but now, with the bodyguards dropping their weapons, the arrangement fell apart. Apart from the Blood Yimun and Koi Sir Pai, as well as the Lin family's Sur, everyone else had given up resistance. No one is allowed to surrender. Get up and fight. Fight now, damn it. Lin Hua screamed at his bodyguards, kicking them and trying to get them to continue fighting, but to no avail. With Yi Han easily crushing the Lin family's ancestor, what was the point of the rest of the battle? Charging forward would only mean more casualties. Moreover, the Yi family still had many Gaosu Wei Chudong, and the Zhao and Xin families' young ladies were present. It was clear that members of the Zhao and Xin families were nearby. Unknown to them, there were also Gaosu from the Northloa Surmun lurking in the shadows, ready to intervene at any moment. As Yi Han acted, in a window across the street, Han Zhua held a sword, coldly watching the scene. Seeing Yi Han effortlessly defeat the Lin family's ancestor, Han Zhua unbuckled his safety harness with a sigh. This is no fun. The young master is getting stronger and stronger. I never get a chance to act. From the moment Yi Han began his assault on the Lin group, Hanjua and the Galso from the North Lore Surman had been hidden in a building across the street, each with a safety rope. If Yi Han had been in any danger, they would have rushed to join the battle immediately. With most of the Lin family's bodyguards surrendering, only the Blood Yi Mun and Koisir Pai Galso, along with a few of the Lin family's Sur, remained. Among them, even the Blood Yi Mun Estianeo and Shenying were considering backing down. Boss, should we keep fighting? Charging forward would mean certain death. Tianeo looked at Yi Han and took a few steps back. The Lin family's ancestor, a martial Zun level expert, wasn't a match for Yi Han. So how could they, mere Grandmaster-level fighters, possibly be a match for Yi Han? Let's wait and see. This is the Blood Yi Mun's second attempt to assassinate Yi Han. If we fail again, there'll be consequences when we get back. Yi Han tossed Lin Changsheng to the ground and glanced indifferently at the Lin family members, his gaze finally settling on the Koisir Pai. The next challenge would be the Koisir Pai Galso. They were fearless, immune to pain, and fought to the death, making them troublesome. However, Yi Han had learned Koisir Pai techniques from the North Lore Surman. Without hesitation, he swiftly pulled out several talismans from his body, activated his Sun Yi ability, and rushed to the Koisir Pai experts, quickly affixing the talismans to them. In the next moment, the Koisir, who had been full of Sa Qi, suddenly looked confused. Kill them. Leave none alive. Lin Hua's eyes turned red as he ordered the Koisir to attack. Lin Hua knew that, given the current situation, the Lin family was essentially finished. But he refused to accept this outcome. Even if the Lin family perished, he wanted to drag the Yi family down with them. Even if he died, he wanted to take a piece of Yi Han with him. However, to Lin Hua's astonishment, despite his orders, the Koisir didn't move at all. Was his command wrong? Lin Hua tried again, but the Koisir still didn't respond. Desperately, he realized that the connection with the Koisir had been severed. Was Yi Han behind this? Earlier, Lin Hua had seen Yi Han affix some talismans to the Koisir. Had Yi Han taken control of them? What couldn't Yi Han do? Go. Kill them. Yi Han smiled faintly, making a gesture with his hand and issuing a command to the Koisir. Immediately, the Koisir came to life and launched an attack on the Lin family's Sur. Let's see first. Sai, this is the second time the Blood Cloak sect has tried to assassinate Yi Han. If we fail again, we won't have a good outcome when we return. Yi Han tossed Lin Changsheng to the ground and glanced indifferently at the Lin family members, his gaze finally resting on the puppet core. The next challenge would be the puppet core experts. They were not afraid of death or pain, fighting to the bitter end, which was a bit troublesome. However, Yi Han had also mastered the puppet core's techniques through his training with the Northern Gate. Without delay, he swiftly retrieved several talismans from his possession, activated his teleportation ability, and dashed toward the puppet core's experts, efficiently affixing the talismans onto them. In the next moment, the puppet core, who had been full of killing intent just moments ago, suddenly looked confused. Kill them. Leave none alive. Lin Hua's eyes were bloodshot as he gave the order to the puppets to attack. Lin Hua knew that, given the current situation, the Lin family was basically doomed. But to end like this, Lin Hua couldn't accept it. Even if the Lin family perished, they would drag the Yi family down with them. Even if they died, they would bite a piece of flesh off Yi Han. However, to Lin Hua's shock, even though he had given the order, the puppets showed no sign of moving. Was it because his command gesture was wrong? Lin Hua tried to give the command again, but the puppets still didn't move. And to his despair, Lin Hua found that the connection with the puppets had been severed. Was it Yi Han's doing again? Lin Hua had seen Yi Han stick some talismans on the puppets earlier. Had Yi Han taken control of the puppets? What else couldn't Yi Han do? Go. Kill them. Yi Han smiled faintly, made a gesture with his hand, and gave an order to the puppets, who suddenly came to life and immediately launched an attack on the Lin family's diehards. Chapter 106. Did I say you could leave? Since the corpse puppets were originally positioned close to the Lin family's warriors, and with their sudden attack, the Lin warriors didn't have time to react at all. In the blink of an eye, More than half of the Lin warriors had been killed. The remaining few were completely at the mercy of the corpse puppets, being chased and slaughtered. Just moments ago, the hall was crowded, but with a few moves from Ihan, it was cleared out in an instant. The Lin forces either surrendered or were killed, leaving only a few bodyguards around Lin Hua standing. Is it over so quickly? I didn't even get a chance to fight. No, I must try my hand at this. Zhao Linglong pouted her lips, clenched her fists, and charged straight towards Lin Hua. Although Zhao Linglong had a youthful, innocent face and hadn't practiced martial arts before, her strength was extraordinarily powerful. What do you want? Lin Hua felt an ominous premonition as he saw Zhao Linglong charging towards him. Quick! Stop her! Lin Hua hid behind his bodyguards. Zhao Linglong raised her fist and punched out, knocking out one opponent after another. Among Lin Hua's elite bodyguards, several were even masters of martial arts, but under Zhao Linglong's terrifying punches, they were nothing. They were instantly knocked flying, landing on the ground with no strength left to fight. It was terrifying. Lin Hua was cornered by Zhao Linglong, his face filled with fear as he stared at her, his eyes glazed. He had never heard that the Zhao family's girl had such terrifying strength. Bang! Bang! Zhao Linglong broke Lin Hua's limbs and dragged him like a chicken towards Ihan. Zhao Linglong knew that Ihan still had many questions to interrogate Lin Hua, so she didn't kill him outright. Let go of me. You beasts, Mom. Lin Hua's face turned pale. Although his martial arts skills weren't strong, he was still a martial arts master. Yet he was being bullied like this by a girl? On the other side, apart from the Lin bodyguards who had surrendered and were kneeling, only a few of the Blood Cloak sect's men, Tainyo and Xian Ying, were left standing. Excuse us, young Master Yi. We'll take our leave now. Seeing the situation, the Blood Cloak sect's men took a deep breath and without hesitation, turned to flee. The Lin family had meticulously planned this ambush for so long, yet they hadn't even touched a single thread of Yihan's clothes before being effortlessly dismantled by him. And this was without even mobilizing any forces from the Yi family or Bei Luo Shermin. Such terrifying strength and background, and the Blood Cloak sect still dared to assassinate Yihan? That was a pipe dream. Run. Escape for your life. Thud. But just as the Blood Cloak sect's man took a step, a chair flew through the air, piercing through his chest and nailing him to the wall. His life force rapidly faded, and although he tried to mutter something, no sound came out. Tainyo and Xianing, seeing the fate of their comrade, dared not take another step. A master-level expert, how could they be like kindergarten kids before Yihan, with no chance of resistance? Tell me, where is the Blood Cloak sect's headquarters? I might consider sparing you. Yihan didn't know much about the Blood Cloak sect, but since they kept coming after him, Yihan wasn't afraid, but he worried they might target his friends and companions. So, Yihan decided to put an end to it once and for all. He would go straight to their headquarters and wipe them out to avoid future trouble. Young Master Yi, this isn't right, Xianing muttered, but Yihan had already acted. With a wave of his hand, a surge of power swept towards Xian Ying. The air was torn apart, visible ripples spreading out, and when it reached Xian Ying, his body seemed to be kneaded by some mysterious force, collapsing like dough in front of everyone, instantly losing all life force. It's your turn. You have 3 seconds. Yihan calmly looked at Tainyo, as if the previous events had nothing to do with him. Gulp. Tainyo swallowed hard, and without Yihan even needing to act, he collapsed to the ground. I'll tell you. The Blood Cloak sect's headquarters is on a mountain outside Jiangbei City in the southwest. I have the coordinates. As he spoke, Tainyo opened his phone and showed Yihan the location, afraid that Yihan wouldn't believe him. Thud. Before Yihan could act, Wang Fugui beside him punched Tainyo in the chest, killing him instantly. Tainyo looked at Yihan with resentment. Young Master Yi, you said, if I told you, you would spare me? Wang Fugui chuckled. Young Master Yi said that, but I didn't. The Lin family had meticulously planned their ambush, believing that with their patriarch emerging from seclusion, they could easily subdue the Yi family. However, Yihan effortlessly defeated a martial zone expert with a single move. By now, all of the Lin family's defenses had completely collapsed. Lin Hua lay on the ground, his eyes filled with despair as he watched Yihan approach step by step. Yihan coldly stared at Lin Hua. Tell me, apart from targeting the Yi family's immortal bone, what other reasons were there for the attack on the Yi family? The immortal bone. Yihan had a basic understanding of its effects. At the very least, he was certain that his body was special, capable of absorbing the power of the immortal bone and activating certain special abilities, like teleportation. The immortal bone was indeed priceless, but for the Lin family, the Zhou family, and the royal family to join forces and attack, with no benefit distribution afterward, didn't make sense. Yihan, do you want to know? Too bad, I won't tell you. Do whatever you want with me. Lin Hua had a defiant attitude. Wanna die? It's not that easy. I can make you suffer. Yihan's gaze was sharp as he said, let me tell you, Lin Yang and Lin Dong are both dead by my hand. I can even let you watch as every member of the Lin family dies before your eyes. You're a demon. Yihan, you'll die a horrible death. Lin Hua struggled to get up from the ground, but with his limbs broken by Zhao Linglong, he couldn't stand, only managing to howl in frustration. When you attacked the Yi family, causing their annihilation, you should have expected this outcome. Yihan's face was filled with anger. Tell me, apart from the royal family, who else was involved? What exactly do the gods behind you want? Why are they so hellbent on targeting the Yi family and me? Yihan always felt that the gods' simultaneous attacks on Bei Luo Shimin and the Yi family were not as simple as they seemed. They seemed to be terrified of him being alive, even going so far as to remove his heart and kidneys. What exactly were they afraid of? You, gods, you even know about the gods, you? Lin Hua stared at Yihan in terror, a sense of despair filling his heart. It seemed Yihan had touched upon the truth behind it all. Then, would the master's plan succeed? Chapter 107. The Destruction of the Lin Family. Seeing Lin Hua's expression, Yihan knew that Lin Hua must know something that Zhou of the Zhou family was unaware of. Speak. Yihan stepped forward and stomped on Lin Hua's broken wrist, his killing intent surging. Wang Fugua chimed in from the side. Mr. Lin, I heard that you have a secret daughter abroad. What do you think if I have someone take action now? Lin Hua was completely panicked, looking at Wang Fugua and Yihan in disbelief. How terrifying were the methods of Yihan and Wang Fugua? You see, the fact that Lin Hua had a secret daughter abroad was known only to Lin Hua himself. Moreover, this was a matter from 20 years ago. Over the years, to avoid suspicion, Lin Hua hadn't contacted his secret daughter at all. How did Yihan and Wang Fugua find out? Lin Hua stared intently at Wang Fugua, trying to discern if Wang Fugua was bluffing. But the next moment, Wang Fugua opened a photo on his phone, and Lin Hua immediately caved in. You're ruthless. All I know is that the royal family's liaison is the sister of the Dragon Lord, Tang Rui. As for the divine envoy, I never had direct contact with them. They are usually very mysterious. The only information I know is that they cannot be killed with ordinary weapons. Back then, the divine envoy had a grand plan to overthrow the entire human race. The reason they targeted the Yi family was supposedly due to a rumor. When the celestial music sounds, the human sovereign shall rise. They speculated that their greatest obstacle came from the Yi family. Lin Hua revealed some of the information he knew, of course, only the part he deemed not too critical. However, this information was already quite shocking to Yihan. At the very least, Yihan now knew that it was the Dragon Lord's sister, Tang Rui, from the royal family who had targeted the Yi family. If the royal family wanted to negotiate with him, then Tang Rui would have to pay the price. And the divine envoy, with such a grand scheme to overthrow humanity, how would they go about it? Knowing that the divine envoy's ambitions were so vast, and yet the royal family still collaborated with them, what were they thinking? After Lin Hua finished speaking, without Yihan's intervention, he mustered the last of his strength, activated a nearby crossbow, and pierced his own heart, dying instantly. Yihan, I hope you remember what I said. Spare the Lin family. You won't be able to escape the divine envoy. With those words, Lin Hua's head slumped, and he was dead. Lin Hua's death marked the complete destruction of the entire Lin family. From economics to connections, from martial prowess to various other aspects, the Lin family was completely crushed by the Yi family, ultimately collapsing entirely. Young Master Yi, what about the rest of the Lin family? Wang Fugua gave Yi Han a questioning look. Yi Han's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. Wipe them out completely. When it came to enemies, Yi Han had never been merciful. If they were out to kill you, why would you even consider giving them a way out? Back then, did they ever think of leaving a way out for the Yi family? They even dug out Yi Han's heart, and although it wasn't the Lin family who directly attacked Yi Han, since they participated in the assault on the Yi family, not a single one of them should be spared. The Lin family is destroyed. In the Grand Hall of the Great Xia Palace, the current eldest princess, Tang Rui, looked somewhat sorrowful as she spoke to Tang Jing. Now, what should we do? Back then, the attack on the Yi family was tacitly approved by the royal family, and Tang Rui was also a key liaison. Moreover, the royal family's expert, Fu Hongyi, had represented the royal family in taking action. Now that the Yun family, Zhou family, and Lin family have been dealt with by Yi Han, following Yi Han's current momentum, it's only a matter of time before the royal family is next. Tang Zheng looked at Tang Rui and said with some resentment, I told you back then not to get involved in the attack on the Yi family, but you insisted on participating. Now what am I supposed to do? But brother, you know the situation back then. If Yi Han had returned to the Yi family, who in the entire Great Xia could have restrained the Yi family, that was the best opportunity to overthrow the Yi family. How could we not take action? Tang Rui stood up agitatedly. Brother, I've had enough of this humiliation where the royal family is suppressed. Although the Great Xia royal family has ruled for nearly a century, in reality, the royal authority is not the strongest. All the power has been divided among the various families. At times, the royal family needs permission from the major families to make certain decisions. So, when someone approached the royal family back then, wanting to overthrow the Yi family, Tang Zheng hesitated, but Tang Rui quickly agreed to cooperate with the plan. It's already like this. Brother, I said back then that if the plan failed, I was willing to bear all the blame. If the Yi family wants revenge, let them come after me. You can push all the blame onto me. It's just a matter of death. As long as it benefits the Great Xia royal family, what's one death for me? Tang Rui? Tang Zheng looked at his sister's determined expression and shook his head helplessly. Perhaps we don't have to die. It's just that our royal family will have to make some sacrifices. He paused and continued, First, Fu Hongyi must die. Secondly, we might have to sacrifice Mingyue. Arrange a marriage with the Yi family. Perhaps only this way can we appease the Yi family's anger. Finally, I'll personally plead with the Yi family's old general to avoid bloodshed in the royal family. Mingyue? You plan to have Mingyue marry into the Yi family, but Yi Han already has a wife. What position would Mingyue hold? Tang Rui immediately jumped up as if she had been provoked. Because Mingyue was Tang Rui's own daughter. Tang Rui was willing to sacrifice herself, but to sacrifice her daughter, she couldn't bear it. Xiaorui, at this point, do you still care about these things? Tang Zheng said with a bitter smile. It's not that we're underestimating ourselves, but even though Mingyue is intelligent, Yi Han might not even look at her. As long as this marriage can be arranged, it would be 100 benefits and no harm for our royal family. Moreover, given Yi Han's talents, I'm sure his future will not be limited to just Great Xia. The sacred land. Above the martial path, perhaps Yi Han could even reach its pinnacle. As for those divine envoys, they might not even be a match for Yi Han. By then, could a Great Xia even contain Yi Han, contain the Yi family? Since the Yi family doesn't care about Great Xia, then even if our royal family follows behind the Yi family, we would still be able to stand firm. Tang Zheng's analysis was very clear, and Tang Rui, who had her own intelligence, naturally knew that Tang Zheng was right. The talents and abilities Yi Han had displayed were completely groundbreaking, and according to that legend, Yi Han was very likely the hope for the entire human race's prosperity. Aligning with Yi Han would basically mean aligning with the future. Chapter 108. A challenge from the sacred land. Let's see how it unfolds. Regardless of the outcome, we still need to ask Mingyue's opinion. Tang Rui sighed deeply, feeling helpless. At this point, the royal family actually had very few choices left. Tang Jing nodded. You should reach out to the major institutions in Yunqing and Tianan province. Make sure they don't interfere with the Yi family's recent activities. I heard that the Su family from the capital has already dispatched someone to Yunqing. It seems that Chen Tang from the Sacred Land, a martial zone expert on the Earth list, might be able to go head-to-head with Yi Han. Understood. If even the Sacred Land's expert can't match Yi Han, then Yi Han's rise is already a certainty. Moreover, if Yi Han defeats Chen Tang, then Mingyue following Yi Han wouldn't be a bad deal. The Lin family's downfall seemed to have gone unnoticed, as the external reaction was surprisingly calm. The calm was almost abnormal, and most people didn't feel anything unusual. Even the group companies under the Lin family only received news that the company owner had changed, with no significant impact. However, within the martial arts community and among the higher echelons, it was a massive bombshell. It stirred up huge waves in the otherwise calm lake. After all, Yi Han had just flattened the Yun and Zhou families yesterday. If the Zhou family scale wasn't large enough, being just a provincial-level family, then the Lin family was a global superfamily, one of the 6 great noble families of the Great Xia. The Lin family had influential figures controlling the military, high-ranking officials, and economically, they could shake half of the Great Xia. And yet, the Yi family dared to make such a move? To be precise, Yi Han dared to make such a move? Is this Yi Han really so reckless? In a villa in Yunqing, Su Du held a wine glass, swirling the red wine in his hand, and snorted coldly through his nose. Chen Xiao, you've seen footage of Yi Han's battles. Do you think you can beat him? This time, I'm counting on you. Besides Su Du, a man dressed in a traditional Chinese suit brazenly had 2 beauties in his embrace. He replied nonchalantly, a mere trash. Making me lift a finger would already tarnish my hands. Moreover, even if I can't defeat him, what then? My master is the 2nd elder of the Huangji Sacred Land. Would Yi Han dare to kill me? Chen Tang pinched one of the beauties in his arms forcefully and continued, I'm not bragging. Just hearing my name, Chen Tang, Yi Han wouldn't have the guts to fight me. In the world of martial arts, apart from the super sects, the most powerful and influential are the 4 sacred lands: Huangji, Yaochu, Tianxian. The Huangji sacred land is more active in the secular world, so its influence among martial arts experts is the strongest. All martial arts experts take pride in being able to enter the Huangji sacred land. Exactly. With Chen Xiao taking action, there won't be any issue. Once Yi Han is handled, all of Chen Xiao's requests will be fulfilled twofold. While saying this, Su Du winked at Chen Tang, outwardly flattering him but secretly cursing him. This fool, apart from his martial skills, is a complete idiot in terms of intelligence. Su Xiao, please spread the word that I, Chen Tang, will challenge Yi Han to a duel tomorrow. A fight to the death. Let's see if he dares to come. The bigger the commotion, the better. My master said I'm useless, but this time, I'll prove him wrong. Even the monstrous genius of Beiluo sect back then was crushed by me. All right. Su Du agreed, a cold smile appearing on his lips. This is even better. If something goes wrong in the future, it has nothing to do with me. I can completely push the blame onto Chen Tang, saying he wanted to duel Yi Han on his own. Soon, a video of Chen Tang challenging Yi Han appeared online and began to spread exponentially. I, Chen Tang, will challenge Yi Han tomorrow at 10 a.m. on West Mountain in Yunqing. Yi Han, you piece of trash, do you dare to come? Yi Han's recent actions in Yunqing and the provincial capital have already been reported to institutions across the Great Xia and even globally. The Blood Cloak sect's 2 failed assassination attempts, the assassination of the Kong family by the Assassin Alliance, where their experts were killed by Yi Han. All these incidents prove one thing. Yi Han's strength is at least at the martial lord level. Perhaps he is the youngest martial master in the current martial world. Such a monstrous genius proves that the rise of the Yi family is unstoppable. 3 years ago, the fall of Beluo sect was unknown to the outside world, as it hadn't truly fallen. Yi Han is now a free agent. Upon noticing this information, countless institutions and organizations immediately thought of one thing: to recruit Yi Han. Quick, arrange a private jet for me. I need to go to Yunqing and find a way to recruit Yi Han into our sect. Yes, I'm going to. Arrange it immediately. Even the 4 sacred lands began to take action. Yanran, you represent me, and go to Yunqing. In critical moments, try to stop Qintang from harming Yi Han. The Yaochu Sacred Lands leader instructed their saintess, Ling Yanran, to represent Yaochu in recruiting Yi Han. On the other side, the Tianxian Sacred Lands leader directly sent out his showy son. This time, you can cause as much trouble as you want. The bigger the better. There are no other requirements. Just make sure to become friends with Yi Han. After sending his son out, the Tianxian Sacred Lands leader, Jin Yang, sighed deeply. The world's fortune has changed. I hope we can still board the Tianxian ship in time. In Yunqing, after dealing with the Lin family's affairs, Yi Han returned home and saw the online video. After having Han Zhuo investigate a bit, he found out the truth. The Su family? They're teaming up with the Sacred Land to pressure me? Yi Han smiled faintly. Because of his little sister Su Chan, even if Su Du didn't come looking for trouble, Yi Han would have gone to deal with him. Now that the Sacred Land is involved, do they think Yi Han would be afraid? I am Yi Han, and I accept the challenge. Yi Han simply posted a 3-second video, but it was clear enough. This short video quickly became a hot topic. Martial arts experts around the world now knew that tomorrow's exciting duel would definitely take place. After being busy for several days, Yi Han hadn't had much time to spend with Su Anyue. Thinking of this, Yi Han dialed Su Anyue's number. Honey, are you free tonight? Let's have dinner together? With the internal affairs of the company resolved, Su Anyue had also started to expand the Su family's businesses on a large scale. Darling, why do you suddenly have time to think of me? Then tonight at the Yunqing Grand Hotel, we'll meet there. Su Anyue had always been good to Yi Han, and after Yi Han's rise, helping the Su family so much, Su Anyue naturally treated Yi Han even better. Okay, then see you tonight. As Yi Han's official wife, Su Anyue was very important to him. Tonight, something should happen between them. Chapter 109. Played like a monkey. After hanging up with Su Anyue, Yi Han looked at the location of the Bloody Robe sect's headquarters on his phone, Qinglong Mountain in Jiangbei, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The Lin family had previously hired the Bloody Robe sect to carry out an assassination, and although the Lin family had since been destroyed, the Bloody Robe sect remained a lingering threat if the issue wasn't fully addressed. Tomorrow, the Sacred Land expert Qintang would be challenging him to a duel. Since he had nothing planned for the afternoon, he decided it was the perfect time to go to Jiangbei City and eliminate the Bloody Robe sect once and for all. Fugue, arrange a few helicopters right away. Notify Han Zhuo to join us in wiping out the Bloody Robe sect. Got it. On Qinglong Mountain in Jiangbei, at the headquarters of the Bloody Robe sect, several elders of the sect rushed angrily to the residence of the sect leader, Chu Yue. Chu Yue, what do you mean by this? Did you know that sending Shanko and the others would be a death sentence? Why did you send them? Exactly, Chu Yue. You must give us an explanation today, or this isn't over. The 4 elders of the sect blocked Chu Yue's door tightly, clearly here to demand answers. Shanko, Xinying, and Tiniu had already perished while carrying out the assassination mission against Yi Han and Yunqing. The Bloody Robe sect had received this news. Since these 3 assassins were under the direct control of the elders, they immediately came to confront Chu Yue. Chu Yue calmly turned away from her desk and looked innocent. What? Shanko and the others are dead? So useless? Killing just one ordinary person was that difficult? They even lost their own lives over it? Chu Yue was deliberately provoking them. When the elders of the Bloody Robe sect decided to take on the assassination mission from the Lin family, Chu Yue had strongly opposed it. It was only after the elders forced the issue that Chu Yue reluctantly agreed to send Black Dragon. However, Chu Yue had been Yi Han's personal maid for years and was well aware of his capabilities. Even if Yi Han hadn't regained his strength, his intelligence and tactics made him more than a match for an ordinary master of the control realm. So, Chu Yue had already foreseen the fate of the assassins sent by the Bloody Robe sect. You, Chu Yue, are you deliberately opposing us? Wanting to take control of the Bloody Robe sect alone? Let me tell you, as long as we elders are here, you can forget about it. The elders clearly understood Chu Yue's intentions. Shanko and Xianying, as three grandmasters under the elders' control, had all been killed, causing significant losses to the elders. However, they believed Chu Yue's current power wasn't enough to take over the entire Bloody Robe sect. Is that so? Do you think I only have this much power? Chu Yue smiled faintly, clapped her hands in the air, and called out, "Come in." Her actions made the elders tense up, glancing around nervously. Could Chu Yue really be bold enough to set up an ambush here, planning to eliminate them all in one fell swoop? But after waiting for a while, there was no movement outside Chu Yue's residence. The four elders breathed a sigh of relief, while Chu Yue frowned. This wasn't right. Chu Yue had already arranged for her trusted subordinates and two other elders to participate in today's action, planning to eliminate the elders once and for all. The signal to act was her clap. But now, after clapping for so long, there was no response. Had something gone wrong? Chu Yue, stop playing games. You've been in the Bloody Robe sect for less time than we've been alive. Do you really think you can overthrow us with your measly power? Dream on. Precisely, Chu Yue. If you comply, we might consider allowing you to remain in that position. But if you defy us, with the four of us joining forces, we can ensure you never speak again. As the four elders spoke, their auras surged violently, and a murderous intent surrounded Chu Yue. Chu Yue frowned, looking outside the room, her mind full of confusion. Her forces should have arrived by now, so why was there no sign of them? Even if the elders had dealt with them, there should have been some noise. Boom! Just as the four elders were gloating, a powerful force surged from behind them, striking the elders with a dull thud. In the next moment, the mighty four elders, who were like broken kites, fell into the room. Although the four elders were grandmasters, the sudden attacker had only needed one move to severely injure them. As they fell, they spat out black blood. You? Who are you? Damn it. It's Yi Han. How could you be here? The elders had long known about Yi Han's details. Shanko had been killed by Yi Han, which had already been a shock. But now, Yi Han had found the Bloody Robe sect's headquarters so quickly during their crucial meeting. Before the four elders could even speak, they were already injured by Yi Han. The game was over. At this moment, Chu Yue also noticed Yi Han. The moment she saw Yi Han, Chu Yue instinctively tried to flee. But before she could move, Yi Han grabbed her by the back of the neck and lifted her up. Wait, aren't we old acquaintances? You were my maid in Beluo sect, weren't you? Yi Han held Chu Yue up and examined her closely, finally confirming that she was indeed his personal maid from Beluo sect. After the attack on Beluo sect, everyone had gone their separate ways, and no one knew each other's whereabouts. Yi Han hadn't expected the leader of the Bloody Robe sect to be his former maid. Well, I worked hard to feed you, and you still wanted to kill me? Time for a spanking. Yi Han snorted coldly, raised his hand, and gave Chu Yue's bottom 2 sharp slaps. I don't know why Master took you in. Back in the sect, you wanted to kill me, and you still haven't given up now? My so-called taking in was just detention. You all lack humanity. I will kill you. Let me go. The four elders, lying on the ground with blood staining their mouths, listened clearly to the conversation between Yi Han and Chu Yue. Now they understood. Chu Yue and Yi Han had been old acquaintances all along. Fundamentally, Chu Yue had never truly wanted to kill Yi Han. They had been played like monkeys. Chapter 110. Want to steal my wife? However, the elders were unaware that Chu Yue had genuinely harbored a desire to kill Yi Han since childhood. Or perhaps, more accurately, she wanted to defeat Yi Han at least once. From a young age, Chu Yue had constantly tried to harm Yi Han, But whether it was at night or during the day, she had never succeeded. Not only did her assassination attempts fail, but most of the time, she was turned around and teased by Ihan. After Beluo Shermin was attacked, most people believed Ihan was dead. Chu Yue was overjoyed for 3 seconds, but then came a deep sense of loss, even feeling as if her heart had been hollowed out. For a long time, Chu Yue was in low spirits. Later, after joining the Blood Robe sect and becoming its leader, she accidentally learned that Ihan was still alive and that the Lin family wanted to kill him. This piqued her interest. She knew that killing Ihan would be impossible with the likes of the Blood Robe sect. Back then, so many experts from the ancient martial world had joined forces against Beluo Shermin, digging out Ihan's heart and kidneys, destroying his dantian, yet still failed to kill him. How could the Blood Robe sect's few experts stand a chance against Ihan? That was why Chu Yue had reluctantly agreed to let Shunko and the others make a move. As a result, Ihan showed up so quickly. Hee, wanna kill me? Back then you couldn't, and now you still can't. Ihan smacked Chu Yue's but a few more times and asked, do you submit? No. Chu Yue's but was already burning, but she still stubbornly glared at Ihan with a complex expression in her eyes. There was frustration at being unable to kill Ihan, joy at seeing him alive, and anger at being spanked. Thwop thwop. Ihan smacked her a few more times, even reaching for her belt. Do you submit? If you don't, I'll have to take it off and spank you. You're shameless. Chu Yue glared at Ihan angrily, but she knew that if he said he'd do it, he really would. When they were younger, Ihan had once pulled down Chu Yue's pants to spank her. Now, that scoundrel would definitely do it again. At her age, if Ihan treated her like that, Chu Yue would be so embarrassed she'd want to disappear into a crack in the ground. 3. As soon as Ihan started counting from 3, Chu Yue immediately gave in. I submit. You win. Call me young master. Chu Yue glared at Ihan with resentment. Young master. Ihan nodded in satisfaction. That's more like it. He paused for a moment before continuing. I know you're not really convinced. Here's a deal. I'll give you a year, 3 chances, to challenge me any way you choose. In return, I'll help you eliminate all the forces within the Blood Robe sect that oppose you. But within a year, you must consolidate all the sect's power under your control. As he spoke, Ihan glanced at the 4 elders lying on the ground. Originally, according to Ihan's plan, he intended to wipe out the entire Blood Robe sect. But upon seeing that the sect leader was Chu Yue, Ihan changed his mind. Although Chu Yue constantly threatened to kill him, Ihan knew she was actually a very kind-hearted girl. His master had also said that back then, keeping Chu Yue by his side wasn't to imprison her, but to protect her. Chu Yue's background was actually quite significant. By using the Blood Robe sect, Ihan could give Chu Yue a goal to strive for and continue her cultivation. All right. Chu Yue realized that her subordinates outside hadn't responded earlier because Ihan's people had neutralized them. She glanced at the 4 elders on the ground, who instantly trembled. It was clear now. Ihan's appearance and his agreement with Chu Yue meant the elders' fate was sealed. Chu Yue, what are you planning? We are elders of the Blood Robe sect. Do you intend to kill us? That's right. Chu Yue, you can't kill us. If you spare us, we promise to support you as the sect leader and never oppose you again. The elders wailed on the ground, pleading with Chu Yue for mercy. Before Chu Yue could respond, Ihan unleashed a surge of energy from his wrist, instantly slicing the elders' necks. Before the 4 elders could react, a line of blood appeared on their throats. They clutched at their necks in agony, their faces filled with despair. But it was too late. Their life force rapidly faded away. Take care of yourself. Ihan advised Chu Yue, then signaled Zhao Linglong and Wang Fugue through his earpiece. With a cold snort, they quickly withdrew from the Blood Robe sect. Before encountering Chu Yue, Zhao Linglong and the others had already wiped out a significant portion of the Blood Robe sect. Coincidentally, those they eliminated were all members of the Elder Council, which would make Chu Yue's future actions much easier. As night fell, at the Yunqing Hotel, Suan Yue, dressed in a delicate blouse, looked stunning as she gazed intently at Yihan sitting across from her. Yihan, feeling her gaze, asked with a hint of confusion, "Honey, is there a flower on my face? Why are you staring at me like that?" Su Anyue shook her head, her eyes filled with deep affection as she said, "No, I'm just grateful to have met you. Husband, I didn't realize how powerful you are, yet you willingly married into the Su family to be with me. I don't even know how to express it." Su Anyue had always treated Yihan well, and her kindness had been selfless. She never expected Yihan to have such a powerful background and abilities. Every problem the Su group faced, Yihan could easily resolve. Now, the Yun group had been destroyed by Yihan, and the Jade Agency rights under General Samfong had been directly handed to the Su group. The future of the Su group was clear for all to see. Hee, don't know how to express it? That's simple. Eat up and let's go home, Yihan said with a mischievous smile, his eyes fixed on Su Anyue. Although they had been married for 3 years, Yihan and Su Anyue had never truly consummated their relationship. Before, it was because Yihan was focused on cultivating the dragon control technique, so he dared not act rashly. Now, with his strength at its peak, there was no longer any need to hold back. His rightful wife had to be claimed. Su Anyue replied shyly, having waited for this day for a long time. After finishing their meal and returning to their villa, as soon as they opened the front door, Yihan immediately shielded Su Anyue behind him with a wary expression, "Be careful." Because Yihan sensed a powerful aura of danger in the room. This aura was stronger than any martial energy he had encountered before. "Back already? Su Anyue, come with me right now, or I'll make the entire Su family pay for your mistake." A middle-aged man stood up from the sofa, his hands behind his back, coldly staring at Yihan and Su Anyue. His words were not a request but a command. Chapter 111. Breaking a martial saint expert's fingers. Judging from the opponent's martial aura, they were at least above the level of a martial saint. Yihan pondered carefully. On Su Anyue's side, there shouldn't be such a powerful person targeting the Su family, right? Could it be that someone from his side had set their sights on Su Anyue? Finally here, huh? Before Yihan could speak, Su Anyue next to him spoke up, looking quite helpless. "Do you know who he is?" Yihan was a bit curious. Previously, when Yun Feiyang was pursuing Su Anyue, he had mentioned a few things, saying that the forces behind Su Anyue's mother were not simple. Could it be that someone from Su Anyue's mother's side had come? Su Anyue nodded. "My mother mentioned that it should be someone from my grandmother's side. They've been searching for my mother's whereabouts all these years, and now they probably want to take me and my mother back." As she finished speaking, Su Anyue turned to look at the middle-aged man. "Sir, I can go with you, but could you give me a year? I still have a lot of things to handle." Her mother had mentioned that the forces on her grandmother's side were extremely formidable, with strength supposedly surpassing that of the Sung Di. Back when her mother escaped, she had already angered her grandmother. Giving birth to herself would only make her grandmother even more furious. The reason Su Anyue asked for a year was because she wanted to give Yihan a son. Even if she wasn't by Yihan's side, at least he would have something to remember her by. Su Anyue, do you think I'm here to negotiate with you? Do you know how much damage your mother caused to the sect? Your grandmother has decided that since your mother made a mistake, you will compensate for it. Your grandmother has arranged a marriage for you, and you must leave with me now." The man coldly glanced at Yihan and snorted. "Luckily, your worthless husband hasn't laid a hand on you. You're still a virgin. Otherwise, he'd be a pile of bones by now." "Arranged a marriage for Su Anyue?" Yihan's expression instantly darkened. "Are you being a bit too arrogant, sir? Anyue already has a husband, and I'm still alive. You think you can just take my wife away? Maybe you should ask if I agree first." Yihan's entire body radiated killing intent as he coldly stared at the middle-aged man. Ever since he consumed the 4th-grade elixir and broke through to a new realm, Yihan hadn't encountered any real opponents. He also wanted to test just how strong he had become. And this man in front of him was the strongest opponent Yihan had faced so far. "You? With your measly skills, do you think you can challenge me?" The man bellowed, his aura surging as he prepared to strike at Yihan. Young man, you're too reckless. It seems I need to teach you a lesson. Just as the man was about to make his move, a car suddenly stopped at the villa entrance. Su Anyue's parents, Su Honghai and Zhang Ru, rushed out of the car. Elder Hua, please show mercy. Zhang Ru quickly stepped in front of Yihan. Elder Hua, please, for my sake, don't harm Yihan. Everyone in the Su family was very protective of Yihan, and recently, Yihan's performance in Yun City and Huadu had been noticed by all. A genius was beginning to rise, and no one wanted to see this genius fall so soon. Miss, I'll give you face, but did you consider my lady's face back then? Now things have come to this, and I don't want to see it either. Elder Hua's expression softened slightly when he saw Zhang Ru, as if he still held some affection for her. Elder Hua paused and continued, I can let this young man go and not harm the Su family, but the condition is that Su Anyue must leave with me immediately. If I fail to complete the task, my lady won't let me off either. Please forgive me, miss. The only thing I can do is not pursue your responsibility and not disrupt your life. As he spoke, Elder Hua slightly bowed to Zhang Ru, expressing his apology. Zhang Ru looked at Yihan with a bitter expression. Xiaohan. Clearly, Zhang Ru also had no power to change the situation. Back when she escaped from the sect, she had suffered serious injuries. Although her life was saved, she had lost all her martial arts and become an ordinary person. Yihan's mouth twitched as he nodded to Zhang Ru. Mom, don't worry. I'll handle this myself. Yihan then looked back at Elder Hua. My wife, no one but me is allowed to take her away. If anyone dares to touch a single hair on her, they will die. Old man, if you have the guts, try to make a move. Yihan took a step forward, showing no intention of backing down. Zhang Ru was polite to Elder Hua, but Yihan had no intention of being polite. Boy, this is your own doing. As the voice rang out, Elder Hua moved, his body shifting as he instantly closed the distance to Yihan, aiming to grab Yihan by the neck. Elder Hua's movements were fast, but Yihan's were even faster. Just as Elder Hua's hand was about to grasp Yihan's neck, Yihan suddenly sidestepped, dodging Elder Hua's deadly move. At the same time, he swiftly counterattacked, grabbing Elder Hua's fingers. Before Elder Hua could react, Yihan's aura surged, and with a crackling sound, he broke 4 of Elder Hua's fingers. Asterisk crack. Crack. Asterisk. The crisp sound of broken bones echoed between the two. Realizing his move had failed, Elder Hua was shocked. He quickly retreated, putting some distance between himself and Yihan. Humph! With his fingers broken, Elder Hua let out a cold snort. Pain caused beads of sweat to form on his forehead, but even more so, there was shock in his eyes. Although Elder Hua wasn't the strongest in the sect, he had already stepped into the realm of a half-martial saint. This time, the old lady had sent Elder Hua to the secular world to bring Su Anyue back, considering it an easy task. After all, in the secular world, except for the 4 major sanctuaries, which housed martial saint-level experts, most were merely ordinary experts, rarely attaining the level of a martial saint. In Elder Hua's mind, as long as he didn't provoke those old monsters, he could dominate all the experts in the secular world, right? But what Elder Hua hadn't expected was that Su Anyue's husband, Yihan, had injured him with just one move. Elder Hua attempted to reset his fingers, but was shocked to discover that Yihan's technique was too bizarre. Despite possessing numerous long-lost advanced martial arts skills, Elder Hua found himself unable to reset his fingers. He could only grit his teeth against the excruciating pain and fix a grave stare on Yihan. It seems I have underestimated you. A mere mortal in the secular world possesses such power. Now, I am going to get serious. Elder Hua had already decided to kill. Such a young and monstrous talent, if allowed to grow, would soon threaten the sect's position. Elder Hua's killing intent surged as he prepared to strike at Yihan. But just as he was about to move, Yihan suddenly called out to him, "Wait." Elder Hua was stunned. He coldly stared at Yihan. "Humph. Wanna beg for mercy now? Too late. You dared to break my fingers. Today, I must teach you a lesson." Yi-Han smiled faintly. You misunderstood. I just wanted to say, if we're going to fight, let's do it outside. If you get wrecked, it's no big deal, but if you damage my villa, I'll be heartbroken. Chapter 112. Awakening of the Demon Heart's Power. Huago Lao, who had just been feeling a bit smug, was now left speechless with anger. Boy, you're too arrogant. Do you really think you're that powerful just because you managed to sneak attack and break my finger? Let me show you what true strength looks like. Huago Lao still refused to admit that Yi-Han was strong, insisting that Yi-Han had only succeeded through a sneak attack. However, he failed to consider that it was he who had initiated the sneak attack on Yi-Han in the first place. Yi-Han's counterattack, which resulted in breaking Huago Lao's finger, demonstrated that Yi-Han's strength was actually far superior. As Huago Lao berated Yi-Han, he channeled all his energy, stirring up the surrounding atmosphere, and charged towards Yi-Han. Zhang Ru, seeing Huago Lao preparing to kill Yi-Han, was full of worry and wanted to speak up, but Suan Yu stopped her mother. Mom, you have to believe in Yi-Han. He can do it. Over the past few days, Suan Yu had witnessed too many miracles with Yi-Han. General Song Pa, the Yun family of the provincial capital, the Zhou family, the Lin family. All these formidable forces had been wiped out by Yi-Han's hands. Just a few days ago, Yi-Han had been a playboy lounging in a club, yet in such a short time, he had achieved so much. The extent of Yi-Han's talent was beyond imagination. Moreover, based on Suan Yu's understanding of Yi-Han, he rarely took on challenges without confidence. As Huago Lao charged towards Yi-Han, Yi-Han's figure moved, and in an instant, he had left the villa courtyard and dashed towards the lawn outside the villa. As Yi-Han stepped out of the villa, he sensed two black business vans pulling up quietly nearby, carrying two strong and one weak aura that faintly rippled in the air. Enemies? Yi-Han's heart skipped a beat. After a brief sensing, Yi-Han recognized one of the auras as a familiar one. Emo Zhong, the head of the Yunqing Town Martial Department. Since they were from the Town Martial Department, they were likely not enemies. With that reassurance, Yi-Han felt more at ease. Today's fight would be even more exhilarating. If the Town Martial Department had arrived, they probably weren't here to cause trouble for Yi-Han. As for Huago Lao, Yi-Han was confident he could handle him. What Yi-Han wasn't sure about was whether Huago Lao had any allies. Yi-Han wasn't entirely certain about his own capabilities. He was confident in dealing with martial lord-level experts, but if faced with an overwhelming number of martial saint-level opponents, his confidence waned. However, with the presence of the Town Martial Department's experts, any allies Huago Lao might have would at least be deterred. Inside the distant business vehicle were Han Imo, the head of the Town Martial Department's Southwest Region, Imo Zhong, and Zhang Yiqin, the head of the Town Martial Department's headquarters in the capital. Imo Zhong, seeing Huago Lao chasing from behind, expressed his concern. Two leaders, should we intervene? Yi-Han's extraordinary talent was evident to Imo Zhong. The strength of the Huago Lao chasing behind had already surpassed Imo Zhong's perception, so naturally, he was worried about Yi-Han's safety. However, Hanemo and Zhang Yichun remained calm. Not yet. Let's quietly watch Yi-Han dominate that old man. We'll make our appearance when the time is right. It was Zhang Yichun who spoke, and as he did, he exchanged glances with Hanemo, quickly concealing their auras. Huago Lao, who had chased out of the villa, had clearly sensed two powerful auras moments ago, but they had suddenly disappeared. Huago Lao was puzzled. Could it have been a misperception? He glanced again in the direction of Hanemo and the others, confirming nothing unusual before continuing his charge towards Yi-Han. Huago Lao was determined. No matter what, he would capture Yi-Han and take Suan Yu away today. Earlier, Huago Lao had already notified his two companions. Even if he couldn't defeat Yi-Han alone, with his three companions, they should be able to capture Yi-Han, right? 3 semi-martial saint-level experts should be enough to subdue Yi-Han. If not, then even the Grand Elder would have to intervene to take Suan Yu away. As Yi-Han charged outside, he faced Huago Lao's attack without any hesitation. Seeing Huago Lao rushing towards him, Yi-Han stood firm, calm, and showed no intention of dodging. Come! Boom! Yi-Han swung his fist, clashing head-on with Huago Lao's incoming punch. The two powerful forces collided, creating visible air ripples that spread out in waves. The weeds and trees in the surrounding garden were instantly cut in half by the force of the impact. Even some concrete flower beds were shattered. At the center of the explosion, both Yihan and Huago Lao felt the immense power of each other's strikes. The more Huago Lao fought, the more shocked he became. Huago Lao had used all his strength in this attack. Yet not only did Yihan not dodge or retreat, he had not only blocked the punch, but the force from Yihan's fist was growing stronger. Crack! Huago Lao clearly felt his protective chi aura beginning to shatter. The force in Yihan's fist continued to rise, clearly gaining an overwhelming advantage. Huago Lao felt as if an immense, oppressive force akin to a mountain was pressing down upon him. This is bad. Not only that, but Huago Lao also felt a powerful ancient force awakening from Yihan's fist, violently rushing into his veins. That ferocious force, imbued with the strength of a beast, seemed intent on invading and devouring his vitality. Huago Lao felt that force, and Yihan felt it too. This power had been vaguely sensed by Yihan when he broke through the dragon control technique. It did not originate from his dantian, but from his heart. At the time, Yihan had felt a primitive force awakening in his heart. Now, Yihan finally confirmed that it was the power of the demon heart. Having been integrated with Yihan's body for so many years, it had finally fully merged with him. When Yihan's body was under threat from powerful forces, the demon heart's power began to actively enhance Yihan. Boom! Boom! Huago Lao mustered all his strength once more, clashing his martial force with Yihan's. Paying the price of being forced back with a mouthful of blood, he finally shot out from the explosion's core. For if he had continued to be locked in that struggle, Huago Lao clearly felt that his vitality would have been completely devoured by Yihan's mysterious demon heart power. Boy, you! Huago Lao shot back 20 meters, his eyes now filled with fear as he looked at Yihan. Before Huago Lao could finish speaking, Yihan activated his teleportation ability, instantly appearing before him. With a swift kick, he swept towards Huago Lao's chest. Chapter 113. A slap that sends him flying. Crack. After a sharp and muffled sound, the bones in Hua Jelu's chest snapped one by one, collapsing into a deep hollow. His body paused momentarily at Yihan's feet before shooting off like a cannonball, smashing a flower bed outside the villa. Boom. Dust flew into the air, and the scent of blood filled the atmosphere. Hua Jelu, still in midair, coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. When he landed, he felt as if every bone in his body was about to shatter. Hua Jelu struggled to get up, but the intense pain in his chest made it impossible, no matter how many times he tried. Hua Jelu finally faced the truth. Yihan's strength far surpassed the rumors, not merely a martial master or even a martial zun, but likely at the level of a martial sun. Otherwise, Yihan wouldn't have been able to defeat him so effortlessly. Hua Jelu found it unbelievable that Yihan, barely over 20, could possess such power. Even if he had started training in the womb, how could he have achieved such strength so quickly? What are you all waiting for? Come out and fight. If you don't act now, I'm going to get killed. Hua Jelu shouted urgently toward the darkness. Originally, he thought he could handle things alone, but not only had he failed, he was nearly killed. He needed his companions to step in. At the villa entrance, Su Hanyue breathed a sigh of relief seeing Yihan easily overpower Hua Jelu. Su Honghai and Zhang Ru, beside her, were also delighted. Zhang Ru, in particular, looked at Yihan with a glint of admiration. Although Zhang Ru's martial arts were gone, as someone from that world, she knew about the recent events in Yunqing University and other phenomena in Yunqing. Was Yihan the destined one? If so, perhaps Anyue's fate could change. And by chance, Anyue had married a man with the destiny of an empress? But thinking of Anyue's own potential, Zhang Ru felt reassured. Anyue carried a hidden, extraordinary legacy from her ancestors, which, once unleashed, could make her one of the strongest in the sect. The sect had initially believed Zhang Ru was the heir, but it turned out to be Anyue. Meanwhile, as Hua Jelu's shout rang out, two gray-robed elders stepped out from behind the flower beds. The martial energy emanating from them indicated that they were at least at the semi-saint level. There were people hiding in those flower beds? Yihan's expression grew serious. His perception was already at the pinnacle of this world, yet he hadn't sensed Hua Jelu's companions. Were they too powerful, or had they used some special method to hide their presence? Boy, you're strong. But now that we three are joining forces, let's see how you handle it. Hua Jelu, supported by his companions, managed to stand up. With a boost of vitality from them, his internal injuries healed quickly, restoring his fighting strength. At levels above Martial Zun, external injuries were of little concern. Before Yihan could act, Imo Zhong, Hanamo, and Zhang Yiqin leaped from the top of the business van, landing swiftly in front of Yihan. Zhang Yiqin smiled at Yihan, then turned to Hua Jelu and the others. Gentlemen, how about giving me face and letting this matter go? Who the hell are you? Trying to meddle in today's affairs? Be careful you don't get burned. One of Hua Jelu's companions, sensing Zhang Yiqin's powerful aura, was infuriated. The three of them had released their perception, yet none could gauge Zhang Yiqin's strength, which seemed even stronger than Yihan's. With one Yihan already tough to handle, now there were three more. When did the mundane world become so full of top-tier experts? I am Zhang Yiqin, the Grandmaster of the Great Xia's Martial Enforcement Division. Yi Xiao is the descendant of an old friend. That friend entrusted me to assist Yi Xiao when needed. Please leave now. Zhang Yiqin smiled, gesturing for them to depart. Old man, do you really think you can meddle in our affairs? Dream on. Give you 3 seconds to scram, or we'll kill you all. Hua Jelu's companion clearly hadn't grasped the gravity of the situation, shouting aggressively at Zhang Yiqin. Swish. Before his words faded, Zhang Yiqin moved, leaving an afterimage as he appeared in front of the speaker. With a single palm strike, a visible ripple of air surged toward the man's chest. Crack, crack. The semi-martial saint expert had no chance to resist. His chest bones shattered, and his body was sent flying by the seemingly calm force, landing on the ground. Holy cough cough. The man could only exclaim before vomiting black blood and convulsing, then passing out. Hua Jelu and the remaining expert were stunned. A single slap sent him flying. The gap in strength was overwhelming. Quick, retreat now. Without hesitation, Hua Jelu and the remaining expert seized their unconscious companion and fled swiftly into the distance. Facing Yihan alone, they might not have been a match, let alone now with 3 more experts on Yihan's side, one of whom had already crushed their comrade. Staying would be suicide. With Hua Jelu's departure, the scene returned to calm. Yihan looked at Imo Zhong, Hanamo, and Zhang Yiqin, who respectfully bowed to him. Young master, I'm so relieved to see you unharmed. Young master? Yihan was puzzled. Logically, as a semi-official institution of Great Xia, the Dunwusu could address him as Yi Xiao, but referring to him as young master seemed inappropriate. Chapter 113. A slap that sends him flying. Crack. After a sharp and muffled sound, the bones in Hua Jelu's chest snapped one by one, creating a deep shan in his chest. His body paused at Yihan's feet for a moment before shooting off like a cannonball, smashing a flower bed outside the villa. Boom. Dust flew, and the air was filled with the smell of blood. Hua Jelu was still in the air when he started vomiting blood profusely. After landing, he felt like his bones were about to fall apart. Hua Jelu struggled to get up, but the intense pain from his chest made it impossible for him to succeed despite several attempts. Hua Jelu finally realized the truth. Yihan's strength was far beyond what was rumored to be that of a grandmaster or even a martial zua. He must have reached the level of a martial sung. Otherwise, Yihan wouldn't have been able to beat him so badly. Hua Jelu found it unbelievable that Yihan, who was only in his early 20s, could possess such power. Even if he had started training in the womb, how could he have achieved such strength so quickly? What are you all hiding for? Come out and fight. If you don't act now, I'm going to get killed. Hua Jelu shouted urgently toward a dark corner. Initially, Hua Jelf thought he could handle everything himself, but not only did he fail, he almost died. He definitely needed his companions to step in. At the villa entrance, Su Hongyu sighed in relief seeing Yi Han easily overpower Hua Jelu. Su Honghai and Zhang Ru, who were beside her, were also delighted by Yi Han's victory. Especially Zhang Ru, whose eyes sparkled with admiration for Yi Han. Although Zhang Ru had lost her martial skills, she was from that world. She knew about the recent events at Yunqing University, such as the 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix and other phenomena appearing in Yunqing. Is Yi Han the destined one? If so, perhaps Anyue's fate could be changed. And by some twist of fate, Anyue had married a man who might have the destiny of an empress? Thinking about Anyue's own teacher and potential, Zhang Ru felt more at ease. Anyue possessed a massive Gerdai Chancheng from the sect, and once activated, she would quickly become the strongest in the sect. Originally, the sect thought Zhang Ru was the bloodline heir, but it turned out to be Anyue. On the other side, as Hua Jelu's shout echoed, two gray-robed old men emerged from behind the dark flower bed. The martial aura emanating from them showed that they were at least at the half-step martial sung level. There were people hiding in that flower bed? Yi Han's expression grew serious. His perception was already at the peak of this world, but earlier, while he sensed the members of the Zhenwu Su in the business van, he hadn't detected Hua Jelu's two companions. Were they too powerful, or did they use some special method to hide their aura? Boy, you're strong. But now that we three are Lanso, let's see how you handle us. Hua Jelu stood up with the help of his two companions. As they infused him with some vitality, Hua Jelu's internal injuries quickly healed, restoring his combat ability. At the level above Martial Zun, external injuries weren't as significant. Before Yi Han could act, Imo Zhong, Hanamo, and Zhang Yiqin leaped from the roof of the business van and swiftly appeared in front of Yi Han. Zhang Yiqin smiled at Yi Han and then turned to Hua Jelu and the others. Gentlemen, how about giving me face and calling it quits today? Who the hell are you? Wanting to meddle in today's affairs, you're asking for trouble. One of Hua Jelu's companions, sensing Zhang Yiqin's powerful aura, was furious. The problem was, all three of them had used their perception, but none could gauge Zhang Yiqin's strength, which seemed even stronger than Yi Han's. A Yi Han was already hard to deal with, and now there were three more. When did the mundane world become filled with so many experts? I am Zhang Yiqin, the head of the Zhenwu Su of the Great Xia. Yi Han is the descendant of an old friend of mine. That friend instructed me that if Yi Han ever needed help, I must step in. Please leave now. Zhang Yiqin smiled and gestured for them to go. Old man, you think you can meddle in our affairs? Dream on. I'll give you 3 seconds to scram, or we'll kill you all. Hua Jelu's companion clearly hadn't realized the severity of the situation and shouted arrogantly at Zhang Yiqin. Swish. Before he could finish, Zhang Yiqin moved, leaving an afterimage as he appeared in front of the man who had spoken. With a seemingly gentle slap, a visible ripple of air spread toward the man's chest. Crack, crack. The half-step martial sung had no chance to resist. His chest bones shattered one by one, and his body was sent flying by the seemingly calm force, landing on the ground. What the cough? The man exclaimed in shock, vomiting black blood before his body convulsed violently and he passed out. Hua Jelu and the remaining Changjia were stunned. A single slap sent him flying. The difference in strength was staggering. Quick. Retreat now. Without hesitation, Hua Jelu and the other man grabbed their unconscious companion and fled swiftly into the distance. Facing Yi Han, they weren't even sure if they could win Lanso. And now Yi Han had 3 more powerful allies, one of whom had already crushed their companion. Staying here would be suicide. With Hua Jelu's departure, the scene returned to calm. Yi Han looked at Imo Zhong and Hanamo, then at Zhang Yiqin, who respectfully bowed to Yi Han. Young master, I'm so glad to see you safe and sound. Young master? Yi Han was puzzled by the title. Logically, since Zhenwu Su was a semi-official organization of the Great Xia, calling him Yi Han was fine, but calling him young master seemed off. Was Zhenwu Su an affiliated organization of Bei Luo Shimin? But Yi Han had known before that Zhenwu Su indeed had cooperation with Bei Luo Shimin, but they weren't Sangshaji Ganshi. If that was the case, why would Jinwu Su call him young master? Seeing Yi Han's confusion, Zhang Yiqin quickly explained, Yi Han, there are some things I must clarify. The Jinwu Su of the Great Xia was originally created by your mother. Young master, your mother was a prodigious talent, just like you. When she left, I didn't get to see her for the last time, which was truly regrettable. But seeing your talent, I believe there will be another chance in the future. However, Yi Han was aware that the Jinwu Bureau had collaborated with Bei Luo Shimin, but they were not in a subordinate relationship. So why would the Jinwu Su address him as young master? Seeing Yi Han's confusion, Zhang Yiqin quickly explained, Yi Shao, there are some matters that need to be clarified. The Great Xia's Zhenwu division was originally founded by your mother. Young master, your mother was a genius woman, much like yourself. When she departed, I wasn't able to see her for the last time, which remains a deep regret. But witnessing your talent, I am confident that there will be another opportunity. Chapter 114. The Jinwu Bureau is a gift from my mother. Hearing that his mother personally created the Jinwu Bureau, Yi Han was already deeply shocked. This must be a huge secret of his mother, because the establishment of the Jinwu Bureau of the Great Xia has always been mysterious. It is a semi-official, semi-civilian organization with the purpose of upholding justice and maintaining world peace. His master never mentioned the origins of the Jinwu Bureau, and his grandfather never spoke of his mother's greatness. What's more, according to the information currently known, everyone in the Yi family, except for his grandfather, including his parents and other uncles and aunts, all died in the attack 3 years ago, right? But based on what Zhang Yiqin just said, his mother isn't dead? Wait, Director Zhang, are you saying that my mother? She's still alive? Yi Han's pupils dilated, his excitement evident. Yi Han was sent to Beiluo sect shortly after birth and had barely seen his parents. He had always thought they were all dead, but now learning that they might still be alive, Yi Han was extremely thrilled. Zhang Yiqin smiled faintly, his eyes filled with admiration. Your mother? How could she be so easily killed? Unless she herself chooses to die. Otherwise, I'm afraid no one in this world could kill her. His mother is that powerful? Standing at the pinnacle of this world? However, when Yi Han asked Zhang Yiqin about the truth behind the Yi family's attack, Zhang Yiqin's knowledge was limited. What he knew, Yi Han already knew. Young Master Yi, I came here for only one thing, to hand over the Zhenwu Bureau's command token to you. This is your mother's arrangement. When your strength is sufficient, you will take full control of the Zhenwu Bureau and be able to mobilize all its forces. As he spoke, Zhang Yiqin handed Yi Han a dark token. It was a palm-sized circular token, with the character for Marshal engraved in the center. Yi Han raised his eyebrows, taking the token in his hand and feeling its ancient aura. His mind raced with thoughts. From the attacks on Beiluo sect and the Yi family, to discovering the divine envoy and the secrets of the immortal bone, and now finding out that his mother is still alive. Yi Han realized that as he grew stronger, he was exposed to more and more things. This world is not just about the martial arts realm or the sacred lands. There are divine envoys, mysterious existences, and even his own demonic heart and Kirin kidney. What will the future world look like? If his mother is still alive, does that mean his father and other Yi family members are also alive? Was the attack on the Yi family just a dream? However, according to Zhang Yiqin, the other Yi family members are indeed dead. His mother managed to escape, which was purely a coincidence. Young Master Yi, from this moment on, all 1 million members of the Zhenwu Bureau will unconditionally obey your command. You are the supreme commander of the Zhenwu Bureau, with the authority to oversee a regional military division. Before leaving, Zhang Yiqin briefed Yi Han once more. After seeing them off, Yi Han, along with Suan Yue, Zhang Ru, and Su Honghai, entered the villa. Suan Yue was being targeted by another mysterious sect, and those experts were clearly far more powerful than those in the mundane world. Suan Yue's mother's background was undoubtedly extraordinary. Perhaps, from Suan Yue, they could obtain some useful information. Honey, are you okay? Entering the room, Suan Yue carefully examined Yi Han, her heart filled with concern and worry. Today, Although Yi Han had forced Elder Hua to retreat, according to her mother, the people from that world were not so easily defeated. They wouldn't give up until they took Suan Yue away. I'm fine. Yi Han gave Suan Yue a warm smile, then turned to Zhang Ru. Mom, you've been hiding quite deep. You never told me about such a big matter before. Yi Han had been a genius in the Beiluo sect, but after losing all his power, he had entered the Su family as a son-in-law, with 3 years to recover. But during those 3 years, Yi Han hadn't noticed anything unusual about Zhang Ru, like being a martial arts expert. Zhang Ru chuckled awkwardly. Xiaohan, weren't you also hiding for 3 years? Sigh, I originally thought they wouldn't find us so soon. But in the end, we couldn't escape. At this point, Zhang Ru had no reason to hide anything. She recounted everything she could remember to Yi Han. According to Zhang Ru's account, the world she came from was one where everyone cultivated. Their cultivation levels were similar to the mundane world, but above the level of martial saint, there were even more powerful existences. Although there weren't many people above the martial saint level, they were not few in number. And Anyue's grandmother's sect possesses an ancient super inheritance that is passed down through generations. Originally, it was thought to be in my generation, but now it has appeared in Anyue. That's why they will stop at nothing to capture Anyue. Moreover, for the development of the sect, they have already arranged a marriage for Anyue. Zhang Ru paused. Xiaohan, although your martial arts are indeed impressive, able to stand against Elder Hua, if those from that world surpass the martial saint level, will you still be able to handle them? Zhang Ru had always been kind to Yi Han. Facing the current situation, she was worried about the future of their relationship. If Anyue were taken away, what would happen to Yi Han? Xiaohan, what if you find another wife after Anyue leaves? Zhang Ru wanted to see Yi Han's attitude. Yi Han's expression turned cold. Mom, as long as I'm alive, I won't let them take Anyue away. Anyue protected me for 3 years, and now it's my turn to protect her. Yi Han pulled Su Anyue into his arms, his face full of mischief. I also want Anyue to give me a few big, strong boys. Oh, you're so bad. Su Anyue felt the strong masculine aura from Yi Han, thinking about what would happen tonight. Her face turned red with shyness. For 3 years, Su Anyue had wanted to be Yi Han's true wife, but Yi Han had always rejected her. And tonight, Yi Han had finally acknowledged her, ready to become true husband and wife. Su Anyue felt a mix of shyness and anticipation. Zhang Ru nodded, satisfied with Yi Han's attitude. Xiaohan, keep it up. We believe you can do it. I have something here that might help with your cultivation. As she spoke, Zhang Ru handed Yi Han a small bottle the size of a finger. Inside the bottle was a drop of bright red blood. Despite the array restrictions on the bottle, Zhang Ru could clearly feel the intense ancient aura and powerful energy emanating from the blood inside. This is a drop of dragon's essence blood, containing immense energy. It will surely be useful when you need energy to break through. Chapter 115. Dragon Blood Incinerates the Heavens. Dragon Blood? Yi Han had heard his master, Gu Feng, mention it. In the world of martial arts, apart from humans, there are indeed many other races. Among them, the dragon race is also a very powerful existence. In ancient times, the dragon race frequently roamed the human world. As technology advanced and various photographic techniques became more sophisticated, the dragons gradually went into hiding. However, in reality, they did not disappear but instead chose to conceal themselves in the human world in a different manner. The dragon race possesses a special ability to transform. They can change into ordinary humans and even live among them. Without special means, no one can detect them. Thank you, Mom. Yi Han held the small vial in his hand. He was well aware that this drop of dragon blood was priceless. The process of obtaining it must have been incredibly arduous. All right, it's getting late. You two should rest early, Zhang Ru and Su Honghai said to Yi Han and Su Anyue before tactfully leaving. Once his parents left the villa compound, Yi Han glanced at the alluring Su Anyue, then reached out and swept her into his arms, carrying her upstairs. Feeling Yi Han's restless hands, Su Anyue pouted, Hey, you, You're so bad. What are you doing? Yihan chuckled. You know we're legally married. In the middle of the night, going upstairs, of course, we're doing what married couples do. Haha. After 3 years with Suan Yue, he was finally going to exercise his rights as a husband. In the bedroom on the second floor, the lights gradually dimmed, and sounds unsuitable for children drifted out the window. Even the moon seemed to shy away behind the clouds. This was destined to be a sleepless night. As Yihan and Suan Yue consummated their union, the surroundings of the villa seemed to undergo some peculiar changes in energy, as if something mysterious was awakening. At that moment, 5 kilometers away from the villa, in a tall building, Elder Hua and 2 of his companions, supporting each other, were using specialized binoculars to closely observe the villa. When a powerful energy fluctuation appeared in the binoculars, their hearts trembled. Damn it! That scoundrel has already made his move. The Holy Maiden has already been defiled. Damn it! How are we going to explain this back home? What about young Master Ling? The 3 men were furious, pounding the walls, but there was nothing they could do. Among the 3 of them, 2 were already heavily injured, and the third was no match for Yihan. Moreover, the 2 top experts from the Zhenwu Bureau were lurking nearby, protecting Yihan. They didn't dare to approach, as that would be nothing short of suicide. What's more, they discovered that besides the Zhenwu Bureau's experts, there was another group of hidden powerhouses around Yihan, ready to act at any moment. They were Hanjua and his men. Although Hanjua's current strength, as perceived by their aura, was only at the martial lord level, in reality, his combat power was not much lower than Yihan's. Zhang Yiqin and Hanemo were also closely monitoring the villa's situation. When Yihan and Suan Yue reached their final intimate moment, an enormous energy fluctuation instantly gathered above the villa, stirring up the surrounding natural energy into a violent storm. Countless birds began to gather above the villa, and all living beings in the Yunqing area seemed to bow towards the villa. It was as if the scene of 100 beasts paying homage had reappeared. Hanemo looked enviously towards the villa, sighing, Young Master Yi is breaking through again so soon? Last time, when Yihan broke through the 9th level of the dragon control technique, the powerful energy fluctuation had caught the attention of the Zhenwu Bureau. At that time, Yihan's strength surpassed that of a grandmaster and broke through to the martial lord level, potentially even reaching the martial saint level. This time, what level would he reach? Zhang Yiqin, beside him, looked solemn. This breakthrough is extraordinary. It's not just young Master Yi. There's another hidden aura that's also breaking through and awakening. Could it be Miss Su? The powerful energy fluctuation was sensed by many influential figures lurking in Yunqing. Meanwhile, Yihan and Suan Yue were enjoying their blissful moment. However, Yihan also noticed the surrounding energy fluctuations. During his intimate moment with Suan Yue, his strength had seemingly broken through again. Moreover, he clearly felt that Suan Yue had awakened a mysterious power within her. But that power was unstable, flickering in and out before disappearing into her body. Perhaps due to Suan Yue's weak physique, the power only flashed briefly before vanishing. After the passionate encounter, the storm subsided, and an hour had passed. Yihan looked at the languid Suan Yue sleeping in his arms, along with the crimson mark on the bed, and a satisfied smile appeared on his lips. For 3 years, he had guarded this exquisite beauty, and today, he had finally made her his true woman. Gently pulling his hand from under Suan Yue, Yihan had other matters to attend to. During his intimate moment with Suan Yue, his strength had indeed broken through. However, due to Suan Yue's weak physique, Yihan was still a step away from a complete breakthrough. His mother-in-law had given him a drop of dragon blood earlier. Yihan decided to absorb the dragon blood's power to see what effects it would have. Yihan closed the bedroom door and entered the study. As he activated the dragon control technique, he poured out the dragon blood from the vial. The drop of golden dragon blood, when poured out, attempted to escape. Yihan used a restraining technique to merge the dragon blood into his dragon control technique's energy pathways. Initially defiant, the dragon blood eventually submitted and began to merge into Yihan's body. The strange phenomena around the villa continued. The sky lost its color, and the wind and clouds surged. In the distant heavens, thunder rumbled. Such phenomena indicated that a powerful figure had emerged in Yunqing. Originally, Yunqing was also home to the headquarters of the 6 great families of the Great Xia, including the Lin family. But now, the Lin family had been uprooted, and the remaining hidden Zhao family had aligned with the Yi family. There were no longer any families in Yunqing that could rival the Yi family. Although they were aware of the phenomena, there was nothing they could do about it. After running the dragon control technique for 81 cycles, Yi Han had absorbed most of the dragon blood. His body had reached its limit, and the remaining dragon blood energy was temporarily stored in his meridians. After absorbing the dragon blood, Yi Han clearly felt that his demonic heart had been further strengthened, granting him a profound and terrifying ability: consumption. And within the ancient Dragon King's blood, there was another extraordinary ability: incineration of the heavens. By harnessing the fire energy contained in the dragon blood, one could eventually burn everything to ashes. Yi Han dashed out of the study and onto the villa grounds, eager to test the consumption ability granted by the dragon blood. Chapter 116. The Spoiled Saintess. This drop of dragon blood was the essence of an ancient dragon emperor who had perished. It was unclear how it ended up in Zhang Ru's possession. The dragon race, no matter when, has always been a terrifying and formidable existence. The fact that Zhang Ru could obtain the essence of an ancient dragon emperor indicated that the force behind her was anything but ordinary. What kind of world is it? Yi Han's mind was filled with curiosity about that world. Could his mother also be from that world? If they were not dead, could it be that they had gone to that world? Shaking off these thoughts, Yi Han looked at the flourishing plants in the flower beds of the villa courtyard. His mind stirred, and a surge of immense energy emanated from the demon heart. The aura flowing from Yi Han's body now carried faint golden glimmers. As the aura from Yi Han's hand enveloped the trees, he could clearly feel a refreshing vitality flowing from the plants into his body, nourishing and replenishing his depleted energy. This, even though Yi Han, with his background in Beiluo Gate, had witnessed countless astonishing and peculiar events in the world, he was still shocked upon realizing the terrifying power of his demon heart. The demon heart could devour the life force of plants and living beings for his own use, which meant that Yi Han would always have an inexhaustible supply of martial energy. During battles, when his martial energy was depleted, he could replenish it by devouring the life force of the surrounding plants and living beings with the demon heart's terrifying devouring power. This was essentially an eternal motion machine, which was utterly terrifying. Yi Han tested this by targeting a scurrying mouse among the weeds, confirming that it could indeed devour the life force of living beings. However, the devouring ability of his demon heart was currently limited, only effective within a 3-meter radius, and not very fast. But Yi Han knew that this ability could evolve. After withdrawing the devouring ability of the demon heart, Yi Han activated the flame of the heavens ability contained within the dragon blood. A surge of intense energy erupted from Yi Han's palm, faintly forming the shape of flames, with a heat that was even more terrifying than fire itself. As the golden aura enveloped the plants that had just been drained of their life force, the already withered plants instantly turned to ashes, which, as they fell to the ground, disintegrated into nothingness. Is this the power of the flame of the heavens? Can it burn everything in the world? According to the information Yi Han obtained from the dragon blood, this flame ability of the flame of the heavens consists of 12 types of flames. The dragon emperor carried the crimson flame. The remaining flames include bone cold, nether, and frost. If all 12 flames were gathered, they could be combined into the highest level of flame, the flame of the heavens, capable of burning everything in existence. Withdrawing the crimson flame, Yi Han's lips curled into a charming smile. Apart from his normal martial energy, which had already reached at least the level of a martial saint, Yi Han had also awakened the ability to teleport through the undying bone. He had gained the ability to wield the crimson flame from the dragon blood, and the demon heart had awakened the devouring ability. With these 3 trump cards, even if he encountered the absolute experts from Su Anyue's grandmother's side, he should still have a chance to fight. Were those mysterious envoys really only after the undying bone? Legend has it that they cannot be killed. Would his crimson flame be able to burn them to death? The next day, by 8 a.m., various factions had already gathered on West Mountain in Yun City. Fortunately, the top of the mountain was spacious enough to accommodate tens of thousands of people. Recently, Yi Han of Great Xia had once again reached the pinnacle of his power. The demonic genius of Beiluo Gate, who had recently overpowered grandmasters and slain martial saints, appeared to have attained an unprecedented level of strength. He was regarded as a newly risen star. At such a young age, he had already surpassed the level of a martial saint. Some had already ranked Yi Han among the top 10 on the Earth list, one of the 2 most authoritative martial arts rankings in the world. The criteria for the Earth list are based on strength for those under 50 years old. The Heaven list, on the other hand, includes everyone regardless of age. These 2 martial arts rankings include almost all the experts, except for those who choose to remain hidden and not be listed. This time, if Yi Han defeats Chen Tang, he could take Chen Tang's place as the 8th on the Earth list, and his fame would undoubtedly rise to a new level. However, among those who came to watch the battle, aside from some curious onlookers, there were also superpowers who were there to recruit Yi Han. After all, the outside world knew that Beiluo Gate had fallen, and Yi Han was now alone. Such a demonic genius would be a tremendous asset to any sect if they could recruit him. The 4 sacred lands, Huangji, Yaoqi, Tianquan, and Jiuyo, all sent representatives. Among them, Yaoqi sent their saintess, Ling Yinran. When Yi Han appeared at the foot of West Mountain, Ling Yinran immediately blocked his path. Yi Han, join my Yaoqi sacred land, and I'll take care of today's battle for you. Ling Yinran spoke like a proud swan, not consulting Yi Han but directly issuing an order. In Ling Yinran's eyes, being invited to join the Yaoqi sacred land was a great honor for Yi Han, and he should be grateful. However, Ling Yinran had no idea that in Yi Han's eyes, the 4 sacred lands were all garbage. Yi Han was here to fight Chen Tang solely because of the trouble with the Su family. Su Du, who was behind this, was from the same family as his little sister Su Chan. Yi Han naturally had to step in to help resolve his little sister's trouble. Since Chen Tang was a helper hired by Su Du, Yi Han had to knock Chen Tang down and then deal with Su Du to completely resolve his little sister's issues. Who are you? Does our Yi Xiao need your interference? Get lost. Zhao Linglong, who had been with Yi Han for only a few days, had also become arrogant and directly cursed at Ling Yinran. Ling Yinran was stunned. As the saintess of Yaoqi, she was always treated with the utmost respect wherever she went, even by the heads of other sects. A mere servant from the secular world dared to insult her? You're asking for death. Ling Yinran's expression hardened, and she instantly lunged forward, slapping Zhao Linglong across the face. Do you have the right to speak when the saintess is talking? With that said, Ling Yinran calmly looked at Yi Han. Your servant is a bit unruly. I've taught her a lesson for you. Now, consider my previous offer. You have 3 seconds. After that, the opportunity is gone. Ling Yinran still maintained her haughty demeanor, but she didn't notice that Yi Han's expression had changed. His gaze, filled with killing intent, made the temperature around them drop several degrees. The crowd that had gathered to watch the spectacle couldn't help but take a few steps back. Chapter 117. How she slapped you. You slap her back. Consider what? Yi Han instantly stepped forward, throwing a punch directly at Ling Yinran's chest. The speed was as fast as lightning, leaving Ling Yinran no time to react. In the next moment, she was hit hard in the chest by Yi Han, her body flying through the air like a projectile. Although protected by her body's defensive aura, the sheer impact felt like a mountain had crashed into her body. Ling Yinran's chest heaved violently, and a mouthful of blood gushed out. You! Ling Yinran stared at Yi Han in disbelief, her eyes filled with shock. As the holy maiden of the Jade Pool, Ling Yinran's own strength had already reached the level of a martial saint. Yet, in front of Yi Han, she had no ability to fight back. How terrifying was Yi Han's strength? Beyond the level of a martial Zun, could he even be on par with a martial Sung, capable of standing against her master? If so, then it was even more imperative to do whatever it took to win him over. Thinking this, Ling Yinran decided to swallow her pride. She made up her mind that even if Yi Han were to make things difficult for her, she would endure it. After all, such a monstrous genius would be worth any effort, even if it meant her master would go all out to recruit him. But before Ling Yinran could speak, Yi Han moved again. He flashed in front of her, grabbing her by the neck and dragging her in front of Zhao Linglong. Linglong, hit her back. Just as she slapped you, you slap her back. Yi Han frowned, urging Zhao Linglong. Ah! Both Zhao Linglong and Ling Yinran exclaimed in surprise. Zhao Linglong knew Yi Han was arrogant, but she didn't expect him to be this brazen. The holy maiden in front of her was the holy maiden of the Jade Pool, one of the 4 great sanctuaries, and the future successor of the Jade Pool Sanctuary. Yet, Yi Han was holding her like a rag doll, telling her to slap the holy maiden? If she really did that, where would the holy maiden's dignity go? Yi Xiao, this isn't good, is it? Ling Yinran, being held by Yi Han, also panicked. She tried to muster some courage to rebuke him. You dare! Ling Yinran tried to mobilize her martial energy to break free from Yi Han's grasp, but after several attempts, she realized that although Yi Han was only holding her by the neck, the energy running through his arm had sealed off her entire blood flow. She was like a chicken being held by the neck, completely powerless to resist. Yi Han ignored Ling Yinran and turned to Zhao Linglong. Zhao Linglong, remember this. As my personal maid, I can do whatever I want to you, but no one else can. So, hit her. I'll take responsibility for anything that happens. Yi Han's voice wasn't loud, but the domineering and protective sentiment in his words were evident. Zhao Linglong had originally been forced to stay by Yi Han's side as a maid due to her family's apology. But as she spent more time with Yi Han, she genuinely wanted to follow him. Now, with Yi Han so fiercely protecting her, Zhao Linglong's heart was filled with a deep sense of gratitude. All right. Without hesitation, Zhao Linglong stepped forward and slapped Ling Yinran across the face with a loud smack. Ling Yinran's fair cheek instantly swelled up. Ling Yinran's eyes spun with stars, her anger nearly popping out of her sockets. You actually dare to hit the holy maiden? I'll kill you all. Ling Yinran's eyes were practically spitting fire as she roared in fury. Especially with so many people watching, Ling Yinran felt even more humiliated. Ling Yinran was a renowned double-list beauty. She ranked 18th on the martial beauty list, and she was also a top 5 genius on the Earth list. She had always been the pride of her sect, accustomed to the life of being adored by all. But now, held by Yi Han like this, her body completely immobilized, she couldn't even struggle free. Accompanying Ling Yinran was also an elder from the Jade Pool. The elder tried to intervene several times, but Han Zhua had already appeared by Yi Han's side with his men. Judging from the fluctuations in Han Zhua's martial energy, his strength was also formidable. This is just a warning. If you dare to be so reckless again, don't blame me for being ruthless. Yi Han coldly reprimanded, then tossed Ling Yinran to the ground. Ling Yinran didn't react in time and fell on her butt, the pain nearly bringing her to tears. You scoundrel, don't you have any pity for a beauty? Ling Yinran began to doubt her own charm. Could it be that her spot on the beauty list was fake? Did she have no charm at all for Yi Han? After getting up from the ground, Ling Yinran, not willing to give up, still wanted to confront Yi Han. But at that moment, a young man in a pink suit suddenly stepped out from the crowd, blocking Ling Yinran's path. Miss Ling, let's not escalate things. Let's talk this out, shall we? Today is Yi Xiao's big day. We shouldn't ruin his celebration. This young man was none other than Feng Hanxiao, the young master of the Tianxian Sanctuary. Dressed in a flamboyant pink suit and holding a fan, he seemed to exude a scholarly aura. However, the bald spot on his head, with just a few strands of hair clinging to his scalp, made him look somewhat ridiculous. Get lost. Feng Hanxiao, what are you doing here? Do you think you can stop me? Ling Yinran glared at Feng Hanxiao, her eyes filled with apprehension. The Tianxian sanctuary was no weaker than the Jade Pool, and what's more, Feng Hanxiao's father was quite the master, dealing with others through normal means. But this Feng Hanxiao was an eccentric, especially skilled in the art of poison, with toxins all over his body. One careless move, and you'd be done for. Even a martial lord-level expert could be felled by Feng Hanxiao's concoctions. Feng Hanxiao gave a sly smile. Not at all, Miss Ling. I just find Yi Xiao to be so dashing, so heroic, so charming, so elegant, as if he were a long-lost brother of mine. So, I wanted to catch up with him. I hope Miss Ling can give me this face. As he spoke, a surge of energy emanated from Feng Hanxiao's hand, revealing a tangible red poison that exuded a terrifying aura from a distance. Feng Hanxiao's poison skills had improved again. His toxins were now materializing. The few subordinates by Ling Yinran's side, seeing the poison in Feng Hanxiao's hand, couldn't help but take a few steps back in fear. Feng Hanxiao's reputation as the Poison Prince wasn't for nothing. You're ruthless. Ling Yinran, though still wanting to argue with Yi Han, had to give up with Feng Hanxiao stepping in. In truth, Ling Yinran knew that even without Feng Hanxiao, she wouldn't be a match for him. Moreover, Feng Hanxiao's intervention had indirectly given her a way out. Yi Han, I hope you don't meet your end here today, Ling Yinran said helplessly. Her master had repeatedly instructed her to try and win Yi Han over. If her master knew that Yi Han's strength had reached the level of a martial saint, she might even sacrifice herself to recruit him. With this in mind, Ling Yinran, while leaving, still dialed her master's number. Master. Chapter 118. If he likes it, even my master's body can be sacrificed. Ling Yinran reported Yi Han's situation to her master. When the Lord of the Jade Pool, Shuilong Yin, heard Ling Yinran's words, she let out a shocked exclamation. What? At just 20 years old, he's already reached the level of a martial saint? Is this world going crazy? How did he manage to do that? Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Although Ling Yinran was also an extraordinary genius, having reached the level of a martial lord by her 20s, it was only through the concentrated resources of the entire Jade Pool Sanctuary. She had been cultivated with various secret techniques, medicinal pills, and formations, and even had elders forcibly infusing her with martial energy. But Yi Han, despite having the support of Bailuo's gate, had his heart and kidneys removed after the attack. In just 3 short years, how did Yi Han recover? No, I'm not his match at all. Elder Yang was also there, and he saw it too. With such an important matter, I wouldn't dare to draw conclusions hastily. Ling Yinran's tone was filled with helplessness and a bit of frustration. Master, what should we do now? I tried to recruit him, but he's not interested. However, I heard that he likes women. Thinking about this, Ling Yinran felt a surge of anger. This Yi Han has so many beauties around him. Why? Just because he's handsome? Oh, likes women, does he? That makes things easier. On the other end of the line, Shuilong Yin interrupted Ling Yinran's words and continued, Yinran, you're also at the age for marriage. Yi Han's character is not bad, and he's such a monstrous genius. This time, I'm counting on you. Do whatever it takes to recruit Yi Han, understand? That means, even if it means sharing his bed, it's acceptable. If Yi Han really likes it, I can even give him this newly replaced young maiden's body. Ling Yinran was speechless. As expected, her master was willing to sacrifice herself for the development of the sect. Ling Yinran couldn't help but imagine a scene where if her master really sacrificed herself and ended up with Yi Han, and if she herself also ended up with Yi Han, wouldn't that mean both her master and she would have fallen for Yi Han? In Yun City, at the foot of West Mountain, after Ling Yinran left, Feng Hanxiao turned to Yi Han, his eyes filled with fervent admiration. Mr. Yi, I have long admired you. My admiration for you is like an unceasing river. Mr. Yi, you are powerful Ba Qi, and I am utterly captivated by your dashing demeanor. I wonder if I might have the honor of becoming your friend. Feng Hanxiao's words left Yi Han completely stunned. Wang Fuguai, who was standing beside Yi Han, jumped up immediately. Damn! Feng Xiao, You're stealing my lines? You've finished all the bootlicking, and now I have to go back to the dictionary to find new ones. What are you trying to do? Feng Hanxiao laughed heartily. Don't worry, Wang Xiao. We can split the days. You can do it on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, and I'll do it on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays, to avoid internal competition. Yi Han stood there calmly, watching Feng Hanxiao's performance. In his earpiece, he was receiving information from Hanjua, the young master of Tianqian. Feng Hanxiao, known in the martial world as the Poison Prince, was full of toxins, having even cultivated them to the point of materialization. He was unrestrained, bold, and flamboyant. Interesting. Just now, the Jade Pool Saintess had come to recruit him, and now Feng Hanxiao was here, presumably with the same intention. However, Feng Hanxiao was clever. He didn't mention recruitment at all, only expressing his desire to become friends with Yi Han. All right, Feng Xiao, it's getting late, and the challenge above is about to begin. You just said, let's talk after my challenge is over. Yi Han had no interest in joining the 4 sacred sanctuaries, but making friends with Feng Hanxiao piqued his curiosity. Got it. Mr. Yi, to be honest, I've never liked that Chen Tang from the Imperial Sacred Sanctuary. Damn it, just because his grandfather is the Grand Elder of the Imperial Sacred Sanctuary, he acts like a big shot all the time. If it weren't for the fact that I need to highlight your might, I would have poisoned him with a handful of lime. Mr. Yi, does your shoulder feel sore? Let me use my ancestral technique to help you relax. It's very effective. Mr. Yi, have some fruit to replenish your energy. Throughout the journey, the flamboyant Feng Hanxiao used every possible method to flatter Yi Han, leaving Wang Fuguai green with envy. Damn it. You've done everything I was supposed to do, making me feel like a fool. At the top of West Mountain, Su Du and Chen Tang had already arrived. Su Du had even transported supplies to set up a temporary residence on the summit. Chen Tang lay on a recliner, with several beautiful women attending to him, massaging his shoulders, holding a cup to rinse his mouth, and picking his teeth. Chen Tang was thoroughly enjoying himself. Su Du, acting like a sycophant, respectfully asked, Mr. Chen, are you certain you can handle Yi Han? I've heard that even the martial saint-level ancestor of the Zhou family was killed by Yi Han. Furthermore, it's said that Yi Han wiped out the Blood Robe sect, with several of their elders slain by him. Judging from all the information, Yi Han's strength had clearly reached the martial saint level. Chen Tang was also merely a martial lord level expert. Could he truly handle Yi Han? Su Du was worried. If Chen Tang failed, he too would inevitably suffer. That bitch Su Chan, relying on her grandfather's prestige, had already begun to counterattack. Taking advantage of the Zhou family's downfall, she had already taken over many of the Su family's businesses in Tianan province and the southwest. If this continued, his plans would fail. What are you worried about? If you don't trust me, then find someone else. Who else dares to fight Yi Han? Chen Tang snapped at Su Du, rolling his eyes in annoyance. I trust you. I trust you. Of course, I trust Mr. Chen. Su Du cursed inwardly, stupid idiot. At this point, even if he wanted to find someone else, no one would dare to take on Yi Han. Yi Han's strength was so formidable, and Bailuo's gate, which stood behind him, seemed to be showing signs of revival. The previous attack apparently hadn't damaged Bailuo's gate's foundation. Moreover, in the short time since Yi Han's return, he had already wiped out the Zhou, Yun, and Lin families. The Zhao family had submitted. Among the families that had participated in the attack on the Yi family, those on the surface, except for the royal family, had been thoroughly cleaned up by Yi Han. Such a formidable figure, who would dare to offend him? That's enough. Close the door, I want to have some fun. Chen Tang grabbed a girl beside him and barked at Su Du. Su Du sighed helplessly, waved to his subordinates, and ordered them to leave, closing the door. Immediately, a series of inappropriate sounds filled the room. At the entrance to the West Mountain path, 2 girls were anxiously looking down the mountain. These 2 girls were none other than Su Yun and Su Chan. Yunjia, do you think Yi Han will come? Su Chan was full of worry, even a little nervous. Su Yun looked at Su Chan's anxious expression and sighed inwardly. That depends on you, whether you want him to come or not. This Su-chan, clearly so infatuated with Yi-han, yet she hid her feelings. What was she afraid of? I want him to come, yet I don't want him to come. Chapter 119. The Dragon Lord surrenders and plans to betray his allies. It would be a lie to say Su-chan didn't like her senior brother, Yi-han. But 3 years had brought too many changes. Yi-han was now married to Suan Yue, and there were also Xian Ruoyun, Qiu Ling, and Song Yutong among his many admirers. Where did that leave her? Su-chan desperately wanted Yi-han to participate in the challenge. If Yi-han could defeat Qin Tang, then Su-du would suffer a huge blow, and she might have a chance to regain control of the Su family and save her grandfather. On the other hand, she was also worried. Her senior brother Yi-han was indeed strong, but this time, Su-du had invited the young master of the Imperial Sacred Land, Qin Tang, whose strength was above that of a martial saint. Could her senior brother really be his match? And even if her senior brother defeated Qin Tang, he would be offending not just Qin Tang, but the great elder of the Imperial Sacred Land, and possibly the entire Imperial Sacred Land. The people who had attacked Bailuo's gate and the Yi family back then had yet to be identified. If Yi-han were to provoke them again, how would he handle it? Xiao-chan. Just as Su-chan was deep in thought, Yi-han, along with Wang Fugui and Feng Hanxiao, had arrived. Seeing Su-chan, Yi-han quickly stepped forward and affectionately took her wrist. While in Yun City, Yi-han's mission was to train, but he was also tirelessly searching for Su-chan. After finding her, Yi-han had been helping her solve problems. Back then, he and his junior sister had grown up together, facing life and death side by side. Yi-han wanted Su-chan to be free of any worries so they could be together. As for the emotional issues, such as Suan Yue, they could be dealt with later. Senior brother, Su-chan thought of the things she had said to him in the provincial city and the interactions between Yi-han and Angel. Her gaze at Yi-han became complicated. How should she face her senior brother? Senior brother, maybe you shouldn't go to the challenge today? Su-chan looked at Yi-han with concern. Whether you win or lose, you'll be facing the Imperial Sacred Land. The implications were clear, and Yi-han understood them all. Yi-han pulled Su-chan into his embrace. What about the Imperial Sacred Land? Just now, I made the Fairy Queen of the Jade Pool cry. What can the Imperial Sacred Land do to me? Bailuo's Gate, the Martial Enforcement Department, and the Yi family, all three powerful forces were under Yi-han's control. His own strength had also reached a terrifying level. Even if all 4 sacred lands were to oppose him, Yi-han would not fear them. Su-chan struggled slightly in Yi-han's embrace, but soon gave up. After all, back then, she and Yi-han had done everything except the final step. Hearing that Yi-han had even made the Fairy Queen of the Jade Pool cry, Su-chan felt a bit more at ease. The Fairy Queen of the Jade Pool was a prominent figure on the Earth list. If such a powerful figure had fallen to Yi-han, it meant his strength must have reached an extremely terrifying level. Perhaps Yi-han really had the capital to challenge the Imperial Sacred Land. As Yi-han, Zhao Linglong, Wang Fugui, and others entered the peak of West Mountain, a wave of commotion erupted. Is that Yi-han? He's quite a handsome man indeed. That's right. After all, he was a genius of Bailuo's Gate back in the day. It's said he's left a trail of broken hearts around the world. Those eyes, they're almost enchanting. Even as a man, I feel drawn to him. Damn, if only I had a daughter, I'd make him my son-in-law. Get lost. With your looks, even a dog would vomit. Do you really think Yi-han would look at you? As Yi-han and Su-chan entered, Su-du naturally noticed. But seeing Feng Hanxiao standing by Yi-han's side, Su-du frowned. Feng Hanxiao, known as the Poisonous Prince, was well known. More importantly, his presence signified Tianquan's stance. With Feng Hanxiao here, would Qin Tang still dare to act against Yi-han? Damn it! Why is Yi-han so hard to deal with? Thinking of how even the Zhou family's ancestor had fallen to Yi-han, Su-du felt a chill run down his spine. Could this challenge end in failure? If he lost, his prestige within the Su family would plummet, and the elders might rally behind Su-chan. Everyone, I am Yi-han. Today, I've come to participate in the challenge against young Master Qin Tang. At the same time, I want to make it clear that Su-chan is my junior sister. Her affairs are mine. If anyone makes my junior sister unhappy, I'll make sure you're very unhappy." As Ihan spoke, he glanced in Su-du's direction, deliberately introducing Su-chan to everyone. The message was clear. He was here to support Su-chan. Also, I want to take this opportunity to announce that Bailuo's gate has not fallen. Within a month, Bailuo's gate will be rebuilt. The Yi family of Great Xia has not fallen either. The Lin family was destroyed by me. Those who once attacked the Yi family or Bailuo's gate, get ready to have your blood spilled as an offering. Finally, let me remind everyone, I'm very protective of my people. Don't even think about messing with my women, my brothers, or my friends. Otherwise, I'll make you wish you were dead. The martial arts challenge on the peak of West Mountain, featuring 2 masters above the level of Martial Saint, was the most grand event in the martial world recently. Thousands of people were watching live, and even more were watching the live broadcast on short video platforms, with millions of viewers. In the Imperial Palace of Great Xia, the Dragon Lord Tang Zheng watched Yihan's calm declaration and sighed deeply. The Yi family has risen to power. Although he was watching through a screen, Tang Zheng could clearly sense the aura emanating from Yihan, which was completely different from before. In just a few short days, Yihan's strength had clearly advanced again. The rise of the Yi family was unstoppable. The imperial family's long-term plans might once again fail. Tang Zheng was a man of strong execution. Recognizing that the imperial family's previous plan to suppress the Yi family had failed, he immediately thought of surrender. Fortunately, during the attack on the Yi family, the imperial family had merely turned a blind eye and not directly participated. At least the imperial family's ancestors had not personally intervened. Only the imperial guardian, Fu Hongyi, had taken action. Since the imperial family had decided to submit to the Yi family, Fu Hongyi had to die. For the imperial family's future, there was no other choice. Bring me the documents I prepared earlier. Tang Zheng had already prepared detailed records of the attack on the Yi family. Now, he had decided to sell Fu Hongyi to Yihan, along with some other hidden superfamilies of Great Xia, in the hope of appeasing Yihan's anger. Chapter 120. Instant Kill. Waiting for you to call Grandpa. In the general manager's office of the Yi Group headquarters in Yunqing, Qiu Ling watched Yihan's speech on the short video platform, feeling a mix of amusement and curiosity. Was she considered one of Yihan's women? Ever since Yihan helped save Cece that day, his image had been etched into Qiu Ling's mind. Thinking about her own boldness that time, Qiu Ling's heart raced. Did Yihan really have no interest in her? But if he truly wasn't interested, why would he place her in such an important position? The position of general manager of the Yi Group, that was the lifeline of the entire Yi family. Only someone he trusted could hold such a role. At the Xishan site, Xian Ruoyun, Suan Yue, Song Yutong, and Hua Shuiyan had all quietly arrived. Although they knew Yihan was bound to win, these girls still couldn't hide their worry. When they heard Yihan mention not to touch his women, each of them couldn't help but think of themselves. Perhaps they didn't realize it, but from this moment on, their hearts had already started to gravitate toward Yihan. On the other side, Su Du watched as Yihan's popularity soared at the scene, feeling an ominous premonition. He quietly instructed his subordinates, "Is the helicopter ready?" "It's ready. It's waiting at the cliff behind us. According to your instructions, there's also a large net below, capable of withstanding a ton of impact." Su Du nodded in satisfaction. "When the fight starts, keep the helicopter in a hover, ready to take off immediately." He glanced at the cliff on the other side of Xishan, his brows furrowed. Although Chen Tang had assured him that he would definitely defeat Yihan, with so many changes and Yihan's obvious increase in strength, Su Du no longer trusted Chen Tang. That's why he had prepared an escape route for himself. After ensuring everything was in place, Chen Tang finally emerged from his room, having satisfied himself with some exercise. He glanced at the bustling scene and said indifferently, "Is Yihan here? Then let's get started. I want to finish this quickly so I can go back to sleep." With that, Chen Tang darted forward like a great rock, landing in the center of the battlefield. "Yihan, I didn't expect you to actually show up." Chen Tang sneered, sizing up Yihan with disdain. Just because you killed the Zhou family patriarch and reached the martial venerable level, do you think you can be arrogant in front of me? Let me tell you, even among martial venerable masters, there are distinctions. He paused before continuing. I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and call me Grandpa. Then send your little sister Su-chan to my bed, and I might consider sparing your life. What do you say? This was a common trait among the experts from the sacred lands. Relying on their status as geniuses from the 4 sacred lands and having access to the best resources since childhood, they enjoyed the highest respect in the secular world. As a result, they never took anyone from the secular world seriously. Ling Yanran was like this, and so was Chen Tang. If it were anyone else, they might have lacked the courage to face the provocation from a martial saint master from the sacred lands. But Yi Han was different. He intended to use this opportunity to announce his presence to the world, so he had no fear. Kneel down and call you Grandpa? Not a bad idea. Let's do it. Yi Han snorted coldly from his nose, his body transforming into a bolt of lightning as he charged toward Chen Tang. The overwhelming energy in his hands, when unleashed, was surprisingly calm, not stirring up any air waves. Yet, the entire Shishan was enveloped by a mysterious and powerful aura, causing strange changes to occur. The air seemed to thicken in an instant, and everyone felt a powerful presence that enveloped the entire venue, making it difficult to breathe. A trifling trick, yet you dare show it off in front of me? Chen Tang dismissed Yi Han's attack with disdain, standing calmly with one hand behind his back, ready to counter. I've given you a chance. If you don't cherish it, I'll make sure you don't recognize your own parents after this. What the hell? Chen Tang's words were cut short as he suddenly blurted out a curse. You're not a martial saint master, damn it. Chen Tang's eyes widened in shock as he felt Yi Han's martial energy closing in, his face filled with disbelief. At this moment, Yi Han's seemingly ordinary energy was less than 3 meters away from Chen Tang. The surrounding air, under the pressure of Yi Han's powerful aura, began to distort, creating visible ripples. Each ripple that struck Chen Tang's protective energy felt like the weight of a mountain, carrying immense force. After just 3 impacts, Chen Tang's martial lord-level protective energy was shattered. If this continued, Chen Tang's body would be torn apart. Who told you I was a martial venerable? Yi Han calmly smiled, delivering a palm strike to Chen Tang's chest. With a crisp sound of bone cracking, Chen Tang's chest caved in, and his body collapsed to the ground. Chen Tang, facing Yi Han's attack, didn't even manage to strike back. He was completely overwhelmed, with no chance to retaliate. There were no explosive energy bursts, no thunderous roars from the heavens. The fight had ended so quietly that it was over. If it weren't for the blood spilling from Chen Tang's mouth and the powerful martial energy radiating from Yi Han, everyone would have thought the two were acting. Everyone present couldn't help but gasp at the sight. For many, their impression of Yi Han was limited to him being the genius of Beluo Gate, who, despite his young age, had already achieved the status of a martial grandmaster. However, in the broader martial arts world, this wasn't considered particularly remarkable. As for Chen Tang, one of the 3 young geniuses of the sacred lands, his reputation was well known. Yet, under Yi Han's hands, he couldn't even last a single move. This was terrifying. What are you going to do? Seeing Yi Han approach step by step, Chen Tang's face turned pale with fear. Everyone knew that if Chen Tang won today, he wouldn't let Yi Han off. And the same logic applied in reverse. Because Chen Tang was representing Su Du, this fight was meant to be a death match for Yi Han. Now that Yi Han had won, and so easily, the fear in Chen Tang's eyes grew. What am I going to do? Waiting for you to call me Grandpa. Yi Han calmly stared at Chen Tang, his eyes filled with mockery. Poor Chen Tang, thinking he was so great, had no idea that in Yi Han's eyes, he was nothing more than a pathetic clown. Under Yi Han's pressure, Chen Tang's face turned grim. Call him Grandpa? How could he ever do that? How could he possibly say it out loud? If he called Yi Han Grandpa in front of so many people, how would he ever face others in the sacred lands? Where would he find any dignity in the martial world? Chapter 121. Still flaunting? Then let's absorb you. Dream on. Do you know who my grandfather is? The Grand Elder of the Imperial Sacred Land. Even if you've surpassed the level of a martial saint, what can you do? A mere mortal family like yours dares to confront the Imperial Sacred Land? Release me now, kneel down, and kowtow 3 times, and I might spare your life. Chen Tang could clearly sense that his body had been severely injured. It was no longer possible to deal with Yi Han through brute force today. He intended to use the threat of the Imperial Sacred Land to intimidate Yi Han, relying on the Sung Di's formidable background to dissuade Yi Han from taking his life. As he threatened Yi Han, Chen Tang cursed Su Du in his heart. Damn it! Su Du had assured him that Yi Han was at most at the peak of a grandmaster and definitely wouldn't surpass the level of a martial lord. Yet, with his martial lord strength, he was instantly defeated by Yi Han. This is killing me. Although Chen Tang wanted nothing more than to tear Yi Han's flesh apart, he dared not show any carelessness on his face. He was afraid that a single misstep would provoke Yi Han into killing him on the spot, and then it would be game over. Now, he could only hope that the name of the Imperial Sacred Land would be enough to intimidate Yi Han. The thousands of people present fell into complete silence as Chen Tang was pinned under Yi Han's foot. Most were still in shock. The super families and sect masters who had planned to intervene and save Yi Han from Chen Tang's clutches were all dumbfounded. Their original plan was to suddenly step in when Yi Han was no match for Chen Tang, save Yi Han, and then recruit him into their sect or family while Yi Han was grateful. Everything would have been smooth. But now, Yi Han had easily subdued Chen Tang, a high-ranking member of the Imperial Sacred Land. How could they intervene? Ling Yinran of the Jade Pool Sacred Land, who had looked at Yi Han with a resentful expression, now stared at him in shock. So Yi Han is this strong? He has the right to be arrogant. Thinking of her master's plan to recruit Yi Han at all costs. Because the Jade Pool Sacred Land has been predominantly female for many years, and its influence has been declining in recent years. Several other sects are eyeing it covetously. The Jade Pool Sacred Land urgently needs fresh blood to strengthen itself. But she had been so arrogant earlier and had offended Yi Han. What should she do next? Was she really going to strip naked and crawl into Yi Han's bed, as her master had suggested? On the other side, Feng Hanshao of the Heavenly Mystery Sacred Land watched Yi Han's actions. Although he had anticipated Yi Han's strength, he was still deeply shocked. He had thought Yi Han was strong, but he hadn't expected him to be this strong. Luckily, I made the right choice. Such a genius wouldn't submit to any sect. They're meant to establish their own sects. Feng Hanshao mocked himself. Damn it! Although I'm also quite handsome, compared to Yi Han, he's still a bit more handsome than me. Beside him, Wang Fugua couldn't help but speak up. Are you done yet? Flattery also needs to follow the proper order. I met Yi Han first. If you want to flatter him, wait until I'm done. Alright. Don't be angry, Brother Fugua. I'll tell you. A new club just opened in Yun City. The girls there are said to be from Persia. I've booked the entire place. After this is over, let's go and check it out. How about I arrange for 2 of them? Feng Hanshao playfully slung his arm around Wang Fugua's shoulder, completely winning him over. Wang Fugua pondered for a moment. 2 isn't enough. I want 5. The other big shots in the crowd were all tense, watching the center of the battle. Yi Han had one, but the situation was complicated. Should Chen Tang be killed? If he killed Chen Tang, Yi Han would be offending the Grand Elder of the Imperial Sacred Land, which would be tantamount to offending the entire Imperial Sacred Land. Although Yi Han had the backing of the Beiluo sect, the Yi family, and the Junwu Su, these mortal world powers would likely struggle to face off against the Imperial Sacred Land. But if he wasn't killed, even though Yi Han had one, his reputation in the martial world might not be too good. What they didn't know was that Yi Han hadn't even considered these things. Looking down at Chen Tang under his foot, Yi Han suddenly remembered the absorption ability. His demon heart had awakened yesterday. Why not try it on Chen Tang? After all, these Sacred Land guys aren't exactly good people. Relying on their martial heritage, they often exploit the subordinate families, who have no human rights. If Chen Tang and his ilk take a fancy to someone's wife, they have to send her over, and only get her back after they're done with her, with their lives spared as a mercy. Thinking of this, Yihan activated the absorption ability of his demon heart. In an instant, a golden stream of light surged from Yihan's wrist, enveloping Chen Tang. Seeing that Yihan hadn't spoken for a while, Chen Tang thought that Yihan had been intimidated by the name of the Imperial Sacred Land. Yihan, how does it feel? Scared now? Huh? Truth be told, I don't harbor any deep-seated grudge against you. This challenge was merely at the behest of the Su family, to put pressure on you. If you let me go, I promise not to seek trouble with you. What do you say? As he said this, Chen Tang didn't even believe it himself. Chen Tang was one of the 3 core disciples of the Sacred Land, and his upbringing had made him vengeful. After being humiliated by Yihan like this, how could he let Yihan off? He was just trying to escape this immediate danger first. He pushed all the blame onto the Su family, hoping that Yihan would vent his anger on them instead. But before Chen Tang could finish his words, he noticed something was wrong. After being enveloped by the golden light from Yihan's wrist, Chen Tang felt his vitality and strength rapidly draining. His life force and the energy he had painstakingly cultivated were all being absorbed by Yihan. Ah, damn it. Yihan, what the hell are you doing? As a core member of the Sacred Land, Chen Tang was well aware that there were many martial arts techniques in the world that could absorb others' strength. But according to his knowledge, there weren't many masters in the entire martial world who could forcibly absorb others' strength like this. And those techniques required at least 50 years of cultivation. How did Yihan manage to do it? Yihan ignored Chen Tang and continued to absorb his vitality. At the same time, he pondered how to deal with Chen Tang. Killing Chen Tang was easy for Yihan, and even if the Imperial Sacred Land came for revenge, Yihan wasn't planning to be afraid. However, if the Imperial Sacred Land did come for revenge, it would be somewhat troublesome. Yihan had more important things to do. Keeping Chen Tang alive might have more benefits than killing him. Yihan intended to spare Chen Tang's life, playing the long game, but some people wanted Chen Tang dead. Chapter 122. 9 Nether Illusion. Intentional Provocation? Yihan's ability to devour demonic hearts was incredibly fast. In just a few tens of seconds, he had drained Chen Tang of nearly 80% of his power. Conversely, Yihan now felt an overwhelming surge of strength, as if he had been injected with a stimulant. If it weren't for his body's veins already reaching their limit, Yihan would have continued to activate his devouring ability to drain Chen Tang completely dry. Just as Yihan retracted his devouring power, his expression suddenly changed. Beneath the muddy ground where Yihan and Chen Tang stood, the earth began to churn, resembling waves rolling towards them at an alarming speed. This earth-shifting technique was too guiyi, as it was hidden underground, and Yihan couldn't immediately gauge the opponent's strength, so he hesitated to act. Although the opponent's power seemed to be only at the master level, Yihan still sidestepped by a meter. If this was a trap set by the Sacred Land of Ultimate Origin, Yihan needed enough time to react. However, to Yihan's surprise, the thing beneath the earth wasn't targeting him at all. After Yihan moved aside, the ground exploded, and a short figure emerged from the soil, brandishing a battle blade. Without hesitation, the figure slashed across Chen Tang's neck and then attempted to burrow back into the ground to escape. Everything happened in the blink of an eye, and due to the angle, the short assassin's figure was hidden behind Chen Tang's body. Most of the surrounding experts only saw Yihan and Chen Tang in the center, failing to notice the short assassin. Chen Tang's sudden death made everyone assume it was Yihan who killed him. At that moment, Chen Tang would truly be in endless trouble. Although Chen Tang wasn't afraid of the Sacred Land of Ultimate Origin seeking trouble, Yihan didn't like being framed or slandered. Where do you think you're going? Yihan had clearly sensed that the opponent's strength was indeed only at the master level. Now that he knew the strength, Yihan had no more reservations. Activating his teleportation ability, he instantly appeared beside Chen Tang, grabbing the short assassin before he could burrow back into the ground. He lifted the assassin high above his head. Everyone, look closely, it was this guy, who ambushed and killed Chen Tang. The people from the Sacred Land of Ultimate Origin, You'd better see clearly. This has nothing to do with me. If you want revenge, go after them." Boom. Yi Han's words once again caused an uproar in the crowd. Chun Tang is dead? This is a huge mess now. Not to mention that Chen Tang is the grandson of the great elder of the sacred land of ultimate origin. Even if he were just an ordinary disciple, being killed in front of so many people would make the sacred land of ultimate origin lose face if they didn't respond. Everyone's first reaction was that Yi Han had killed Chen Tang and was trying to find an excuse. But when they saw the short assassin in Yi Han's hand, some of the leaders of the super sects immediately realized, it's the earth-shifting ninja from the Nine Nether sacred land. The Nine Nether is behind this? Exactly. They're trying to incite a conflict between Yi Han and the sacred land of ultimate origin. Among the 4 sacred lands, the Nine Nether is the most devious. They're stirring up trouble. After all, the bigger the storm, the more valuable the fish. Although Yi Han didn't recognize these as members of the Nine Nether sacred land, the obvious plot of someone trying to kill Chen Tang and frame him was clear to Yi Han. This was a deliberate attempt to kill Chen Tang and frame Yi Han, causing a conflict between him and the sacred land of ultimate origin, allowing them to create more chaos. That's why Yi Han had captured the dwarf assassin and presented him in front of everyone. This dwarf assassin was Yi Han's only piece of evidence. Although Yi Han had anticipated the dwarf's suicide and locked his chi to prevent him from acting, he had underestimated the abilities of these 9 nether dwarf assassins. The assassin had swallowed poison the moment Yi Han captured him. Hee. Yi Han, it's useless. I never existed. You're just making excuses? The dwarf assassin said with a sinister tone. Then a trail of black blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. What was even more terrifying was that the assassin's body began to rapidly decay, turning into a pool of blood flowing onto the ground. Yi Han was stunned and dropped the assassin's corpse to the ground. At that moment, a mournful flute sound echoed through the air, and a thick fog suddenly enveloped the entire western mountaintop. The atmosphere began to change subtly, and a strong fragrance filled the air. Most of the people on the scene became excited, even frenzied. No good. It's an illusion. Yi Han was shocked and quickly rushed to Suan Yue, Song Yutong, Xin Ruoyun, and Hua Shuyan. A surge of powerful energy dispersed the fog around them, allowing the girls to regain their senses. The Jade Pool Saintess Ling Yanran, the Heavenly Mystery Heir Feng Hanxiao, and many other masters above the master level also noticed something was wrong. This was the Nine Nether's illusion technique. Damn the Nine Nether. They actually wanted to use illusions to confuse so many people. The remaining Qingxing de also immediately took action to regain control of the situation. After rescuing Hua Shuyan and the others, Yi Han maximized his teleportation ability, using his unique perception to kill 10 illusion masters in the crowd within 3 seconds. The remaining 2 were also killed by other righteous experts. As the flute sound stopped, the fog dissipated, and everyone regained their senses from their previous excitement. Looking at their drawn blades, everyone was puzzled, wondering what had just happened. The illusion technique of the Nine Nether sacred land, once successfully guiding people into their set scenarios, would trap them in a mental cage, enslaving them forever. Just now, the illusion masters had set up 2 scenarios. One scenario was that Yi Han had killed Chen Tang, aiming to frame him. The other scenario was to lead everyone into their mental cage, intending to control all the experts. However, the illusion masters hadn't expected Yi Han to be so fast, killing almost all the illusion masters within 3 seconds, so their constructed scenarios hadn't fully formed. Damn! Yi Han's strength has completely surpassed our expectations. This matter must be reported to the Divine Messenger immediately. Several gloomy-faced individuals in the crowd glanced at the fallen illusion masters and snorted coldly before quietly slipping away from the crowd. Yi Han scanned the scene. With so many people present, even with his abilities, he couldn't immediately find where the 9 Nether members were hiding. However, Yi Han had been keeping an eye on Su Du's movements. This guy had forced his junior sister to leave Beijing and had been pursued and persecuted. This time, he had even made Chen Tang attack him. If it weren't for his own formidable strength, he would probably be the one lying on the ground now. At this moment, Su-du, seeing that Chen Tang was dead, didn't hesitate and quickly retreated towards the edge of the cliff. Chapter 123. Giving this young master the middle finger? Then let's collect some interest first. After confirming Suan Yue and the others were safe, Yihan activated the chi in his ankle and dashed towards Su-du at lightning speed. As Su-du fled, he kept looking back at Yihan's movements. Upon seeing Yihan charging toward him, he was so terrified that his soul almost left his body. He hastily shouted at the bodyguards beside him, "Quick! Stop him for me! Don't let him come closer! Damn it!" The bodyguards around Su-du were all martial arts experts, but the strongest among them, the bodyguard captain, was only at the control realm. They had clearly seen Yihan's methods earlier, and these ordinary bodyguards knew they stood no chance against him. However, as loyal servants of the Su family, they had no choice but to form a human wall behind Su-du to buy him some time, despite knowing they were no match for Yihan. "Stop right there!" 7 or 8 bodyguards shouted, swinging their battle blades in an attempt to block Yihan. But Yihan didn't even glance at them. With a single palm strike, he sent the bodyguards flying. "Get lost!" Yihan didn't slow down at all and continued his pursuit of Su-du. Everyone's eyes were still following Yihan, puzzled by his relentless chase of Su-du. Weren't they supposed to be dealing with the challenge from the sacred land of Chen Tang today? The battle had ended so easily, yet Yihan still wouldn't let go of a young man from the secular world. What was going on? However, some knowledgeable onlookers provided just the right explanation. "You don't know, do you?" The reason Chen Tang from the sacred land came to challenge Yihan was because of a commission from the young master of the Su family in the capital. It's said that the young master's sister has a very deep relationship with Yihan, growing up together since childhood. But Su-du wanted to kill his own sister. Yihan stood up for her, causing Su-du significant losses, so Su-du sought to eliminate Yihan. As the news spread among the crowd, everyone finally understood Yihan's actions. So that was it? Connecting all the dots, everything made sense now. Otherwise, why would Chen Tang, a core member of the sacred land, risk challenging Yihan for no reason? Although Su-du's bodyguards only managed to delay Yihan for a few seconds, it was enough to give Su-du a bit more time. Just as Yihan caught up, Su-du finally reached the edge of a cliff. Glancing back at the helicopter and the net already prepared below the cliff, Su-du felt a bit more at ease. With no way to escape, Yihan wasn't in a hurry. He stared at Su-du intently. "Su-du, why go to such lengths? Xiao Chan is your own sister. You've already driven her to such a remote place like Yunqing, yet you still want to kill her, and even me. So, tell me, how should I punish you?" With his escape route secured, Su-du wasn't panicking anymore. He coldly glared at Yihan. "Yihan, you're meddling too much. 3 years ago, you survived the attack on Beiluo Sherman, yet you should have lived in hiding. Now, you dare to make such a grand return. Humph, I guarantee you won't live long." Yihan frowned as he listened to Su-du's words. There was more to Su-du's words. Was the Su family involved in the attack on Beiluo Sherman and the Yi family back then? At this moment, Su Chan, Zhao Linglong, Wang Fuguwei, and Feng Hanqiao also appeared by Yihan's side, surrounding Su-du in a semicircle. "Brother, stop this. Is this how you honor grandfather? You're doing this to deal with me, even colluding with the East Ying. The Su family will be destroyed because of you." Su Chan chided Su-du. "I advise you to cut ties with the East Ying immediately. Those people are ruthless, and colluding with them will only bring harm to the Su family." Yihan frowned as he glanced at Su-du. Su-du was colluding with the East Ying? In the provincial capital, Yihan had once saved Hua Shuiyan and discovered that Qi was colluding with the East Ying's Black Yi Sir. Enraged, Yihan had killed many of them. Yihan despised the East Ying the most. Su-du dared to collude with the East Ying, so Yihan had no mercy left. Thinking about the numerous infants Qi had held captive in the basement, Yihan felt a knot in his heart. The children rescued from the Dragon Palace Club's basement were just the tip of the iceberg. How many more hadn't been saved yet? Yihan's killing intent surged, and his powerful chi fluctuations made everyone around him feel a suffocating pressure, as if the air itself had solidified. Wang Fugue, who understood Yi Han's mood swings best, knew that Yi Han had made up his mind to kill. Dare to collude with the East Ying? Su Du, you're asking for death. Yi Han glared at Su Du with a dark expression. As a citizen of the Great Xia, I could find reasons not to kill you for anything else, but colluding with the East Ying is a crime that everyone can execute. Haha, what if I collude with the East Ying? Let me tell you, besides the East Ying, I have unimaginable backing behind me. Figures you can't afford to offend. Yi Han, Su Chan, you two dogs, your death is imminent. Ha ha ha. As he spoke, Su Du took a step back. Just as Yi Han was about to strike, Su Du suddenly leaped off the cliff. Huh. Su Du's actions stunned everyone present. Did he just jump off a cliff? That doesn't make sense. Su Chan furrowed her brows and quickly rushed to the edge of the cliff to look down. Below the cliff, a helicopter was taking off. Su Du was sitting by the helicopter door, blowing a kiss to everyone. Goodbye, everyone. Ha ha ha. Wanna kill me? No way. As he spoke, Su Du even arrogantly raised his middle finger to the crowd. Wang Fugue, Hanjua, Zhao Linglong, and the others were furious. Boss, this guy is too arrogant. Should I call in a cannon and blow him down? No need. Yi Han smiled faintly. The helicopter was only a few dozen meters above the ground. If Yi Han wanted to blow it up, it would be easy. But Yi Han didn't want to kill Su Du so quickly. This Su Du could hire Sacred Realm experts, had connections with the East Ying, and possibly other powerful figures, and even knew about the attack on Bei Luo Shermin. Keeping him alive might reveal more truths. Patience is key to catching big fish. However, letting Su Du go like this wasn't Yi Han's style. Yi Han smirked, his ankle sending chi surging, knocking a dagger off the ground. With a powerful chi surge, the dagger pierced through the air, heading straight for Su Du's wrist. Before Su Du could even lower his middle finger, it was severed. Ah, my finger. Su Du screamed in pain. Just as he thought it was over, the dagger turned and sliced off his entire arm. Su Du, consider this interest. I'll be coming to the capital soon. You'd better prepare your will. Ah, Yi Han, I curse you. Ah. Su Du cursed on the helicopter, his heart filled with terror. At such a height, Yi Han could still cut off his fingers so accurately. Wasn't the helicopter in danger? Faster. Go faster. Hurry. During his time in the provincial city, Yi Han had rescued Hua Shuiyin and uncovered that Qi Yi was conspiring with the East Ying Black Yi Sir. In a fit of rage, Yi Han had slaughtered many of them. Yi Han harbored the deepest loathing for the East Ying. Su Du's audacity to collude with them left Yi Han with no shred of mercy. Thinking about the infants Qi Yi had held captive in the basement, Yi Han felt a knot in his chest. The children in the basement of the Dragon Palace Club were just the ones they had rescued. How many more were there that hadn't been saved? Yi Han's killing intent surged, and the powerful chi fluctuations made everyone around feel as if the air had solidified, making it hard to breathe. Wang Fugue, who knew Yi Han's mood swings best, realized that Yi Han had made up his mind to kill. Colluding with the East Ying? Su Du, you're seeking your own doom. Yi Han's gaze was icy as he stared at Su Du. As a citizen of Great Xia, I could overlook many things, but collaborating with the East Ying is a crime that demands justice. Haha, what if I collude with the East Ying? Let me tell you, besides them, I have even more powerful figures behind me. Ones you can't afford to offend. Yi Han, Su Chan, you two bastards will soon meet your end. Ha ha ha. As he spoke, Su Du took a step back. Just as Yi Han was about to strike, Su Du suddenly leaped off the cliff. Su Du's action left everyone stunned. Did he just jump off a cliff? That doesn't make sense. Su Chan frowned and rushed to the edge of the cliff, looking down. Below, a helicopter was taking off. Su Du was sitting by the helicopter door, blowing a kiss to everyone. Goodbye, everyone. Ha ha ha. Wanna kill me? Not a chance. As he spoke, Su Du even arrogantly extended his middle finger at the crowd. Seeing this, Wang Fugue, Hanjua, and Zhao Linglong were furious. Boss, this guy's too arrogant. Should I call in a cannon and blast him down? No need. Yihan smiled faintly. The helicopter was only a few dozen meters above the ground, and Yihan could easily blow it up if he wanted to. However, Yihan didn't intend to kill Su Du so swiftly. This Su Du had the ability to hire experts from the Sacred Land, had connections with East Ying, and possibly knew details about the attack on Beiluo Sherman. Keeping him alive might uncover more truths. Play the long game, catch the big fish. However, letting Su Du go like this wasn't Yihan's style. Yihan smirked, activating the chi in his ankle to send a dagger flying from the ground. With a surge of powerful chi, the dagger pierced through the air and shot towards Su Du's wrist. Before Su Du could retract his middle finger, it was severed. Ah, my finger! Su Du screamed in pain. Just as he thought it was over, the dagger turned and sliced off his entire arm. Su Du, let's collect some interest first. I'll be coming to the capital soon. You'd better prepare your affairs. Ah, Yihan, I curse you. Ah, Su Du cursed on the helicopter, his heart filled with terror. At such a height, Yihan could still cut off his fingers so precisely. Wasn't the helicopter in danger? Faster. Go faster. Hurry. Chapter 124. Spin around and let me see your figure. Su Du fled the scene like his pants were on fire. Everyone had witnessed Yihan's methods. From such a height, Yihan could sever Su Du's arm, which naturally meant he had the ability to take down the helicopter as well. By sparing Su Du, Yihan ensured that Su Du's future would be anything but easy. In the path of martial arts, there are stages ranging from Hua Jin, muscle change, to control, grandmaster, martial lord, martial saint, and beyond martial saint, even more powerful realms exist. In the secular world, Yihan, at the pinnacle of the martial saint realm, is an unassailable force. It's all over for him. Su Du has offended a martial saint level expert. Sigh, what a pity. As Yihan turned back towards the battlefield, his overwhelming aura forced everyone to take 2 steps back, and the scene fell into complete silence. The list on the martial arts Earth ranking had already changed. Chen Tang, ranked 8th on the Earth ranking, had turned gray, and Yihan's name replaced his, with an upward arrow indicating his rise. Under the talent and potential section, Yihan was marked with a full 5 stars. This meant that Yihan's strength and potential still had tremendous room for growth. In fact, some present had witnessed Yihan's confrontation with the fairy maiden of the Yaoqi Sacred Land, Ling Yanran. Ling Yanran was the 5th-ranked expert on the Earth ranking, and since even she was no match for Yihan, it naturally meant Yihan could easily occupy the 5th spot. However, since Yihan hadn't officially battled Ling Yanran, the ranking hadn't changed yet. Among the crowd of onlookers, at least 100 family and sect representatives had come with the intention of recruiting Yihan. But seeing how Yihan had effortlessly slain Chen Tang, a powerful figure from the Huangji Sacred Land, many sect representatives lost their nerve to recruit him. Still, a few dozen sects remained, waiting for their chance. After all, Yihan was such a monstrous talent that letting him slip away would be a huge loss. Whether successful or not, they had to try. And even if they couldn't recruit Yihan, at least they wanted to show their goodwill. Among the 4 sacred lands, the Yaoqi Sacred Land, represented by Ling Yanran, had received a death order from her master to recruit Yihan at all costs. Although Ling Yanran had just been slapped by Yihan's maid, making her reluctant to lower her haughty head, she knew she wasn't Yihan's match. Under the current circumstances, Ling Yanran had no choice but to submit. Mr. Yi, I'm sorry. Ling Yanran, though unwilling, stepped forward as Yihan approached, bowing deeply and sincerely apologizing to him. Yihan looked at this exquisite fairy maiden with a slight smile. Heh, now you're apologizing? What exactly are you apologizing for? If someone wanted to recruit him, they had to show the proper sincerity. Coming in with arrogance, Yihan naturally wouldn't indulge them. However, Yihan didn't hold much animosity towards the Yaoqi Sacred Land. After all, Yihan had heard about the Yaoqi Sacred Land before. It was mostly composed of women, and their main doctrine was to save the world, often sending disciples down the mountain to help the poor. Ling Yinran, having been pampered since childhood and indulged by her master, was used to everyone in the sect obeying her every word. Now, even after apologizing, Yi Han was still relentless, and Ling Yinran was about to burst. But remembering her master's words, she forced herself to endure again. I shouldn't have spoken to you in that tone, and I shouldn't have hit your maid. I'm sorry. Ling Yinran even bowed to Zhao Linglong, something she had never done before. There was no choice. The Yaoqi sacred land was facing an unprecedented crisis and desperately needed Yi Han's fresh blood to join them. Yi Han's eyebrows twitched, but he remained silent. Is there anything else? Yes. Mr. Yi, I sincerely invite you to join the Yaoqi sacred land on behalf of the sect. My master said that as long as you join, the Yaoqi sacred land is willing to fulfill any conditions you have. Even my master is willing to listen to you. Ling Yinran gritted her teeth and relayed her master's words to Yi Han. At this moment, dozens of family representatives had gathered around Yi Han. Seeing Ling Yinran take the initiative, they began to express their intentions. Mr. Yi, join our Haoyin sect, and you can enjoy all the sect's resources. Mr. Yi, our Bright Moon sect invites you to join, and you can directly replace our sect leader. Mr. Yi, the Kunlun Ming family doesn't require you to join, just a nominal affiliation, and the Ming family is willing to serve you for generations. Initially, the sects were still recruiting normally, but as time went on, the competition intensified, and it wasn't about recruiting Yi Han anymore. It was about expressing goodwill and even pledging allegiance to Yi Han. In essence, it was a form of seeking protection. Yi Han had anticipated all of this. A martial saint in his 20s, the potential for his future was something everyone could imagine without even thinking hard. Even being close to such a monstrous talent would yield immense benefits. Quiet down. Yi Han wasn't particularly interested in the ordinary families. If he had to choose one of the 4 sacred lands, Yi Han was more inclined towards the Yaoqi sacred land. The leader of the Yaoqi sacred land, known as the most beautiful woman in the world, was even willing to listen to him if he joined? Just how obedient was she planning to be? Miss Ling, you say your master is willing to listen to me? I'd like to talk face to face and see just how obedient she plans to be. Yi Han looked at Ling Yinran with a mischievous gaze, his challenging eyes making her uncomfortable. But seeing Yi Han's attitude shift, she quickly replied, All right, I'll call my master right now. The video call was quickly connected, and a stunning woman in a red robe appeared on the screen. Hello, Mr. Yi. I wonder if I can still catch your eye? The woman on the screen was none other than the leader of the Yaoqi sacred land, Shui Longying. With just a charming smile and seductive eyes, her alluring figure hidden beneath the red robe was subtly revealed, curvy and perfectly enticing. Even through the screen, Yi Han could feel the allure of this most beautiful woman in the world. Those around Yi Han, standing close by, also caught a glimpse of Shui Longying's stunning figure on the screen. Beautiful. Indeed, she was very beautiful. Many men with weaker self-control were already on the verge of drooling. Just as everyone was still in a daze, Yi Han calmly spoke, Nice figure. Come, spin around. Let me appreciate your form. Chapter 125. I am willing. Boom. Yi Han's words immediately caused an uproar among the crowd. Is Yi Han crazy? Is he openly flirting with the saintess of the Yaoqi sanctuary, Shuolangjian? And he even had the audacity to ask her to twirl for him to admire her figure? He might as well have asked her to strip and crawl into his arms. Yi Han's actions were far from wise. He had already offended the Huangji sanctuary and the Jiuyou sanctuary, and now he was also completely offending the Yaoqi sanctuary. Even if Yi Han was a genius, offending 3 of the 4 major sanctuaries at the same time would be too much. If all 3 sanctuaries turned against him, even a deity wouldn't be able to save him. However, what shocked everyone even more was the attitude of the saintess of the Yaoqi sanctuary, Shuolangjian. All right, as long as young Master Yi is willing, I am willing to visit your room at night for a more detailed appreciation. Shuolangjian smiled coquettishly, stood up, and gracefully twirled in front of the camera. Her stunning figure, delicate posture, The glimpse of her fair wrists and calves, and the flat stomach under her skirt exuded endless allure. The crowd was amazed by Shuolongjian's beauty, but even more shocked by her attitude. Going to Yi Han's room at night for a more detailed appreciation. What did this mean? Damn it! The saintess of the Yaoqi sanctuary, one of the 4 major sanctuaries, was planning to throw herself at Yi Han? Was the world going crazy? In the secular world, the 4 major sanctuaries had long been considered the pinnacle of martial arts. Which of the saintesses were not the rulers of the world? In their eyes, how many people in the world were worthy of their attention? And now, Shuolongjian of the Yaoqi sanctuary was willing to throw herself at Yi Han just to win him over? This was definitely a huge news story. Although Yi Han had anticipated something like this, hearing Shuolongjian say it herself still came as a bit of a surprise. A saintess stooping so low to win over a young genius could only mean one thing. The Yaoqi sanctuary must be facing a huge crisis. Hee. It seems you are quite sincere. In that case, I will seriously consider it. Yi Han did not give Shuolongjian a direct answer, but said he would consider it carefully. With the rise of Beiluo in the future, and the need to deal with the perpetrators behind the attack on Beiluo and the Yi family, there would undoubtedly be casualties. If the Yaoqi sanctuary's physicians could assist, it might be a good option. Yi Han did not completely reject the Yaoqi sanctuary, leaving himself a way out. Young Master Yi, please also consider my proposal. Please consider us as well, young Master Yi. This is our sincerity. With the Yaoqi sanctuary failing to recruit Yi Han, it meant other sects still had a chance. Everyone excitedly handed Yi Han their business cards, along with medicinal pills, herbs, and treasures from their sects. These friendly sects, Yi Han had no reason to refuse. More importantly, he could collect these valuable items, and Yi Han was more than happy to accept them. After a round of collecting, or rather, being showered with gifts, the 2 cars Wang Fuguai and Zhao Linglong had brought were already overflowing with treasures. Thank you all for your kindness. I will seriously consider it. Goodbye, everyone. The gift givers were not fools. Each gift contained information about their respective families or sects, as well as contact details. Yi Han smiled faintly, looking at these gifts, and had a rough idea of the situation. Although Yi Han had no intention of joining any sect, from the list of those who had gifted him, he could roughly determine which factions in the martial world were likely not enemies. Moreover, if they ever encountered any trouble in the future, Yi Han could also choose to lend a hand. After all, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. A martial arts competition that shook the entire secular world ended in less than 3 seconds. Chen Tang was utterly defeated. The entire process was live-streamed, and the number of online viewers exceeded 300 million. The first family of Great Xia, Yi Han, had returned in all his glory. He single-handedly crushed Chen Tang. A prodigy, a rising star, a new hope for Great Xia. Various titles were bestowed upon Yi Han. A godlike figure was rising in the east. On the other hand, Chen Tang of the Huangji Sanctuary, who had been riding high, was crushed by Yi Han. Although he didn't die by Yi Han's hand but at the blade of a Juryo assassin, the Huangji Sanctuary would undoubtedly hold Yi Han responsible. In the Huangji Sanctuary, the Grand Elder Chen Feng listened to his subordinate's report on the battlefield. When he heard that his grandson was dead, he instantly exploded. What did you say? Tanger is dead? What kind of joke is this? Chen Feng's entire body erupted with martial energy, and the powerful energy crushed the tables and chairs within a 3-meter radius to pieces. Tanger had already reached the level of a martial saint. In the secular world, there are only a few who could possibly kill him. But among those old masters, who would dare to take his life? Your information must be mistaken. Chen Feng was blindly confident in his grandson and immediately concluded that his subordinates must have made a mistake. Grand Elder. It wasn't those old masters who did it. It was Yi Han from Beiluo, the one who was supposed to have died. Chun Shao had agreed to help the Su family of Shangjing eliminate Yi Han, so they arranged a challenge. Look, the Earth ranking has been updated, and here's the battlefield footage. One of Chun Feng's subordinates cautiously handed him a tablet, which displayed the real-time updated Earth ranking. The Earth ranking, Heaven ranking, and Beauty ranking in the martial world were the most authoritative. Since the Earth ranking had been updated and Chen Tang's name had turned gray, it meant Chen Tang was indeed dead. Combined with the footage shown by his subordinate, Chun Feng saw with his own eyes Chen Tang being slashed through the throat by the dwarf assassin. His grandson was really dead? Clang! The tablet fell from Chen Feng's hand, making a loud noise. Chun Feng stood there in a daze, his face blank, showing no emotion. His subordinates all took several steps back quietly. They knew Chun Feng was about to erupt. Ah! Chun Feng instantly went berserk, his martial energy surging like a tidal wave, rolling violently and spreading out in all directions. The entire courtyard seemed to be at the center of a storm, being shattered and crushed into pieces by Chun Feng's overwhelming presence. Although Chun Feng's subordinates had retreated to over 10 meters away, they were still not fast enough and were sent flying by the shockwave, spitting out blood. Yi Han, I will kill you. Just as Chun Feng had predicted, even though Chen Tang didn't die by Yi Han's hand, the Huangji Sanctuary would not let Yi Han off easily. Zhuoyo, you bastards dare to touch my grandson. You're looking for death. After I deal with Yi Han, I'll wipe out your whole nest. Chapter 126, Apology from the Royal Princess. In the secret headquarters of the Nine Heavens on an island in the East Sea, the Nine Heavens Saint Master, Wu Chonglu, received news of the failed plan. It's normal for experts above the level of Martial Venerable to not be easily controlled by illusions, but Yi Han managed to kill so many of our illusion masters within 3 seconds. This doesn't seem to make sense. Wu Chonglu examined the footage of Yi Han's actions on a tablet. Normally, a martial saint-level expert's movements are indeed terrifyingly fast, but to kill 10 highly dispersed masters within 3 seconds is something even Wu Chonglu himself couldn't achieve. Regardless, since Yi Han has ruined my plans, he absolutely cannot be spared. Pass my order. Deploy our assassination squads lurking in the mortal world. If there's any opportunity, kill Yi Han without hesitation. In the Great Xia Royal Court, Tang Zheng had been watching the live broadcast. When he saw Yi Han defeat Chen Tang, break the Nine Heavens illusions, and even sever Su Du's arm, Tang Zheng finally made his final decision. Send my order. Have Princess Mingyue deliver the documents I prepared to Yi Han personally. On Mount Shi, those who came to watch the battle included Hua Shuyan, Su Anyue, Su Yingxue, Xian Ruayun, and Su Chan, Su Yun. There were too many people, and Yi Han couldn't accompany everyone, so he directly went home with Su Anyue, planning to visit the Yi family first to communicate with his grandfather, Yi Changfeng, and his great-grandfather, Yi Qiankuan. Having recently eliminated the Zhou and Lin families and now defeating the Sacred Land experts, it was clear that Yi Han was declaring full-scale war against those who had targeted the Yi family and Bei Luo Shermin. As Yi Han and Su Anyue arrived at the Yi family compound, a row of black Audi cars was parked at the gate, and a line of black-suited bodyguards stood respectfully behind a young lady. This young lady was none other than Princess Mingyue of the Great Xia royal family. Has young Master Yi returned? Congratulations on defeating Chen Tang and reaching the 8th rank on the Earth list. Princess Mingyue stepped forward, respectfully bowing slightly to Yi Han, her eyes scrutinizing him thoroughly. He was a bit more handsome than in the photos and videos, but those eyes, the princess didn't like them. There was a sharpness in Yi Han's gaze, as if it could pierce through one's soul. What are you doing here? Yi Han playfully examined Princess Mingyue. He could guess the general meaning behind her visit, especially since she had waited for him at the gate instead of entering the Yi family compound beforehand. The Great Xia royal family was likely backing down. Yi Han's single move that defeated the monstrous talent of the Sacred Land, Chen Tang, was enough to make countless super families in the mortal world alter their perceptions of Yi Han and the Yi family. Previously, the 6 great noble families of Great Xia only had Grandmaster-level experts, but now the Yi family had a martial saint-level expert, completely altering the balance of power. I am here on my father's orders to deliver some documents to Yi Han, expressing the royal family's apologies. My father also said that if young Master Yi has any other requests, feel free to make them. Princess Mingyue's attitude towards Yi Han was quite good, gentle, elegant, and sensible. But in reality, she didn't know that for the sake of the royal family, her father had essentially sold her out. Oh! Yi Han took the bag of documents from Princess Mingyue, opened it, and quickly glanced through them, his eyebrows furrowing. Among Tang Zheng's documents, the Lin and Zhou families were indeed listed, and Tang Zheng even clearly marked the whereabouts of the royal family's protector, Fu Hongyi, who had taken action. The royal family was completely cutting off an arm to save itself, desperately trying to distance themselves from the attack on the Yi family. However, it was clear that the royal family couldn't simply get away with just an apology. What shocked Yi Han even more was that among the royal family's documents, there were also some hidden families he had never heard of, as well as some families that had been very close to the Yi family, all of whom had participated in the attack on the Yi family. Some of these families were still cooperating with the Yi family. Yi Han closed the documents. There was too much information, and Yi Han couldn't verify its authenticity in a short time. It would be better to let his grandfather handle these documents, and Yi Han would only need to know the results. None of the families that killed Yi Han's relatives would escape. In Tang Zheng's documents, there was also mention of those mysterious divine envoys. According to Tang Zheng's information, those divine envoys indeed wanted the Yi family to perish, but they seemed to be wary of something. When they actually attacked the Yi family, they didn't directly participate but stood several hundred meters away from the battlefield. Go back and tell your father. I will be coming to the capital soon. The grievances between the royal family and the Yi family won't be resolved so easily. After saying this, Yi Han was about to step into the Yi family compound. Princess Mingyue frowned and quickly continued, "Wait. My father has also prepared a small gift for young Master Yi. Please calm down first, and everything else can be discussed." As she spoke, Mingyue handed Yi Han a simple box. Yi Han opened the box and couldn't help but be stunned. Inside was a piece of the immortal bone. This was an object that drove countless people to madness. Moreover, wasn't the royal family and those who attacked the Yi family trying to seize this very thing from the Yi family? Now the royal family was actually giving Yi Han a piece of the immortal bone? I'll keep the item, but the lives of my Yi family's sons and daughters must be accounted for. Although the immortal bone was a valuable treasure, and Yi Han had learned from Zhang Yichen that his parents were likely still alive, the lives of other members of the Yi family were lost in that turmoil. The royal family owed the Yi family, and they had to pay for it. Watching Yi Han enter the Yi family compound, Princess Mingyue finally let out a long sigh. Alas, why did the royal family allow them to do those things back then? Now the rise of the Yi family is unstoppable. Her assistant asked Princess Mingyue, "Your Highness, what should we do now? Should we go in to pay our respects to the Yi family elders?" "Of course we should, but let's wait a while before going in." From the fall of the Lin family to Yi Han's battle with Chen Tang, it signaled a high-profile return, and many strategic plans and arrangements of the Yi family would likely need to be reconsidered. Yi Han returning to the Yi family must have a lot to discuss with Yi Changfeng. In the Yi family compound, in the study, Yi Han, Yi Changfeng, and Yi Qingquan sat in chairs. Yi Changfeng glared at Yi Han, his face a mix of anger and disbelief. "You little rascal. You had the audacity to deceive your grandfather? You claimed your strength hadn't recovered yet? Yet you quietly wiped out the Lin family and even killed Chen Tang of the Royal Extreme Sacred Land. How long do you intend to keep us in the dark?" Chapter 127. If the royal family dares to be arrogant, just destroy them. As he spoke, Yi Changfeng reached out to strike Yi Han, but behind him, Grandpa Yi Qingquan kicked Yi Changfeng in the butt first. "Stop it, you! You only know how to bully my great-grandson. If you're so capable, why don't you go and destroy the Lin family?" Grandpa Yi Qingquan had a general sense of Yi Han's recovery. The Lin family was involved in the attack on the Yi family, something both Yi Changfeng and Yi Qingquan were aware of. However, with the Yi family severely weakened, especially after Grandpa's serious injury, they had no strength to deal with the Lin family, so they could only let the Lin family continue to be arrogant. Now that the Lin family had been destroyed, it was a tremendous blessing for the Yi family. It was also a declaration to everyone that the Yi family had risen again. I was just worried about Grandpa and Grandpa worrying. Yihan said to Grandpa Yi Chinkuan, Grandpa, is your injury better now? At the time, Yihan couldn't directly intervene, so he taught Hua Simiao a miraculous acupuncture technique, asking Hua Simiao to help with the treatment, which should have had some effect. Yi Chinkuan nodded. Recently, the divine physician Hua has learned a mysterious acupuncture technique. Under his treatment, I've recovered about 90%. Yi Chinkuan looked intently at Yihan and continued, if I'm not mistaken, you were the one who taught Hua Simiao that technique, right? Yihan smirked. That's right. Old Master Hua Simiao insisted on taking me as his master, so I had no choice but to accept him as my disciple. So now Hua Simiao is your disciple? Damn, I've been calling him brother all this time. What the hell? Upon hearing Yihan's words, Yi Changfeng jumped up, ready to strike Yihan, but seeing Grandpa's expression, he immediately backed down. As the saying goes, one thing suppresses another. As long as Grandpa Yi Chinkuan was around, Yi Changfeng didn't dare to act recklessly. So it was you. Then the one who helped the Yi family deal with the assassin Tian Kue was also you? Yi Chinkuan's eyes lit up. If this was the case, then all the previous mysteries could now be explained. Yihan nodded. Yes, I am the one known as Yi Juntian. At the time, it wasn't convenient to expose my true strength, fearing that the other side might notice in advance, so I had to keep it hidden for the time being. After Yihan's explanation, the two elders of the Yi family were both shocked and speechless. Yihan has really grown up? Damn, this little brat, even though he was in Yunqing, right here in the Yi family, he was doing all these things behind our backs, and I had no idea. The Yun family, the Zhou family, and the Lin family have all been destroyed. Now Yihan is clashing with the Su family of Shangjing, and he's also set his sights on the imperial sacred land. The Yi family's prodigy is destined for greatness. So, what are your plans next? Grandpa Yi Chinkuan looked at Yihan. Now that you are the only male heir of the Yi family, you must take over the Tianlong army. I cannot trust such a powerful force in the hands of others. The Tianlong army is the foundation of the Yi family's survival. 3 years ago, when Yihan returned, it was decided that he would take over the Tianlong army, and now is not too late. Although the Lin family has been destroyed, besides the Lin family, the royal family and other superfamilies were also involved in the attack on the Yi family. Moreover, according to our sect's investigation, there are also divine envoys behind the scenes. Only by completely eliminating them can we have peace. The destruction of the Lin family only brings temporary safety to the Yi family. Yihan plans to go to Shangjing immediately to settle the old grudges with the royal family, and then deal with the divine envoys behind the scenes. Good. There's no need to fear negotiating with the royal family. If they dare to be arrogant, just destroy them. With our Yi family around, changing the royal family of Great Xia is no big deal. Yi Chinkuan fully supported Yihan's approach. Yihan suddenly thought of a question. Grandpa, I heard from the Lin family that the main reason they attacked the Yi family was for the Yi family's immortal bone. Do we have such a thing in the Yi family? Yi Chinkuan and Yi Changfeng exchanged glances, and finally Yi Chinkuan spoke. So that's the reason? Possessing a treasure brings its own dangers. The Yi family acquiring this thing was never a good thing. Alas, since you know about this, I'll give it to you. As he spoke, Yi Chinkuan took out a transparent bone from his body and handed it to Yihan. The moment Yi Chinkuan handed the immortal bone to Yihan, Yihan's heart trembled. The demon heart within him seemed to become unusually active, as if it wanted to rush out of Yihan's body to investigate the immortal bone. Yihan was startled. Could it be that his demon heart had some connection with the immortal bone? Yihan held the immortal bone in his hand and felt it. Clearly, the ancient aura emanating from this immortal bone was more refined than the two bones he had obtained from the Kong family and the Moon Princess. The ancient aura it contained was also more profound. Yihan actually had several immortal bones. He had obtained one from Zhonghua, which he had absorbed. Kong Fei had given him one, and the Moon Princess had given him one. Adding the one from Grandpa, that made a total of 3. Yihan couldn't help but take out the other two immortal bones from his body and place them in front of him for comparison. In an instant, a mysterious and ancient aura began to surge in the room. Damn! Oh my! Yi Changfeng and Yi Qiankuan, seeing the immortal bones placed on the table by Yihan, couldn't help but curse. Yi Qiankuan and Yi Changfeng immediately stepped forward, spreading their arms to shield the table, their eyes darting nervously towards the door, fearful of any exposure. You rascal! How did you get so many immortal bones? This? Yi Changfeng's voice trembled with excitement as he spoke. Everyone knew how precious the immortal bones were. Legend has it that a single immortal bone could make someone a saint-level powerhouse. The Yi family having one was already enough, but Yihan had suddenly produced two more. Immortal bones? Actually, I have one more, but I've already absorbed it, otherwise it would be four. Yihan explained calmly, but Yi Changfeng and Yi Qiankuan were immediately thrown into disarray. There was one more. What kind of methods did Yihan use? You rascal! Before Yi Changfeng could continue, Yi Qiankuan slapped him on the back of the head, scolding, You scoundrel, calling him a rascal. What does that make me? A turtle? After pausing, Yi Qiankuan quickly reminded Yihan, Quick, put these away, don't let anyone see them. Just as Yi Qiankuan finished speaking, a guard's voice came from outside, Master, the Moon Princess is here to visit. The Moon Princess? Yi Qiankuan and Yi Changfeng exchanged glances, their eyes filled with confusion. What was this girl doing coming to the Yi family at this time? Oh, this immortal bone was given to me by the Moon Princess. She came to apologize, but this matter certainly won't end here. Yihan added. Chapter 128. Waiting for Yihan to walk into the trap. As expected, when Princess Mingyue arrived, she came to express the royal family's apologies. However, the massacre that befell the Yi family back then resulted in the deaths of everyone except the two elders. Such a loss cannot be compensated with just a few words. Princess Mingyue only stayed at the Yi residence for 20 minutes before leaving. When Yihan and Suan Yue were about to head home, Suan Yue's company suddenly had an urgent matter, so she left for the office first. Just as Yihan exited the Yi family compound, he encountered another familiar face at the gate. Yihan, I've invited you to dinner before. How about it? Let's go. The person who approached was none other than Xian Ruoyun, Yihan's former fiancée. Seeing Yihan, she immediately stepped forward and affectionately wrapped her arm around his wrist. Her towering chest pressed against his wrist, but she didn't seem to care at all. Xian Ruoyun was regretting her decision to break off the engagement with Yihan. However, at the Lin family's banquet, Xian Ruoyun danced with Yihan alongside Suan Yue, which clearly expressed her stance. Later, when the Yi and Lin families clashed, the Xian family also joined the fight without hesitation, showing their support. This earned Yihan's appreciation for the Xian family. Yihan understood what Xian Ruoyun's repeated invitations meant. All right then, but we won't go out to eat. Come with me to Beijing. Although Xian Ruoyun was Yihan's former fiancée, and there had been some complications in between, Yihan didn't dislike her. Taking Xian Ruoyun to Beijing this time was a chance for her. Okay. Hee, don't worry, young Master Yi. I'll make sure you're well taken care of in Beijing. Xian Ruoyun didn't hesitate at all. Yihan was in a hurry to go to Beijing for two reasons. One was to deal with the Su family, and the other was to negotiate with the royal family. Lao Wang arranged the plane. We're heading to Beijing right away. Just as Yihan dialed Wang Fuguo's number, Feng Hanqiao's voice came from the other end. Young Master Yi, what fun is there? Let me join in. In Beijing, the Su family. Su Du practically stumbled and scrambled his way back home. With his broken arm left unbandaged, Su Du immediately contacted the divine messenger in the background, pleading, Big boss. The situation is dire. Yihan is far too powerful. Even Chen Tang, a martial Zun level expert from the Imperial Sacred Land, fell to Yihan's hands. We can't handle him. Please, Big Boss, intervene. Otherwise, the item from our Su family will likely fall into Yihan's possession. On the other end of the video call was a man in a black robe, his body shimmering with a layer of light, making his face indiscernible. His voice was raspy as he said, "Humph. It's scientifically impossible that Yi Han survived that ordeal. Don't worry, he won't live much longer. We will dispatch someone immediately to personally deal with him." In a secret base in the northwest, the black-robed man ended the call, his face darkening as he turned to his companions and barked, "3 years ago, during that attack, Yi Han's heart was even torn out, yet he still didn't die. Now it seems that prophecy might actually come true. Immediately notify everyone. We need to hold a meeting. We must eliminate Yi Han before he surpasses us completely." "However, Captain, Yi Han's constitution is naturally our nemesis. Moreover, according to our investigation, that old bastard Gu Feng likely transplanted a demonic heart into Yi Han, which gives him even greater bloodline suppression over us. How can we possibly take him down ourselves? Yes, Yi Han is inherently the son of that woman, and his bloodline naturally suppresses our aura." The black-robed man, hearing his subordinate's words, felt a surge of anger. "None of this works, and none of that works either. So, what do you suggest we do? If we don't eliminate Yi Han, how can we carry out our plan? If we delay our master's awakening, who among you can bear the responsibility?" The black-robed man's words silenced everyone instantly. In the Su family residence in Beijing, Su Du reported the situation to the Divine Envoy but received no concrete response. Waiting for them to personally intervene? Who knows when they will act? Yi Han had already dealt with Chen Tang, and his next move would undoubtedly be to come to Beijing to settle scores with Su Du. Su Du had to find another ally immediately. "I can only turn to them." After pondering in his room, Su Du dialed an encrypted number. "Mr. G, this is Su Du. I need your help. Yi Han from Yunqing might come to Beijing to cause trouble for me. I want Mr. G to use the Japanese forces to ambush Yi Han." The person Su Du was contacting was Ji Changfeng. In the infant trafficking case involving 7th Master in Huadu, although 7th Master appeared to be directly linked to the Japanese underground society, in reality, 7th Master's backer in Beijing was Ji Changfeng. However, after Yi Han dealt with 7th Master, he didn't trace the matter back to Ji Changfeng. Yi Han from Yunqing? He's coming to Beijing? Ji Changfeng sneered upon hearing Yi Han's name. Yi Han had been making quite a name for himself in recent times in the Great Xia. Especially after disrupting 7th Master's infant trafficking plan, the Black Robe Society's grand plan for cultivation was forced to halt. The leader of the Black Robe Society, Sorakuro, was furious and had scolded Ji Changfeng mercilessly. Ji Changfeng deeply resented Yi Han. Moreover, Ji Changfeng knew that although the matter with 7th Master had been temporarily resolved, Yi Han hadn't given up his investigation. Ji Changfeng had ordered his subordinates to destroy all evidence linking him to 7th Master, but given Yi Han's capabilities, it was only a matter of time before he traced it back to Ji Changfeng. Instead of waiting for Yi Han to uncover the truth, it would be better to take the initiative and eliminate Yi Han. Yi Han's strength was indeed terrifying, but Ji Changfeng's methods were not inferior. Furthermore, the Black Robe Society had sent Miss Yamada Keiko, a master of mental attacks. If brute force couldn't match Yi Han, then mental attacks could drive Yi Han insane and achieve the same result. All right, out of respect for your grandfather, I'll personally lead a team to your place. We'll wait for Yi Han to walk into the trap. Ji Changfeng's eyes gleamed with ruthlessness. Since Su Du had invited him to the Su family residence, it was the perfect opportunity to use the Su family's resources. If they succeeded in killing Yi Han, they could shift all the blame onto the Su family. Then, the retaliation from the Bei Luo Shermen and the Yi family would all be directed at the Su family. Thank you, Mr. Ji, thank you. Su Du, unaware of the complex situation, kept thanking Ji Changfeng over the phone. Idiot! Ji Changfeng muttered softly after hanging up the phone. In Yunqing, Wang Fugua had everything arranged. As Yi Han, Xin Ruoyun, and Zhao Linglong headed to the airport, their car passed through a demolition area. The vehicles in front of them had already passed, but when it was Yi Han and Xin Ruoyun's turn, a girl in a green dress suddenly dashed out from a side alley and blocked their car. Help! Please, sir. Save me? Huh. This was a desolate area, and many vehicles had passed just before. Why did the girl choose to stop their car? Behind the girl, 7 or 8 burly men wielding swords and steel rods were chasing her. The scene seemed as if the girl was truly in danger of being harmed. Was it really that coincidental? Chapter 129. The Pursued Girl in Green Dress. Shin Ruoyun was kind-hearted. Seeing the girl being chased, she immediately wanted to get out of the car. As the daughter of the Shin family, Shin Ruoyun also knew some martial arts. Although her strength was not very powerful, she could still deal with these hooligans. But Yihan stopped Shin Ruoyun with a hand. Don't rush. Shin Ruoyun was stunned. Yihan, do you have no humanity? Haven't you seen the girl is being chased? How can we stand by and watch her die? Yihan smiled faintly. Just now, Yihan's powerful perception had already spread out and sensed that this green-dressed girl, with the fluctuation of martial arts energy, was already close to the level of a master, while the men chasing her were just ordinary martial artists with refined strength. How could they possibly be a match for the green-dressed girl? But in such a remote place, such a scene of a girl being chased appeared. It was probably aimed at him, wasn't it? Yihan was just suspicious at first, but when he sensed the presence of goo worms on the girl, he became more certain. Was it the goo sect? Yihan had killed Zhonghua and the third elder Longzhong behind him. Was the goo sect finally going to make a move? Did they send such a girl to kill him this time? Yihan said to Shin Ruoyun, "Why are you in a hurry? When something happens, let the bullets fly for a while. This is acting. Don't believe me, just wait and see." Shin Ruoyun was stunned by Yihan's words. Acting? In fact, although Shin Ruoyun was the daughter of the Shin family and managed the vast assets of the Shin group, apart from her talent in business, she didn't understand much about human nature. At this time, the green-dressed girl had rushed to the window of Yihan's car, knocking on Yihan's window forcefully. "Brother, save me quickly. They're catching up." Yihan opened the window a crack, staring at the green-dressed girl with a teasing expression. "Oh, then tell me, what do they plan to do when they catch up? Do they want to sleep with you? Or rob the money on you?" Yihan's words left the green-dressed girl stunned. "You?" Seeing that Yihan didn't even plan to get out of the car, the girl was completely frustrated. This young lady didn't reveal anything, did she? While the girl was stunned, Yihan suddenly felt that the appearance of the girl in front of him was somewhat familiar. Yihan's mind quickly turned, and after a few seconds, he immediately remembered. Wasn't she the holy maiden of the Gu sect, Xiao Wanqing? Information about Xiao Wanqing had been sent to Yihan by Hanjua before. If there were any kind-hearted people in the Gu sect, Xiao Wanqing might be the only one. Now that he knew who the person was, Yihan also had a rough idea of how to deal with it. Yihan stepped on the accelerator with his foot and was about to drive away. "You can't leave." Xiao Wanqing wanted to stretch out her arms to block Yihan, but Yihan showed no intention of slowing down, scaring Xiao Wanqing into dodging. Behind Xiao Wanqing, the few men who had caught up were puzzled and asked, "Holy Maiden, what should we do next? Should we continue?" Xiao Wanqing scolded impatiently. "Are you pigs? Haven't you seen we've been exposed? Idiots, block the road quickly." Under Xiao Wanqing's reminder, one of the men quickly acted, smashing a huge rock onto the road, just blocking the way ahead of Yihan's car. Inside the car, Shin Ruoyun, who had been planning to continue arguing with Yihan, changed her expression after seeing the reaction of the men in the rearview mirror. "You, Yihan. How did you see that they were acting?" Shin Ruoyun wasn't stupid. The men suddenly stopped attacking the green-dressed girl and instead blocked Yihan's car, clearly targeting Yihan. Shin Ruoyun wasn't afraid of any danger. Yihan's strength was something Shin Ruoyun was well aware of. Even Chen Tang from the Sacred Land wasn't a match for Yihan, let alone these small-time crooks. "It's a secret." Yihan smiled faintly at Shin Ruoyun. "Get out of the car and take a look." Yihan got out of the car himself, opened the door, and waited quietly for Xiao Wanqing to come over. "What? Miss Xiao, not going to continue acting? The Gu sect sent you to kill me, but your strength is not enough to kill me." Yihan directly revealed Xiao Wanqing's purpose this time. Xiao Wanqing looked at Yihan with shock in her eyes. This Yihan, was he really as legendary as people said? Had he known everything before she even did anything? Did he know all her actions even before she left the Gu sect? If so, how could she possibly kill Yihan? However, this mission was repeatedly emphasized by the Gu sect leader Zhuang Bai and her master. Although Xiao Wanqing didn't want to kill, she had no choice but to act. Yihan, even if you know I'm here to kill you, so what? You've ruined the Gu sect's plans, and the Gu sect will definitely kill you. Even if I don't kill you, someone else will. Tell me, do you have any last words? Say them, and maybe I can fulfill them. Xiao Wanqing looked at Yihan. Her heart actually filled with reluctance. About Yihan's affairs, Xiao Wanqing knew a little. 3 years ago, the Yi family and Bei Luo Shermin were attacked simultaneously, and Yihan's heart was dug out, miraculously surviving. Now he was being hunted by the Gu sect. How pitiful. And with Yihan's death, the Yi family would be left without an heir. If it weren't for her master and the sect leader's orders, Xiao Wanqing would have let Yihan go. Last words? I haven't married a wife, haven't experienced the taste of a woman. Or, you could fulfill that for me? Yihan teased, staring at Xiao Wanqing. It had to be said that Xiao Wanqing's figure was really great. Under the green dress, her exquisite figure showed the charm of a woman, and her delicate features made people want to take a second look. This? Xiao Wanqing looked at Yihan's seductive eyes, her heart skipping a beat. How could she help him experience the taste of a woman? Go to a hotel with him? But her body was a natural calamity poison body, full of poison. Anyone who touched her would die. How could Yihan touch her? In an instant, Xiao Wanqing thought of a lot, but the next moment, she suddenly remembered that the information didn't say that Yihan already had a wife. How could Yihan not have experienced the taste of a woman? You already have a wife? You're teasing me? Realizing the truth, Xiao Wanqing stamped her foot on the ground in a fit of pique, and with a push, her body shot towards Yihan at high speed. Yihan's recent deeds in the Great Xia had spread across the globe, and Xiao Wanqing naturally knew about them. Xiao Wanqing knew that with her martial arts skills, she couldn't possibly be a match for Yihan. So Xiao Wanqing didn't intend to use this method to deal with Yihan. Instead, she wanted to use the method of her calamity poison body, using the deadly toxins in her body to kill Yihan. As long as Yihan's wrist touched Xiao Wanqing's skin, he would die. Seeing Xiao Wanqing rushing into his arms, Yihan smiled faintly, reaching out to grab Xiao Wanqing's wrist. Don't touch me. You, get away. It's poisonous. Just as Yihan's wrist was about to touch Xiao Wanqing's arm, Xiao Wanqing suddenly dodged to the side, avoiding a direct collision into Yihan's arms, and scolded him, alas. Go away. Don't let me see you again next time, or I will definitely kill you. Chapter 130. Only your woman. You're getting a great deal. At the critical moment, Xiao Wanqing changed her mind. Over the years, whenever possible, she would avoid killing her assassination targets, as instructed by her master and the cult leader. Even several times, she spent her own money to send a few targets abroad. This time, seeing Yihan about to perish in her hands, Xiao Wanqing couldn't bring herself to do it. She decided to let Yihan go. Seeing Xiao Wanqing put down her dagger, Yihan smiled. This Xiao Wanqing was indeed kind, just as Hanju's information had described. She was worth saving. Poison? What are you afraid of? I'm not. Yihan chided while quickly stepping forward, wrapping his arms around Xiao Wanqing before she could react, his eyes teasingly locked on hers. No. Don't. Suddenly being held by Yihan, Xiao Wanqing let out a sharp scream. On one hand, she was startled by Yihan's sudden move, but more importantly, she was afraid that the poison on her body would kill Yihan. Seeing Yihan grab her wrist, Xiao Wanqing closed her eyes in despair. Since birth, Xiao Wanqing had been toxic. Her parents and an entire village had been poisoned to death just by being near her. The closer someone was to Xiao Wanqing, the faster they died. After being taken in by her master, she used a special method to suppress the poison in her body, but the side effect was that she had to consume various deadly poisons, like arsenic. Yihan had touched her, so he was definitely doomed. However, after waiting for a while, nothing unusual happened. Instead, Yihan's voice reached her ears. Why are you closing your eyes? It's just the calamity poison body. It's not uncontrollable. Yi Han's words made Xiao Wanqing open her eyes in shock. You know everything? Xiao Wanqing's brows furrowed. The fact that she had the calamity poison body was known to no more than 5 people, yet Yi Han seemed to know it all. Most importantly, Yi Han had been in close contact with her, touching her skin, yet he showed no signs of being affected by the poison. Did that mean he wasn't afraid of the calamity poison body's toxin? You're not afraid of the calamity poison body's toxin? How did you do that? Xiao Wanqing's eyes widened as she quickly checked Yi Han's arm. She saw only a faint black mark, which quickly faded as Yi Han moved his wrist away from her. In truth, Yi Han wasn't completely immune. He had been raised by his master on various poisons since childhood, so he was largely unaffected by them. Moreover, after his heart was replaced with a demonic heart and a Kirin kidney, his ability to neutralize toxins had reached an entirely new level. So, I told you, you can't kill me. In terms of martial skills, she couldn't beat Yi Han, and using poison was useless since Yi Han wasn't afraid of the calamity poison body's toxin. So what was the point? After confirming that Yi Han was unharmed, Xiao Wanqing first breathed a sigh of relief, then felt a bit frustrated. Was Yi Han truly invincible? Now Xiao Wanqing understood why the third elder had died at Yi Han's hands. Even the cult leader might not be able to kill Yi Han. With a flash, Xiao Wanqing tried to escape. She wasn't Yi Han's match, so staying here would only be suicide. However, to her surprise, as soon as she moved, Yi Han pulled her back into his arms. Miss Xiao, I've looked into you. You're not a bad person. Over the years, you've been quietly supporting some orphanages. Your heart is good. How about it? Stay by my side? Don't go back to the Gu cult? Hearing Yi Han's proposal, Xiao Wanqing's eyes lit up. Not going back? Before this, Xiao Wanqing had never considered it. Aside from the Gu cult, which was also filled with toxins, she didn't know where else she could go. As someone with the calamity poison body, everything she touched, every cup she drank from, would kill any living being that came into contact with it. She didn't dare to leave. Moreover, her master had taken her in since she was young, and Xiao Wanqing felt gratitude toward her, so she couldn't leave. But now, she had met a man who wasn't afraid of her poison and was willing to let her stay by his side. It was impossible not to be moved. No, my master is still in the Gu cult. I can't leave her. Have you thought about it? Maybe your master took you in from the start just to use you? Perhaps you're just a tool, a chess piece to her? Yi Han's lips curled. He also had information on Xiao Wanqing's master, Xiao Taijin. That old woman wasn't any better. Previously, she had founded the hedonist sect, training girls to seduce men and expand her influence. After the hedonist sect was wiped out by the Great Xia, she went into hiding in the Gu cult, teaming up with the cult leader Zhuang Bai to try and rebuild her sect. No, that can't be. Xiao Wanqing shook her head. As she grew older, she had naturally thought about how her master might be using her. There was plenty of evidence that her master didn't care about her life. But Xiao Wanqing chose to believe otherwise. Her resolve wavered, but she still couldn't make a decision. Just as Xiao Wanqing was struggling, 2 slender black shadows darted out from behind her ear. Swish, swish. Before Yi Han could react, they bit his neck and then retreated back to Xiao Wanqing's ear. Yi Han frowned. He had clearly stated that he wasn't afraid of any poison. Why was Xiao Wanqing still sending her goo to bite him? They were 2 small green snakes, about the thickness of chopsticks. What was the point? Ah, little green. Who told you to bite him? Oh no. Xiao Wanqing let out a soft cry, her face turning red to the roots of her neck. Yi Han looked at Xiao Wanqing with confusion. What's going on? I just said, these poisons are useless against me. Xiao Wanqing blushed and squirmed in Yi Han's arms, shyly explaining, These aren't poison snakes. They're lover's goo. Once they bite, I can only be your woman. After hesitating for a while, Xiao Wanqing shyly revealed the truth to Yi Han. Lover's goo? Yi Han understood. So that was it. These 2 snakes were the best Zhugong. Now that Xiao Wanqing could only be his woman, she should listen to him, right? Wife. Since you can only be my woman, Then listen to me and don't go back. Stay by my side. I can teach you a poison technique that will allow you to fully control your calamity poison body. After that, your combat power will be on par with a martial saint. Chapter 131. Mental Attack. This time, it was Xiao Wanqing's turn to be torn. On one hand, there was the nurturing grace of her master, and on the other, her husband with whom she needed to share life and death. Caught in the middle, how should she choose? Can I think about it? I'm still worried about my master. Xiao Wanqing couldn't let go of her master. Yihan didn't force Xiao Wanqing. Since they already had the two-hearted goo, Yihan wasn't afraid that Xiao Wanqing would go back on her word. All right, just remember to stay safe, and if you have any problems, contact me anytime. Yihan gave Xiao Wanqing his phone number and let her leave. From a distance, Xian Ruoyun, who was standing by the car, watched the scene unfold. Although she didn't know what had happened between Yihan and Xiao Wanqing, seeing Xiao Wanqing leave so obediently, she could guess the general situation. This Yihan, indeed, has boundless charm. Every woman he meets seems to fall for him. However, Xian Ruoyun had already prepared herself mentally. A man of excellence would naturally have more than one woman by his side. Yihan already had Suan Yue, Su Chan, Zhang Yueran, Qiu Ling, Hua Shuiyin, and more. There would likely be even more in the future. What she needed to do now was to make Yihan fall completely in love with her as soon as possible. All settled, Xian Ruoyun, having figured this out, saw Yihan approaching and quickly stepped forward, wrapping her arm around his. She didn't mention anything about what had just happened. Yes, let's hurry, or Wang Fugue and the others will be impatient. In Beijing, Su Du was anxiously waiting at home until Yamada Keiko arrived with the Ji family and a group of Japanese experts, which finally eased his mind a bit. Miss Yamada, you finally arrived. I was so worried. Su Du looked at Yamada Keiko with a flattering expression. Yamada Keiko had a cold and proud demeanor, but her curvaceous figure had a fatal allure for men. Japanese women are quite something. Su Du gazed at Yamada Keiko's alluring curves, very tempted to step forward and measure them. But just as he stared for a couple of seconds, Yamada Keiko suddenly gave him a cold glare. Put away your filthy thoughts. This is a warning. If there's a next time, I'll make you a vegetable for the rest of your life. With a thought, Yamada Keiko unleashed an invisible wave of energy from her body. In an instant, Su Du felt a screeching sound in his head, like scraping metal, and his head felt like it was about to explode. Mental attack? Su Du clutched his head with both hands, the pain forcing him to kneel on the ground. I'm sorry, Miss Yamada. I won't dare again. I won't dare. After Yamada Keiko withdrew her mental attack, Su Du was still shaken. This is the power of mental attack? If I had known mental attacks were this powerful, why would I have invited Chen Tang from the Imperial Sacred Land? I should have just asked Mr. Ji and his team to act. It's easy to imagine that if Miss Yamada were to hit Yihan with such an attack during a fight, Yihan would either collapse in pain or be temporarily immobilized, making it easy to finish him off. At that moment, a subordinate suddenly reported, "Young Master Su, what should we do about the old master? If Su-chan returns and revives the old master, the entire Su group might not listen to you anymore." The reason Su Du currently had the support of the entire Su family was largely because the grandfather was unconscious. The family members did not agree to hand the family over to Su-chan, and Su Du became their chosen proxy. Now that the conflict with Yihan and Su-chan had escalated to a life-and-death struggle, keeping the old master alive was a hidden danger. The old man has lived long enough. I originally planned to act after I had full control, but now... Inform the hospital to speed things up? Su Du's eyes flashed with ruthlessness as he made a slashing motion across his neck. In Beijing, the First People's Hospital. In the VIP ward 808, the one lying in bed was the head of the Su family in Beijing, Su Shengtian. It was said that Su Shengtian had been lying in the hospital for half a year, neither waking up nor deteriorating. However, outside Su Shengtian's ward, there were always 8 burly bodyguards standing guard 24/7. Without Su Du's orders, no one could get close. The doctor in charge of treating Su Shengtian was named Zhang Hua, appointed by Su Du himself. Just now, Zhang Hua had received a call from Su Du, and now he was carrying a syringe filled with a vial of medicine, heading towards the old master's ward. Su Du had promised that as long as he injected this vial of medicine into the old master's body, he would be paid 10 million. Moreover, after the old master's death, he would be immediately cremated, leaving no trace. Thinking about the 10 million that was about to come his way, Zhang Hua felt a bit excited. Old master, don't blame me. It's your own grandson who wants you dead. Zhang Hua exchanged greetings with the bodyguards at the door and pushed open the door to enter. At this moment, at the entrance of the First People's Hospital in Beijing, Yihan, Su Chan, Xin Ruoyun, Wang Fuguwei, Zhao Linglong, and others had arrived. After arriving in Beijing, Yihan and his group didn't go straight to the Su family but went to the hospital first. This was because Su Chan was worried about her grandfather's illness. Previously, Su Chan had tried several times to visit her grandfather but was stopped by the bodyguards. This time, with Yihan, Wang Fuguwei, and others accompanying her, and with Han Zhua secretly protecting them, how could Su Du's bodyguards stop them? At the door of Ward 808, Zhang Hua had just entered when Yihan and Su Chan arrived. Su Chan? How dare you come? Young Master Su said that without his permission, no one is allowed to see the old master. Su Chan, you'd better leave immediately, or young Master Su will not let you off. The bodyguards at the door saw Yihan and the others trying to enter the ward and quickly blocked them. Boom! Boom! Without hesitation, Zhao Linglong and Wang Fuguwei threw a few punches, and the bodyguard at the door fell to the ground. Among the bodyguards, the strongest was only a master of the control realm. In front of Wang Fuguwei and Zhao Linglong, they were no match. Moreover, among Yihan's group was the poison prince Feng Hanqiao. His own strength was at the level of a martial saint, and his poison skills were even more formidable. The moment the door opened, inside the room, Zhang Hua had just inserted the needle into Su Shengtian's skin but hadn't had time to push the medicine in. Zhang Hua, you want to kill my grandfather? Did Su Du order you to do this? Su Chan shouted at Zhang Hua when she saw his actions. Hearing the commotion at the door, Zhang Hua instinctively turned his head to look. Seeing Su Chan, Zhang Hua was almost scared out of his wits. Su Chan, you. Su Chan had brought so many people. This was not a good sign. Zhang Hua still wanted to continue pushing the medicine, but Yihan had already moved. His figure was as fast as lightning, and in the blink of an eye, he had reached Zhang Hua, breaking his arm with a punch and pulling the needle out of the old master's skin. Chapter 132. The Chaos in the Su Family. What is Dr. Zhang trying to do? Yihan sniffed the syringe in front of his nose, and a strange smell hit him. With just that simple breath, Yihan had already detected 7 toxic components inside the syringe. Zhang Hua was trying to take Grandmaster Su's life. Was Su Du planning to make a desperate move? Did he know that Yihan would come to the Su family in Beijing to cause trouble, so he decided to kill the old man first? This way, even if Yihan killed Su Du, Su Chan wouldn't be able to fully control the Su family? Zhang Hua had initially planned to escape, but Wang Fuguwei and Zhao Linglong, who had followed in, had blocked his escape route completely. Zhang Hua's eyes filled with despair, and he stammered, I am the old master's attending doctor. I came here, of course, to treat the old master. What are all of you doing? I need to inform young Master Su. As Zhang Hua spoke, he tried to take out his phone to notify Su Du. But before he could even get the phone out, Yihan grabbed it, channeled his internal energy, and crushed the phone into pieces. Dr. Zhang, no need to inform anyone. In the next moment, Yihan raised the green vial in front of Zhang Hua and coldly said, You said this is for treating the old master? Then I'd like to see what kind of medicine this is. Yihan aimed the syringe at Zhang Hua's wrist vein, ready to inject it. Zhang Hua's face turned pale with fear, and he desperately tried to dodge, shouting, No. He was all too aware of what was inside that vial. It was a deadly poison that would kill instantly upon contact with blood. If it were injected into his body, he would die immediately. But how could a mere ordinary doctor like Zhang Hua possibly be a match for Yi Han? After struggling for just a second, Yi Han grabbed him and forcibly injected the syringe into his vein, forcing the poison in as Zhang Hua watched in utter despair. No. Please, no. I'll tell you everything. It wasn't me who wanted to kill the old master. It was Sudu. Everything was Sudu. Sudu made me do it. Please, stop. Zhang Hua's blood vessels were completely controlled, rendering him immobile, and he could only let out a series of desperate cries, tears streaming down his face. Yi Han smirked coldly, stopped his actions, and removed the syringe from Zhang Hua's wrist, then glanced at the ground. Yi Han had indeed pierced Zhang Hua's skin with the syringe, but not a drop of the poison had been injected. Just that scare was enough to make Zhang Hua pee his pants. In fact, everyone already knew who was behind this without needing to be scared. However, with Zhang Hua as a witness, resolving the matter would be much easier. Thud. Yi Han punched Zhang Hua on the right side of his head, knocking him unconscious, and then tossed him to the ground before walking over to Su Shan. After Yi Han examined the old master for a moment, a row of silver needles suddenly appeared in his hand. The needles began to dance wildly, and in the blink of an eye, Yi Han's needles pierced through 72 major acupoints on the old master's body. As black blood dripped from the old master's fingertips, within a few minutes, Grandmaster Su woke up from the bed, coughed twice, and struggled to sit up. Grandpa, are you all right? Although Su Chan had long known that her senior brother was a master of medicine, seeing him personally heal her grandfather brought a completely different kind of excitement. I'm fine now, little girl. You've been through a lot during this time. Su Shangtian patted Su Chan on the back, then glanced coldly at Zhang Hua on the ground. That beast, Su Du, dared to be so ruthless. The reason the old master had been in a coma all this time wasn't due to any physical issue with his body, but because Su Du had Zhang Hua using a bewitching substance to control the old master, keeping Su Shangtian alive, but barely hanging on, unable to wake up. However, although Su Shangtian couldn't wake up, he was still conscious. He had heard all the conversations between Su Du and Zhang Hua. After cursing, Su Shangtian turned to Yi Han with a respectful look. Mr. Yi, I've heard a lot about you for a long time. About the incident 3 years ago. I was powerless, and I thank you for taking care of Xiao Chan. As he spoke, Su Shangtian was about to stand up and bow to Yi Han. Yi Han had saved his life, and he had also saved Su Chan's life. Yi Han quickly supported the old master. Grandpa, no need to be so polite. Xiao Chan is my junior sister, and we've been through so much life and death together since we were kids. Her matters are my matters. Su Shangtian didn't stand on ceremony with Yi Han and instead spoke sternly. Xiao Chan, use my secret order to send out a notice. Tell all the senior executives of the Su Group to come to Beijing immediately for a meeting. I need to clean house. Su Shangtian, who had been a titan in the business world for so many years, exuded an invisible aura of dominance. With just one sentence, Yi Han knew that the Su family was about to undergo a seismic change. With Su Shangtian around, there were many things Yi Han didn't need to do himself. Yi Han merely needed to sit there, ensuring that Su Du couldn't bring in any skilled fighters to resort to brute force. Half an hour later, at the Su Group building in Beijing, the conference hall was already packed with a large number of shareholders and executives who had arrived early. Everyone was speculating. After all, the chairman's secret order was something only the chairman himself knew. Back then, although Su Chan had been appointed as the successor by the chairman, she hadn't received the secret order. Even Su Du, as the strongest male heir of the Su family, hadn't received it. Could it be that Grandmaster Su had woken up? Dear uncles and elders, I am Su Chan. Today, I've called everyone here to discuss the future development of the Su Group. The Su Group cannot continue to be harmed by Su Du. Su Chan took the stage, introduced herself with the microphone, and also announced the decision her grandfather had made before his coma. While Su Chan and Yi Han were making their move at the Su Group, Su Du at the Su family compound also received the news. What? Yi Han and Su Chan have already arrived in Beijing and are holding a shareholders meeting at the company? Damn it. Why am I only finding out now? Su Du was so furious that he almost jumped up. What are you all doing collecting intelligence? Are you all useless? Without hesitation, Su Du called out to Yamada Keiko, Miss Yamada, Yi Han and the others have arrived in Beijing and are now at the Su Group building. Please accompany me to go and kill Yi Han, once and for all. Inside the Su Group building, chaos erupted. Both Su Chan and Su Du were the grandchildren of Grandmaster Su. Su Chan had indeed been designated as the successor by Grandmaster Su before his coma, but after Su Du forcibly took over the Su Group, the family had been doing well. Now, asking everyone to overthrow Su Du and choose Su Chan as the leader? Many of the executives on the scene were hesitant. Miss Su, since you and young Master Su are both the old master's grandchildren, isn't it the same who leads the family? Yes, Miss Su. Why don't you be more magnanimous? Listening to the words of those shareholders, Su Chan felt like slapping them across the face. It's easy for you to say, but Su Du has sent dozens of assassins to kill me over the years. Why don't you mention that? Chapter 133. Who dares to remove me? Generosity? Mr. Yang, where was Su Du's generosity when he forced me to leave Beijing? He even sent so many people to hunt me down, constantly trying to seize my assets. Su Chan's fiery gaze swept across the many shareholders present, finally resting on an elderly man with white hair. Mr. Huang, you've been with my grandfather the longest. Tell me, are the things Su Du has done over the years right? Let's not even talk about Su Du colluding with the Sacred Land. According to my information, Su Du has even colluded with the Japanese. Perhaps he is even involved in the trafficking of children from the Great Xia. This is dragging the Su family into the abyss. These details were naturally shared by Yi Han with Su Chan. Before arriving in Beijing, Yi Han had already received intelligence from Han Yue that Su Du had contacted Ji Changfeng in Beijing, seeking the help of Japanese experts. If Su Du had only colluded with the people from the Imperial Sacred Land, Yi Han might have spared Su Du's life, considering Su Chan's feelings. But now that Su Du had colluded with the Japanese and was involved in the human trafficking case with the 7th master of Yunqing, Yi Han would show no mercy. Great Xia and Japan are ancient enemies, mortal enemies. Once Japan is involved, there is no room for negotiation on many matters. The shareholders present were in an uproar upon hearing Su Chan's words. They began whispering among themselves. That's why Su Xiao asked us to get closer to a few Japanese companies recently. Yes, financially, Su Xiao has been transferring a lot of assets to Japan. How could Su Xiao do this? Colluding with the Japanese. Is he forgetting his roots? Everyone's emotions were stirred up, and their attitudes toward Japan were unanimous. Seeing the situation was about right, Su Chan continued, I was the designated successor of the Su Group by my grandfather before he fell ill. These past few years, I was forced out of Beijing by Su Du. Now that I'm back, I want to tell everyone that I will take over the Su Group again and hope to gain your support. We are holding this shareholders meeting to vote on removing Su Du from his position as CEO. Su Chan, a seasoned veteran of the business world with formidable martial arts skills, exuded an intangible charisma and dominance with just a few words. Now, those who support me, Su Chan, as the new CEO of the Su Group, please raise your hands. Su Chan didn't give the shareholders much time to think, immediately announcing that the vote would begin. This was also in line with Su Shangtian's intentions. Although Su Shangtian had already regained consciousness, he chose not to appear first, allowing Su Chan to take the stage. He wanted to see how many people in the Su Group had been bought over by Su Du. The previously noisy shareholders suddenly fell silent. Before anyone could raise their hands, Yang Jin, the financial director and a staunch supporter of Su Du, stood up and shouted, Su Chan, what are you up to? You claim Su Xiao is colluding with the Japanese, but where's the evidence? Should we just believe you on your word? Who knows if you're just making up excuses to drag Su Xiao down? Right. Su Chan, we almost fell for your trick. Accusing Su Xiao like this on a whim. I could do the same. I could claim to be the president of some country. Don't support her. Su Xiao has made us a lot of money over the past few years. Who knows what this woman will do with us? Su Du had been running the Su Group for 3 years, replacing many of his grandfather's trusted subordinates and placing his own people in key positions. Those promoted by Su Chan during her time in the company had also been suppressed. So, within the company, Su Du had a significant number of supporters. Under the urging of these people, the shareholders present began to hesitate. Chen Quan, the general manager of the Human Resources Department and a neutral figure, also started to doubt Su Chan. Miss Su, you claim Su Du is colluding with the Japanese. Show us the evidence. If there is concrete proof that Su Du is colluding with the Japanese, I will definitely support you. All eyes turned to Su Chan. Su Du's supporters looked smug. According to the information they had, Su Du had no connections with the Japanese. How could Su Chan possibly have concrete evidence? Wait, everyone seems to have missed the point. Confirming Su Chan as the successor of the Su Group was decided by the old chairman while he was still lucid. This has nothing to do with whether Su Du is colluding with the Japanese, does it? The question now is, do you support Miss Su Chan as the group CEO? I support her first. The one who spoke was Mr. Huang, a loyal supporter of the grandfather. When Su Du had driven Su Chan out of Beijing, Mr. Huang had strongly opposed it, expressing his dissatisfaction. At that time, however, Su Du's power was too strong, and Mr. Huang alone couldn't make a difference. But just half an hour earlier, Mr. Huang had received an order from Su Shengtian, and he immediately understood that Su Chan's return with Yi Han likely meant the old chairman had regained consciousness. Those poor souls still siding with Su Du. They might not even know how they'll end up. I support her. I also support Miss Su Chan. Under Mr. Huang's leadership, several of the Su Group's elders sided with Su Chan. Other shareholders, reminded by Mr. Huang, remembered the old chairman's decision. They had almost been swayed by Su Du's people. Even Chen Quan, the general manager of human resources, raised his hand. He trusted Mr. Huang completely, and since Mr. Huang supported Su Chan, he knew it was the right choice. With the support of these elders, more than half of the shareholders present raised their hands in support. If this vote continued, Su Du would indeed be removed. Su Du's supporters, including Yang Jian, panicked immediately. How has Su Xiao treated you all? Hu Jun, don't you remember Su Xiao talking to you last time? And Ren Ping, what are you doing? Yang Jian, like a mad dog, pointed fingers at those who supported Su Chan. However, the situation was already settled, and despite their panic, Yang Jian and the others could do nothing to alter the outcome. Bang! The conference room door was kicked open, and Su Du stormed in with a group of bodyguards, his face filled with murderous intent. Su Chan, what do you mean by this? Holding a shareholders meeting behind my back and trying to remove me? Let me see who dares to agree to remove me. Raise your hands and try. Su Du's gaze swept coldly over the crowd, his sharp eyes searching the room until he didn't see Yi Han. Only then did Su Du secretly relax. In Yunqing, Su Du had personally witnessed Yi Han's methods. Although Su Du had Yamada Keiko by his side, he was still somewhat wary. Without Yi Han present, Su Du felt much more at ease. Chapter 134. Exposing the truth, digging one's own grave. Su Du's sudden appearance made everyone on the scene gasp in shock, especially since Su Du had brought so many bodyguards with him, each of them holding a battle saber. This was a blatant threat. Many of those who had already raised their hands quietly lowered them when they saw Su Du approaching with his men. Su Xiao, you're finally here. Yang Jian's eyes lit up with hope when he saw Su Du arrive. The weight on his heart finally lifted. Su Du nodded and looked at Yang Jian. Well done. It was Yang Jian who had informed Su Du. Otherwise, Su Du wouldn't have been able to arrive so quickly. Su Chan, don't think that just because Yi Han is backing you, you can run wild in the Su family. Let me tell you, 3 years ago, I could drive you out of Beijing, and I can do it again today. Su Du, after silencing the shareholders, immediately turned his attention to Su Chan. Now, Su Du wasn't hiding his intentions anymore. He was going to target Su Chan, drive her out of Beijing, and push her to the brink. You, Su-du, you're not human. You've treated me like this, but you even poisoned Grandpa, trying to kill him. Su-chan felt a surge of anger when she thought about what Su-du had done to her over the years. Su-chan had repeatedly tried to avoid conflict, but Su-du was determined to push her to her death. What's more, today at the hospital, Su-chan found out that Grandpa's coma was all Su-du's doing. Even the poison in Grandpa's body was arranged by Su-du through a doctor, and today, Su-du even wanted to kill Grandpa. If she and Yihan hadn't arrived in time, Grandpa would have already been killed by the Dr. Zhang Hua's poison needle. Whoosh! Su-chan's words caused another uproar in the room. Although people were still undecided about whether to support Su-chan or Su-du, everyone had deep feelings for the old chairman of the Su group, Su Shengtian. The fact that Su-du had harmed the old man was something they couldn't tolerate. Don't listen to Su-chan's nonsense. When have I ever harmed the old man? Don't slander me. Su-du's face darkened as he threw a questioning glance at his subordinates. Just before leaving home, Su-du had called the hospital to ask Zhang Hua about Grandpa's condition. However, what made Su-du uneasy was that Zhang Hua didn't answer the phone. The subordinate next to Su-du shook his head helplessly, indicating that Zhang Hua's phone was still unreachable, and even the bodyguards at the hospital had no news. Su-du's heart skipped a beat. He had a bad feeling that something had gone wrong at the hospital. If Grandpa wasn't dead, then Su-du's plan to take control of the Su family would face trouble. But after a moment of panic, Su-du calmed down. Thinking about the support he had from the Japanese experts led by Ji Changfeng, he believed there wouldn't be any major issues. Chen Quan, the general manager of the Human Resources Department, had been skeptical about Su-chan's claim that Su-du was colluding with the Japanese. But now, Chen Quan clearly saw Yamada Keiko and several other Japanese experts standing beside Su-du. Their distinctive features, the mustache, the short stature, were impossible to miss. Su Xiao, could you explain to us what your relationship is with these Japanese people beside you? Just now, Miss Su said you were colluding with the Japanese, and we were skeptical, but now, what do you have to say? Chen Quan's words instantly drew everyone's attention to Su-du's side. When they clearly saw Yamada Keiko, the room erupted in shock. Was Su-du really colluding with the Japanese? Because of the past war with Japan, the relationship between China and Japan had always been strained. Although there was some necessary business interaction, the presence of Japanese people in China required reporting. Now, with Japanese people and martial arts experts standing beside Su-du, this was highly irregular. Yamada Keiko's eyes narrowed, and an invisible wave of mental energy surged forth, aimed at punishing the outspoken Chen Quan. But to Yamada Keiko's shock, her mental attack was met with an even stronger mental wave that not only dispersed her attack, but also slightly injured her. The burning pain in her soul made Yamada Keiko's body tremble, and she looked around in shock. Is there another mental power expert in the room? However, after a sharp scan of the room, Yamada Keiko didn't detect anything unusual. Hearing Yamada Keiko's words, Su-du's heart skipped another beat. Was it Yihan behind this? Where on earth was that guy hiding? Those who collude with the Japanese deserve to die. I support Miss Su-chan. I also agree to remove Su-du and elect Miss Su-chan as the executive president. The sudden appearance of Japanese experts besides Su-du instantly reversed the situation. Except for Su-du's die-hard supporters, most of the shareholders began to unhesitatingly support Su-chan. Seeing the hands raised high by the crowd, it was clear that more than half of them had already made their choice. Su-du no longer pretended and completely tore off the mask. You bunch of ungrateful scum. Do you refuse to drink the wine of respect? Let me tell you, anyone who dares to support Su-chan today, I guarantee you'll leave here horizontally. Do you believe me? As Su-du spoke, he gave a signal to two of his bodyguards. The two bodyguards immediately rushed forward and grabbed one of the shareholders who had raised his hand, bringing him before Su-du. Su-du picked up a chair and was about to smash it down on the shareholder's head. This was a complete breakdown of civility, planning to use force to interfere with the election process. The people present were in an uproar. Although they were extremely angry at Su-du's actions, These shareholders were just ordinary people. Despite their anger, they had no way to stop him. Su-chan, aren't you very capable? Don't you have Ihan backing you? Come on, let Ihan show up and see what happens. Su-do gloated in front of Su-chan, looking at the trembling shareholders below. Men, grab this woman too. This time, I'd like to see who still dares to oppose. Just as the bodyguards were about to act, a loud voice suddenly rang out at the door. You beast! How could someone like you exist in our Su family? Stop this at once. Huh. The familiar voice at the conference room entrance made everyone turn their heads. The person who had arrived was none other than the old chairman of the Su group, Su Shigan. And besides Su Shengtian were Ihan, Zhao Linglong, Wang Fuguei, and others. Although they didn't radiate any killing intent, the invisible martial aura pressed down on the bodyguards around Su-do, making them tremble and retreat slightly. Yihan, you, Grandpa. Su-do looked at Yihan with fear in his eyes, full of panic. Yihan had come after all? Most importantly, wasn't Grandpa supposed to be killed by Zhang Hua? How was Grandpa standing here unharmed? It's over. Su-do's face turned pale, and he could barely stand. Chapter 135. Mental attacks have no effect on Yihan. Don't call me grandfather. I don't have a beast like you as my grandson. Su Shangtian, upon entering the room, saw Su-do and his face turned livid with anger. Since Su-do's parents passed away early, his grandfather Su Shangtian had raised him personally, pouring all his heart and soul into it. Yet, he never expected to raise a white-eyed wolf. Not only did this beast seize control of the family's power, but he also wanted to kill his own grandfather. As Su Shangtian berated him, he swung his cane and lashed out fiercely at Su-do. Bang! Bang! Several blows landed, causing Su-do to grimace in pain and jump around on the ground. Old man, you should stop now. After being hit 3 times, Su-do could no longer endure. He rushed to Su Shengtian, grabbed his wrist and said, I call you grandfather out of respect, but don't think you're anything special, old man. Do you think Yihan's backing can stop me? Let me tell you, anyone who opposes me today will die. As he spoke, a ruthless glint flashed in Su-do's eyes. He snatched the cane from his grandfather's hand and swung it directly towards Su Shengtian's head. Old man, you've lived long enough. Since Zhang Hua didn't kill you, you can die now. Su-do was truly blinded by rage. In front of so many people, he wanted to kill Su Shengtian right then and there. On one hand, he wanted to eliminate Su Shengtian as an obstacle, and on the other, he wanted to make an example of him. He wanted all the shareholders present to see the consequences of opposing him. If Su-do could kill his own grandfather, what fate awaited those who opposed him? Beast! Beast! Ah! Su Shangtian was nearly driven mad with rage, his eyes filled with despair for Su-do. How could Su-do have become like this? Just as the cane was about to strike Su Shengtian's head, Yihan moved. He grabbed the cane that Su-do was swinging and coldly stared at him. Su-do, you really have no humanity left, not even sparing your own grandfather. Do you think someone like you deserves to live and waste food? Su-do turned to glance at Yamada Keiko in confusion. Earlier, hadn't he already told Yamada Keiko to deal with Yihan, to make him lose his combat ability instantly? Why could Yihan still move? As Su-do looked at Yamada Keiko, she was also bewildered, her eyes filled with shock and fear. Earlier, when Yamada Keiko had tried to attack one of the shareholders, her mental attack was blocked by an invisible force. And when she launched her attack on Yihan, her powerful mental assault seemed to disappear into the void, as if Yihan's body didn't exist. Her teacher had once said that this could only mean one thing. The target's spiritual sea was far superior to hers, in a state of complete dominance, which is why all her attacks were ineffective. Yamada Keiko, unwilling to accept this, launched another wave of her strongest mental attack. As this wave of mental shock reached Yihan, he finally spoke. Miss Yamada, I don't have time for you right now. Stop tickling me and take a nap instead. With just a thought, Yihan unleashed a powerful surge of spiritual force. Yamada Keiko instantly felt a tidal wave of force crashing into her mind. Her meager spiritual strength was like a tiny boat in the vast ocean, instantly torn apart. Her consciousness was immediately controlled, and she fell into a deep sleep. Thud. In the stunned gaze of everyone present, Yamada Keiko collapsed straight to the ground. The strongest Japanese expert hired by Su-do had fallen without even touching Yi-han's clothes. Su-do was dumbfounded, as were his supporters. Still holding Su Shangtian's cane, Su-do stood frozen in place. This can't be. Fear appeared on Su-do's face as he looked at Yi-han in disbelief. Was this man even human? His martial arts could rival the sacred Qin Tang, and even Yamada Keiko, an expert in mental attacks, was no match for him. Staying here was simply courting death. Hastily dropping the cane, Su-do tried to flee. But back at Cloud City West Mountain, Yi-han had deliberately let Su-do escape. Yet this time, how could Yi-han let him get away again? Wanna leave? Yi-han stomped his foot on the ground, and his body instantly appeared in front of Su-do, blocking his path. Yi-han merely tapped his palm on Su-do's chest, sending a ripple of martial energy that struck Su-do's chest. Crack, crack. As the martial energy rippled through, a series of crisp sounds came from Su-do's bones, and he let out a scream, his body collapsing weakly to the ground. Yi-han grabbed Su-do by the neck, his sharp gaze scanning Su-do's face. Suddenly, he reached out and grabbed the back of Su-do's neck. Rip. In the next moment, Yi-han tore off a human skin mask from Su-do's face. Under the mask was not the original face of Su-do, but that of a Japanese man with a deep scar on his face. This isn't Su-do? It's a fake? Where is the real Su-do? Damn it, we've been fooled. Yes. No wonder this guy didn't spare his own grandfather. He's not even a member of the Su family. How despicable. Yi-han had discovered the secret behind the fake Su-do's mask at the last moment, which left the imposter somewhat surprised. Yi-han, you're sharp. I'll give you that. But so what? You all can't escape. The Su family can't escape, and neither can you, Yi-han. Ha ha ha, you won't get any information out of me. The imposter knew his fate was sealed and tried to swallow the poison hidden in his mouth. But Yi-han had kept him alive to uncover the truth behind the divine envoy. How could he let the imposter die so easily? With just a slight exertion of force, the poison the imposter was about to swallow was forced out of his mouth. Damn you, Yi-han. The imposter struggled violently in Yi-han's grip, but with his neck held firmly, he couldn't move much, and his martial energy couldn't be unleashed at all. Yi-han glanced at the other Japanese experts and Su-do's bodyguards in the room, then said to Zhao Linglong and Wang Fuguwei, "Clean up here. I'll have a chat with this gentleman." Chapter 136. 5 yuan for your 30 billion shares. You should be grateful. Yes. Impatient to act, Zhao Linglong and Wang Fuguwei immediately charged towards Su-do's bodyguards and the group of Japanese experts. Su-do's bodyguards, those skilled martial artists, were no match for Wang Fuguwei and Zhao Linglong, the mighty brute force. The Japanese experts fared no better. Zhao Linglong and Wang Fuguwei showed no mercy, aiming to kill on the spot. With the exception of Yamada Keiko, who was spared, within a minute, all of Su-do's bodyguards and the Japanese experts were down. Su-do's attempt to use force against Su-chan and Yi-han was nothing but a pipe dream. Xian Ruoyun, who had come along, watched the scene unfold with a mix of awe and regret. Those who opposed Yi-han truly had bad luck. Had I really been kicked in the head by a donkey to even consider breaking off the engagement with the Yi family? Otherwise, my position would be like Su Anyue's now. Sigh. This trip to Beijing with Yi-han might be my best chance. If I don't mend things with Yi-han this time, perhaps there won't be another opportunity like this. Take this guy and Yamada Keiko to the side room. Keep an eye on them. Don't let them escape or commit suicide. Yi-han instructed Zhao Linglong, deciding to stay instead of leaving, as he handed over the imposter. The meeting hall erupted in chaos. Elder Huang and Chen Quan, who supported Su-chan, were overjoyed, silently praising their own foresight. I told you, Su-do isn't a good person. Now you see, He's not even the real Su-do, but a Japanese dog. The real Su Xiao has probably been dead for a long time. Su-do supporters, including Yang Jian and several key executives, were silent. What was there to say? They had supported Su-do, hoping for a chance to rise, only to find out they were backing a Japanese imposter. What do you have to say now? Su Chan stood from the podium, coldly staring at Yang Jian and the others. Weren't you quite arrogant just now? Yang Jian and the others wished they could disappear, hiding where no one could see them. With Su Chan's victory in the power struggle and the sudden appearance of the old master, coupled with the revelation that Su-do wasn't the real heir, Yang Jian and the others dared not show any arrogance. After a moment's hesitation, Yang Jian clenched his teeth. Miss Su, Elder Su, I admit I was wrong. I hereby announce my immediate resignation, hoping Miss Su and Elder Su will approve. Yang Jian was clever. With Su-do's downfall, staying in the Su group would only lead to a bad end. It was better to resign first and leave unscathed. Su Chan was about to agree. After all, if Su-do's loyalists resigned, managing the Su group would be much easier, and Su Chan could fully control it without a hitch. But just as Su Chan was about to speak, Yi Han intervened. Mr. Yang, just resigning isn't enough, is it? The shares in your hands should also be transferred to Miss Su. The price? 5 yuan should do. You can take the bus home. What? You must be dreaming. My shares are worth at least billions. You think you can buy them for 5 yuan? Dream on. Everyone here, even though I backed the wrong horse, does this seem fair to you? Yang Jian's face darkened as he jumped up from his seat. Su Chan was also puzzled. Hongo, 5 yuan is too little, isn't it? Yi Han smiled faintly. Don't worry, I've got it all planned. He paused, then looked at Yang Jian with a cold smile. Mr. Yang, you seem to be mistaken. The 5 yuan for your 30 billion shares should make you feel honored. Don't believe me? Take a look at the screen. As Yi Han spoke, he gave Wang Fugue a nod. With Wang Fugue inserting a USB drive into the computer, the screen lit up with video footage. Mr. Yang, for the last payment, could you add 3 more points? Here's 5 million as a token of our respect. Mr. Yang, the girl you slept with last time jumped off a building. How do we handle this? Mr. Yang, the family you killed while drunk driving. We've taken care of it. As the videos played, Yang Jian slumped in his seat, his face pale, trembling as he stared at the screen. You. These were all evidence of Yang Jian's bribery and crimes. Mr. Yang, over the years, you've reaped quite a few benefits using your position, haven't you? If this were handed over to the authorities, do you think you'd have a chance in the second half of your life? Yi Han's piercing question left Yang Jian utterly defeated. Yi Han's plan was clear. Yang Jian could leave, but his shares must stay, for the mere price of 5 yuan, in exchange for his life. If he didn't cooperate, the evidence would be handed to the authorities, and his remaining years would be spent sewing in prison. Money or life? Yang Jian had no choice. You're ruthless. He glanced at Yi Han and the others, then reluctantly said, Fine. I agree to transfer the shares. Yi Han immediately had Wang Fugue bring over the prepared share transfer agreement, along with a pen and an ink pad for fingerprints. Yang Jian signed on the spot, and only then was the nearly exhausted Yang Jian allowed to leave. Next, those I call out, come up and complete the procedures, Yi Han instructed Wang Fugue, who began reading names in a businesslike manner. These were the loyalists Su-do had placed within the Su group, most with dirty records. Seeing how thoroughly Yi Han had exposed Yang Jian's past misdeeds, they had no hesitation, obediently signing the share transfer agreements and tendering their resignations. The shareholders present couldn't help but gasp at Yi Han's seamless handling of the situation. Yi Han's methods were indeed impressive. If only Yi Han had come to Beijing earlier to deal with these matters, there would have been no room for the imposter Su-do. After cleaning out most of Su-do's key personnel, with the support of her grandfather Su Shengtian, Su Chan convened another election meeting, which went surprisingly smoothly. Su Chan was almost unanimously elected as the new CEO of the Su group. Let's go to the next room, Yi Han called out to Wang Fugue and the others. then left the meeting hall to head to the room where the imposter and Yamada Keiko were being held. Ihan had kept the imposter Su-do alive to extract information from him, unsure of how much he could uncover this time. Chapter 137. 7-Star Soul Extinguishing Hand. In the adjacent room, Yamada Keiko was thrown onto the sofa, still unconscious. Meanwhile, the imposter was forced by Zhao Linglong to kneel on the legs of a chair turned upside down, with 2 cups of water balanced on his head. "Don't move, or you'll spill the water, and I'll flay you alive." The imposter was on the verge of tears, almost crying out, You're too shameless. Just kill me. I can't take it anymore." As soon as the imposter tried to move, Zhao Linglong, wielding an electric baton, struck him in the waist. "Wanna die? Not that easy." Zzz. The air filled with the smell of grilled meat. The imposter convulsed uncontrollably, but his body dared not move. This man, who feared nothing, even death, was deeply wary of Zhao Linglong. For, in Zhao Linglong's hand, there was a whip embedded with thorns, which had already left several marks on the imposter's body. "Young Master Yi." Seeing Ihan approaching, Zhao Linglong quickly made way. "I've interrogated him for a while now, but he hasn't spoken. All I got was his name, Mutu, though I don't know if it's real." Ihan nodded. "Let me handle it." This imposter, posing as Su-do and colluding with the East Japanese, was connected to the sacred land and even the divine envoy. He wouldn't be easy to crack. Ihan stepped forward, his eyes burning with intensity as he stared at the imposter. "Mutu, I'll call you that for now. This is your last chance. Tell me, where are the divine envoys? Why are they so hell-bent on targeting me?" From the attacks on the Zhou family to the Lin family, even involving the royal family. Although the royal family had coordinated with the various clans to act, Ihan, after piecing together all the clues, deduced that the true masterminds behind the destruction of the Yi family and the assault on the Northern Gate were not the royal family, but the mysterious divine envoys. However, neither the Lin family nor the Zhou family had seen the true faces of the divine envoys. "Haha, Ihan, just realizing who's after you now? Too late. 3 years ago, we took your heart, and yet you survived. But this time, the divine envoys won't let you live. Don't worry, even if I die. I won't tell you where the divine envoys are or what they're up to." Mutu's face twisted into a sinister grin as he taunted. Ihan smiled faintly, suddenly grabbing Mutu's skull with one hand, sending a surge of chi into his body. 7-Star Soul Extinguishing Hand. This was a sinister technique passed down from ancient times within the Northern Gate. According to his master, this technique could use martial chi to infiltrate the body's meridians, affecting the nerves and even achieving control over the person. His master had repeatedly warned him that this technique was too malevolent and should only be used as a last resort. Now, with the truth about the Yi family's massacre and the Northern Gate's assault emerging from his investigations, Ihan had no choice but to use it. "Ah, Ihan, you damn bastard. What did you do to me?" As Ihan's chi surged into Mutu's head, striking his meridians and nerves, Mutu's face twisted in excruciating pain. His screams filled the air as he thrashed violently in Ihan's grasp. A strange white mist even began to rise from Mutu's head. However, as Ihan continued to exert his chi, Mutu gradually ceased his struggles, his expression growing vacant. The soul-extinguishing effect had taken hold. After executing the 7-Star Soul Extinguishing Hand, the best result was to render the target devoid of independent thought, allowing them to answer questions from the depths of their subconscious. "Now, I'll ask you again, what's your name?" "Mutu." Mutu's face was blank, answering without hesitation. This confirmed that the name Mutu was indeed real. "Where are the divine envoys?" Ihan's eyes burned with urgency, desperate for the answer. Ihan needed to uncover where the divine envoys were hiding, how many there were, and what their true intentions were. Besides targeting the Yi family and the Northern Gate for the immortal bone, did they have other motives? The divine envoys. This time, as if triggered by a key word, Mutu began to stutter, his lips moving several times without reaching the crux of the matter. Where are the divine envoys? How many are there? Yihan increased the intensity of his qi, magnifying the power of the soul-extinguishing hand several times over. Muta's face contorted in pain, as if resisting some force within him. After several minutes, Muta spoke with great difficulty. I don't know. They often change their appearances, infiltrating various families. We only receive orders from above, and we've only seen the divine envoys from afar once. The divine envoys could change their appearances? Was it through disguise or other means? This was troublesome. Although Yihan's eyes possessed special abilities that could see through many things, he couldn't guarantee he'd always spot the divine envoys hidden among the clans. Write down the list of infiltrators you know. Yihan instructed Wang Fugue to bring paper and pen, and Muta quickly scribbled down a series of names. Ji Changfeng, the head of the Ji family in the capital, actually replaced? The leader of the Gu cult? The young master of the Feng family? Even some high-ranking figures in the sacred land. The divine envoy's influence was terrifying. What exactly did they want? Not only were they targeting the Yi family and the Northern Gate, but they had also infiltrated so many families, including some within the official ranks of the Great Xia. If they were to act suddenly, it could trigger a catastrophe in the Great Xia. However, as Muta wrote further, his expression grew more pained. When he reached the point of writing about the royal family, just as he began to dot the first stroke, he suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood, his head slumping, and he died instantly. Yihan frowned, sighing deeply in frustration. This Muta's mind must have been imprinted with something akin to a thought control mechanism, his will too strong, like a steel wire, snapping under pressure. Although he hadn't obtained direct information about the divine envoys, Mutu had provided a list of imposters. If those names could be verified as genuine, perhaps further breakthroughs could be made through them. The Ji family of the capital, though not officially recognized as one of the 6 great noble families of Great Xia, maintained a low profile. In truth, their actual strength was on par with that of the 6 great families. Yihan turned his gaze to Yamada Keiko on the sofa. She was the one Ji Changfeng had sent to support Su Du. What information could he glean from her? Clean him up, and I'll have a private chat with Yamada Keiko. Although Yamada Keiko was from Japan, according to Yihan's intelligence, she was actually a mixed blood, her mother being a native of Great Xia. Furthermore, based on his investigation, Yamada Keiko, despite her formidable mental attack abilities, wasn't inherently evil. Yihan had his sights set on recruiting her. Chapter 138. Can you not spank my butt? Everyone left, and Wang Fugue even thoughtfully closed the door. Xin Ruoyan frowned slightly, wondering how Yihan planned to deal with Yamada Keiko, but at this moment, Xin Ruoyan couldn't say much. Inside the room, Yihan waved his hand, releasing the spiritual imprint on Yamada Keiko, who instantly woke up. Seeing Yihan sitting across from her, she immediately panicked. What do you want? What did you do to me? While scolding, Yamada Keiko hurriedly checked her clothes, relieved to find them intact. About Yihan, Yamada Keiko had heard some rumors. This guy wasn't exactly a saint. In Yunqing, it was said that he was either at a club or on his way to one. What's more, his wife even gave him money to go pick up girls. Yihan smiled faintly. Don't worry. You're too young for me. What I'm interested in is the person behind you. Tell me, what does Ji Changfeng want to do in the Great Xia? Young? Where was she young? Being belittled by Yihan like this, Yamada Keiko felt a surge of indignation and subconsciously pushed her chest forward, thinking, I'm obviously quite well endowed. Dream on if you think you can get information out of me. Yamada Keiko snorted, her body radiating a surge of energy as 2 daggers materialized in her hands, launching a swift attack on Yihan. With her peak-level control, she was half a step into the realm of a grandmaster. In the ordinary world, she was already a very powerful existence. If nothing unexpected happened, she could easily support a large family and dominate an area. Unfortunately, Yamada Keiko was facing Yihan, who stood at the pinnacle of martial arts. Even a martial master could be defeated by Yihan, so how could he possibly take Yamada Keiko seriously? Want to fight? How about we make a bet? I'll use one hand. You can use any means you want, and if you can touch my body, you win. If you win, I'll personally send you back. Ihan easily dodged Yamada Keiko's attack and said with a mischievous smile, but if you lose, you'll tell me all the information you know. Yamada Keiko's full-force attack was effortlessly evaded by Ihan, leaving her deeply unsatisfied. Her teacher had said that those who could cultivate spiritual attacks usually had flaws in martial arts. Being able to cultivate both martial arts and spiritual power simultaneously was a freak of nature. Could it be that Yi Han's strength was really that terrifying? His spiritual power was already very strong. And could it be that in martial arts, she couldn't even touch his body? Fine, I'll take that bet. Yamada Keiko snorted, once again unleashing her martial energy and hurtling towards Yi Han with full force, her two daggers gleaming with a cold, white light as they aimed directly for Yi Han's neck and heart. Lethal strikes. Don't be so hot-tempered, or you might hurt yourself, Yi Han said calmly while waving his hand, causing a visible ripple of martial energy to ripple through the air, effortlessly blocking Yamada Keiko's attack. In front of Yamada Keiko, it was as if there was an invisible wall. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't break through. Yi Han's wrist moved slightly, and the martial energy instantly transformed into an invisible hand, slapping Yamada Keiko's, but with a loud smack. Smack! The crisp and muffled sound, combined with the sudden burning pain on her butt, made Yamada Keiko's body stiffen. Ah! Yamada Keiko cried out, feeling a strange sensation surge through her. After the pain, she actually felt a bit of pleasure. Such a peculiar feeling left Yamada Keiko stunned. What was happening to her? Could it be that she had grown fond of this sensation, even liking this man who should be her enemy? Thinking this, Yamada Keiko couldn't help but look up at Yi Han. He had a clear and handsome face, a slender figure, and those eyes seemed to have hooks that could capture one's soul. Again, feeling ashamed of her own thoughts, Yamada Keiko scolded and once again activated her martial energy, charging fiercely at Yi Han. This time, Yamada Keiko altered her stance, swiftly maneuvering around the room. To an observer, her movements were so rapid that they generated multiple illusions, making it challenging even for a seasoned martial artist to discern which figure was her true form. However, Yi Han's eyes, known to his master as demon eyes, possessed extraordinary vision. He could always clearly see Yamada Keiko's true body among the many illusions. Just as Yamada Keiko thought she was about to succeed, Yi Han suddenly moved, instantly appearing behind her. With a swift motion, he slapped her butt again. Smack! Another solid hit on her but left Yamada Keiko dazed. Ah! You despicable! Can you not spank my butt? If this continued, she would be too soft to fight. But what shocked Yamada Keiko even more was how Yi Han had found her true body among so many illusions. Die! Yamada Keiko was completely enraged, scolding as she slapped her waist. In an instant, 12 gleaming daggers materialized from her body, hovering in the air and forming a formidable sword formation, their tips all locked onto Yi Han. Yi Han? Aren't you very skilled? Humph. No matter how skilled you are, you can only use one hand. I don't believe you can block all 12 of my swords at once. Break. This was Yamada Keiko's ultimate move. The 12 daggers, known as the Slaughter God Sword Formation, could unleash power far exceeding her own strength. According to her master, this sword formation could amplify her power by dozens of times. This meant that when Yamada Keiko's attack was powered by this sword array, it could reach the peak of a grandmaster, or even the level of a martial sovereign. Yamada Keiko didn't believe that this wouldn't be enough to defeat Yi Han, but reality was, she could doubt all she wanted. Yi Han was just that formidable. As the 12 daggers hurtled through the air toward Yi Han, he refrained from using his superior Gongqi, which was beyond the martial Zun level, to block them. That would be too unfair, and Yamada Keiko probably wouldn't be convinced. So, Yi Han used the most primitive method. He caught all 12 daggers with one hand. Activating his teleportation ability, Yi Han's body transformed into a blur within the room, rendering it impossible for Yamada Keiko to discern anything clearly. In the blink of an eye, Ihan stopped in front of Yamada Keiko, holding all 12 of her daggers perfectly. Clang! Ihan let go, and the 12 daggers fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Miss Yamada, you've lost. After 3 moves, Ihan handled everything with ease, while Yamada Keiko was completely defeated. According to their agreement, Yamada Keiko hadn't touched Ihan's body at all, so Ihan's victory was indisputable. Yamada Keiko stood there in a daze, staring at the daggers on the ground, completely incredulous. How is this possible? Even her master could only dodge her 12 daggers, unable to catch them all. How did Ihan do it? Yamada Keiko was starting to doubt her own existence. Chapter 139. Such a perverted request. Is this beauty going to worship me as her master? ***. Glancing at Ihan, who stood calmly in front of her, Yamada Keiko's mind raced, and the first thought that came to her was to escape. This monstrous man, if she didn't escape, she had no idea what kind of torment she would endure if she stayed. With this thought, Yamada Keiko's martial aura erupted to its peak once again, and she charged towards the door of the room. However, what Yamada Keiko didn't know was that even if she could escape from Ihan, Wang Fugue, Zhao Linglong, and the poison prince Feng Hanxiao were waiting outside. How could she possibly escape? Miss Yamada, you're not being very honorable, are you? We just made a bet, and now you must accept the consequences. Before Yamada Keiko could even see how Ihan moved, in the blink of an eye, Ihan had already appeared in front of her, blocking her path with his body. As Yamada Keiko tried to move again, Ihan grabbed her wrist, lifted her up, and threw her onto the sofa. With a knee pressing down on her, he said, "Still trying to run? If you don't listen, then I'll have to punish you." Smack. 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 Without hesitation, Ihan's hand moved like lightning, delivering several sharp slaps to Yamada Keiko's bottom. Despite the thin gauze dress, Ihan could still feel the incredible elasticity. Oh! Yamada Keiko, being spanked by Ihan, let out a series of strange cries. Outside the door, Wang Fugue, Zhao Linglong, Xian Ruoyun, and others had expressions that were equally strange and awkward. Ahem, Miss Xian, why don't we go and enjoy the scenery over there? Wang Fugue said awkwardly, glancing at Xian Ruoyun. After all, Xian Ruoyun was Ihan's ex-wife. And now that Ihan had brought her back to the capital, it seemed a bit inappropriate to be standing outside and listening to such peculiar sounds coming from inside. No need. Xian Ruoyun looked at the room, her face showing a hint of resentment. That damned Ihan, even if he needed a woman, did he have to go that far? Other women might be fine, but I can do it too. Inside the room, Yamada Keiko was experiencing a mix of pain and pleasure as Ihan continued to spank her. From the initial pain, her cries gradually turned into sounds of enjoyment. Ihan, who was the one delivering the slaps, noticed the change in Yamada Keiko's expression and slowly began to stop. But just as Ihan stopped, Yamada Keiko spoke again. "Don't stop. Master, please hit me. If you hit me, I'll tell you everything I know." Hearing Yamada Keiko's words, Ihan thought he must have misheard. Was there such a perverted request? This Yamada Keiko must have some psychological issues. She actually wanted to worship him as her master? Such a bizarre request, something he had never encountered before, and today he had finally seen it. However, since the other party had made a request, Ihan saw no reason not to fulfill it. "Kneel!" Ihan barked, and Yamada Keiko actually knelt in front of the sofa, lifting her bottom up. Smack! After a few more slaps, Ihan questioned, "Is Ji Changfeng an agent sent by the Easting to Daxia? What are their intentions in Daxia?" "He is an underling sent by the Easting Black Robe Society to Daxia. His main task is to capture children with special physiques and secretly transport them to Easting for the Black Robe Society's ancestor to practice martial arts, as well as to forge a sinister weapon." So the Ji family of Shangjing was the backing behind the Flower City's 7th Master? When Hua Shuiyin was investigating the 7th Master's clues, she always felt that something was missing, that there should be someone else behind him. Now it was finally clear. the Ji family of Shangjing was behind the seventh master. With Yamada Keiko's information, all the events were connected, and everything made sense. Smack. Yihan continued his questioning. What is your position in the Black Robe Society? I was coerced. My mother is a citizen of Desya, and she was raped by the head of the Easting General's mansion. They then took my mother hostage, forced me to practice mental arts, and made me work for them. But I have never truly harmed any citizens of Desya. Hearing Yamada Keiko's words, Yihan nodded. Based on the information he had gathered, Yamada Keiko was not lying. I will help you rescue your mother, and from now on, you will follow me. How about it? Yihan stopped, pulled Yamada Keiko up, and continued, massage my shoulders. Yes, master. Yamada Keiko seemed to enjoy being ordered around. As she obediently massaged Yihan's shoulders, she hesitated for a moment and then said with some worry, But, master, the location where my mother is held is very secret. Over the years, I could only see her through video calls. Can you really save my mother? Yihan nodded. Of course. Don't you know my strength? I don't even fear the experts of the sacred land. Rescuing one person is not a difficult task. Moreover, I have the Beluo clan behind me. All right, I am willing. I only hope that Master will not abandon me in the future. Yamada Keiko respectfully stood in front of Yihan, bowed deeply, and said, I swear, I will never betray Master. If Master is not assured, you can use some medicine to control me. Yihan almost doubted his ears. This Yamada Keiko, was she constantly puange herself? If he hadn't heard it with his own ears, Yihan wouldn't have believed that such a powerful Easting mentalist could be so easily subdued. Forget the medicine. I trust you, Yihan said, standing up from the sofa. Come with me and meet my friends so that you don't accidentally harm them in the future. Yihan had used his mental powers to probe Yamada Keiko's mind. When she submitted, there was no significant fluctuation in her mental sea. This meant that Yamada Keiko didn't know how she was puange herself. She truly wanted to submit to him. This was quite remarkable. When Yihan and Yamada Keiko walked out of the room, Zhao Linglong, Wang Fuguwei, Feng Hanxiao, and others all gave Yihan peculiar looks. Yi Xiao, is it over already? Feng Hanxiao said with a smirk, glancing at the time on his phone. Half an hour. Not bad stamina. Yi Xiao. Yihan rolled his eyes. What are you thinking? However, Yihan didn't bother to explain much. After all, he hadn't done anything to Yamada Keiko. He had just spanked her a few times, extracted the information he wanted, and brought Yamada Keiko under his command. That was enough. Let me introduce you, Yihan said. This is my brother Wang Fuguwei, and this is my maid Zhao Linglong. And this one. Yihan paused when introducing Xian Ruoyun, then continued, This is my ex-wife, Xian Ruoyun. Also a beauty on the beauty list. And this last one is the young master of the heavenly mystery sacred land, Feng Hanxiao, a friend of mine. As for the other friends, I will introduce them to you gradually. As soon as Yihan finished speaking, Yamada Keiko respectfully bowed to Yihan and said, Yes, master. I will definitely get along well with them. Hello, everyone. I am Yamada Keiko. Please take care of me in the future. Chapter 140. The Undying Bone of the Su Family. A gift for Yihan. Master? Wang Fuguwei, Zhao Linglong, and the others nearly spat out a mouthful of blood when they heard Yamada Keiko address Yihan. What was going on? Yihan had only been in the room with Yamada Keiko for half an hour, and she was already calling him Master? That was too impressive. Feng Hanxiao couldn't help but give Yihan a thumbs up. Xian Ruoyun, on the other hand, looked at Yihan with a peculiar expression. So, Yihan liked this kind of dynamic? Should she brush up on it? The matter with the Su family had temporarily come to an end. Naturally, Su-chan would stay at the company to handle the aftermath. Yihan planned to leave with Wang Fuguwei and the others to deal with the Ji family. This Ji family from the capital had colluded with the Flower City's seventh master in the child trafficking case. The Ji family needed to be dealt with as soon as possible. But just as Yihan and Zhao Linglong were about to leave, Grandpa Su Shengtian hurried over. Yihan, words cannot express my gratitude. If it weren't for you today, the Su family would have been finished. If it weren't for Yihan exposing Su-du's fake identity, Su Group would have been controlled by Su-du, leading the family to align with Japan, with everyone still in the dark. Moreover, it was Yihan who saved Su Shangtian's life. Su-du had been so conniving in trying to control Su Group and pressure Su Chan. Su Shangtian knew very well what Su-du was after. Yihan, can we talk in private? Su Shangtian asked Yihan seriously. Yihan was taken aback. The old man should already know about his relationship with Su Chan. What else could he need to discuss privately? Following Su Shangtian into a side office, the elderly man carefully retrieved a box from his chest and handed it to Yihan. Young Master Yi, this is a treasured heirloom of the Su family. That imposter, Mutu, who posed as Su-du, was after this very object. Now, I entrust it to you. I only hope that you will treat Xiao Chan kindly in the future. I implore you. Grandpa, you worry too much. Xiao Chan and I have been childhood friends. Even without your words, I wouldn't mistreat her. As Yihan spoke, he opened the box, and a sense of antiquity emanated from within. The undying bone? Grandpa, you have one too? Now Yihan finally understood why Mutu had impersonated Su-du and relentlessly pushed Su Chan to the brink of death. It was all for the Su family's undying bone. When they had taken Grandpa to the hospital, they searched his residence for the undying bone but found nothing. So, Mutu naturally assumed that the old man had given it to Su Chan. That's why he kept sending people to hunt her down, driving her out of the capital and chasing her all the way to Yunqing. Su Shangtian nodded. Since Yihan recognizes this item, you must know its value. Long ago, our ancestor found this in a tomb. Possessing it brought trouble upon us. Although the news was tightly sealed, over the years, countless people have been secretly coveting it. Now even Su-du has been replaced. Alas, the Su family is doomed. Keeping it with you, Yihan, might be the safest option. But, Yihan, the people behind Su-du are not simple. When we rescued Xiao Chan from Beiluo Gate, it was because of their interference that we succeeded. You must be careful. Su Shangtian sighed deeply. In fact, I should have realized it earlier. When Beiluo Gate was attacked, why would a common family like ours manage to rescue Xiao Chan from such chaos? Now it seems it was all a scheme. Perhaps Su-du was swapped during that battle. As Su Shangtian recounted the past, he was filled with regret. But there was nothing that could be done about it now. The direct descendants of the Su family's third generation were now only Su Chan. Su Shangtian could only rely on her. Don't worry, Grandpa. I will avenge the Su family. The gods behind Mutu were the ones who had wiped out Yihan's family. Yihan would never let them off the hook. After leaving Su Group, Yihan gathered everyone and quickly headed toward the Ji family. Although the incident at Su Group had been kept under wraps by Yihan, the Ji family certainly had their own sources of information. If Ji Changfeng got wind of it and escaped, that would be troublesome. Yihan took out a black token from his pocket, which was the commander token given to him by Zhang Yiqian, the head of the Jinwu Bureau. The Jinwu Bureau was a gift from Yihan's mother, and there was no reason not to use it. Dealing with the Ji family was a matter of national fate, and Yihan didn't want to use the Beiluo Gate forces. Letting the Jinwu Bureau handle it was the best option. This is Yihan. I ordered the Jinwu Bureau's Azure Dragon to lead a team and lay in wait around the Ji family estate. No one is to enter or exit except me. Yihan issued his first command as the Jinwu Bureau's commander using the encrypted number Zhang Yiqian had left him. Understood. Yes. On the other end of the phone, the Jinwu Bureau member's tone was devoid of emotion, as if he didn't hold Yihan in high regard. In fact, this was the attitude of the entire Jinwu Bureau. Besides the Grandmaster, the Jinwu Bureau had 4 leaders: Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise. Normally, after Zhang Yiqian stepped down, one of these 4 would take over. But now, Zhang Yiqian had forcibly announced that Yihan would be the new commander, which left everyone feeling somewhat disgruntled. At the Ji family estate, Ji Changfeng was calmly playing Go with an old man, but his restlessness caused him to make several critical mistakes. What's the situation now? No news from the Su family yet? Reporting to the head, our men checked Su Manor, but there was no activity. According to the report, Miss Yamada and Su do have gone to Su Group, but our people couldn't get in, so we don't know what's happening inside. The phone is also unreachable. Ji Changfeng had no more patience for the game. Old ancestor, let's stop. I'm feeling uneasy today. Ji Changfeng stood up and carelessly tossed the go piece onto the board, forming an inescapable trap. The old man before him twitched his lips. All right, I'll take a walk. As soon as the words left his mouth, the old man's figure flashed, and he headed toward the back gate of the Ji family estate. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared. Strange. Why would the old ancestor leave through the back door? While Ji Changfeng was still puzzled, his subordinate rushed in, panic-stricken. Head, it's bad. Our men just reported that Yi Han and Miss Yamada have left Su Group and seem to be heading this way. And according to our intelligence, several hundred members of the Jinwu Bureau from the capital are also moving towards the Ji family. Huh. The Jinwu Bureau is targeting the Ji family? Why didn't I get any news? There are people from the Ji family in the Jinwu Bureau too? What are you panicking for? How do you know the Jinwu Bureau is coming for us? I'll call to confirm right away. Chapter 141. A traitor within the Jinwu Bureau, perfect for a warning. What's going on? Is the Jinwu Bureau planning something today? I heard that a large number of their members are heading towards the Ji family. What's the deal? Ji Changfeng dialed an encrypted phone and voiced his concerns. The Jinwu Bureau has an operation today? Why didn't I know? And they've mobilized hundreds of people? Wait a minute. A commotion could be heard on the other end of the line, and then the person on the phone seemed somewhat furious. Damn it, there really is an operation. It's an order from the newly appointed chief director. Qinglong himself is taking action. What did your Ji family do this time? The man on the other end kept rambling, but Ji Changfeng was already on edge. The Jinwu Bureau is really going to take action against the Ji family? What should we do? Protector Wei, you must save me. If the Ji family falls, you'll be in big trouble too. The Ji family had been infiltrating the upper echelons of Dixia and Wei Yang. The first protector of the Qinglong division within the Jinwu Bureau was one of the most powerful figures involved. This was Ji Changfeng's confidence in his actions within Dixia. With Wei Yang backing him, providing various intelligence, Ji Changfeng could destroy evidence and resolve issues before the official investigators even arrived. But today, with such a massive mobilization of personnel by Qinglong, Wei Yang, as the first protector of the Qinglong division, didn't know anything about it. This was already a clear indication of a problem. Qinglong intentionally bypassed Wei Yang, which meant that Qinglong was beginning to suspect Wei Yang. Don't worry, Patriarch Ji, I know without you reminding me. Your Ji family is tied to me. If the Ji family gets into trouble, it'll be like pulling a radish and bringing up mud. I won't be able to escape either. Moreover, Qinglong mobilized so many people without informing me, which actually shows that he's already suspicious of me. Today, we must settle this once and for all. In the headquarters of the Jinwu Bureau in the capital of Dixia, after hanging up the phone, Wei Yang immediately issued orders to his trusted subordinates. Everyone, follow me to the Ji family right now. Today is a do-or-die situation. This operation is a matter of life and death. Be prepared. If we win, we'll all have good days ahead, but if we lose, the consequences will be dire. It'll mean the end of our families. As Wei Yang's words fell, in addition to the trusted subordinates within the Jinwu Bureau headquarters, various service personnel, taxi drivers, and deliverymen hidden throughout the capital began to move. Over the years in the Jinwu Bureau, with the financial support of the Ji family, Wei Yang had recruited many people across the capital. However, what Wei Yang didn't know was that as soon as he made a move, Zhang Yiqin already had the information. In a secret residence in the capital, Zhang Yiqin and Han Mo watched the surveillance footage. They exchanged a knowing smile. After lurking for so long, Wei Yang has finally made his move, huh? Lao Zhang, what do you think? Should we intervene now? Just Qinglong's forces, without preparation, might not be enough to handle this. Zhang Yiqin smiled faintly. We don't need to act. Just remind Yi Han. That son of the goddess, we can't underestimate him. You've also seen Yi Han's tactics and capabilities recently, right? 3 years ago, after having his heart and bones extracted, he was able to recover his strength to such a peak state. Yi Han's future achievements will certainly not be any less than the goddesses. But Hanamo was still worried about whether Yi Han could handle the internal rebellion within the Jinwu Bureau, but Zhang Yiqin interrupted him directly and dialed Yi Han's phone. "Young Master Yi, I heard you've arrived in the capital. There's a situation you need to be aware of. The first protector of the Qinglong division, Wei Yang, has rebelled. He might try to ambush you while you're dealing with the Ji family. Handle it. I've directly appointed you as the chief director of the Jinwu Bureau. Although no one will openly oppose my decision, young Master Yi, you'll still need to prove yourself. This is a perfect opportunity to make an example. Any issues with that?" Zhang Yiqin seemed to be discussing with Yi Han, but in reality, there was no room for negotiation. It was merely informing Yi Han of the current situation. Yi Han was well aware of the internal situation within the Jinwu Bureau. None of the 4 division leaders truly respected him. Although Zhang Yiqin said the Jinwu Bureau was a gift left by his mother, Yi Han knew that fully taking over this gift wouldn't be easy. "No problem." Yi Han smirked. To outsiders, this was an insurmountable challenge. Zhang Yiqin merely informed Yi Han of the situation and left him to handle it without any support. How could Yi Han, alone, resolve it? But for Yi Han, this was a golden opportunity. If Yi Han could quell this rebellion, there would be few within the Jinwu Bureau who would dare to underestimate him. After ending the call with Zhang Yiqin, Yi Han quickly dialed Hanjua's number. "Hanjua, mobilize some of the Bei Luo Shi Min's experts and be ready to support at any time." Although Yi Han didn't think Wei Yang and his men could cause much trouble, for safety's sake, he still called for Hanjua's assistance. Such a major incident had occurred within the Jinwu Bureau of Xia. As the strongest force guarding the capital, an internal rebellion had taken place. Such a significant event was naturally known to the royal family. Tang Rui rushed to Tang Zheng's residence and informed him of the news. "Brother, the Jinwu Bureau has rebelled. I think this is a great opportunity. While Yi Han is dealing with the Ji family, if we join forces with Wei Yang of the Jinwu Bureau and eliminate Yi Han, that would be perfect. What do you think, Your Majesty?" Previously, Tang Rui and Tang Zheng had discussed how to handle Yi Han. Their plan was to sacrifice Princess Mingyue and Fu Hongyi to appease the Yi family's anger. But Mingyue was Tang Rui's own daughter, and sacrificing her was something Tang Rui still found hard to accept. "Brother, if you're worried about the plan failing, I'm willing to take action. If it fails, you can push all the responsibility onto me, and it won't affect the subsequent plans." Tang Rui thought things were simple, but Tang Zheng sighed deeply and interrupted him. "Ah, Xiao Rui, you're too naive. Remember, no matter where you go, you're still a Tang. Whatever you do, right or wrong, represents the royal family. Do you think Yi Han will believe your actions have nothing to do with the royal family? I've already issued an order. Fu Hongyi is leading the royal palace's top experts to support Yi Han at the Ji family's residence, assisting Yi Han in suppressing the rebellion of Wei Yang and his followers." "Ah, brother, are you serious?" Tang Rui thought he had misheard. Yi Han was designated the royal family's most formidable opponent, yet instead of taking the opportunity to eliminate Yi Han, Tang Jing not only didn't act but even sent royal family members to help Yi Han, intending to assist him in quelling the rebellion. Chapter 142. Killing the Ji family patriarch, the power of dragon blood. Do I look like I'm joking? Tang Zheng lifted his head, his expression serious as he looked at Tang Rui. Why, brother, we both want Yi Han dead. Why would we help him? If Yi Han completely takes control of the Jinwu Bureau this time, his power will grow even stronger. When that happens, with the military, the government, and the Jinwu Bureau, all the major tools of the state, under his control, what can our royal family do? Tang Zheng smiled faintly. Xiao Rui, you seem to have misunderstood. Even if Yi Han hasn't taken control of the Jinwu Bureau now, with the support of the Yi family, the Xin and Zhao families, and the Bei Luo Shi Min, we still can't do anything. He paused for a moment before continuing, Enough! The rise of the Yi family is inevitable. You've probably heard about Yi Han and the Imperial Sacred Land. Yi Han dared to kill a core disciple of the Imperial Sacred Land on the spot, and slapped the cheek of the fairy of the Jade Pool. What else is there that Yi Han wouldn't dare to do? What our royal family can do now is to follow Yi Han's intentions as much as possible and not provoke him. Sigh. If Yi Han is strong enough, if he is that legendary destined person, then in the end, Yi Han might not even care about a small place like Dexia. When Yi Han leaves, Dexia will still be ours, the Tang family's. Tang Zheng had thought through all the possible outcomes clearly, and Tang Rui had no arguments to refute him. Sigh. I guess that's all we can do. In the Ji family, the patriarch had sneaked out through the back door. A few hundred meters away from the back door, Ji Dexin, the Ji family patriarch, looked back at the Ji family compound and let out a sigh of relief. Damn it! Those little brats in the Ji family actually provoked someone as terrifying as Yi Han. Staying here would be suicide. Luckily, I reacted quickly and escaped in time. As the patriarch of the Ji family, Ji Dexin should have been the family's protector. However, this patriarch was somewhat unqualified. Apart from consuming the Ji family's resources for his own cultivation, whenever the Ji family faced danger, he would either be in seclusion or escape in advance upon hearing the news. In fact, it was precisely because of Ji Dexin's attitude and actions that the Ji family lost hope and was forced to align themselves with the East Yang. Feeling the Jinwu Bureau experts approaching from behind, Ji Dexin muttered to himself, after today, the Ji family will probably be finished. I'll need to find another scapegoat family. Sigh. Is that so? You have a sharp nose, wanting to run away in advance? But it won't be that easy. Just as Ji Dexin was about to hail a taxi, a voice rang out from nearby. A young man stood with one hand behind his back, his eyes burning with intensity as he stared at Ji Dexin. This young man was none other than Yi Han. Behind Yi Han, Wang Fugue, Zhao Linglong, Xian Ruoyun, and Feng Hanxiao were all present. After arriving at the Ji family, Yi Han and his group had immediately noticed Ji Dexin's attempt to escape, so they had taken a detour to chase after him. Yi Han, how did you find me? Ji Dexin felt his skin tighten, and his hairs stood on end. Yi Han's terrifying strength was something Ji Dexin had already learned from online videos. Even a martial Zun level expert like Chen Tang had been effortlessly killed by Yi Han. How could Ji Dexin possibly be a match for Yi Han? Ji Dexin, having secluded himself for many years, had only just barely attained the martial Zun level. There was only one option now. Run. As Ji Dexin asked his question, he stomped his foot on the ground, transforming into a shadowy figure as he rushed into a nearby alley. But to Ji Dexin's despair, his speed was fast, but Yi Han's was even faster. Before Ji Dexin could even react, Yi Han had suddenly appeared in front of him. Do you think anyone from the Ji family can escape today? As he spoke, Yi Han casually released a wave of energy from his hand. The invisible energy created ripples in the air, and Ji Dexin attempted to block it with his martial master level strength. But the chi barrier formed by his martial master level energy was no match for Yi Han's force. It shattered like paper, collapsing instantly. Boom! Ji Dexin's chest caved in, and his life force began to rapidly dissipate. For these scum who trafficked in humans, Yi Han had no hesitation. He activated the dragon blood within him, and a red flame appeared on his fingertip. Although the flame was small, it radiated an incredibly powerful aura. This was the super ability awakened by the fusion of dragon blood, Crimson Flame of the Heavens. This ability had been awakened, but Yi Han had never used it. This was the perfect opportunity to test it. Crimson Flame of the Heavens? Yi Han, you? Ji Dexin, now reduced to a trembling old man, stared in shock at the flame in Yi Han's hand, his eyes almost popping out of his head. The supreme ability of the Dragon Blood Clan, and Yi Han had mastered it? Could Yi Han really be that legendary destined person? Yi Han pointed the flame at Ji Dexin's chest. With a muffled sound, Ji Dexin, a living man, was instantly reduced to nothingness. At the same time, a ripple of light from Yi Han's hand absorbed all the life force that had dissipated in the air. This was the devouring ability of the Demon Heart. Yi Han now possessed 3 hidden abilities. The Crimson Flame ability awakened by Dragon Blood, the devouring and transformation ability of the demon heart, and the teleportation ability awakened by the undying bones. These were Yi Han's ultimate trump cards. According to Su Anyue's mother, above the martial world, there existed another level, where the power of their experts far surpassed those of the martial world. With these three trump cards, Yi Han believed he had the ability to fight them. Yi Han had easily reduced Ji Daxin to nothingness with a single flame, leaving his companions stunned. Especially Feng Hanxiao, whose gaze on Yi Han was filled with fervor. This time, he had completely bet on the right horse. Being friends with Yi Han was far better than trying to recruit him. Yi Han was a treasure trove, always bringing surprises. Let's go. To the Ji family. The show is about to begin. Yi Han called out to everyone, and they strode toward the Ji family's main gate. At this moment, outside the Ji family's gate, many Jinwu Bureau experts had already gathered. A large part of the Ji family members, under Ji Changfeng's arrangements, had already dragged their families out and were pushing and shoving with the Jinwu Bureau. What do you mean? Why can't we leave? What right do you have? Yes, even if we've done something wrong, you should at least provide evidence. If you don't let us pass, don't blame us for being impolite. Since the Qinglong chief was still dealing with business outside the capital and hadn't arrived yet, this operation was mainly arranged by Zhou Yu, the Qinglong chief's assistant. Facing the Ji family's pushback, Zhou Yu, without clear instructions, could only politely persuade them. This is the arrangement of the Zhenwu Bureau's general director. Someone will explain the details to you later. Please cooperate and don't leave for now. Explain what? Zhou Yu, are you rebelling? Secretly mobilizing so many Jinwu Bureau members. Do you know what kind of crime that is? Immediately withdraw everyone. As Zhou Yu was speaking, Wei Yang, the first protector of the Qinglong division, finally arrived with his men. His first words were to order Zhou Yu to retreat. Chapter 143. Want to kill Yi Han? Dream on. Great protector? Why are you here? Today's deployment was ordered by the Azure Dragon Chief. The chief said this operation is classified and no one is to be informed. How did you know about our operation, Great Protector? Zhou Yu was still too young, despite being the assistant to the Azure Dragon Chief. He rarely handled matters independently. Faced with Wei Yang's scolding, he was at a loss. In fact, the reason the Azure Dragon Chief sent Zhou Yu to lead the team out already indicated the problem. It showed that the Azure Dragon Chief had already begun to suspect Wei Yang. Zhou Yu just hadn't figured it out yet. The Azure Dragon Chief's orders? As the first protector of the Azure Dragon Division, how could I not know? You've been deceived. Someone must have impersonated the Azure Dragon Chief to issue the order. Retreat immediately, or if serious consequences occur, you won't be able to bear the responsibility. Wei Yang threatened Zhou Yu, and while speaking, he scolded the surrounding Azure Dragon subordinates. What are you all standing there for? Get out of here. The Azure Dragon Division's subordinates didn't move. Instead, they looked towards Zhou Yu. They had also received orders that until the chief arrived, they could only follow Zhou Yu's commands. Zhou Yu frowned. Great Protector, it shouldn't be a deception. The Azure Dragon Chief personally called me. Please wait a moment while I make a call and video chat with the chief to verify his authenticity. As he spoke, Zhou Yu took out his phone and prepared to call the Azure Dragon Chief. Wei Yang had only been bluffing Zhou Yu, so how could he let Zhou Yu make the call? If he did, wouldn't it expose the truth? No need to make the call. Have the men retreat. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility. Wei Yang subtly took the phone from Zhou Yu's hand and signaled to his own men, who immediately took up advantageous positions, ready to attack at any moment. Although Zhou Yu hadn't fully grasped the situation, being the chief's assistant, his mind wasn't dull. Wei Yang, who hadn't received the chief's orders, suddenly arrived with so many men, and his unusual actions clearly indicated that something was off. Everyone, take a step back. Zhou Yu's eyes gleamed with sharpness as he scolded the generals of the Azure Dragon Division and exchanged glances with them. Seeing Zhou Yu's expression, the generals instantly understood his meaning. The situation had changed. Be prepared for battle at any moment. Originally, Wei Yang's men had already taken up advantageous attack positions, but with Zhou Yu's men stepping back, the distance between the two sides immediately widened. The air was filled with a tense, murderous atmosphere. Both sides were on the brink of conflict, ready to strike at any moment. At this moment, Ji Changfeng led a large group of Ji family martial arts experts out from the main gate, exchanging glances with Wei Yang. Both subtly nodded, preparing to make their move. Before Yihan arrived, they would first eliminate the Azure Dragon Division's direct forces, then join forces to deal with Yihan. What's going on here? Shouldn't the men of the Martial Law Division be under my command? Protector Wei Yang, according to my orders, you shouldn't be here, should you? Just as both sides were about to strike, Yihan, accompanied by Wang Fugui, Feng Hanxiao, Xin Ruoyun, and others, appeared at the Ji family's main gate. Yihan stood with one hand behind his back, calm and composed. However, this single sentence made Zhou Yu breathe a sigh of relief. The chief has finally arrived. Even if the Azure Dragon chief had deceived him, Yihan's appointment as the chief of the Martial Law Division was personally ordered by the previous chief, Zhang Yichen. There could be no mistake. Young Master Yi. Seeing Yihan, Zhou Yu quickly stepped forward to pay his respects. As per young Master Ye's instructions, the Azure Dragon chief arranged for me to lead the men to secure this area, ensuring no one escaped. Yihan nodded and continued to look at Wei Yang. What are you waiting for? Get out of here. Wei Yang's face turned red and purple under Yihan's scolding, his expression darkening. His heart hardened. Brothers, the Yihan before us is an impostor, and Zhou Yu has been bought off, attempting a rebellion. Brothers, follow me. Kill them. Swish, swish, swish. Wei Yang's men were already prepared for battle. At his command, they began to channel their martial arts energy, ready to launch a frenzied attack on Yihan, Zhou Yu, and the others. Yihan, die. Ji Changfeng, the head of the Ji family, also charged out with his martial arts experts, shouting at Yamada Keiko, Keiko, why are you standing next to Yihan? Attack him. Don't you want to see your mother anymore? However, just as Ji Changfeng had been informed, Yamada Keiko no longer obeyed his commands. Hearing Ji Changfeng's words, she stood still, showing no intention of moving. Wei Yang glared at Yihan with a sinister expression. Yihan, aren't you very powerful? But with just your few men, even if we take turns, we'll tire you out. Boom, boom. Outside the Ji family compound, both sides' experts had pushed their martial arts energy to the limit. A fierce battle was about to erupt. However, Yihan remained calm. In Yihan's eyes, these men were nothing but trash. Although only Yihan and his companions appeared before them, Yihan had already deployed the experts of Beiluo Shi men to surround the perimeter. Today, all the traitors, including Wei Yang, would not escape. Despite Wei Yang's men and Ji Changfeng's men channeling their martial arts energy and advancing step by step, no one dared to strike first at Yihan. Outrageous! Wei Yang, are you mad? Zhou Yu was assigned by me to lead this operation, yet you dare to slander him? A booming voice suddenly rang out from beyond the crowd, and a burly man carrying a large saber appeared before everyone. Greetings, Azure Dragon Chief. Greetings, Azure Dragon Chief. The tense atmosphere on the scene immediately eased a bit. The man who arrived was none other than the Azure Dragon Chief, Long Fei, who had hurried back. As the Azure Dragon Chief of the Martial Law Division guarding the capital, Long Fei's martial arts had already reached the level of a martial saint, and his intelligence was not weak either. More importantly, his prestige within the Martial Law Division was extremely high, second only to Zhang Yichen, and even higher than that of the Deputy Chief, Han Mo. Are all of you mad? Young Master Yi was personally appointed as the Chief of the Martial Law Division by Chief Zhang. Do you dare to defy Chief Shang's orders? The Azure Dragon Chief's powerful reprimand caused the martial arts experts of the Azure Dragon Division to halt their actions. Wei Yang's loyal subordinates looked to him, awaiting his next directive. Today, Wei Yang dared to act because the Azure Dragon Chief had just gone to the western suburbs on business, leaving the Martial Law Division in a state of temporary leadership vacuum. But Wei Yang hadn't expected the Azure Dragon Chief to return so quickly. With Long Fei's prestige, some of the martial arts experts he had tricked might not dare to act. But now, the arrow was already on the string, and we had no choice but to release it. Brothers, we have no choice. Kill. Chapter 144. Crushing Martial Master Experts. Conquered like this, Wei Yang looked at the situation before him, gritted his teeth, and without any further words, directly ordered the martial arts experts from the Ji family to prepare for a fierce battle with Long Fei's direct subordinates. Seeing Wei Yang's audacity, Long Fei's eyes narrowed, and he turned to Yi Han, saying, "Young Master Yi, what do you think we should do in this situation? If we engage in a full-scale fight, we can certainly subdue them, but we will likely suffer significant losses ourselves. As a strategic stronghold of the capital, if Xinwu Thu is severely weakened, the stability of the situation could be at risk." Long Fei clearly did not accept Yi Han's rise to power. The current situation was entirely within Long Fei's control. However, Long Fei threw the matter to Yi Han, testing him, probing him. If Yi Han couldn't handle the situation at hand, Long Fei would not acknowledge Yi Han in his heart, and the other generals of the Xinwu division would not be convinced either. Yi Han smiled faintly. If they want to fight, then let them fight. As his words fell, a surge of energy pulsed through Yi Han's ankle. In the next moment, his figure had already darted into the midst of the Ji family and Wei Yang's martial arts experts. Capturing the enemy's leader first, Yi Han held nothing back in his attack. He specifically targeted the masters among Wei Yang's subordinates, those at the Grandmaster level and above. Boom, boom. With one punch after another, Wei Yang's direct subordinates and the Ji family's experts were like chicks in Yi Han's hands. Before they could even see Yi Han's shadow, they were sent flying. Qinglong, the head of the Xinwu Bureau, observed Yi Han's actions and couldn't help but nod in approval. Indeed, he has some real talent. However, just this level of ability and skill was not enough to make Qinglong submit. Qinglong wanted to see how Yi Han would deal with Wei Yang and Ji Changfeng. Both of them were almost at the level of martial masters. If they joined forces, even Qinglong might not be their match. Yi Han's violent actions instantly stabilized the situation on the battlefield. Although Wei Yang and Ji Changfeng had numerous experts under their command, none dared to act rashly now. Damn it! Wei Yang darted to Ji Changfeng's side and said to him, "Ji Jiazhu, let's act together and take down Yi Han first. Otherwise, we'll all die today. I don't believe that with our combined strength, we can't take him down." In fact, Ji Changfeng knew this without Wei Yang needing to say it. By now, there was no turning back. It was a fight to the death. All right. The two of them mobilized all their martial arts energy, just about to act, but they were completely unprepared for Yi Han, who had been dozens of meters away just moments ago, to suddenly appear before them like a ghost. Before they could react, Yi Han grabbed their necks with both hands, activating the devouring ability of the demonic heart. Hum. A faint humming sound resonated in the air. From Yi Han's body, several dragon-like streams of light emerged, wrapping around Wei Yang and Ji Changfeng. In an instant, Ji Changfeng and Wei Yang felt all their martial arts energy and life force being violently sucked away by an irresistible force. Ah, what's happening? Wei Yang looked at Ji Changfeng in terror. Ji Changfeng, too, was filled with panic. Wei Yang, what kind of technique is this? Why can't I move? These were two martial master-level experts. The two of them tried to struggle free from Yi Han's grasp by using all their martial arts energy. But to their despair, they shockingly discovered that their martial arts energy was completely out of their control, and their bodies were unable to move at all. They could clearly feel their energy and life force being stripped away, yet they were powerless to do anything. The once chaotic battlefield instantly fell silent. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Yi Han, Ji Changfeng, and Wei Yang. Two martial master-level experts were being held in Yi Han's grasp like chickens. How terrifying must Yi Han's strength be? All the members of the Xinwu Bureau were stunned. The Ji family's bodyguards were shocked. Zhou Yu, Qinglong's assistant, was stunned. Even Qinglong's own pupils dilated. The divine absorption technique? Is young Master Ye's strength truly this terrifying? Although Long Fei knew that some techniques could absorb the life force of other beings, he didn't know the true name of the technique. Only associating it with the divine absorption technique, described in movies. Moreover, Yi Han could easily crush two martial master-level experts. His strength must be at least at the saint level, and likely at the peak of the saint level. It's time for us to act. Qinglong's eyes gleamed with a sharp light. Only now did he truly acknowledge Yi Han's position as the chief of Jinwu Division. Chief Shang's judgment was indeed correct. Chapter 144. Crushing a martial Zun expert. Conquered like this, Wei Yang, seeing the situation before him, gritted his teeth and without any further ado, signaled the martial arts experts from the Ji family to prepare for a fierce battle with Long Fei's direct subordinates. Seeing Wei Yang's arrogance, Long Fei's eyes narrowed. He turned to Yi Han and said, "Young Master Yi, what do you think we should do in this situation? If we really engage in a full-scale battle, we can certainly subdue them, but we will likely suffer significant losses ourselves. As a strategic stronghold in the capital, if Xinwu Thu is severely weakened, the overall situation might become unstable." Long Fei clearly did not fully accept Yi Han's rise to power. The current situation was something Long Fei could handle on his own. However, he threw the decision to Yi Han, testing him, probing his capabilities. If Yi Han couldn't handle the situation, Long Fei wouldn't recognize him, and the other generals of Jinwu Thu wouldn't be convinced either. Yi Han smiled faintly. If they want to fight, then let them fight. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yi Han's ankle surged with qi energy. In the next moment, his figure had already darted into the midst of the Ji family and Wei Yang's martial arts experts. In warfare, capturing the enemy's leader comes first. Yi Han held nothing back in his attack. He specifically targeted the masters among Wei Yang's subordinates, those at the Grandmaster level and above. Boom, boom. With a single punch each, Wei Yang's direct subordinates and the Ji family's experts were like chicks in Yi Han's hands. They didn't even have time to catch a glimpse of Yi Han's shadow before they were sent flying. Qinglong, the head of Jinwu Su, watched Yi Han's movements and couldn't help but nod in approval. He's indeed got some skills. However, these abilities alone were not enough to make Qinglong submit. He wanted to see how Yi Han would deal with Wei Yang and Ji Changfeng. Both of them were nearly at the level of Martial Zun, and if they joined forces, even Qinglong might not be their match. Yi Han's explosive actions instantly stabilized the situation on the battlefield. Although Wei Yang and Ji Changfeng had many Gao So under their command, none dared to move rashly now. Damn it! Wei Yang darted to Ji Changfeng's side and said to him, "Ji family head, let's act together and take down Yi Han first. Otherwise, we'll all die today. I refuse to believe that the two of us Lan So can't take him down." In fact, Ji Changfeng understood the situation without Wei Yang needing to say anything. Things had come to this point. There was no turning back. Only through all-out battle could they hope to survive. All right. The two of them activated the full force of their martial qi, ready to move, but they never expected that Yi Han, who had been dozens of meters away just a moment ago, would suddenly appear like a ghost right in front of them. Before they could react, Yi Han grabbed both of their necks with one hand each, activating the devouring ability of the demon heart. Hum. A faint humming sound resonated in the air. From Yi Han's body, several dragon-like streams of light emerged, wrapping around Wei Yang and Ji Changfeng. In an instant, Ji Changfeng and Wei Yang felt all their martial qi and life force being violently sucked away by an irresistible force. Ah, what's happening? Wei Yang looked at Ji Changfeng in terror. Ji Changfeng, too, was filled with panic. Wei Yang, what kind of technique is this? Why can't I move? These were two martial Zun level powerhouses. The two of them tried to struggle free from Yi Han's grasp by summoning all their qi, but to their despair, they found that their martial qi was no longer under their control, and their bodies couldn't move an inch. They could clearly feel their qi and life force being stripped away, but they were powerless to do anything. The once chaotic battlefield suddenly fell silent. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Yi Han, Ji Changfeng, and Wei Yang. Two martial Zun level experts were being effortlessly controlled by Yi Han like mere chicks. How terrifying must Yi Han's strength be? All the members of Jinwu Su were shocked. The Ji family's bodyguards were shocked. Zhou Yu, Qinglong's assistant, was stunned. Even Qinglong himself, Long Fei, widened his eyes. The divine absorption technique? Is young Master Ye's strength truly so terrifying? Long Fei knew that there were some techniques capable of devouring the life force of other beings, but he didn't know the real name of the technique, only associating it with the fictional divine absorption technique from movies and TV shows. Moreover, Yi Han could easily crush two Martial Zun level experts. His strength must be at least at the saint level, possibly even at the peak of the saint level. It's time for us to act. Qinglong's eyes gleamed with a sharp light. Only now did he truly acknowledge Yi Han as the head of Jinwu Su. Chief Shang's judgment was indeed impeccable. Yi Han taking over Jinwu Su was only right and proper. With Yi Han in charge, perhaps Jinwu Su could rise to even greater heights, making those Japanese dogs dare not set foot in the Great Xia Empire again. But before Long Fei could give the order, a loud voice echoed from the sky. All members of Jinwu Su, listen up. This is Fu Hongyi. I have solid evidence that Wei Yang and the Ji family have colluded in rebellion, conspiring with Japan. I, on behalf of the royal family, assist young Master Yi in quelling the rebellion.
Attack.
Huh, the royal family is here? And it's Fu Hongyi, the royal family's guardian? Following Fu Hongyi's command, more royal family Galso rushed in from the outskirts of the Ji family estate, launching an attack on Wei Yang's remaining forces. With Wei Yang and Ji Changfeng already on the verge of collapse, and their leaders almost completely wiped out by Yi Han alone, the remaining forces were unable to mount an effective counterattack. Under the combined assault of Long Fei and Fu Hongyi, the entire battle was over in just a few minutes. Young Master Yi, Fu Hongyi respectfully bowed to Yi Han. I have been waiting here for you. After you finish dealing with the matters here, I would like to have a private conversation with you. The rapid change in the situation caught Yi Han off guard for a moment. Who was Fu Hongyi? He was one of the royal family's guardians, and also one of the assailants who had attacked Yi Han's family in the past. Why would the royal family's leader, Tang Zheng, send Fu Hongyi to assist him in dealing with Ji Changfeng and Wei Yang's rebellion at this time? What was the meaning behind this? Yi Han frowned, tossing the nearly drained Ji Changfeng and Wei Yang to the ground. He turned to Long Fei and said, Pass my order. Thoroughly investigate the Ji family and purge Wei Yang's remnants within Jinwu Su. Anyone involved in the rebellion will be executed without mercy. Such a tightly controlled organization as Jinwu Su had actually seen a rebellion. Although Yi Han roughly understood that Zhang Yiqin and Hanamo had likely left these traitors behind to serve as a warning to others, Yi Han had to be ruthless. He needed to strictly prevent such incidents from happening again in the future. While Wang Fuguei and Zhao Linglong supervised the search of the Ji family, Yi Han turned to Fu Hongyi. You should know that showing your face before me today means only one thing. Death? Yes, I know, Fu Hongyi replied. Knowing you're going to die, you still dare to come? Do you think my blade isn't sharp enough? Yi Han raised an eyebrow, giving Fu Hongyi a penetrating look. What was this old man up to? With Yi Han at the helm, Jinwu Su could achieve even greater heights, ensuring that those Easting scoundrels would never again dare to set foot in Great Xia. Before Long Fei could issue the command, a booming voice of an elder reverberated through the air. All Jinwu Su members, heed my words. I am Fu Hongyi. We now possess concrete evidence that Wei Yang and the Ji family have colluded in treason, conspiring with the East Ying. I stand here on behalf of the royal family to assist young Master Yi in suppressing this rebellion. Kill without mercy. Huh, even the royal family has arrived? And it's the royal protector, Fu Hongyi? At Fu Hongyi's command, more royal palace experts surged in from the outer perimeter of the Ji family estate, launching attacks on Wei Yang's remaining forces. With Wei Yang and Ji Changfeng already on the verge of collapse, and their leaders almost all annihilated by Yi Han alone, the remaining forces were no longer capable of organizing any effective resistance. Under the combined assault of Long Fei and Fu Hongyi, the entire battle was over in just a few minutes. Young Master Yi, Fu Hongyi respectfully bowed to Yi Han. I have been waiting here for you. After you finish handling the matters here, I would like to have a private conversation with you. The rapid change in the situation caught Yi Han off guard for a moment. Who was Fu Hongyi? He was one of the royal family's protectors, and also one of the assailants in the attack on Yi Han's family years ago. The royal head, Tang Zheng, had sent Fu Hongyi to assist Yi Han in dealing with Ji Changfeng and Wei Yang's rebellion at this time. What was the meaning behind this? Yi Han frowned, tossing the nearly drained Ji Changfeng and Wei Yang to the ground. He turned to Long Fei and said, "Relay my order. Thoroughly investigate the Ji family and purge Wei Yang's remaining loyalists within Jinwu Division. Anyone implicated in the rebellion is to be executed without leniency." Even Jinwu Su, such a tightly controlled organization, had experienced a rebellion? Although Yi Han roughly understood that Zhang Yiqin and Hanamo had likely left these traitors behind to serve as a warning to others, Yi Han had to be ruthless. He needed to strictly prevent such incidents from happening again in the future. The search of the Ji family was supervised by Wang Fugui and Zhao Linglong, while Yi Han turned to Fu Hongyi, saying, "You should know that appearing before me today means only one thing: death." "Yes, I know. Knowing you're going to die, you still dare to come? Do you think my blade isn't sharp enough?" Yi Han raised an eyebrow, giving Fu Hongyi a deep look. What was this old man up to? Chapter 145. The Royal Guardian commits suicide to atone. When the Dragon Lord sent me this time, I already knew my fate. Fu Hongyi gazed at the distant mountains, a profound look in his eyes. Even back when we attacked the Yi family, I knew my fate. Fu Hongyi sighed deeply. But as a royal guardian, even knowing it's a one-way trip to death, I had no other choice. He turned to look at Yi Han and continued, "Young Master Yi is a dragon among men, the hope of the entire human race, a savior. The royal family did indeed make a mistake with the Yi family, but they had their difficulties. I only beg, with my death, to spare the royal family." He paused, then pointed to the 6 burly men beside him. "Young Master Yi, these 6 were with me during the attack on the Yi family. There was another who participated in that battle, but he died in another mission. We have come to face our fate." As soon as Fu Hongyi finished speaking, the 6 men bowed to Yi Han, then drew daggers from their belts and slashed their own throats. Asterisk thud. Thud. Asterisk. All 6 collapsed, instantly dead. "Young Master Yi, all the treasures I've accumulated over the years are in a safe deposit box at the bank. Here's the key. Please, spare the royal family." Fu Hongyi bowed deeply to Yi Han one last time. When he raised his head again, black blood was already spilling from his mouth. He had ingested poison and died on the spot. Yi Han's brows furrowed as he watched the scene unfold. According to his intelligence, it was indeed Fu Hongyi, the royal guardian, who led the attack on the Yi family. Now, the true culprits lay dead before him, yet Yi Han felt no joy. Had the royal family simply washed their hands of the matter? Handing over the culprits was supposed to be enough? Yi Han's eyes flashed with a cold, hard edge. This was far from over. The royal family must pay for their actions. Young Master Yi, the royal family played this move very shrewdly. Xian Ruoyun appeared at Yi Han's side at some point, her arm linked with his. "Don't worry, Xin family and I will always stand by your side. Even if the royal family of Great Xia is no longer the Tang family, Xin family will support you." This was a clear statement. If the Yi family intended to replace the Tang family as the rulers of Great Xia, Xin family would stand firmly with Yi Han. Xian Ruoyun deeply regretted breaking off the engagement with the Yi family. Now, she seized every opportunity to express her intentions. Yi Han nodded. "Let's go. Let's see what's happening with the Ji family now." Wei Yang and Ji Changfeng had been captured alive, and Yi Han wanted to know how much more they knew that Yamada Keiko didn't. Japan had sent such a large force to Great Xia, and they were linked to the gods behind the scenes. Yi Han needed to uncover the truth. In the Ji family compound, Wei Yang and Ji Changfeng were kneeling on the ground, guarded by Zhou Yu's men. Yi Han coldly stared at the two. "Speak. What were you trying to accomplish? If your answer satisfies me, I might consider giving you a quick death." "Dream on. Yi Han, you won't get anything out of me. And by using the power of the Jinwu Bureau against an ordinary family, aren't you afraid of alienating the other families of Great Xia?" Ji Changfeng clearly hadn't yet grasped the severity of the situation. He had already been exposed. Alienate? Yi Han smiled faintly. To him, all the other families of Great Xia were nothing but trash. Even the royal family and the sacred lands didn't hold any weight in Yi Han's eyes. How could he possibly care about a mere Ji family? Still stubborn, huh? Yi Han sneered, then turned to Wang Fugui. Old Wang, get to work. Wang Fugui stepped forward, grabbing Ji Changfeng by the neck and pulling back hard. Rip. Ji Changfeng's face mask tore away, revealing a hideous face, similar to that of the imposter, Mutu. You? Ji Changfeng's face was filled with terror as he tried to shield his face, but the Jinwu Bureau agents held his arms firmly, leaving him unable to move. In an instant, Ji Changfeng felt like a deflated balloon. Unfortunately, even suicide was now beyond his reach. Wei Yang, standing nearby, was stunned when he saw Ji Changfeng's true face. You're a Japanese dog? You deceived me? As the great protector of the Jinwu Bureau, although Wei Yang had collaborated with Ji Changfeng, he had not truly intended to betray Great Xia and align with Japan. Wei Yang was actually a man cultivated by Tang Rui of the royal family, whose sole purpose was to fully control the Jinwu Bureau and strengthen the royal family's power. Japanese dogs. Every man's enemy. Speak. Tell me everything you know. Besides collecting children from Great Xia for your ancestors to cultivate, what other plans do you have? From the impostor's mouth, Yi Han had already obtained an incomplete list. The fact that so many families and even some of Great Xia's top officials had been infiltrated meant Japan's plans were far more extensive than just abducting children. There must be other schemes. Yi Han just didn't know if Ji Changfeng's position was high enough to know the full extent of the plot. Yi Han, even if I die, I won't tell you. Come on. Damn it. Yi Han smiled faintly. Wanna die? Not so easy. I'll make you wish you were dead. Yi Han stepped forward, grabbing Ji Changfeng's skull with one hand. The seven-star soul-extinguishing palm instantly activated. A powerful surge of spiritual energy flowed into Ji Changfeng's mind, interfering and eroding his soul. Ji Changfeng felt as if a knife was twisting in his soul, pain contorting his facial muscles and bulging his eyeballs. His bones felt like they were being scraped with a blade. This state lasted only a few seconds before Ji Changfeng's defenses crumbled under Yi Han's overwhelming spiritual energy. His eyes lost focus. Speak. Besides what Muta knew, who else did you know about? Yi Han asked sternly. Ji Changfeng shook his head faintly. I've told Muta everything I knew. Our permissions were the same. I didn't know much. Then why did you come to Great Xia? How do the gods behind the scenes contact you? Where do they usually appear? Chapter 146. The princess apologizes in person. Divine Envoy. Mentioning the term, Divine Envoy, Ji Changfeng's expression immediately turned pained, as if struggling with something.